Chapter 1. The Favor of a Beauty. In the dimly lit chamber, a sweet and cloying fragrance pervaded the air. The exquisite canopied bed swayed rhythmically, and beneath the pink drapery, two intertwined figures could be faintly discerned. The excruciating pain that tore through her body compelled the unconscious Luo Ran to cry out. In her dazed state, she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with a visage as sharp as a chiseled knife, features strikingly defined, with a prominent brow, a nose resembling a peak, and thin, incisive lips that bore a hint of familiarity. Regrettably, her mind was clouded, rendering her unable to recall much, as she was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. The man above her, however, showed no sign of pausing at her cry. Rather, he moved with the ferocity of a powerful leopard. Only after what felt like an eternity did the storm subside, the last drop of sweat cascading down, vanishing among the snow-capped peaks in an instant. Fu Jinan sat at the edge of the bed, his face still adorned with a faint flush, gazing at the girl on the bed as she lay on her side. The moonlight illuminated her enchanting features, her skin radiating a porcelain-like delicacy, with certain areas appearing even more profound. His gaze unconsciously darkened that moment. A light knock resonated from outside the door, followed by a deliberately subdued voice. "My lord, there has been a mistake." Fu Jinan hesitated for a moment, his hand poised to gather his garments. "Speak," he commanded. The figure outside, legs trembling, mustered the courage to say, "The one inside, she has not missed How Hong." One could hardly believe that even a dignified member of the Jinyiwei could be so careless, misidentifying a courtesan in a pleasure house while seeking an antidote. Fu Jinan merely paused for an instant, his voice icy as he replied, "Go and accept your punishment." He turned to look at the stunned Luo Ran, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who are you?" Their eyes met, and Luo Ran finally emerged from her overwhelming shock. She scanned the room, as memories long buried began to resurface piece by piece. At the age of 15, she had just returned to the capital from Jiangnan on Lantern Festival. She had ventured out with her cousins to enjoy the festivities, only to be drugged and cast into a den of vice. Although she had been rescued in time, her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Even after marrying into the esteemed Jinyiwei Duke's household, the stigma clung to her, and her husband had never once touched her. It was only on that fateful day, after attending to the bedridden matriarch of the Jinyiwei Duke's household, still bearing the stench of excrement, with old wounds unhealed and new injuries added, that her husband, now the Duke, stood several meters away. Disdainfully avoiding her gaze, he handed her a letter of divorce without a second glance, stating, "Luo Ran, our marriage was never my desire. 6 years have passed, we need not entangle ourselves any longer. Here is your divorce decree. Take care of yourself henceforth." In the blink of an eye, her beloved second cousin, with a prominently rounded belly, proclaimed, "Sister, you have occupied the positions of the crown prince's wife and the duke's wife for 6 years. It is time to relinquish them to me. My husband has always loved me. He has never cherished you in an instant." It seemed as if he had been transported to an expansive grassland, where her father lay bloodied and lifeless, surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves still tearing at him. The voice of her second cousin echoed in her ears, "Sister, since uncle has no sons, it would be better for him to die soon and pass the title to Junior, thus fulfilling our family. And your family can reunite in the underworld." Luo Ran could not comprehend why, despite her lifelong compromises, she was met with such a grim fate. "My lord, the time is nearly upon us," Chang Ying remarked, noting the prolonged silence within. Fu Jinan donned his garments and rose expressionlessly to depart. Luo Ran, momentarily roused by his words, gazed at the unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar figure before her. Ignoring the aches coursing through her body, she grasped the man's sleeve, exclaiming, "Please, don't." Uncertain of why she had been reborn or how this life diverged from the last, she was acutely aware that if she were abandoned in this manner, she would inevitably repeat the tragic cycle of her previous existence. I beg you," Luo Ran's voice trembled. Indeed, the man before her was none other than the fearsome commander of the Jinyiwei, Fu Jinan, and also the elder brother of her husband from her previous life. She could not fathom how he had come to be here and their relationship. The depths of Fu Jinan's ebony eyes were icy, a stark contrast to the man he had just been moments ago. He glanced at the hand gripping his garment, and with a subtle motion, he shrugged off her grasp. "Please, don't abandon me," Luo Ran implored. Fu Jinan emitted a barely perceptible huff, nearly inaudible, and sauntered away with an air of indifference. As the silhouette of the man faded from view at the doorway, Luo Ran hastily gathered the scattered garments around her and pursued him. Upon exiting, she found the carriage already in motion. She could only run desperately in its wake. Chang'ing cast a sympathetic glance back at the staggering figure and hesitantly spoke. "My lord, if the Marquis were to find out the carriage remained silent," prompting Chang'ing to wisely retreat into silence. In her haste, Luo Ran had even neglected to secure her shoes, leaving one foot bare and her delicate skin bloodied and bruised. Nevertheless, she pressed on, though the effort was taxing. Her tender age and the recent tumultuous events had drained her strength. Fortunately, the carriage finally halted at a crossroads. Chang'ing whispered, "My lord." Straight ahead led to the Marquis of Champion's residence, while turning right would take them back to the Duke of Jinyiwei's estate. Fu Jinan slowly opened his eyes. Luo Ran, who had managed to catch up, also beheld the fork in the road, her heart racing with anxiety. "My lord," the carriage remained still. Luo Ran looked pleadingly at Chang'ing, but with the lord silent, Chang'ing dared not speak further. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ran declared, "Rest assured, I will not mention tonight's events to anyone. However, could you please take me home?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. She was acutely aware from her past life how cold-hearted this man was, even as the eldest son of the Fu family residing in the Duke of Jinyiwei's estate. It was not easy for even family members to see him, let alone request anything from him. Silence persisted within the carriage. Luo Ran closed her eyes, her hands clenched into tight fists, as if she had made a significant resolution. "I can promise you one thing, my lord, no matter what you ask of me, I shall comply." Fu Jinan appeared intrigued by her declaration. With a languid motion, he delicately lifted the corner of the carriage curtain with a slender finger and inquired, "Do enlighten me. Why is it imperative for me to escort you home?" Luo Ran cast a fleeting glance at him, her profound gaze seemingly penetrating into the depths of one's heart, and unwittingly revealed her innermost thoughts. "I wish for you to vouch for me, that I do not wish to tarnish my reputation." Her voice lacked conviction, that a sound of amusement echoed from within the carriage. Fu Jinan's gaze unabashedly roamed over her from head to toe, ultimately lingering at a particular point. With his palm turned upwards, he made a vague gesture and uttered a cryptic remark, just the right size. Chapter 2. The silent rebuke. Chang'ing was perplexed by the adult's words, yet Luo Ran gleaned some understanding from his gaze. Instantly, her already flushed cheeks, a result of their earlier sprint, deepened in color, resembling ripe pomegranates on an autumn branch. "Double the punishment," Fu Jinan said to Chang'ing in a nonchalant manner, before letting down the carriage curtain and languidly reclining on the soft couch, closing his eyes to rest. Chang'ing felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, yet he also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a double penalty rather than expulsion from the Jinyiwei. He had inadvertently caused the adult to be affected by a seductive poison, and in seeking an antidote, he had inadvertently implicated the Marquis of Champion's residence. The blunders he had committed were grave enough to jeopardize his very life. Nevertheless, Chang'ing did not forget to reassure the pale-faced Luo Ran beside him. "Miss Luo, do not worry. The adult has consented to escort you home." The carriage resumed its slow motion. Luo Ran, filled with joy, lifted her voluminous garment and hurriedly followed behind, though her heart remained tense as she quickly replayed the events of her previous life in her mind. At last, the carriage came to a halt before the Marquis of Champion's estate. Just as Luo Diyun was about to exit, he approached the familiar carriage and inquired, "So, it is the esteemed commander. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Although there was a marriage pact between the Luo and Fu families, Luo Diyun had heard whispers of the commander's strained relations with the Jing Guogong residents, and thus kept his distance. Moreover, due to the darkness, he did not spot the petite figure trailing behind the carriage. After 6 long years, hearing her father's voice again moved Luo Ran to tears. Fu Jinan did not disembark, but merely lifted the curtain, lazily stating, "My lord, I trust you are well." The young man exuded an icy demeanor, his gaze sharp and unsettling, having ascended to the position of commander of the Jinyiwei at such a tender age. Yet his reputation at court was far from favorable. Luo Diyun preferred to limit his engagement with him, yet remained polite if there is no urgent matter. I shall visit another day to offer my apologies. At present, brother. Li Shi suddenly emerged, glancing at the carriage. Although she could not discern the occupants within, the carriage of the esteemed commander was well known throughout the capital. Intentionally lowering her voice, she said, "Brother, does Fu Jinan come at such a late hour, perhaps knowing about Ran?" Silence. Luo Diyun barked. The Marquis, who had defended Jiangzhou for over a decade and instilled fear in the hearts of marauding pirates, silenced her with a single command. Li Shi's face turned pale. Her words caught in her throat, unable to rise or fall. Yet her eyes darted nervously towards Fu Jinan, betraying her guilt. Luo Diyun, witnessing his wife being reprimanded in public, felt a twinge of displeasure and remarked, "Brother, Pei Yun is merely concerned for her niece." However, he too was rendered mute by his elder brother's fearsome glare. Beneath her ample cloak, Luo Ran chuckled coldly to herself. So, it is indeed the second uncle's family. In her previous life, after marrying into the Fu family, she had endured humiliation, fearing to tarnish her illustrious father's name, only to be taken aback when her father departed this world before she did. Reflecting on Luo Ruxue's words before her demise, she recalled that her father had only one daughter. With both of them gone, her uncle's son would inherit her father's title, and Luo Ruxue would ascend to the position of the Jing Guogong's daughter-in-law, as she had wished. No wonder, before her death, Luo Ruxue had dared to confront her with such words, heavy with the burden of her own pregnancy. For she was certain that she would not leave the Duke of Jing's mansion alive. She stepped forward, her exquisite face peeking out from beneath the wide hood, smiling innocently at Lady Li as she asked, "What about Ranner? Aunt Li?" Lady Li, startled, blurted out, "How are you here?" Luo Ran tilted her head and countered, "Where else should I be?" Regaining her composure, Lady Li forced a dry laugh and glanced at the carriage, stammering, "Aunt Heard, you were. She deliberately left her words ambiguous, inviting speculation. Luo Diyun's brow furrowed deeply as he pulled his daughter close, concern lacing his voice. "Ranner, are you all right? What exactly happened?" Before Luo Ran could respond, Lady Li cut in, feigning sorrow. "Ranner, they say you were abducted by villains. What are we to do?" A young maiden's purity, just like that. Luo Diyun's face darkened with fury. A seasoned warrior on the battlefield, he was ill-equipped for the verbal sparring of inner household women. Sister. While Lady Li pretended to wipe tears, another graceful figure rushed out from the mansion, clutching Luo Ran's arm tightly. "Sister, they say you were taken to the house of Spring Joy. Is it true? Did anyone? Enough!" Luo Diyun roared, barely restraining himself from drawing his sword. Lady Li dabbed at her tears, sighing dramatically. "Elder brother, I know you dote on Ranner, but look, she's even wearing a man's clothes. How will we explain this to the Fu family?" The Duke of Jing had two legitimate sons. The eldest was the renowned commander before them, whose mother had tragically passed during childbirth. The Duke remarried. The second son, now the heir of the Duke's household, was born to the current Duchess. Years ago, the Luo family patriarch and the late Duke had arranged a marriage between their children. Thus, Luo Ran was betrothed to become the future Duchess of Jing. After her coming-of-age ceremony, she had returned to the capital with her father, the wedding set for the following March, over a year away. Yet, barely upon their return, this scandal had erupted, as Lady Li and her daughter's theatrics escalated. Drawing the attention of the household servants, Luo Ran observed silently. Just as she prepared to intervene, a languid voice drifted from the carriage. "Marquis, I was unaware your household employed performers. Though I dare say, even the House of Spring Joy would reject such poor acting. With someone else stepping in." Luo Ran held her tongue. Spoiled from childhood and emboldened by familial indulgence, Luo Ruxue had grown reckless. Though the infamous commander before her was terrifying, she prided herself on her beauty, convinced no young man could resist her charms. Swaying her slender waist, she curtsied gracefully toward the carriage. "Lord Fu, We are ever so grateful you rescued my sister from the House of Springjoy today. Otherwise, she sought to cement the narrative of Luo Ran's defilement. Yet after a long pause, no response came from within the carriage. Luo Ran, feeling slighted, wore an unpleasant expression and was about to speak when Chang Ying stepped forward. My Lord Marquis, today we are acting under His Majesty's orders to apprehend a criminal. However, the fugitive is cunning and disguised himself in women's attire to hide within the Jade Pavilion. To avoid alerting him, Minister Fu had no choice but to seek the assistance of your daughter, who happened to be passing by. Given the urgency of the situation, we were unable to inform you beforehand. We beg your forgiveness. But what about the clothes on my sister? Luo Ran could not help but exclaim sharply. Chang Ying glanced at her and replied, "The criminal was devious. He deliberately overturned a pot of tea, concerned for Miss Luo's well-being and to avoid drawing attention. Our minister selected this garment for her. Indeed, the robe was oversized, designed to conceal any woman's figure entirely." Still unwilling to let the opportunity slip, Luo Ran pressed on, her tone bordering on accusation. "Is that truly the case?" The moment the words left her lips, silence fell over the surroundings. After a brief pause, an icy voice emanated from the carriage. "The embroidered uniform guard carries out its duties. Even His Majesty does not question our methods." Chang Ying, yes. Before anyone could perceive his movements, Luo Ran's piercing scream tore through the sky. Chapter 3. Not all kin deserve the title of kin, even in the dim light of night. The half of Luo Ran's face was visibly swollen and reddened, with traces of blood still lingering. Chang Ying took a step back and spoke softly. "Miss Luo, considering this is your first offense, I have only used a fraction of my strength. Should you slander the Imperial Guards again, I shall not be so lenient." Mother, my face, my face. The air around the front of the Marquis's residence was filled with Luo Ran's piercing cries. Punished by the Imperial Guards, even though Luo Ran was filled with resentment, she dared not voice her complaints. Her only concern was for her appearance. If her beauty were marred, what would the young master think? Luo Ran dared not dwell on such thoughts and hurried back into the estate, calling for a physician. Fu Jinan observed Luo Ran, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Luo Zhan's heart raced as she heard him slowly speak. "Miss Luo, my surname is Fu Jinan. Do you remember this?" The rising inflection at the end of his sentence, if uttered by another, might have seemed somewhat frivolous. However, this man was the notorious commander of the Imperial Guards, reputed for his indifference toward women. Even Luo Diyun did not entertain any other thoughts, merely assuming his daughter did not recognize him. Yet Luo Zhan understood that he was responding to her earlier inquiry at the Yichuan Pavilion. Striving to maintain a tone of normalcy, Luo Zhan bowed slightly toward the carriage, saying, "I am grateful to you, Commander, for today's events." Fu Jinan chuckled lightly. "Miss Luo need not be so courteous. It is I who should be thanking you. Rest assured, I shall not forget you, and I look forward to our next encounter." As the carriage departed, tranquility returned to the entrance. Luo Zhan felt a chill run down her spine. She wished to sever any ties with this man, or rather, the Fu family. Yet without him, she would not have so easily escaped the entanglements of her second aunt and cousin today. "Zhana, what on earth happened?" Luo Diyun, seeing her standing motionless, approached with concern. Luo Zhan shook her head, taking her father's hand in hers. She spoke softly, "Father, please follow me." Upon returning to her courtyard, Luo Zhan dismissed the attendants, leaving only the father and daughter within. Suddenly, she tore off her voluminous cloak, revealing her figure. Her long, silky hair cascaded behind her, her dress in disarray, and even her embroidered shoes appeared disheveled, seemingly stained with blood. Luo Diyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. "Zhan, are you?" Luo Zhan smiled faintly. "Father, can you guess why my second aunt and cousin said such things at the door?" Luo Diyun, though not one to engage in arguments, was certainly not foolish. Indeed, a man who had steadfastly defended Jiangsu and Zhejiang for over a decade, deterring invaders, could not be deemed a simpleton. It was precisely because he had sensed something amiss outside that he had allowed Fu Jinan's subordinates to discipline Luo Ran. Yet, he found it hard to accept. After all, Luo Rushiwe was the daughter of his younger brother whom he had cherished since childhood, and he regarded his brother's children as his own. Even if he could not return to the capital, he never failed to send gifts back home during festivals, ensuring not a single child was overlooked. Seeing her father's expression, Luo Zhan felt a pang of sympathy. She reached out, grasping his rough, calloused hand, and gently said, "Father, not everyone is deserving of the title of kin." Lord Yin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had always believed that he could care for his daughter splendidly, and indeed, he had managed to do so over the years. However, he never anticipated that upon their return to the capital, someone would be unable to contain themselves. "Ranner, tell father what transpired this evening." Lord Yun's gaze was somewhat fearsome. Yet, Luo Ran was not afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, to be granted another chance at life and to see her father again, she would willingly face any peril. Luo Ran recounted the events of the night in meticulous detail, of course omitting any mention of the individual involved, merely stating that she had been rendered unconscious by robbers and that, just as they were about to perpetrate their nefarious deeds, Fu Jinan fortuitously arrived and saved her life. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Lord Yun's forehead as he slammed his fist onto the exquisite yellow pearwood table, which promptly split in two. How dare they? He managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth. Luo Ran sighed and approached her father, taking his hand in hers. She retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom and gently began to wipe away the bloodstains, softly saying, "Father, I share this with you not to incite your anger. Rest assured, I have escaped this peril, and I shall be ever more cautious henceforth, ensuring that they will never harm me again." Lord Yun caressed the soft crown of her head. "Foolish child, there's a saying. There are thieves who operate for 1,000 days, but there is no way to guard against them for 1,000 days. Fear not. Father will not allow you to suffer in vain." Luo Ran shook her head and looked up earnestly at her father. "Father, since they dared to act in such a manner, they must have considered their escape route, let alone the absence of evidence. Even if we were to capture them, they would have myriad excuses to absolve themselves." Lord Yun struck the table. "Yet we cannot simply let this go." Luo Ran chuckled lightly. "How could that be? Father, do you trust me?" Faced with his daughter, Lord Yun's tone softened considerably. "Of course, I trust Ranner, but if we let this matter rest, they will only become more audacious." Gently stepping forward, Luo Ran embraced her father's waist tightly. "Father, I understand. Leave this matter to me, if you would. It would be simple for you to deal with Second Aunt, but that would sever our chance of uncovering the mastermind behind this. It is wiser to keep them close for now. Once I ascertain who orchestrated this from the second household, we can address them then." Looking into his daughter's eyes, which so resembled his late wife's, Lord Yun's heart softened against his will. He nodded laboriously. "Very well. Father believes in you. Just remember, do not overstrain yourself. Should you need father, do not hesitate to speak." Luo Ran nodded. "Understood. I shall remember." After bidding her father farewell, she finally sank on her bed, utterly exhausted. It was then that she suddenly recalled the maid by her side and hurriedly called for her. Yao Qing, who had been waiting outside the door, finally heard her mistress call and rushed in, tears streaming down her face as she embraced Luo Ran, sobbing, "Miss, where on earth have you been? You frightened me to death. I should have been with you tonight. It is all my fault. I deserve to die." Suppressing the ache that threatened to overwhelm her, Luo Ran gently pushed Yao Qing away, wiping the tears from her eyes and smiling as she teased, "There, there, do not cry. See, I have returned safe and sound." Tears streamed down Yao Qing's face as she gazed at her mistress's disheveled appearance, unable to contain her sorrow. "How can you still claim that everything is well? Just look at yourself." Her voice faltered as she caught sight of Luo Ran's open collar, revealing her fair collarbone adorned with crimson marks. Though the young woman had not engaged in any intimate encounter, she had overheard the whispers of the maids in the courtyard. Yao Qing's face turned pale, and she bit her lip with intensity. Unfazed, Luo Ran replied, "Enough. Consider this matter forgotten and fetch me some hot water for a bath." Aware of the gravity of the situation, Yao Qing nodded eagerly and turned to leave. At the door, she suddenly paused and inquired, "Miss, where is Xiangmei? Why did she not return with you?" Luo Ran lowered her gaze, concealing the chill in her eyes. Yao Qing dared not press further and hurried to prepare the hot water. The room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 4. A scheme fails, yet new thoughts arise. Yuqing, at the tender age of 17, is 2 years the senior of the protagonist. Having grown up together, their relationship is one that transcends the boundaries of master and servant, resembling that of sisters. For her, Yuqing would willingly sacrifice her life. In the previous life, while enduring the torment inflicted by the matriarch of the Fu family, it was Yuqing who stood resolutely in front of her. However, shortly after her marriage into the Fu family, Yuqing fell gravely ill and departed this world prematurely. In her final moments, she grasped the protagonist's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. As for the maid Xiangmei, whom Yuqing mentioned earlier, she was a gift from the protagonist's grandmother after her arrival in the capital. In her previous life, it was again before her departure that Yuqing unexpectedly fell ill, necessitating Xiangmei's accompaniment. Subsequently, it was Xiangmei who led her father to find her, followed closely by her second aunt and Luo Ran. Her father, unable to intervene in time, allowed the situation to spiral out of control. After entering the Fu family, Xiangmei repeatedly claimed that she became Fu Xing's concubine to secure the protagonist's favor, enduring humiliation. However, once she became the concubine of the heir of the Duke of Jinyiwei, Xiangmei transformed entirely, spending her days in the company of the Duchess, completely forgetting her initial mistress. If it were merely these transgressions, Luo Ran would not harbor hatred toward her. After all, a wise bird selects its perch with care. Her resentment stemmed from the fact that when Luo Ran slandered her, alleging an affair with Song Qingyu, Xiangmei stepped forward to affirm the accusations, claiming that before her marriage, she had entangled herself with him, thus solidifying the protagonist's shame. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, Luo Ran realized that she had yet to see Xiangxiwei in this life, likely due to Fu Jinan's influence. She could not discern whether Xiangxiwei was alive or dead. Under Yuqing's attentive care, Luo Ran shed her garments, revealing the extent of her injuries. The red plums on the snowy peaks contrasted starkly with the bruises adorning her delicate waist, and her long, slender legs bore no trace of beauty. The most grievous injuries were on her feet, which had been subjected to the harsh winter streets while wearing embroidered shoes. Her heels were now swollen and red, and her soles and toes were torn, bleeding profusely, a sight too tragic to behold. Luo Ran's gaze fell to her chest, and she suddenly recalled a remark made by a certain individual, causing her face to flush crimson. Yet Yuqing remained oblivious to her embarrassment, preoccupied with her own sorrow for her mistress, weeping from start to finish. After a soothing bath, Yuqing meticulously applied ointment to her wounds, tucking her under the covers, and tearfully reassured her, "Do not be afraid, my lady. Sleep well, and tomorrow will be better." Luo Ran nodded, gently wiping away Yuqing's tears, and smiled. "Do not worry. It merely looks frightful, but it does not hurt." Yuqing frowned. "My lady, you are only comforting me. How can it not hurt? Now do rest. I shall remain by your side, not leaving for a moment." Luo Ran smiled. "Very well." She obediently closed her eyes. Having just been reborn and confronted with a situation utterly different from her past life, Luo Ran had anticipated a sleepless night. However, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into a deep slumber shortly after closing her eyes. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit western courtyard of the Duke of Jinyiwei's residence, Changjing observed the master silently fixated on the clothing laid upon the desk, pondering in silence. Summoning his courage, he spoke. "Master, we have uncovered the truth. That cup of wine was brought by a minor palace made from the palace of concubine Chao, originally intended for His Highness the Crown Prince, but it accidentally fell into his hands." Fu Jinan's lips curled slightly. When coincidences become too frequent, they cease to be coincidences. "Set this matter aside for now. Assist me in procuring an item from the Emperor." Changjing immediately straightened up. "Understood," he remarked. "Having been plotted against, it is impossible for you, my lord, to let this go." Fu Jinan extended a finger, gently lifting a pink embroidered bodice adorned with plum blossoms, and spoke slowly. "Once the item is acquired, send it to the Marquis of Champion's residence together with these." The next morning, Luo Ran was roused by the clamor outside. "Yuqing," she called, her voice somewhat hoarse. But Yu Qing did not hear her. Just as she was about to call again, Yu Qing entered with a face full of indignation, perhaps taken aback by Luo Ran's awakening. Yu Qing hastily masked her expression and changed the subject. "Miss, you are awake. Would you like some water?" Luo Ran glanced at her and then out the window, nodding in agreement. Yu Qing helped her sit up and brought a cup of warm water. With Yu Qing's assistance, Luo Ran drained the entire cup, feeling a bit more comfortable in her throat. She inquired, "What is happening outside?" Yu Qing hesitated before responding. "It is nothing. Did you sleep well, miss? I shall send someone to the kitchen. The master instructed them last night to prepare some premium bird's nest, which should be just right to drink at this hour." Luo Ran was aware of her own frailty and did not wish to overexert herself. Upon seeing that she not only finished the bird's nest, but also devoured 2 water-fried buns and a bowl of congee, Yu Qing was elated. In the past, Luo Ran's meager appetite had contributed to her frail constitution. The capital's weather was no match for Jiangnan's, and one could easily succumb to the cold if not adequately nourished. Luo Ran, puzzled by her unexpectedly good appetite, looked at the immaculate porcelain bowl and smiled. Perhaps it is the exquisite bird's nest? It is indeed worthy of being a royal gift, far superior to what we have in Jiangnan. Yu Qing scoffed indeed. Otherwise, why would anyone be so intent on watching over your bowl of bird's nests so early in the morning? What on earth is going on? Luo Ran recalled the morning's commotion in the courtyard. Yu Qing, seeing that the young lady had finished her meal, vented her frustration. It is all because of the second miss. She suffered a slight injury to her face and insists that the entire household must cater to her whims. If she is unwell, she should seek a doctor. Does she think that consuming bird's nest will cure her? Moreover, if she desires it, she should procure it herself. Why must it come from you, miss? This is a reward bestowed upon the master by the emperor. It has nothing to do with them. Listening to Yu Qing's rambling, Luo Ran could not help but smile ruefully. Even Yu Qing understood this logic, if she herself had only come to realize it after experiencing death once. In her previous life, due to her second aunt's flowery words, she had willingly given all her treasures to Luo Rushua, even when she was aware that she harbored feelings for her husband. In her magnanimity, she had even arranged for Luo Rushua to enter the Fu family. By the way, the old lady sent someone this morning, upon finding you still asleep. They returned, Yu Qing added. Luo Ran collected her thoughts, nodded, and said, "It is almost time. We should go pay our respects to grandmother. I suspect Luo Rushua is already in the midst of complaining." Indeed, as Luo Ran stepped into Ningfu courtyard, before she could even enter the room, she heard the distressed voice of a girl from within. "Grandmother, you no longer feel for Schwer, nor does sister. This morning, I longed for bird's nest soup. Yet the kitchen staff insisted it was reserved for sister, refusing to allow my maid to touch it. Upon entering, Luo Ran beheld Luo Rushua nestled in grandmother's embrace, the latter displaying a heart full of tenderness as she lovingly called her precious one. When Lisher noticed Luo Ran's arrival, she deliberately tugged at Luo Rushua's arm and reproached, "You child, what nonsense are you uttering? How could your elder sister be so inconsiderate as to quarrel with you over a bowl of bird's nest soup? Oh dear, Schwer, look. Your elder sister has come to bring you the bird's nest." The old lady Luo lifted her gaze to glance at Luo Ran, though her demeanor was not particularly warm. "It was certainly not cold. You have come. Last night, I heard from your father that you were startled. Are you feeling better now?" Luo Ran bent her knees slightly and offered a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I am quite well now." Hearing this, Luo Rushua sat up from the old lady's arms, her face swollen to an alarming degree. With a quivering voice, she looked at Luo Ran as if bearing the weight of the world's grievances. "Elder sister, I have always regarded you as my own sister. If you too enjoy bird's nest soup, I can forego it." With that, she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief and began to weep softly. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly assume that it was Luo Ran, the elder sister, who, upon returning to the capital, took advantage of her status to bully her younger sibling. Chapter 5. The performance Luo Ran observed coldly, bewildered as to whether her mind had been squeezed by a door or kicked by a donkey in her past life. for she had been utterly oblivious to the theatrical display of the Li family mother and daughter. Truly, it took one death to finally gain some sense. Luo Rushua lamented for an eternity, and Li's words reached their climax. Yet the occupants of the room seemed impervious to any sign from Luo Ran, their gazes converging upon her in unison. Old Madame Luo let out a sigh, and before she could speak, Luo Ran suddenly knelt upon the ground, the sound resonating like a heavy thud within the hearts of all present. Despite the warmth of the heated floor in January, Luo Ran had walked in from the cold outside, not even pausing to sip a cup of hot tea, and now she knelt alone upon the frigid blue bricks. Her clear, cold eyes glistened with a hint of red at the corners, her pearly teeth biting fiercely into her lower lip. Bowing her head, her voice trembled with barely contained sobs. "Grandmother, it is my fault, causing you worry." Li and Luo Rushua appeared taken aback by her sudden submission, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and before the maid could announce the arrival, a hearty laughter rang out. "Oh, dear sister, I must say, why is it so quiet in your courtyard during the New Year?" The voice faltered abruptly as the speaker caught sight of the small figure kneeling on the ground. Old Madame Luo's heart sank, just as she was about to speak. She noticed the change in the visitor's expression, the vibrant smile vanishing entirely, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Luo Ran, with her head bowed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Finally, something from her past life aligned. The day after her own misfortune, her maternal grandmother had come to fetch her to the Shun family, only to encounter such calamity. Back then, Luo Ran had felt her reputation tarnished, too ashamed to step outside, even as her grandmother made repeated attempts to retrieve her. Eventually, the Shun family ceased their efforts, and the bond between the two families grew distant. It was not until the third year of her marriage to the Fu family that the Shun family became embroiled in a conspiracy against the crown prince, leading to their annihilation. It was then that she saw her grandmother for the last time at the execution ground. Regrettably, they were soon separated by death. In this new life, upon hearing the familiar voice and recalling her grandmother's fervent longing expressed in letters, as well as the yearly gifts sent from her uncle in Jiangnan, Luo Ran could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the blue bricks before her. This scene, witnessed by old Madame Shun, was more painful than a knife to the heart. Abandoning all sense of propriety, she rushed forward to embrace Luo Ran, her voice rife with anguish. "Ranner, my dear Ranner, what has happened? Let your grandmother see. Who is wrong, my Ranner?" Beside them, one could not hold back her tears either, casting a scornful glance upward. "Old Madame Luo, I truly do not understand what crime our Ranner has committed to warrant kneeling on the ground during the New Year, before marrying into the Shun family." She had been a close confidant of Luo Ran's mother, Shun Qingyin, and their bond had only deepened after marriage. Following Shun's passing, Wang had languished in sorrow for many days, wishing to bring Luo Ran into her care. Unfortunately, the Luo family refused to relinquish her. Later, when Luo Ran was 2 years old, her father took her to Jiangnan, and that parting lasted 13 years. As she gazed at the once plump little bundle of joy now grown, Wang felt a mix of comfort and heartache, prompting her to speak somewhat harshly. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch of the Luo family turned pale with anger. Li hurriedly laughed and said, "Oh, dear sister, we too were puzzled." Once Ran entered the room, she knelt down without a word, and before we could inquire, "Here you are." The implication of her words suggested that Luo Ran had intentionally sought to embarrass them before her maternal grandmother. Indeed, the old matriarch's expression darkened further. Luo Ran coldly retorted, "That was precisely my intention." Wang was no fool either. Upon hearing Li's remarks, she countered, "Your words are erroneous. How can I believe that Ran would kneel without reason? Do you think her foolish, or do you take us for fools?" The old matriarch furrowed her brow and stepped forward to assist the elderly matriarch of the Shun family, saying, "Enough, dear sister, let us speak when we rise." Then, casting a warning glance at Luo Ran, she urged, "Do explain why you knelt. Otherwise, your grandmother shall not spare me, this old woman." Luo Ran shook her head, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of the Shun matriarch and Wang. a smile gracing her lips. Grandmother, aunt, I am well. I was simply overwhelmed with joy upon seeing you both, along with grandmother, as she spoke. She retreated a couple of steps and bowed thrice towards the shunned matriarch, saying, Grandmother, I have been unfilial, having returned for such a time without visiting you. I feel guilty for making you come in this cold winter. The shunned matriarch waved away the old matriarch's hand and stepped forward to help Luo Ran up, nodding with satisfaction. Very well, my dear, your grandmother understands your intentions. Now let us rise. You, my child, have only recently returned, and with a new year upon us. We need not bow endlessly. Just a few days ago, on the 6th day of the first month, we celebrated your birthday and the coming-of-age ceremony. And the Shin family not only sent people, but also generous gifts. It was those very gifts that made Luo Rushua envious, prompting her to disregard her own injuries that morning in an attempt to confront Luo Ran. Little did she know, everyone had arrived simultaneously. With that thought, Luo Rushua hastily approached and embraced Luo Ran, weeping, Dear sister, please do not be this way. Both grandmother and mother are distressed. Grandmother, aunt, do not blame my sister. Last night, before she could finish, Luo Ran interjected, Sister, do not be upset. It is entirely my fault. I did not sleep well last night and woke late today. I was unaware that the maid beside you sought bird's nest soup. Had I known, I would certainly have sent it to you. Turning to Li, she continued, Aunt, please do not be angry. Yesterday, Father received many rewards, all bestowed by the Emperor. I did not dare to take liberties. If there is anything you desire, please tell me, and I shall ask Father on your behalf. Those present were astute individuals, quickly grasping the underlying meaning. There was no mystery as to why Luo Ran knelt. It was merely a matter of a missed opportunity for bird's nest soup and a longing for something. Yet it seemed rather excessive to put a young girl, just returned to the capital, through such trials. Upon receiving the scornful gazes of old Madame Shun and Mrs. Wang, Li felt an awkward chuckle escape her lips. My dear child, what is this talk of bird's nest and rewards? I cannot comprehend a word. Luo Ran, puzzled, inquired, but just a moment ago, weren't you and second sister speaking with grandmother? Enough. Old Madame Luo interrupted, casting a cold glance at Li. Schwerer, maybe naive, but do you also lack understanding? Our esteemed guests have arrived, and yet you have not offered them tea. What are you standing there for? Yes, mother. Though Li felt resentment brewing within her, she dared not defy the old matriarch's command and reluctantly took her leave. Sister, do not heed the nonsensical prattles of these children. They are merely jesting. Old Madame Luo urged as she guided old Madame Shun to take a seat, casting another glance at Luo Ran. However, Luo Ran's intentions were far from innocent. Feigning ignorance to her grandmother's warning, she purposefully approached and linked her arm with hers, saying, Grandmother, I happen to have something to discuss with you. With both grandmother and aunt present, perhaps you could assist me in discerning whether my thoughts are sound. A sense of foreboding began to swell within old Madame Luo. Chapter 6. Reclaiming private property, Wang did not concern herself with the thoughts of the elderly Lady Luo. Upon hearing Luo Ran's words, she readily agreed. Very well, my dear Ran, feel free to express your desires. If the old lady finds it troublesome, we shall not press the matter. After all, the Shun family still holds some value. We cannot let the child down. It was evident that today was to be a day of advocacy for Luo Ran. A warm feeling enveloped Luo Ran's heart, and she silently vowed that in this lifetime, she would not allow the Shun family to mirror the past. The elderly Lady Shun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ran, do not hesitate to speak your mind. Your grandmother is here. Luo Ran gratefully bowed to her two relatives, then turned to the elderly Lady Luo and said, Grandmother, I have only just been inspired by second aunt's words to formulate this idea. If I have erred in my speech, I hope you will forgive me. The elderly Lady Luo lowered her gaze and replied coolly, Speak your mind. Thus, Luo Ran began, Second aunt just mentioned the Emperor's rewards, and I have been pondering this matter. Over the years, I have lived in the Jiangnan region with my father and am not well versed in the affairs of the capital. Nevertheless, now that the marriage has been settled, I must exert every effort to uphold the honor of both the Luo and Shun families. However, during my time in Jiangnan, My father, concerned for my frail health, entrusted all household matters to the nurse. Now that we have returned to the capital, it is time for me to learn the management of the household, lest I become a subject of ridicule in the future. The elderly Lady Shun nodded in approval. The elderly Lady Luo also found merit in her words, but remained cautious, sensing that there might be deeper implications in Luo Ran's statements. Luo Ran continued, "My mother passed away early, and I owe my gratitude to you, grandmother, for allowing my father to serve the court without worry all these years." This sentiment pleased the elderly Lady Luo, and her expression softened somewhat. Luo Ran added, "I have enjoyed a period of leisure in Jiangnan, and have not had the opportunity to fulfill my filial duties before you. I feel remorseful that you, at such an advanced age, have had to shoulder these responsibilities. The thought of this keeps me awake at night." The elderly Lady Luo sighed. "We are family. There is no need for such formality." Luo Ran shook her head. "Grandmother, you are now advanced in years. Although second aunt is here to assist, I cannot bear to add to your burdens. Thus, I wish to request that you entrust my mother's dowry to me for management. This would grant you some respite, and I would also learn the art of household management." Seeing her determination, the elderly Lady Luo felt a sense of relief. Regardless of Luo Diyun's current esteem with the emperor, even as a minor official, the Luo family would not be tarnished by the reputation of appropriating a daughter-in-law's dowry. "That is only right. I had intended to wait until you were more settled before broaching this topic, since you have already considered it. Let nurse do accompany you shortly to take stock." The elderly Lady Luo readily consented, pleased that the Shun family was present to witness this. Luo Ran expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother, for your understanding." Furthermore, the elderly Lady Luo furrowed her brow. "What else is there?" Luo Ran smiled gently. "It pertains to my father. Last night, he mentioned that he had specifically entrusted his private property to me for my training. Thus, regarding the rewards that second aunt just mentioned." The elderly Lady Luo's expression darkened. The esteemed Ho residence comprises 3 households. The first and second branches are directly descended from the matriarch, while the third is a secondary line. The second master, Luo Duan, holds the position of the Grand Scholar at the Imperial Academy, of 4th grade rank. His annual stipend scarcely suffices for the intricate dealings of court life. The entire household relies heavily on Luo Diyun, although the ancestral estate, coupled with Luo Diyun's salary, could sustain the household. A significant portion of the funds derives from the emperor's generous rewards. This distribution would inevitably impact the public expenditures. The matriarch, Luo Laofuan, found herself in a state of indecision. Suddenly, the usually silent Lady Wang exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Are the private assets of the Luo family patriarch to be confiscated as well? And what the second master?" Upon hearing this, Luo Rushui anxiously glanced at her grandmother. "The private assets of the second branch certainly ought not to be seized. Moreover, what private assets does the second branch possess? Most of her attire and adornments were gifts bestowed upon her by her elder uncle. If such possessions were to be appropriated by Luo Ran, how would she endure the ridicule at social gatherings in the future? I cannot agree." Luo Rushui finally could no longer contain her protest. Madame Shun raised her eyes and cast a dispassionate glance in her direction. Lady Wang scoffed, "Madam, since when has it been the case that a mere young girl presides over the Ho residence?" "I did not mean it that way," Luo Rushui retorted, her face pale. "I merely believe that we are a family, and as a family, we should not delineate so distinctly. Would this not harm our bonds?" Lady Wang laughed heartily. "I must confess, I am perplexed by this reasoning. Pray tell, Miss Luo, how does your branch demonstrate its deep affection if your elder uncle's private assets are not surrendered?" Luo Ran smirked softly. "Aunt, with your intervention, what is Luo Rushui in comparison?" Indeed, Luo Rushui chose to ignore this and gazed tearfully at her grandmother. Luo Ran gently remarked, "Sister, your demeanor suggests that my aunt has wronged you. When elders speak, juniors ought not to interject. In other families, one would have been reprimanded by now. It is only out of grandmother's compassion for your injury that she refrains from reproaching you. I hope you will not cause her further distress." "I did not," Luo Rushui protested. Lady Wang, as though just noticing the injury on her face, exclaimed, "Oh dear, how did Miss Luo sustain that injury?" Have you consulted a physician? Should it leave a scar, it may hinder your marriage prospects. The spread of Luo Runshui's injury was undoubtedly unwelcome news. Should the emperor catch wind of it, the repercussions could extend beyond mere appearance, leaving her too fearful to seek medical attention. Luo Laoforan, feeling displeased, shot a stern look at Luo Runshui. This matter does not concern you. You may leave. Despite her reluctance, Luo Runshui dared not defy her grandmother's command and retreated to seek counsel from her mother. However, before she could summon aid, Luo Diyun arrived. A man of decisive action, he greeted Madame Shun and asserted, "Mother, Ran speaks wisely. In the past, while I was in Jiangnan, my second sister-in-law managed the first household without issue. Now that the emperor has issued an edict commanding my presence in the capital, it would be inappropriate to trouble my second sister-in-law further. It is better to seize this opportunity to entrust matters to Ran. As for her marriage, she will have a nurse and a steward to assist her. As matters have reached this point, the esteemed matriarch of the Luo family could no longer maintain her stance and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Her acquiescence stemmed from the fact that for many years, the Li family had been the steward, allowing her to comfortably fulfill her role as the elder matron. However, upon gaining insight into the situation, she was filled with regret. Luo Ran feigned unfamiliarity, cleverly intertwining the matter with her mother's dowry and imploring Lady Wang for assistance. Overjoyed, Lady Wang was hardly in a position to refuse. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Madame Li was thrown into disarray. Although the matriarch of the Luo family had no intention of claiming her daughter-in-law's dowry, the authority rested firmly with Madame Li, who was unable to resist the allure of the treasures that filled the room. With the announcement of their impending surrender, Madame Li frantically sought ways to remedy the situation while simultaneously attempting to delay the process. Both Lady Wang and Luo Ran were fully aware of the underlying dynamics and remained unhurried, taking a seat in the courtyard to observe as Madame Li fluctuated between meeting with the steward and tending to other matters. Eventually, when it became impossible for her to procrastinate any longer, Madame Li reluctantly opened the storeroom. Fortunately, most of the missing items had been compensated for by Madame Li's own dowry, leaving only a small portion unaccounted for. In the end, with no other recourse available, Madame Li resorted to feigning faintness. Observing Madame Li being carried away, Lady Wang gently stroked Luo Ran's head and remarked, "One must not push matters to the extreme. Moderation is key." Luo Ran understood this wisdom and nodded in agreement, expressing her gratitude. "I comprehend, and I am thankful for my aunt's assistance today." After bidding farewell to her maternal grandmother and aunt, Luo Ran was about to return to her quarters when her grandmother called her back. Chapter 7. The obstruction of Zhu. One. Madame Luo sat at the head of the table, casting a faint glance at her. "If you wish to reclaim your mother's dowry, you need only say so. Am I to prevent you? Why must you embarrass your own family in front of outsiders? Have you forgotten that your surname is Luo, not Shun?" With a sharp clap of her hand against the armrest of the couch, Madame Luo reprimanded her sternly. Luo Ran maintained her composure, lifting her gaze to meet Madame Luo's eyes. "Grandmother, do you not wish to inquire about the tribulations I faced last night?" Madame Luo furrowed her brow. "Did you not assist the Jinyiwei in capturing someone?" Luo Ran chuckled lightly. "If it were merely that, do you truly believe they would allow a frail woman to traverse an entire street alone in the dead of night?" As she spoke, Luo Ran gathered her skirt, revealing her bandaged feet. Due to the severity of her injuries, her feet, wrapped like dumplings, could not fit into embroidered shoes, leaving a portion of her heel exposed. Fortunately, her long skirt had concealed this from Madame Shun and the others. Otherwise, it would have caused yet another predicament. Madame Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth happened? Luo Ran lowered her skirt and, noting that her grandmother's expression was sincere, replied calmly, "Father did not capture the culprit, and words are of no consequence. Last night, as I returned home, I chanced upon my second aunt and sister standing outside the Ho residence. They insisted that I had been seized by ruffians, rendered unconscious, and tossed into the Yichun courtyard. Despite the captain's testimony, my sister remained unconvinced, which prompted the captain's men to discipline her." Madame Luo frowned. She had heard of last night's events. As for Luo Rushue's condition, they had only informed her that Luo Rushue had inadvertently spoken a word about the Jinyiwei and had been punished by the notoriously ruthless captain. Given Fu Jin An's reputation, even if wronged, one could only swallow their grievances, as the emperor held him in particularly high regard. It appeared that there was more to the story than she had initially thought. Madame Luo regarded Luo Ran for a moment, softening her tone. Very well. You have been away for many years, and I have missed you. I shall have Mama open the storeroom. Feel free to select a few items you fancy. You will be married next year, so settle down and learn to manage household affairs. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Luo Ran understood that her grandmother was clearly attempting to downplay the situation, using money to silence her, while simultaneously leveraging her impending marriage as a threat. However, in her previous life, she had entered the Fu family as an innocent bride and had endured mistreatment. This time, she was genuinely. To marry into the Fu family again would be akin to condemning herself to despair. These thoughts she intended to keep to herself. Her next step would be to contemplate how to annul the marriage. Upon exiting Ning Fu courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. Luo Ran halted, her gaze wary as she regarded him. Chong Ying stifled his pain. He was aware that the punishment was doubled, and had it not been for his formidable constitution, he would have long since reported to the King of Hell. How was he still able to approach the Champion Ho residence? Miss Luo, this is what our master instructed me to deliver to you. Chong Ying held a long, lacquered box, halting 3 paces from Luo Ran. Luo Ran glanced at the box and inquired, "What is this?" Chong Ying shook his head, stating that he was merely following the master's orders to deliver something to the young lady. Luo Ran pressed her lips together and replied, "I don't want it. You could take it back." As she turned to leave, Chong Ying swiftly positioned himself in her path and insisted, "Miss Luo, our master suggests that to avoid any complications, it would be best if you accepted it." Luo Ran discerned the veiled threat in his words, her hands trembling with anger. "Take it away," she snapped. Chong Ying breathed a sigh of relief as he handed the box to Yu Qing, offering an apologetic smile. "Miss Luo, please forgive me. There's no need. I never wish to see it again," Luo Ran exclaimed, hastening her departure. Upon returning to her courtyard, Yu Qing held the box, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Miss this. Throw it away," Luo Ran replied without sparing a glance, then picked up her mother's dowry list, feigning interest. Yu Qing nodded and turned to leave. Luo Ran suddenly called out, "Wait." Yu Qing halted and looked back at her. Luo Ran frowned, contemplating before irritably gesturing. "Just leave it there. You can go now." Yu Qing set the box down and exited, gently closing the door behind her. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ran rose and approached the box, hesitating for quite some time before finally opening it. Upon seeing its contents, her face flushed with fury. If that certain someone were present, she would have longed to stab him. Inside the exquisite lacquer box, neatly folded, were women's garments. Grabbing the scissors nearby, she swiftly shredded the attire into tatters. It was then that she noticed a letter beneath the garments. Agitated, she tore it open, causing a small enamel box, barely larger than a thumbtack, to tumble out. Opening it revealed a brown pill, exuding a strong medicinal aroma. Confused, Luo Ran scrutinized the pill twice before retrieving the letter, which contained a note stating, "Zhu blocking pill." At first, she could not grasp the meaning of those 3 words. However, upon reading the smaller text detailing the pill's ingredients, musk, saffron, she finally understood its purpose. Instead of feeling anger, a sense of gratitude toward the sender washed over her. Without further hesitation, she took a sip of tea and swallowed the pill, thus averting future troubles. Meanwhile, at the Jinyiwei's residence, Chong Ying stood outside the study. "Master, the items have been delivered." A faint acknowledgement came from within, followed by a question. "Did you eat?" Chong Ying replied, "I did," without any suspicion. Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Quite astute." Chong Ying continued, however. Fu Jinan prompted, "Speak." After pondering, Chong Ying remarked, "Miss Luo was very upset upon seeing the clothing and ended up shredding it with scissors." Fu Jinan bowed, glancing at his palm, lightly rubbing his fingers before bringing them to his nose, inhaling the faint scent of ink. Outside, Chang Ying felt sympathy for Luo Ran. A young lady of such innocence had lost her virtue. If it were someone else, marrying her might have sufficed, but alas, her misfortune lay in encountering the master. The master and the heir were brothers. Regardless of whom she married, her future would not be a pleasant one. As Chang Ying continued to ponder, a voice from within inquired, "What about that person? Have they confessed?" Regaining her composure, Chang Ying replied, "Yes, they have confessed." And it took little time. However, she was aware that the information was scant, as she had deliberately allowed herself to become separated from the individual. Permis les instructions. Fu Jinan then picked up his brush, dipping it into the ink, and instructed, "Send it to Lord Luo, and do not concern yourself with the rest. Assisting her once shall suffice to settle our accounts." Having completed her tasks, Luo Ran noticed that dusk had fallen, prompting her to carry the food box to her father's study. Upon entering the courtyard, she was met with a heavy, nauseating scent of blood. Chapter 8. Once ignorant. Now enlightened, miss. You have arrived. The young servant Qing Shan, attending to Lord Luo Dun, hastily bowed in greeting upon her arrival. Luo Ran nodded slightly, glancing at the tightly shut door. Is father busy? Just as Qing Shan was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing Lord Luo Dun. His countenance darkened as he stepped out. In his hand, he held a fine silk handkerchief, meticulously wiping his fingers, which were stained with blood. A pang of anxiety seized Luo Ran as she rushed forward. "Father, what has happened to your hand?" Lord Luo Dun recoiled slightly, frowning as he replied, "Do not touch it. It is dirty." He then directed his gaze toward Qing Shan. "Clean up what is inside. Remember to inform the old lady before discarding it." Qing Shan obliged and turned to enter the study. Luo Ran craned her neck to see. "Father, what is it?" Before Lord Luo Dun could shield her eyes, Qing Shan emerged, dragging a person out in a manner reminiscent of a dead dog. As they descended the steps, the cloth covering the person's face was suddenly blown away by the wind, revealing a swollen visage. Even with just a fleeting glance, Luo Ran recognized her. "Xiang Mei." "She." Luo Ran gasped, covering her mouth in terror. How could Xiang Mei be here with father? Lord Luo Dun cast a disapproving glance at Qing Shan, who promptly covered the figure again, shouldering her and swiftly leaping over the wall, disappearing from sight. Concern etched on his face. Lord Luo Dun glanced at his daughter, who appeared only astonished, devoid of fear or resentment towards him. He silently nodded and said, "Come with me." It dawned on Luo Ran that indeed, Xiang Mei had fallen into Fu Jinan's hands. After enduring torment, she had been returned, along with her confession. Out of caution, Lord Luo Dun reinterrogated her, and finding no discrepancies with the written account, he resolved to deal with Xiang Mei. He then explained to Luo Ran, regardless of who directed her, "We cannot allow a traitor to remain. As you said, your second aunt would never admit to anything based on mere words. It is better to eliminate the threat entirely and also inform your grandmother, preventing any future discord between her and you over this maid." Luo Ran smiled and walked to the basin, dampening a cloth before gently cleaning the stains from her father's hands. She whispered, "Father, thank you. Thank you for considering everything so thoughtfully for your daughter." She was untroubled by the prospect of her grandmother's displeasure or the second house. Her sole desire was for her father to lead a good life. Lord Luo Dun raised his hand, intending to stroke his daughter's head, but halted upon seeing his own hand, chuckling, "Silly child, I am your father. There is no need for thanks." Disregarding her father's retreat, Luo Ran took his hand and placed it against her cheek, gently nuzzling it. "Father, please marry me as stepmother." Lord Luo Dun frowned. "What nonsense are you speaking? Have you been influenced by someone?" "Father, please listen to me," Luo Ran implored, shaking her head. "I have not heard anything from others. This is my own thought." She wished for her father to return home after a long day to someone who would care for him. And she also desired for their family line to continue rather than allow the title he had labored for to benefit another. Lord Luo Dun nodded with appreciation. "All right, father understands. Do not dwell on such matters for now. Instead, focus on preparing for marriage, and let the future unfold as it may." Luo Ran lowered her lashes, concealing her true thoughts. She had no intention of marrying in this lifetime, especially not into the Fu family. After that day, Both Madame Li and the old matriarch fell ill. Madame Li suffered from a heartache over expenditures, while the old matriarch was genuinely frightened in his sickness by the treacherous mountains. Their ailments could not be disclosed publicly, so they had to claim they were afflicted by a chill. Before the end of the first lunar month, it was imperative for someone to take charge in the household. Thus, they had no choice but to summon the third madam who was about to give birth. Luo Ran assisted her, and they managed to navigate through the first month. The second day marked the second day of the second month, and only after this would the new year be deemed fully concluded. Luo Ran aided her third aunt in the kitchen, ensuring that the provisions for the following day were prepared and reminding the nurses of important details. Satisfied that nothing was overlooked, she turned to leave. Not far from her departure, she spotted Luo Ran standing on the garden path, evidently waiting for her. With an unperturbed demeanor, Luo Ran approached, but as she passed, she was intercepted. Luo Ran grasped her arm and, smiling, remarked, "It appears that in my absence, my dear sister has improved quite a bit." Luo Ran playfully touched her face and affectionately linked her arm with Luo Ran's, whimsically swaying, "Oh, sister, how cruel you are. You haven't come to see me in so long. I thought you no longer cared for me." Luo Ran smiled, deliberately responding, "How could that be? With a sister as charming as you, who could possibly fail to adore you?" Luo Ran feigned ignorance to her implication, maintaining their previous closeness. "Dear sister, I have come to inquire about my upcoming coming-of-age ceremony next month. You must devote yourself to it." Luo Ran slowly withdrew her arm and replied, nonchalantly, "Sister is overthinking. Grandmother and second aunt are nearly recovered, and your ceremony will certainly be attended by second aunt. How could we trust anyone else?" Luo Ran paused in surprise. "With mother present, it is even better. Then you won't have to exert yourself so much." Luo Ran nodded. "Since you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Sister." Luo Ran once again halted her, hesitating to speak. Luo Ran remained silent, quietly observing her. Ultimately, Luo Ran, in resignation, confessed, "Sister, during the new year, I admired that beautiful ruby hairpin you wore. Might you gift it to me as a present for my coming of age?" "Absolutely not. That was a reward from the emperor and cannot be given away casually." Luo Ran firmly refused. Luo Ran, clearly taken aback by the blunt rejection, momentarily wore a displeased expression. "But sister, you previously gifted me a reward from the emperor. Why is it different this time? You yourself noted that was in the past. At that time, I was young and naive. Now that I have matured, as you have mentioned, it would be best to return the items to me." Luo Ran observed the tears brimming in Luo Ran's eyes, reminiscent of the previous life. Any slight dissatisfaction brought forth her tears, as if she were the most wronged soul in existence. Yet now, Luo Ran felt a wave of exhilaration. "Quickly, take the second young lady with you and retrieve all the belongings. Let it not circulate that you covet your sister's possessions." As Luo Ran turned to leave, unexpectedly, Luo Ran lunged from behind, grasping her wrist tightly and exclaiming, "Sister, I am doing this for your own good. Why won't you listen to me?" Luo Ran frowned, feeling a sharp pain shoot through her wrist. Without a moment to ponder, she instinctively shook her arm free, declaring, "Let go. I do not comprehend what you are saying." In response, a sharp cry escaped Luo Ran. Like a delicate butterfly, arced her arms gracefully through the air before tumbling to the ground. Unfazed by her disheveled state, she continued to plead, "Sister, I truly mean well." Luo Ran's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. A tall figure rushed past her, hurrying to Luo Ran's side. "Shuai, are you all right? Let me see," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with concern. "Xuya, you are bleeding." Meanwhile, Luo Ran was inadvertently jostled by the figure as he passed. Had it not been for the large hand that caught her at her waist, she would have tumbled into the thorny thicket beside her, a thought that sent a shiver down her spine. Chapter 9, That Man Is Him. Luo Ran glanced up at the man beside her, noticing that his hand had yet to withdraw. With a slight furrow of her brow, she stepped aside 2 paces. The searing heat around her waist finally dissipated, allowing her breath to flow freely. Fu Jinan placed his hands behind his back, smiling at her. Luo Ran turned her gaze towards the other two individuals. Luo Rushua, feigning innocence, clutched the man's sleeve with her injured hand, nervously explaining, "Brother Xiang, my sister didn't mean it. Please don't blame her. Swear, stop speaking on her behalf. Come, let me take you to see a doctor," said Fu Xiang, bending down, indicating he would carry Luo Rushua. Luo Rushua's cheeks flushed as she looked anxiously at Luo Ran. "Sister, please don't misunderstand. Brother Xiang is only concerned because I am hurt. You must trust him. He cares for you." It was only then that Fu Xiang turned his gaze towards Luo Ran, his eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. "Luo Ran, stop causing a scene. You're the elder sister. Schwerer is still young." Luo Ran nearly chuckled. She was the elder sister, and Luo Rushua was small. Luo Rushua was merely a couple of months her junior. Furthermore, which of his dog-like eyes had perceived her as causing trouble? Hadn't she remained silent throughout? In fact, she had almost been thrust into the thicket by him. Had it not been for the person beside her, she would have either suffered a broken waist or a pierced leg today. And now, he was turning the tables on her. Seeing the barely concealed sarcasm at the corner of Luo Ran's mouth, Fu Xiang seemed to realize he might have overreacted. He patiently attempted to explain, "Luo Ran." Suddenly, Luo Ran stepped aside dramatically, positioning herself firmly beside the road while gesturing politely. "Your Highness' second sister, please, after you." Fu Xiang frowned. "Luo Ran, what do you mean by this?" Luo Ran innocently blinked her eyes. "Is it not obvious? I am merely making way for you." Noticing that Fu Shiheng's gaze remained fixed on her, Luo Rushua felt a twinge of displeasure and choked out, "Brother Xiang, please do not be angry with my sister. She's just in a bad mood." She then turned to Luo Ran and added, "Sister, please calm down. My mother is ill, and so is my grandmother. What more do you want?" She deliberately spoke in vague terms, leading others to believe that it was Luo Ran's anger causing distress. Fu Shiheng's brow furrowed deeper. "Luo Ran, I never expected you to be this kind of person." "Humph." Luo Ran suddenly burst into laughter, since they had already labeled her as such. If she did not take action, would that not be a disservice to herself? With two large strides forward, Luo Ran raised her hand swiftly, delivering two sharp slaps to Luo Rushua's cheeks, which instantly swelled. "Luo Ran, what are you doing?" Fu Xiang quickly pulled Luo Rushua into his embrace, regarding Luo Ran as one would an adversary. Luo Ran gently rotated her aching wrist, casting a cool glance at the tightly embraced pair. "As you can see, this is what I call bullying her. Qing, we are leaving. Oh, and second sister, do not forget to return the jewelry you borrowed from me earlier. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to solidify the accusation of bullying a younger sister." What a shrew. So rude. Fu Shiheng's finger trembled as he pointed at Luo Ran's retreating figure. His anger palpable. Luo Rushua wept in his embrace, her tears genuine this time, for Luo Ran's two slaps had been delivered with all her might, devoid of any mercy. Her once flawless cheek would likely bear the brunt of this encounter once more. Fu Jinan, who had been spectating from the sidelines, could no longer contain his amusement and chuckled softly. It was then that Luo Rushua remembered his presence and, blushing with embarrassment, extricated herself from Fu Shiheng's hold to perform a modest bow towards Fu Jinan, saying, "This humble girl pays her respects to the esteemed commander. My sister has been spoiled by our family, causing you to witness such an embarrassing scene." Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow. "Do you mistake me for him?" Both Luo Rushua and Fu Xiang exchanged puzzled glances. Fu Jinan glanced at his younger brother, scoffing lightly, a deaf and blind fool. He then turned and strode away. After a pause, Luo Rushua regained her composure and gently tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her, Brother Xiang. Fu Xiang promptly snapped back to reality, offering reassurance. "Do not fear, Sister Schwerer. I will take you to see a physician. If necessary, I shall have the Marquis summon the imperial doctor." He assured her, "Rest assured, there will be no scars." A bitter pang filled Luo Rushua's heart. The last time she had been injured so severely, her uncle had not even considered calling for a doctor, all because she had spoken the truth that day outside the door. This time, with Luo Ran's encouragement, her uncle would surely not take action. It was all that wretched Luo Ran's fault. How could she forget that her uncle had always cherished her? Had he not shared every royal favor with her? Now, thoughts of that insufferable girl declaring she would return made her heart bleed. On the way back, Yuqing was so incensed that she could hardly contain herself. "Miss, you should have acted like this long ago. We've hardly been here for a while. And the second Miss plays a double game. It's utterly revolting. And that heir. Oh, but wait, the heir is your future husband." Yuqing abruptly halted, realizing the implications. The heir's failure to support the Miss was one thing, but his embrace of the second Miss was intolerable. Even a mere maid could not bear to witness it. Moreover, the heir continually reproached the Mississippi. "Do not be disheartened, Mississippi. You have only just returned. The heir does not yet understand you." When Yuqing hesitated to provide comfort, feeling a twinge of insincerity. Luo Ran, however, was indifferent, her mind occupied with thoughts of how to extricate herself from this engagement. Lost in contemplation, she failed to notice Yuqing's expression until a large shadow loomed before her. Startled, she took 2 steps back, eyeing the figure warily. Fu Jinan stood there, arms crossed, glancing downward at her abdomen. "Have you taken your medicine?" Unconsciously, Luo Ran placed her hands on her abdomen, her brows knitting together. "Fu Darin, may I inquire as to your business at the Luo residence?" Fu Jinan withdrew his gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Miss Luo, I just assisted you. Should you express your gratitude?" Suddenly, Luo Ran let out a cold laugh. "Fu Darin, next time you venture out, do ensure your mad dog is kept in check. We wouldn't wanted to run loose and bite anyone." Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow, watching her graceful form as he turned. Indeed, he soon spotted Fu Xiong approaching, carrying Luo Rushua. Luo Ran had deliberately spoken those words loud enough for Fu Xiong to hear, and his face flushed crimson with fury. "Brother, why are you so idle today, wandering around?" Fu Shiheng's tone was somewhat unpleasant. Fu Jinan cast a disdainful glance at him, replying, "It is not your place to comment on the affairs of the Jinyiwei." Upon hearing this, Luo Rushua felt a renewed pang of pain in her cheeks and hurriedly urged, "Xiong, I'm in pain. Let's leave quickly." Meanwhile, Luo Ran had returned to the Ningxiang courtyard, where she found Yuqing still in a state of shock. She sighed. Such matters could be concealed from anyone, yet not from those closest to her. Especially the marks from that day, which Yuqing had seen all too clearly, though she had chosen not to inquire. Upon closing the door, Yuqing enveloped her mistress in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Luo Ran chuckled softly as she patted her back. "Just a moment ago, you claimed to feel relieved. Why are you crying again now?" Yuqing shook her head. She had comprehended the exchange between her mistress and that esteemed Lord Fu. Although their words seemed to miss the mark, she grasped the underlying meaning immediately. "Miss, that person is him, isn't he?" This was the question Yuqing had held in for so long, finally voiced today. Chapter 10. Breaking off the engagement after comforting Yuqing. Luo Ran felt exhausted and wished to rest for a while. Yuqing, heart aching for her mistress, carefully assisted her into bed, tucked her in with gentle hands, and only then turned to leave. No sooner had she stepped outside than she spotted Madame Du, the matriarch's attendant, approaching. Yuqing's lips curled into a cold smirk as she stood rigidly beneath the corridor eaves. Madame Du paused briefly at the sight before forcing a smile forward. "What brings you here, Miss Yuqing?" Yuqing's expression remained stony as she offered an unpleasant smile. "Nothing of consequence. The young mistress is weary, and I'm merely ensuring no blind fools disturb her peace." Madame Du es faz d'acconnette. Deliberately, Yuqing kicked at the ground and spat. "Disgusting vermin. Not even winter's chill can finish you off. Must you crawl here to offend?" Suppressing her fury, Madame Du chuckled dryly. "Miss Yuqing, would you kindly inform the young mistress that the heir has arrived? The matriarch requests her presence." Yuqing planted her hands on her hips and feigned astonishment. "Oh, the heir? Which heir, pray tell? And for what purpose does he summon Our Lady?" Madame Du forced another laugh. "Silly girl, which heir could it be but the heir of Jinyiwei Manor, our young mistress's betrothed? Hurry now, don't keep him waiting." "Our young mistress's betrothed?" Yuqing burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd jest, clutching her stomach before straightening with a glare. "Tell me, Madame Du, what sort of betrothed parades his future sister-in-law through the gardens, cooing brother and sister like newlyweds. Miss Yu Qing, mind your tongue. Madame du Snuppet. Unfazed, Yu Qing squared her shoulders. Mind my tongue? Ask any servant. Countless eyes witnessed it. Or do you deny the truth? If they dare act so shamelessly, why fear the talk? Fa! Shameless wretches. Yu Qing spat viciously. Outmatched and unable to force entry, Madame Du slunk away in defeat. Inside, Luo Ran had heard every word. Only once the footsteps faded did she rise slowly, summoning Yu Qing to dress her. Yu Qing, her earlier ferocity gone, blinked back tears. Luo Ran studied her reflection, her own face betraying no sorrow, and smiled. Enough of this gloom. Your lady is no longer so feeble. Fetch the betrothal gift list. We go to Ningfu courtyard. Luo Dian studied the young man before him, perplexed. Though the Lu and Fu families were bound by marriage, their ties had weakened since the deaths of Patriarch Lu and the old Duke of Jinyiwei. Luo Dian had resolved to address the matter upon returning to the capital, likely by dissolving the engagement. The threshold of Jinyiwei Manor was high, its inner workings labyrinthine and worse. It had produced this very man. Rumors claimed the commander kept even his own kin at arm's length. How could Odion bear to subject his cherished daughter to such a fate? Unexpectedly, a letter from my mother last year brought with it the betrothal gifts exchanged between our families. Lord Yin understood that retracting this engagement would be a formidable challenge. Why? After all, had Lord Fu come today? Noticing his silence, Lord Yin felt compelled to break the ice. Fu Jinan, nonchalantly swirling the teacup in his hand, raised his gaze leisurely. There is no need for you to be anxious, my lord. The emperor has merely heard that under your governance, the coastal regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang have been spared from the incursions of pirates, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity, which has greatly pleased the imperial heart. He has sent me to inquire if you desire any rewards. Lord Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and declared, serving the court is my duty. Moreover, the emperor has already bestowed his favors. I cannot be greedy. Fu Jinan chuckled dismissively. My lord, you are being overly modest. What the emperor grants, you ought to accept. As the saying goes, both thunder and rain are bestowed by the sovereign's grace. Do you wish to defy his will? His tone shifted abruptly. Lord Yin hastily rose and bowed toward the palace. I would not dare. Fu Jinan extended his right hand, lightly supporting him. There is no need for such seriousness, my lord. I was merely jesting. Lord Yin lowered his gaze, only to catch a glimpse of a row of distinct bite marks on the youthful man's pale wrist. The teeth were small and even, likely left by a woman. Fu Jinan followed his gaze, sighed, and gently caressed the bite marks with his left hand, smiling indulgently. Forgive me, my lord. This young lady has been spoiled by me and has taken a biting. Mentioning matters of the boudoir, he exhibited no trace of discomfort, as if discussing the most trivial of topics. However, for Lord Yin, it was impossible not to feel his face flush. This young man was far too unrestrained in his speech. In Ningfu courtyard, the old matriarch of the Luo family glared fiercely at the list in her hands, then at the figure kneeling straight in the middle. Her face flushed with anger as she struck the ground with her cane. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you are saying? Luo Ran replied calmly. In response to grandmother, I am fully aware of my words and actions. I implore you to grant me this. Suddenly, the curtain was flung open, and a figure rushed in, embracing Luo Ran and weeping softly. Sister, please do not break off the engagement with Brother Xiang. It is Schwetter's fault. I promise not to see Brother Xiang again for the rest of my life. I beg you, don't be angry with him. As she cried, Luo Rushua looked at Fu Xiang, her eyes filled with grievance and reluctance. Fu Xiang, pained to see her distress, stepped forward to support Luo Rushua. Schwer, you need not feel so wronged. We are in the right. We need not fear the judgments of others, perhaps overwhelmed by sorrow. Luo Rushua stumbled and fell into Fu Shiheng's embrace, who held her waist tightly, glaring angrily at the kneeling figure, as if she had pushed Luo Rushua. Luo Ran lifted her head, casting a scornful glance at the old matriarch. Grandmother, did you see all of this? At this moment, Li approached and, upon witnessing the scene within the room, hurriedly exclaimed, Ranner, it is not that your second aunt criticizes you. your heart is simply too narrow. Your second sister has grown up alongside Xiang, akin to siblings, so how could you harbor such thoughts? Indeed, Ranner, rise quickly and do not vex your grandmother. Xiang treats Schwerer well. Does that not reflect his regard for our Luo family? You ought to feel elated, yet here you are, displaying such immaturity and creating endless turmoil. The third mistress, Madame Chow, echoed Li's sentiments. Luo Ran scoffed silently, and before she could respond, she heard the unmistakable sound of familiar footsteps behind her. I had no idea such customs existed in the capital. Luo Diyun strode in, frowning as he cast a glance at the two individuals still entwined in each other's embrace. He stepped forward to assist his daughter, stating, as the ancients proclaimed, a boy and girl should not share the same seat after the age of 7. Even siblings adhere to this principle, let alone two individuals with no familial bond. This is utterly unbecoming. Upon seeing Luo Diyun enter, Fu Xiang hastily released Luo Rushue from his arms and bowed respectfully, saying, Uncle Luo. Chapter 11. The affairs of adults are not to be touched by others. Upon seeing her father's arrival, Luo Ran felt a moment of relief, only to notice another figure trailing behind him, her complexion paling as she lowered her gaze. Fu Jinan, as if he had entered his own home, paid no heed to the group beside him and made his way directly to a seat beside the matriarch, Luo Leofurin. He picked up a teacup, inhaled its aroma with a frown, then set it back down, appearing quite disdainful. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, he nonchalantly waved his hand, declaring, You may continue with your affairs. I am merely here on the Emperor's behest to pay a visit to the Marquis. Additionally, I have come to savor a cup of tea. Luo Leofurin, eager to curry favor, smiled warmly. It is Jinan. It has been quite a while. How have you been of late? Fu Jinan merely curled his lips in a semblance of a smile, seemingly disregarding the matriarch's inquiry, and instead expressed surprise as he looked towards the center of the room. Oh, so my second brother is also present. You may continue your discussions. I shall not intrude. With that, he lapsed into silence, gently swirling the teacup as if he were indeed only there for tea. Luo Ran felt an almost imperceptible gaze upon her, causing her to feel quite uneasy. Yet, she could not dwell on such discomfort. Since the topic had been broached, it would be a waste not to clarify matters. Her grandmother had also taken note of the scene, where the young lord and her sister were indulging in affectionate embraces in the garden, entirely disregarding her presence. Should the engagement persist under such circumstances, it would not only bring ridicule upon her, but also upon the entire Luo family. Turning to Fu Xiang, she said, Young lord, here is the list of betrothal gifts. I kindly ask you to review it and see if anything is lacking. These items have always been under Aunt's care. Aunt, would you assist the young lord in counting them? Li Shi had not anticipated that the flames of this predicament would ultimately reach her. When the Fu family had initially sent the betrothal gifts, Luo Ran and her father were still en route to the capital. The matriarch had taken the liberty to ask her to temporarily oversee them. Little did she expect that just days ago, Luo Ran had insisted on reclaiming the assets belonging to the main household. Li Qi, thinking that since Luo Ran would not marry into the Fu family until the following year, had appropriated a portion of those gifts to fill in the gaps. Now, should the engagement be called off, where would she procure these items? Thus, Li Shi grasped Luo Ran's hand, speaking in gentle tones, Dear Ranner, do not let momentary anger cloud your judgment. Schwerer merely regards Xiang as a brother. If you are displeased, I shall ensure that Schwerer does not associate with him henceforth. Luo Rushue had initially felt a surge of joy upon hearing of Luo Ran's intention to break off the engagement. She had merely been acting for her grandmother's benefit. However, seeing her mother's earnestness now, she grew anxious and tugged at Fu Shiheng's sleeve, her demeanor pitiful. Brother Xiang, it is all my fault. Fu Xiang cast a glance down at her, feeling a pang of sympathy, then looked across at Luo Ran, who resembled a resilient blade of grass, flexible yet strong. An unsettling feeling coursed through him. Until that day, he had harbored dissatisfaction regarding the engagement, compared to the unseen Luo Ran, who had lost her mother in childhood. He favored the charming Luo Rushue before him. Yet, inexplicably, after encountering Luo Ran, he sensed a foreboding, Should he agree to the annulment, he would undoubtedly regret his decision. I do not consent to the annulment. The moment the words escaped Fu Shiheng's lips, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Oh, what a forgetful mind I have. Nearly neglecting the matter at hand. Suddenly, Fu Jinan, who was sipping tea nearby, spoke up. Miss Luo, your assistance to me last time brought great joy to the Emperor, who praised you as a woman of remarkable prowess. He specifically sent me to inquire if you have any desires for rewards. Upon meeting his intriguing gaze, Luo Ran was uncertain of his intentions. I am grateful for the Emperor's favor, but I require nothing in return. Fu Jinan seemed to have merely spoken in passing. When she declined, he did not press further. Fu Xiang glanced at his half-brother, wishing for him to intercede on his behalf, despite his usual disdain for him. However, Fu Jinan merely acknowledged him briefly before treating him as though he were invisible. Luo Diyun furrowed his brow. Xiang, I understand you have no intentions towards Ran, but... Uncle Luo, there is no need to persuade me. I will not withdraw from this engagement. If you insist, please discuss it with my father. I have matters to attend to and shall not trouble you further. Take care, my lady. Seeing his elder brother unwilling to assist him and feeling utterly isolated, Fu Xiang hastily departed. With no spectacle remaining, Fu Jinan also stood to take his leave. As he passed Luo Ran, he leaned in slightly and whispered, Miss Luo, I did lend you a hand in the garden earlier. How do you intend to express your gratitude? At that moment, Luo Diyun was engrossed in persuading the matriarch and did not notice their exchange. Luo Ran regarded him coolly and replied, Isn't Team Master Fu concerned that this matter might tarnish the Fu family's reputation? Without specifying the nature of the issue, both were acutely aware of its implications. Fu Jinan narrowed his indifferent eyes. The Fu family's reputation? What concern is that of mine? Luo Ran was momentarily taken back. After a pause, biting her lip in agitation, she queried in a hushed tone, What exactly are you scheming? Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and exited with a hearty laugh. Long Yun, who had been waiting outside, noticed the master emerging in good spirits and curiously asked Changying, What has made the master so cheerful? Changying, glancing at the retreating figure, cautioned softly, For your own safety, refrain from inquiring too deeply. Long Yun shrank his neck, wisely choosing not to ask further. Changying, however, allowed a sigh. He suddenly recalled a memory from over a decade ago, when a master was merely 6 or 7 years old. Accompanying the emperor on a hunting trip to Shishan, the young master had taken a liking to a fawn, and for 2 days and nights, he, along with the then 7-year-old Changying, pursued it deep within the mountains. Just when the emperor presumed them lost, the young master emerged from the wilderness, leading the fawn unscathed. Only he was privy to the trials they faced during that time. The young master cherished the fawn, wanting to keep it by his side at all times. One day, the emperor summoned the young master to the palace, during which 4-year-old Fu Xiang inexplicably wandered into the young master's courtyard and played with the fawn for an entire afternoon. Upon returning, the young master circled the fawn, suddenly drew a dagger, and plunged it into its neck, watching as its life ebbed away. He then dismembered the fawn and fed the pieces to the dogs. The memory still sends chills down his spine. From that day forth, Changying understood. The possessions of adults are not to be trifled with by others. Lord Yin stepped out of Ningfu courtyard and made his way to Luo Ran's residence. Upon seeing her composed demeanor as she directed the servants in moving belongings, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. My dear father, what brings you here? Why not come inside? Luo Ran inquired, noticing her father and promptly setting down what she was holding to approach him. Lord Yun gazed intently at his daughter, momentarily lost in thought. The little infant who once lacked the strength to hold up her own arms had blossomed into a graceful young woman, now of marriageable age. A pang of guilt struck him as he reflected upon his late wife, and his voice grew hoarse as he uttered, Ranner, I am deeply sorry. Tilting her head to regard her father, Luo Ran replied, Father, if your concern lies with today's cancellation of the engagement, there is no need for worry. This decision was made solely by me and does not involve you. Lord Yun affectionately ruffled her hair, a sense of regret surfacing within him. Had I annulled this engagement sooner, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Nevertheless, rest assured, since you have chosen to withdraw from the engagement. I will certainly support you. Chapter 12. This affection cannot be reversed after bidding farewell to her father. Luo Ran instructed Yu Qing to continue tidying up their belongings. Since she intended to settle in the capital, she resolved not to deprive herself of comfort. Upon her initial return to the capital, her second aunt had arranged the courtyard beautifully, with exquisite vases and porcelain on display, seemingly of fine quality, yet lacking in practicality. Conversely, the everyday necessities were all worn and old. In her previous life, she had been misled by her second aunt and second sister, genuinely believing that life in the Marquis's residence was arduous, thus striving to economize and avoid being a burden to her family. It was only later that she realized her second aunt merely wanted her and her father to be frugal, while they in the second branch squandered the wealth her father earned. To illustrate, Luo Rushiwe's foot washing basin was rumored to contain several pounds of gold, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer, while she had to settle for a discarded bathtub. In this new life, Luo Ran vowed to no longer shortchange herself. After thoroughly replacing everything both inside and out with items she genuinely liked and was accustomed to, her heart felt at ease. The commotion in Ningxiang courtyard naturally drew the attention of others in the residence. Luo Rushiwe rushed into Li's embrace, weeping profusely. "Mother, I do not want that wretched copper basin, and the blue and white porcelain vase is my favorite. You must return them to me." Li, feeling distressed, could only comfort her daughter. "Do not fret. That wretched girl will have her moment of sorrow soon enough." Luo Rushiwe lifted her head, eyes gleaming with hope. "Mother, do you have a plan?" A fierce glint flashed in Li's eyes. "Now that wretched girl wishes to break off the engagement. Let us support her in doing so. Once her reputation is tarnished, we shall see how she revels then." Mentioning this made Luo Rushiwe's expression contort with anger. Last time, it was all that Commander S.'s fault. He must have saved that wretched girl. Otherwise, she would have been a public disgrace long ago. However, she remained puzzled. "Mother, Brother Xiang said that even the Duke of the State finds it difficult to meet that commander. Why would he choose to aid that lowly girl?" Li scoffed. "Perhaps the two have already grown too intimate." Luo Rushiwe's eyes widened with excitement. "Mother, what are we waiting for? Let us inform the Duke of Jinyiwei. Brother Xiang will surely agree to the engagement's dissolution." Li patted her daughter's hand. "Do not rush. We must proceed cautiously. If we break off the engagement now, we would still need to make up for the betrothal gifts. We must devise a plan that does not require us to part with our own silver, yet compels that wretched girl to return the funds herself." "Miss, the second madam and second young lady have gone to the old lady's courtyard." Yu Qing returned from the kitchen with dinner and informed Luo Ran. Luo Ran smiled. Yu Qing pouted. The old lady is indeed biased. Luo Ran remained unfazed. Could she not be biased? Historically, parents have always tended to favor their younger sons, especially since Li was also the niece of the grandmother, making the bias even more pronounced. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us tidy up our things, for tomorrow we shall visit grandmother. If there is anything Luo Ran yearned for upon her rebirth, it is to protect her father and shield her maternal family from the calamity that befell them in her past life. Everything else she held no regard for. On the following day, before Luo Ran could step outside, the matriarch sent someone to summon her, announcing the arrival of the Duchess of Jinyiwei. Luo Ran was taken aback, not expecting such swift action from the Jinyiwei Duke's residence. She was uncertain of their intentions for the day. In her previous life, her reputation had been tarnished before marrying into the Fu family, and the Duchess of Jinyiwei had harbored an aversion to her, which only intensified. She was made to serve the bedridden matriarch Fu daily, enduring relentless rituals of respect, regardless of the weather's harshness, while being subjected to various forms of torment. Following the Duke's passing, she observed 100 days of mourning without a morsel of sustenance. After 3 months, she had withered to the point of being unrecognizable, ultimately receiving a decree of divorce. It was only later that she understood the Duchess of Jinyiwei had never favored her. She had merely acquiesced to the marriage due to a prior engagement between their families. When Luo Ran arrived at Ningfu courtyard, members from both the second and third households were present. Luo Rushiwe was serving tea to the Duchess, exhibiting an overly familiar demeanor. "The Duchess, Fong, was lavish in her praise. "Oh, dear matriarch, you are truly fortunate to have such a delightful granddaughter. If it were me, I would wake each morning with a smile." The matriarch smiled in response, feigning humility. "Your flattery is excessive, Duchess. Shui is mischievous. If only Mingyue had half her decorum." Fu Mingzu, the biological sister of Fu Xiong, was the source of the Duchess's pride as she basked in the compliments directed at her daughter. It was at this moment that Luo Ran entered. She greeted her grandmother and acknowledged the Duchess of Jinyiwei, slightly nodding in greeting to Li and Chao. Fang's demeanor shifted instantly. She set down her tea, coolly blowing on it, feigning ignorance of Luo Ran's presence. Unperturbed, Luo Ran completed her formalities and inquired, "Grandmother, you summoned me. What is your command?" The matriarch glanced at Fang before stating calmly, "The Duchess has just mentioned that considering your youth, it is understandable to err. You should now apologize to the Duchess and let bygones be bygones. Our family's engagement still stands." At this juncture, Fang abruptly placed her teacup down, rising to take Luo Ran's hand, gently brushing the stray hair from her forehead, as if she were an affectionate elder. "Dear child, your aunt is aware of your grievances from yesterday. That boy, Xiang, is at a loss for words and doesn't know how to please a lady. Upon his return, I have already discussed this with the Duke. Today, I have come specifically to express my apologies to you. The engagement between our families was set by the late Duke and your grandfather. As juniors, how can we simply withdraw?" Luo Ran regarded Fang with skepticism. In her previous life, the Duchess had clearly detested her, and logically, she should have been pleased at the prospect of a broken engagement. Regardless, she resolutely maintained her stance. "I cannot accept such affection from the Duchess. I am unworthy and fated to be apart from the Fu family." Seeing that she would not relent, Fang's demeanor grew noticeably colder. She cleared her throat softly, returned to her seat, picked up her tea, and spoke languidly. "Withdrawing from the engagement is not impossible, but—" Luo Ran interjected, "But what?" Fang set down her teacup, regarding Luo Ran with a cold smile. "The Jinyiwei Duke's residence has been a prestigious family for a century, with generations never having faced a withdrawal from an engagement. Should the Luo family choose to break the engagement today, how could we, the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, maintain our standing in the capital henceforth?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Therefore, I hope Lady Luo will declare before the entire capital that your moral character is deficient and that you are unworthy to be a daughter-in-law of the Fu family. Moreover, it is the Jinyiwei Duke's residence that must initiate the cancellation of the engagement. Such a dream is absurd." Luo Diyun strode in with great vigor, nearly tearing the door curtain from its hinges. The maidservants and matrons within and outside the room had never witnessed the Marquis in such a fury. Trembling in fear and keeping their distance, anxious to avoid any repercussions. With a frosty demeanor, Luo Diyun glared at Madame Fang. Is the Duke's wife still not awake? Dreaming in broad daylight. Madame Fang had never encountered such a boorish individual, her face flushed with indignation. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Diyun interrupted. "Let me make myself clear today. The Luo family will not tolerate this engagement any longer. It must be proposed by my family. Should the Duke's wife have any objections, let that old man from the Jinyiwei Duke's residence come to me directly." He made it evident that he had no desire to converse with a woman. Madame Fang, pointing an accusing finger at Luo Diyun, stammered for a moment before managing to say, You take advantage of your current favor with the Emperor and dare to disregard the Jinyiwei Duke's residence." Luo Diyun stood tall. "Indeed, I am relying on the Emperor's influence. If you have the capability, let the Jinyiwei Duke achieve merit like I have before speaking." This statement struck Madame Fang like a resounding slap to the face, leaving her feeling stung. "You just wait," she spat, storming out in a huff. Chapter 13. Luo Ran's beating after the departure of the Fang family. Li sighed and cast a disapproving glance at Luo Diyun, saying, "Elder brother, is there not a better way to communicate? This discord is harming both families." "Second aunt," Luo Ran interjected, producing a list from her sleeve and presenting it before the matriarch. "Luo, old madam. A few days ago, I asked Granny to verify the betrothal gifts, and I discovered numerous discrepancies. Upon inquiring with the steward, I learned that these items have been managed by you, second aunt. Now that we are to break off the engagement, I implore you to clarify the situation to avoid any embarrassment. Li's face paled at this revelation. Luo, old madam, glanced at the list and then at Li, before hurling a teacup that struck Li's forehead and shattered on the floor, splattering tea across her attire. How could you be so foolish? The matriarch scolded, pointing a trembling finger at Li. You dare to meddle with your niece's betrothal gifts? You have brought shame upon the Luo family. Even as Luo, old madam, displayed her favoritism towards Li, she could not ignore the gravity of the situation. Li knelt before the matriarch, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Mother, I am but a helpless daughter-in-law, with such a large family to feed, and with my brother and Ran just returning to the capital, I feared they would feel out of place. How could we manage without money?" Luo Rushiwe joined her mother in lamentation, pleading, "Grandmother, please do not blame mother. She acts for the good of our household, to ensure that elder sister is comfortable. She even offered her own dowry." Luo, old madam, heartbroken, pointed at the pair. "Even if you act for Ran's benefit, you must not tamper with her betrothal gifts. If this becomes public knowledge, what face will the Luo family have left? Will Schwerer still be able to marry? And what of Junior? Have you not considered his future?" "Mother," Li cried out, "Ran has been without a mother since childhood. I cannot bear to see her suffer further." The three women huddled together, crying and arguing, while Chao, heavily pregnant, stood nearby, attempting to mediate. Turning to see Luo Ran quietly observing them, Chao was taken aback and beckoned. "Ran, why do you linger there? Come and reason with your grandmother. Your second aunt is only acting for your sake." Unable to contain herself, Luo Ran smiled. "Second aunt, you claim to act for me. So let us do some calculations." Li ceased her sobbing. "Calculations? What do you mean?" Luo Ran took a seat, sipping tea before responding. "Let us compute Uncle's annual salary, the household's yearly income, and how much Father has contributed over the years. Furthermore," her voice rose suddenly, "since you mentioned that Father and I have spent considerably since returning to the capital, let us invite Grandmother to inspect our expenditures. She can see how much we have consumed and what arrangements we have made in our quarters. Not to mention," Luo Ran continued, "the wooden tub I bathe in, which I am certain your maid would find beneath her standards. Today, let us tally every expense and see precisely where the money has gone. Moreover, you claim that you used your dowry for the sake of this family. However, I have heard that you only supplemented my mother's insufficient dowry. As for why my mother's dowry was lacking, I urge Grandmother to investigate thoroughly to ensure that no innocent party is wronged." Li's face alternated between pale and flushed. She dared not let anyone calculate her losses. If they did, wouldn't the embezzlement of public funds over the years be exposed? While her expenditures on Lord were somewhat justifiable, she feared that once her family's financial support was revealed, the first to condemn her would undoubtedly be the old matriarch. Thus, Li could only feign ignorance, lamenting the hardships she had endured over the years. Luo Diyun, pained by the commotion, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Stop crying." He then turned to Luo Ran and softened his tone. "Ranner, return with your second and third aunts for now. Your father has matters to discuss with your grandmother." Li was eager to depart, hastily bowing her farewells before hastening away with Luo Rushiwe. Chao, understanding the situation, also took her leave. Luo Ran was aware that her grandmother would not embarrass Li unless absolutely necessary. Thus, she remained indifferent to any perceived favoritism, as long as what ultimately came into her possession was substantial. The rest was Li's concern. She glanced at her father, who nodded at her, prompting her to turn and exit. Yet, just as she reached the doorway, a shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance. Before she could discern its identity, the figure charged toward her like a young bull. There was no time to evade. Luo Ran was forcefully knocked to the ground. Her palm was grazed by the stone floor, and a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, causing cold sweat to trickle down her cheeks. She clutched her stomach and remained silent for a moment. Luo Hongjun stood triumphantly in the courtyard, chest puffed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Ran, shouting, "You little harlot! How dare you bully my mother and my second sister? I'll crush you!" Li, who had just reached the doorway, paled and rushed back to grab him. "Junior!" Luo Hongjun, spoiled and rebellious, paid no heed to Li's pleas, continuing his tirade. "Let me tell you, the Luo family belongs to our branch. is not for a motherless wretch like you to dictate. Regaining her composure despite the pain, Luo Ran sneered coldly. The Luo family belongs to your branch. Luo Hongjuan's gaze turned even more menacing as he raised his foot to kick her in the face. It's ours. I can do away with you whenever I please. As his foot approached, Luo Ran instinctively shut her eyes. After a moment of anticipation without feeling any pain, she opened her eyes to find Luo Hongjun sprawled several meters away, his back against a tree large enough to embrace, blood spilling from his mouth. Unable to utter a sound, Luo Diyun stood before Luo Ran like a vengeful deity. Today, I shall see who dares lay a finger on my daughter. Li screamed, rushing forward like a wild woman. Juner, my Juner, brother. Luo Rushue followed suit. The old matriarch, upon emerging, was met with this chaotic scene, nearly losing her balance. Just as she was about to speak, she encountered the bloodthirsty glare of Luo Diyun, causing her voice to falter. Juner is still a child. Why must you contend with a child? Without acknowledging them, Luo Diyun bent down, cradling Luo Ran with tender concern, his masculine voice surprisingly hoarse. Ranner, where does it hurt? Tell your father. Luo Ran endured the pain, shaking her head and forcing a strained smile. Father, I am fine. Please do not worry. Meanwhile, the Li family was frantically calling for a doctor. The Chao matriarch, already terrified, cowered in silence, observing her eldest son completely disregarding her. The old matriarch of the Luo family felt a twinge of displeasure. Since Ranner is unharmed, you should first summon a physician for Juner. The child is young. What if he were to be injured? Luo Diyun supported his daughter with one hand while turning to glance at Luo Hongjun. The latter, nearly losing his life from that recent kick, now trembled in fear of Luo Diyun, too frightened to utter a word. With a cold sneer, Luo Diyun declared, You should be praying for Ranner's safety. Otherwise, I shall ensure he accompanies you in death. Summon a physician? He is not worthy. He bent down, lifting Luo Ran to carry her away. Just before departing, he turned back with a chilling remark. If my mother still recognizes me as her son, she should discipline them properly. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to report to the emperor, and even if it costs me my rank and title, I shall claim my share of this family. Chapter 14. My dear, you are not well today. It was rumored that the family would be divided, causing the matriarch to faint on the spot. Lady Li was equally distressed, yet hesitant to request Lord Luo Yun to summon a physician. This reluctance stemmed from the fact that Lord Li Yun's title was not hereditary, but earned through his own merit. If the family were to split, the second branch would not only receive nothing, but would also have to vacate their residence. The meager salary of the fourth-rank Lord Luo Dun could hardly support the entire household. At this moment, Lady Li set aside her other concerns, busily arranging for a doctor to attend to her son and the matriarch, while simultaneously devising ways to prevent Lord Luo Yun from pursuing the division of the family. Suddenly, she spotted the invisible Chao Shi lurking nearby and couldn't help but shout, What are you standing there for? Hurry and lend a hand. Do you think a split would benefit your third branch? Although Chao Shi cursed Lady Li in her heart, thinking that today's predicament was of the second branch's making, she recognized the truth in Lady Li's words. Once the family split, the legitimate offspring of the second branch would not gain any advantage, let alone her own third branch, which was illegitimate. Thus, Chao Shi hurriedly joined in the effort to manage the chaos. Luo Ran was carried back to Ningxiang courtyard by her father. Just as Lord Luo Yun was about to produce his insignia and instruct a servant to fetch a physician from the palace, he was halted by Luo Ran. Father, there's no need, she insisted. Lord Luo Yun furrowed his brow. You are in such a state. How can you say it's nothing? My dear, listen to me. The physician will arrive shortly. Luo Ran shook her head vigorously. She could not allow the physician to come. Father, I assure you I'm fine now, truly. I'm not deceiving you. Seeing his daughter's determination, Lord Luo Yun relented somewhat. If you refuse the physician, shall we then summon another doctor? Would that be acceptable? Luo Ran continued to shake her head, striving to appear untroubled. Father, look, the pain has lessened considerably. Rest assured, if I feel unwell, I shall certainly ask you to call for a physician. Noticing her father's lingering concern, Luo Ran pressed on. Father, consider this. If we were to seek a physician or doctor now, everyone would learn of our family's troubles. It is said that family scandals should not be aired publicly. These matters can be resolved privately without giving others cause for amusement. Foolishness, Lord Luo Ran scolded, frowning. What time is it? And you are still preoccupied with such trivialities. I tell you, no matter the circumstances, your health is paramount. Reputation and honor are of no consequence. Regardless of Luo Ran's internal thoughts, her immediate concern was to reassure her father. The physician was someone they could not summon under any circumstances. After much persuasion, she finally convinced her father of her well-being. Once her father departed, Luo Ran collapsed on her bed, racked with pain to the point where she could not move her fingers. Qing Hong, her maid, observed her with concern. Miss, why didn't you allow the Marquis to call for a physician? Luo Ran remained silent as she loosened her waist and lifted her inner garment, revealing a stark bruise on her fair skin. A gentle touch sent a surge of excruciating pain through her. Qing hurriedly fetched ointment, applying it with utmost care, but suddenly recalled something, her face paling. Miss, your monthly cycle. Do not worry, Luo Ran reassured. I have consulted medical texts. After taking the medicine, it is possible for the cycle to be irregular for a month or two. After this period, it will stabilize. Long, thick eyelashes cast a shadow over her eyes, obscuring the emotions within. This was precisely why Luo Ran refrained from allowing her father to summon a physician. She feared he might discern that she had taken medication, leaving her unable to explain herself. Yu Qing, embracing her, was utterly distraught. Miss, what torment have you endured? Those people deserve 1,000 cuts. Luo Ran gently patted her back in a soothing gesture. It's all right. Xiang Mei is already dead. We shall keep this matter to ourselves. Everything will be fine in the future. However, Yu Qing held a different perspective. Miss, it must be the second madam and the second miss. They don't want you to marry into the Fu family, so they've harmed you. Luo Ran regarded her earnestly. Therefore, Yu Qing, I hope you can assist me. Yu Qing wiped away her tears with determination. Miss, whatever you require of me, I shall comply. Luo Ran smiled softly. Rest assured, I will certainly inform you when the time comes. For now, let us act as if we know nothing and wait for them to reveal their true intentions. All right. Yu Qing understood. After taking the medicine, the pain had lessened and fatigue began to settle in. Yu Qing lowered the bed curtains and quietly exited the room. In a spacious courtyard on the west side of the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, the guards stood with solemn expressions, and the tranquility was punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds and the whisper of the wind, a stark contrast to the lively bustle of the main courtyard. My lord, the madam has returned from the Champion Marquis' residence, reported Jinyiwei from the corridor, bowing his head. Fu Jinan plucked a small handful of golden millet and placed it into the birdcage. A pure white parrot, adorned with a pale yellow crest, pecked twice and flapped its wings, squawking, Bad person, bad person. Fu Jinan chuckled and lightly flicked its head with his finger. Who is the bad person? The parrot tilted its head and repeated, You are the bad person. You are the bad person. Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow. Go on. Jinyiwei paused, realizing that his lord was indeed addressing him rather than the bird, and continued. The madam instructed Miss Luo to tell everyone in the capital that she agreed to the annulment due to a lack of virtue. After the madam departed, Fu Jinan glanced at him. Jinyiwei, since when did you learn to speak in half measures? Jinyiwei felt his legs weaken, recalling the punishment he had recently endured, and hurriedly disclosed everything. After the madam left, the second son of the Luo family kicked Miss Luo, and later, the Champion Marquis returned and also kicked young Master Luo, causing him to spit blood on the spot. Fu Jinan maintained a smile, stroking the parrot's feathers, uncertain whether it comprehended the conversation. Jinyiwei found it increasingly difficult to decipher his lord's thoughts. If his lord was indifferent, why had he visited the Luo family the previous day? Clearly to support Miss Luo? Conversely, if he cared, his lack of reaction upon hearing of her injury was perplexing. Ultimately, the thoughts of their master were beyond the grasp of his subordinates. Before Jinyiwei departed, he faintly heard, Xiao Guai, you have been somewhat disobedient today. Disobedient means punishment. Disobedient means punishment. The parrot, named Xiao Guai, had previously been nameless until recently bestowed with a title by its master. After a 2-day respite, Luo Ran finally felt her health significantly improved, aside from some lingering bruises. The pain had subsided considerably. The Shen family had sent emissaries twice, likely having heard of the broken engagement, concerned that she might succumb to despair. With her condition ameliorated, Luo Ran greeted the old matriarch early in the morning, had her breakfast, and then set off for the Shun residence with her companion, Yu Qing. The Shun family hailed from a lineage of civil officials. During his lifetime, Old Master Shun held the esteemed position of a first-rank minister and served as the chief minister of the cabinet. Following his passing, the family patriarch, Luo Ran's maternal uncle Shun Bo Li, inherited his father's legacy, ascending from scholar to the top scholar of the imperial examinations, and now holds the title of Grand Scholar of the Wenhua Hall, dedicated to mentoring the crown prince. Although not as elevated in status as other noble families, it is well known that Shun Bo Li, not yet 40, has already attained the position of a third-rank official, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to become the next chief minister of the cabinet. However, Luo Ran is acutely aware that in her previous life, it was precisely because her uncle was the crown prince's tutor that their family became embroiled in that catastrophic war, leading to the downfall of the entire Shun lineage. In this lifetime, she is determined to protect the Shun family at all costs. Chapter 15. The Shun family dismounting from the carriage. The matron beside the old lady Shun awaited at the entrance. Before Luo Ran could alight, the matron approached with a sense of urgency. "Young miss, you have finally arrived. The old lady has mentioned you countless times this morning. My ears have nearly developed calluses." Luo Ran gazed at Matron Fong, a pang of bittersweetness stirring within her. In her previous life, having lost her mother at a tender age, her maternal grandmother had showered her with affection beyond that of others. However, due to the constraints imposed by the Luo family, she could not bring her grandmother to live with her for proper upbringing, instead relying on Matron Fong to visit her occasionally. Even when she had moved to Jiangnan, nearly 50-year-old Matron Fong disregarded the long journey and made the trip twice, insisting that a personal meeting was essential to report back to the old lady. Luo Ran understood that Matron Fong, having never married and having no children of her own, had raised her mother as if she were her own daughter, treating Luo Ran like a beloved granddaughter. Matron, seeing Fong once again in this life, Luo Ran could not contain her emotions and rushed into her embrace. Matron Fong assumed her sorrow was due to the broken engagement and felt a deep sympathy for her, holding her tightly as tears streamed down her face. "My little miss, let me take a good look at you. You've grown taller and slimmer, yet you appear even more beautiful." The Shen family had recently heard whispers of Luo Ran's engagement being called off, though the details remain vague. To spare her feelings, Matron Fong deliberately refrained from mentioning it. The old lady she referred to was, of course, the old lady Shun. Luo Ran recognized Matron Fong's good intentions and inquired about her health and the well-being of everyone in the household. Matron Fong continuously reassured her, "All is well, dear Mississippi. You need not worry. What are you standing here for? Why not come inside?" As Luo Ran continued her conversation with Matron Fong, a refined and melodious male voice resonated from the entrance. Luo Ran quickly adjusted her attire and performed a respectful bow. "Ranner pays her respects to uncle. Where are you off to?" Shen Bo Li, a scholar by profession, despite being over 30 and having served in office for many years, lacked the corpulent demeanor often associated with certain officials. He possessed a lean yet upright stature, with gentle yet resolute features. Upon seeing Luo Ran, his eyes softened with warmth. "I have returned to collect some belongings and am on my way to the palace. Ranner, do spend time with your maternal grandmother. When I return, I shall bring you some delicacies." Shimboli still regarded Luo Ran as a child to be pampered. A warmth enveloped Luo Ran's heart as she tilted her head and earnestly replied, "Very well, I shall await your return, uncle." If possible, she wished to subtly alert her uncle about the situation. Upon meeting her maternal grandmother, she was once again enveloped in a wave of concern. The old lady, Shun, inquired about the engagement's dissolution. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ran chose not to elaborate, simply stating that the Fu family no longer consented to the match. Madame Wang sighed. Ah, perhaps it is for the best. I never thought highly of this union anyway. Just look at the chaos within the Jinyiwei Duke's household. What mess. With a father who is neglectful and a son who is unworthy. They forsake the legitimate heir and elevate the offspring of a secondary wife. Ending this engagement is for the better. We shall find you a more suitable match, dear Ranner. Upon hearing this, old Lady Shen agreed, comforting Luo Ran. Fear not. Listen to your father. There is no rush in severing the engagement. When the time comes, your uncle will certainly assist in finding a solution. Surely, they would not disregard your wishes and marry you off against your will. That would be a lifelong misfortune. Luo Ran's eyes felt somewhat sore as she embraced her grandmother in silence. Cousin, cousin, a clear voice rang out from outside. Before she could see who it was, a smile had already graced Luo Ran's lips. How wonderful it is to be reborn and to witness so many individuals who once treated her with kindness. Cousin, I heard that scoundrel Luo Hongyu hit you. Is it true? Luo Ran couldn't stop it in time, before Shen Shiqing had even arrived. Her voice had already reached them. Following Shen Shiqing was Shen Yuji, who had been strolling leisurely, but upon hearing his sister's words, he halted, grasped her collar, and coldly inquired, "What did you just say? Who struck Ran? Shen Shiqing cast an impatient glance at her elder brother, about to swat his hand away, when she noticed their grandmother and mother looking at her with expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, her cousin was frantically signaling her with blinks and head shakes. Shen Yuji turned to Luo Ran with a faint gaze. "Cousin, are your eyes uncomfortable?" Luo Ran sighed. Her cousin's temperament bore little resemblance to their uncle's. As Shen Shiqing put it, Shen Yuji seemed to possess an abundance of vigilance, far surpassing that of the entire Shen family combined. Yet, despite his cleverness and protective nature, he too had not escaped the calamity that befell them all. "Ranner, what on earth happened?" The old matriarch's expression turned icy, and Luo Ran could not help but feel a pang of fear. Wang Shi anxiously reached for her, inspecting her from head to toe. "Where are you hurt? Have you seen a doctor? What did the doctor say?" Luo Ran sighed, casting an admonishing glance at Shen Shiqing. Shen Shiqing shrank her neck, feigning ignorance. However, Shen Yuji took note of their subtle exchange, crossed his arms, and let out a cold laugh. "Shen Shiqing, do you remember the last time you secretly took father's treasured calligraphy?" Before he could finish, Shen Shiqing hastily covered his mouth. She then turned to see their mother and grandmother watching her, and could only offer Luo Ran an apologetic smile before confessing, "I just heard about it. Yesterday, while I was out, I happened to encounter Ran's third cousin. I overheard her speaking with someone else, mentioning that scoundrel Luo Hongyu kicked Ran, and later, he was beaten by our uncle, and they said he bled." The old matriarch paid no heed to who bled. Upon hearing that Luo Ran had been struck, her heart ached so profoundly that tears welled in her eyes. "Come here, let me see, dear," she exclaimed. "Good heavens, how heavy are the feet of child! How can a young lady endure such a thing?" With Shen Yuji present, Luo Ran desperately pressed down on her dress, but inadvertently brushed against her abdomen, nearly bringing her to tears from the pain. Yet she managed to suppress it. Shen Yuji cast a deep glance at her before turning to leave. Only then did the old matriarch lift Luo Ran's dress, and upon seeing the bruise, she covered her face and wept silently. Wang Shi and Shen Shiqing gasped in shock, cursing the Luo family from top to bottom. While soothing her grandmother, Luo Ran explained to her aunt and cousin, assuring them that she was fine now. "Fine? Do you not know how precious a daughter is? What if there is internal injury? That is a matter for life." The old matriarch insisted on summoning the imperial doctor. After much persuasion, Luo Ran finally managed to dissuade her. Yu Qing stood by, offering reassurance. "Esteemed matriarch, madam, cousin, please rest assured. Our lord has already punished the eldest young master. He is currently confined to his bed, unable to rise." Luo Ran nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, grandmother, aunt, you need not worry. If I were to feel unwell, I would certainly inform you and would never feign strength." Only then did the matriarch, Madame Shen, and Lady Wang feel somewhat alleviated. Outside the door, Shen Yuji glanced at the entrance before turning away. Chapter 16. Cousin outside the palace gates. The court had just adjourned. Military officials rode on horseback while civil officials traveled in carriages, filling the area with various vehicles from numerous residences. Shun Yuji surveyed the scene, whispering a few words to the servant beside him. The servant turned and approached a carriage, engaging in conversation with the driver. Shun Yuji leisurely strolled towards the carriage, hands clasped behind his back, and, seizing a moment of inattention, opened his palm before nonchalantly departing. Just as he turned, he noticed a figure in the distance observing him with a playful smile. Unfazed, Shun Yuji stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and spoke. It is the esteemed commander. Fu Jinan glanced behind him, adjusted his sleeves, and replied in a measured tone. At this hour, the bitter horse bean is rather elusive to find. Shun Yuji raised an eyebrow. What is this? The esteemed commander is so idle today, forsaking casework to indulge in horticulture? Fu Jinan met his gaze, chuckled softly, and turned to leave. Shun Yuji summoned his servant to depart as well. Changing, at your service. Fu Jinan sat in the carriage, peering through the curtain at Shun Yuji's retreating figure. He spoke quietly. Take a different route back to the residence. The Ministry of Works seems oblivious to their duties. There is a large pit in the middle of the road that they have neglected to repair. Should someone suffer injury, it will be on their heads. Changing nodded in understanding. Yes, I shall ensure that the ministry is alerted for repairs this afternoon. Later that afternoon, Luo Ran heard that her second uncle had encountered misfortune on his return from court. For some unknown reason, his horse had gone wild, causing Luo Duan to tumble from the carriage and inadvertently fall into the pit, breaking his calf in the process. Deservedly so. Instant calme. Shun Shiqing clapped her hands in approval. Remarkably, the usually strict Wang Shi did not chastise her daughter, but rather nodded in agreement. Luo Ran glanced at her cousin, who was quietly sipping tea, and seemed to grasp the situation. She recalled that in the autumn of the previous year, her cousin had excelled in the imperial examination. The top scholar was meant to be his, yet someone in the Grand Hall had remarked, "It has been many years since such a handsome youth has graced the examination." The emperor, with a stroke of his brush, declared, Shun Yuji shall be the second-place scholar. Historically, only those of striking appearance were deemed worthy of such honor. Thus, the original top scholar became the second place. Luo Ran suddenly felt that it might be more prudent to alert her astute cousin rather than her straightforward uncle. With this thought in mind, she settled beside Shun Yuji, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him earnestly. Shun Yuji could not help but smile wryly. Cousin, if you continue to look at me like that, I may misinterpret your intentions. Luo Ran, puzzled, inquired. Misinterpret what? Shun Shiqing approached, placing a hand on Luo Ran's shoulder, and pouted. What else could it be? He'll surely think you have some request of him, always believing himself to be so remarkable that everyone must seek his favor. Shun Yuji raised an eyebrow. Oh, well then, I hope you want to have any future requests of me. Brother. Shun Shiqing stomped her foot, eagerly offering tea with both hands. Good brother, please do not hold grudges against a simple girl like me. You are the wisest and most formidable person in the world. Shun Yuji remained unmoved. Shun Shiqing diligently kneaded shoulders and pounded legs, a flurry of activity that left Luo Ran in fits of laughter. Seeing the children enjoying each other as company, old Madam Shun nodded in approval. Wang Shi sighed. Mother, rest assured, with us around, we shall never allow Ranner to suffer any grievances. You're tired as well. Let me assist you inside to rest. In a bid to escape her brother's grasp, Shun Shiqing hurried to help her mother support their grandmother back to her quarters. The room was left with only the two cousins. Shun Yuji inquired, Cousin, were you about to say something to me? Luo Ran pondered for a moment before replying. There is something I find rather perplexing, and I thought to seek your wisdom. Dear cousin, Shun Yuji playfully flicked her smooth forehead, chiding with a smile, you ought not to follow your cousin's frivolous ways, but rather focus on learning. Aware of the young girl's sensitive nature, he did not exert much force. Yet Luo Ran mimicked Shun Shiqing's manner, dramatically clutching her forehead and pouting. If I were my cousin, and had not 100 taels of silver at this moment, this matter would remain unresolved. Upon finishing, the two cousins burst into laughter in unison. Shun Yuji then encouraged, Speak, what troubles you? Luo Ran composed herself, her expression turning serious. Recently, a pot of welcoming pines was brought in. Its form is indeed peculiar, yet I find the protruding branches quite unappealing, and I contemplated trimming them. However, I was informed that the unique stones beneath correspond with those branches and serve a supportive role. Should I sever the protruding limbs, the stones would lose their purpose. Shun Yuji nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a remarkable bonsai possesses profound significance in every element. Damaging any part would detract from the overall beauty. He continued, but why must you insist on trimming that branch? Luo Ran furrowed her brow. Yet if I do not prune it now, over time, it may grow cumbersome or perish, rendering the stones beneath equally useless and discarded. Shun Yuji shook his head with a wry smile, about to respond when Luo Ran shifted her tone, saying, people are akin to this. There's a saying, one must not hang oneself on a single tree. For instance, if I were singularly focused on marrying into the Fu family, what would be the outcome, dear cousin? A small girl like me, and likewise for you, and even for our uncle. Shun Yuji frowned slightly. Cousin, what are you implying? Luo Ran innocently blinked. I am not implying anything. Merely that pot of welcoming pines. I truly do not like it. Shun Yuji gazed at her intently for a long while. Luo Ran remained composed and steadfast, aware that her cousin was astute and hesitant to elaborate further. Ultimately, Shun Yuji clasped his hands together. Thank you for your insight, dear cousin. As for the pot of welcoming pines, if you genuinely dislike it, it would be best to discard it. In due time, I shall procure a far finer one for you. Luo Ran joyfully nodded. It is a promise. Later, Shinbolai had a servant bring back a box of pastries from the palace, specifically meant for Luo Ran. He also sent word that he was occupied with matters at court and requested that Luo Ran not take offense. Having already alerted her cousin, a weight lifted from her heart, and she expressed her intention to visit her uncle in a few days. With the food box in hand, she prepared to return home. Madame Shun had initially hoped to keep her for a longer stay, but Luo Ran repeatedly assured her that once the weather warmed, she would accompany the elderly lady to the countryside for a while. Only then did Madame Shun relent. At last, Madame Shun grasped her hand and said, Ran, feel free to share anything with your grandmother. Do not bear it alone. Luo Ran nodded, replying, yes, I shall remember. Grandmother, do not worry. I will often come to bother you, and you must not find it tiresome. Madame Shun laughed heartily. Your grandmother would be delighted. How could I ever find you bothersome? Cousin, I shall escort you home, announced Shun Yuji, who stood at the door. Madame Shun glanced at him and nodded. Very well, this puts my mind at ease. Luo Ran did not decline the kindness extended by her grandmother and cousin. On the second floor of the renowned Zhuai Xianlu in the capital, a window of a private room was slightly ajar, revealing a slender hand with a wheatish hue, veins prominently visible on the back. The fingers were long, suggesting they were not accustomed to the delicate touch of a scholar's brush, but rather to the grip of weaponry. Nevertheless, they appeared more delicate and fair than her father's hands. Luo Ran merely cast a glance before averting her gaze. Chapter 17. Just a trifle. Shun Yuji stood beside the carriage, one hand firmly supporting Luo Ran's arm, while the other rested gently on her waist to ensure her stability. Once Luo Ran regained her footing, he smiled and remarked, you may wait in the carriage. I have already instructed someone to prepare your favorite dry duck from Zhuai Xianlu. It turned out that before their departure, Shun Yuji had informed her that he had ordered some delicacies for her at Zhuai Xianlu to take back to the residence. Since they were passing by, he had come personally to collect them. Luo Ran shot him an indignant glare and pointed towards the nearby shop. I came to inspect the shop. Recently, she had reclaimed her mother's dowry and had not yet found the time to explore it. Conveniently, the jewelry shop next to Zhuai Xianlu was among those treasures, and she merely intended to take a casual look. Shun Yuji was well aware that the shop belonged to her aunt's dowry. He had merely been jesting with her. He then instructed Qing, take good care of your young lady. I will join you shortly. On the second floor of Zhuai Xianlu, Lu Jiuchun withdrew his gaze from the figures disappearing below and turned to the person across from him with a smile. What is this? Our esteemed commander has suddenly developed an interest in women? Fu Jin delicately pinched the edge of his teacup, the porcelain exquisite and warm, reminiscent of a young maiden's skin, and replied nonchalantly, "Just a trifle. Is it truly worth your conjecture?" Lu Jiuqin scoffed, clearly skeptical. Fu Jin and offered no further explanation. Meanwhile, as Luo Ran entered the shop, the shopkeeper quickly signaled to a young assistant before approaching her with a smile. "Ah, it's our esteemed guest. Why did you not notify us beforehand?" Luo Ran feigned ignorance of his underhanded actions, briefly glancing at the assistant discreetly exiting through the back door, and replied coolly, "I was unaware that such a custom existed. It is my oversight. I hope you will forgive me, Shopkeeper Su." Shopkeeper Su, noticing Laurent's frosty demeanor, hastily smiled. "You are too kind, esteemed guest. I'm merely worried about inadvertently neglecting you." Luo Ran raised her hand, interrupting him. "No matter. You may attend to your duties. I shall browse at my leisure." Shopkeeper Su, seeing her disinterest, nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. I shall fetch tea for you, esteemed guest. Please take your time. Oh, by the way," Luo Ran suddenly said, "could you also bring over the account books for me to glance at?" Shopkeeper Su's smile faltered. Luo Ran raised an eyebrow. "What? Is that too much trouble?" "Not at all, not at all. I shall retrieve them at once." Shopkeeper Su hurriedly assured her, signaling to another assistant beside him. The assistant, understanding the cue, approached Luo Ran, occasionally providing explanations as they walked. Luo Ran listened attentively. As evening approached, the shop was sparsely populated, with only two young ladies from an unknown household inspecting jade hairpins, occasionally casting glances in their direction. Luo Ran recognized them as somewhat familiar, but could not place them. After waiting for some time, without sight of Shopkeeper Su, her patience waned. She turned to the assistant behind her and instructed, "Go see what is taking so long." The assistant departed, and shortly thereafter, Shopkeeper Su emerged, a thick stack of account books in his hands, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. "Alas, my esteemed patron, I beg your pardon for the delay. The ledgers are numerous, making the search rather cumbersome." With that, I placed the heavy tomes upon the table, stirring a cloud of dust. Yu Qing, fanning herself with a handkerchief, urged, "Master Su, do take your time." Master Su chuckled apologetically. "My dear lady, I truly did not realize you had arrived. Otherwise, I would have ensured everything was impeccably tidy." Luo Ran waved her hand dismissively, brushing away the dust from the book's surface without glancing at it, merely wiping one after another. Master Su, perplexed by her thoughts, stood nervously by her side. After wiping 2 volumes, Luo Ran discarded the handkerchief and casually extracted the tome resting at the bottom, instructing, "Yu Qing, please transfer these to the carriage." She then turned to Master Su, adding, "Once I have perused them, I shall seek you out should any issues arise." Just as Master Su was about to exhale in relief, he observed Luo Ran opening the seemingly grimy book, checking the date. Recent. A smile crept onto Luo Ran's lips as she delicately turned the pages. Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on Master Su's forehead. He waved his hand behind him, signaling the departing shop assistant, who promptly vanished upon seeing the gesture. Luo Ran glanced at the ledger, casually reciting, "In the 12th year of Xian Yuan, on the 3rd day of the 12th month, an expenditure of 1,000 taels of silver. On the 20th day of the same month, an expenditure of 500 taels of silver, with gold and silver jewelry, totaling 2,000 taels. On the 5th day of the 1st month of the 13th year of Xian Yuan, an expenditure of 300 taels of silver, 1 jade hairpin, 1 pair of bracelets, totaling 800 taels of silver." With each subsequent entry, Master Su's legs trembled increasingly until, at last, he could no longer contain himself and knelt, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you for your discernment." Luo Ran closed the ledger, her expression inscrutable, her tone remaining level. "In just 1 month, the total expenditure on silver and jewelry amounts to nearly 10,000 taels. Master Su, will you confess, or shall we wait for the authorities to inquire?" Master Su, kneeling on the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, "My lord, there is nothing to discuss. If the elder sister has any questions, she may ask me directly. There is no need to trouble others." Suddenly, Luo Rushue flung aside the curtain of the inner door and stormed in, visibly irate. Luo Ran lifted her gaze, offering her a smile without uttering a word. Yuqing approached the two young ladies, bowing in apology. My sincerest apologies, ladies. Our establishment has pressing matters today and shall close early. Please accept these small tokens as an apology. With that, Yuqing produced the 2 pairs of pearl earrings that Luo Ran had just selected and handed them to the handmaid beside the young ladies. No trouble at all. You attend to your affairs, and we shall return another day. Indeed, we were merely browsing and shall not intrude further. The 2 young ladies, understanding the situation, departed gracefully. Luo Rushue, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Elder sister, is there something you wish to convey? Are you perhaps concerned about others overhearing?" Luo Ran replied, "If the younger sister does not mind, I am indifferent." Yuqing, open the main door, so everyone may witness how some individuals engage in self-deception. You dare. Luo Rushue's face paled as she pointed accusingly at Luo Ran. Luo Ran rose, gently brushing aside her hand, and turned to Master Su, saying, "Master Su, you have yet to answer my query." Su Zhonggui cast a glance at Luo Rushue and, mustering his courage, replied, in response to the esteemed master, "These items are meant for the second madam and the second Mississippi. I have mentioned your directive, yet the second miss asserts that she holds dominion over the Luo family's possessions." The Luo family's possessions? Luo Ran scoffed, taking a slight step forward, leaning closely to Luo Rushue's ear. "When did my mother's dowry come to bear the Luo surname?" Luo Rushue stood firm and composed, puffing out her chest as she declared, "Once one marries into the Luo family, they become part of the Luo household. Is it conceivable that they could belong to another?" Chapter 18. Sir, that is a woman's attire. Luo Ran was disinclined to engage in a debate. I present you with 2 options. First, within 3 days, replenish all the silver and jewelry. Otherwise, I shall report to the authorities. Luo Rushue could not help but inquire. And the second? Luo Ran smiled gently. As for the second option, I shall report to the officials immediately. Let them adjudicate whether this establishment is under the name of Shun or Luo. Luo Rushue involuntarily took 2 steps back. She had calculated that Luo Ran would visit the Shun family today, seizing the opportunity to acquire more jewelry. Little did she anticipate such ill fortune. No matter what, reporting to the authorities was out of the question. Once that was done, how could she ever maintain her dignity? Most importantly, where would she procure such a vast sum of silver? Her mother's dowry had already been largely depleted, and should she draw more, there would be nothing left by the time she married. Contemplating this, Luo Rushue's earlier defiance crumbled, and she suddenly wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Elder sister, I was in the wrong. I am young and naive. Please do not hold it against me. Father is injured, and I have come to fetch medicine for him. We are family, are we not, dear sister? Since Miss Luo has come to fetch medicine, have you perhaps come to the wrong place? Shen Yuji placed the items onto the carriage, and, noticing that Luo Ran had not yet emerged, approached for a glance, only to overhear Luo Rushue's audacious words. Cousin. Luo Rushue timidly called out. Shen Yuji smiled warmly. Delighted, Luo Rushue noticed the gentleman's demeanor was that of a refined scholar. Yet his words were merciless. As far as I am aware, Mrs. Luo is surnamed Li. My father bears the surname Shan, and my mother the surname Wang. I am curious, Miss Luo, from whence does this term cousin arise? Observing the myriad hues of Luo Rushue's face, Luo Ran was suddenly reminded of her previous life, when she had ordered someone to confine her in a pig pen. She was a different person then. Shopkeeper, have you closed so early? Are you still in business? As the 2 parties were at an impasse, the shop door was unexpectedly pushed open, and a man clad in brocade entered. Luo Rushue recognized Chong Ying and was instantly beset by a foreboding feeling, instinctively raising her hand to touch her right cheek, which still throbbed faintly after all these days. Ah, Miss Luo is here as well. Are you also here to select jewelry? Chong Ying asked with a forced bravado. There was no choice. The young prince insisted he was lacking a hairpin and demanded Chong Ying to procure it from the shop instead of utilizing those around him. Moreover, the authorities had not objected, so he complied. Luo Ran nodded slightly. I have a personal matter to attend to. I shall be done shortly. Please feel free. As the adage goes, a guest is a guest, and despite her desire to sever ties with them, Luo Ran remained courteous. Chang'ing nodded at Shun Yuji and moved to the section selling men's jade hairpins, seriously perusing the selections. Shopkeeper Su cast a glance at Luo Ran before turning to attend to the customer personally. The attire of the Jinyiwei was recognized throughout the capital, and upon witnessing this esteemed gentleman greeting the proprietor first, shopkeeper Su, with years of business acumen, understood well whom one could offend and whom one could not. The Jinyiwei officer before him was certainly someone to be revered and treated with utmost respect. Luo Ran cast a glance at Luo Ru Shui and inquired, "Dear sister, have you made up your mind?" Luo Ru Shui glanced at Shun Yuji, then at the distant shadow, biting her lip resolutely and reluctantly nodded. "What did you say, sister? I couldn't hear you. Please speak up," Luo Ran urged. Digging her nails into her palm, Luo Ru Shui gritted her teeth and declared, "I choose the first option." Having said that, she turned and fled without looking back. Luo Ran chuckled, then turned to retrieve the ledger. "Cousin, it is time for us to depart," she remarked. Shun Yuji nodded, accepting the ledger from her hands, and softly said, "Give it to me, please." Luo Ran did not protest and handed it over, nodding towards the distant shadow before rising to leave. Before they departed, Shun Yuji pointed at the shadow's hand. Then, at his own head, smilingly remarked, "My good sir, what you possess is meant for a woman." Upon glancing down, the shadow hastily returned it as if it burned his hands. When the carriage arrived at the Marquis's residence, Shun Yuji personally escorted Luo Ran in the courtyard, gently patting the top of her head at the entrance. "Little girl, do not overexert yourself. If anything arises, have someone inform me," he advised. Luo Ran nodded, "Yes, I shall remember." "Cousin, do not forget your promise to bring me a bonsai." Shun Yuji smiled. "Rest assured, I will not forget. If I encounter something exceptional, I shall certainly reserve it for you." Understanding that he grasped her meaning, Luo Ran turned and re-entered the courtyard. Shun Yuji did not leave immediately. Instead, he proceeded to Luo Yun's study. The conversation between the two remained unknown to Luo Ran, who merely noted that this time her grandmother had not summoned her, and her second aunt had swiftly returned the money and jewelry taken from the shop, including those previously borrowed. Life had finally settled into a semblance of tranquility. Seizing the opportunity during this period, Luo Ran meticulously reviewed her mother's dowry and her father's private assets, discovering that some items were still lacking. However, as her aunt had advised, one should not seek to annihilate completely. The second branch truly could not produce such a sum of silver. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed since her rebirth. During this time, Luo Ran had finally secured the estate belonging to the primary branch. The next step was to devise a strategy for expeditiously annulling the engagement. One morning, shortly after breakfast, Qing entered and announced, "Miss, the old lady has requested your presence. It seems she wishes to discuss the second young lady's coming-of-age ceremony. On the second day of the upcoming month, it would be Luo Ru Shui's birthday, marking her 15th year and her coming-of-age ceremony, which was fast approaching." Luo Ran did not comprehend the relevance to herself, yet considering that her father had used her health as a pretext to exempt her from morning and evening ceremonies, she felt it was time to step outside after such comfort. Upon her arrival, she found Li Shi engaged in conversation with the old lady Luo, who paused upon seeing her. Luo Ran feigned ignorance, performing her salutations. Luo Hongjun had been recuperating and had not been seen, while Li Shi, having recently recovered from her illness, had resumed managing the household affairs. Li Shi glanced at the quietly seated Luo Ran and smiled. "You have arrived just in time. Ran, we were discussing next month's ceremony for Shui. Please lend your assistance." She gestured for the maid beside her to pass the list. Luo Ran casually glanced at the lengthy document before closing it and returning it with a smile, saying, "I am not well versed in these matters. It is sufficient for grandmother and my second aunt to decide." Li sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. "My dear Ranner, do not think that second aunt is being partial. The truth is, during your absence from the capital, you have had few close friends. If we send out invitations, and they do not attend, it would diminish our family standing. Schwerer, on the other hand, possesses a lively spirit. The young ladies of the capital are all fond of her. If we invite some and not others, it might lead to whispers about our family stinginess. When the time comes for you to be betrothed, second aunt will surely organize a grand affair. Her words implied that Luo Ran had poor social connections and was not well liked by others. The mention of marriage merely served as a reminder that a girl who had called off an engagement could hardly expect to find a suitable match again. However, Luo Ran remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Second aunt worries too much. I have never been fond of crowds. If my second sister enjoys it, she should revel in it without concern for me. How understanding you are, my dear Ranner. Li praised her, an uncommon compliment. Luo Ran looked at her with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 19. Sisterly Dispute. Grandmother, do take a look at my exquisite jade bracelet. Is it not lovely? Luo Rushue extended her fair wrist, showcasing a vividly colored blood bracelet that accentuated her porcelain skin. Since her recovery from illness, the elderly matriarch had often appeared somewhat lethargic. Yet she mustered the energy to engage with her most cherished granddaughter. Indeed, it is beautiful. Our Schwerer has such fair skin. Naturally, anything she adorns herself with appears lovely. Luo Qing could not help but roll her eyes in secret, inwardly scoffing. Is she truly fair? Even the heels of the young lady's feet are more delicate than her hands. While Luo Rushue continued to flaunt her bracelet, she noticed the silence from Luo Ran and deliberately raised her voice. Indeed, even grandmother agrees that this bracelet suits me. Besides this bracelet, grandmother has also sent a plethora of delightful treats. I shall bring them to you for a taste. Li's father was the elder brother of the matriarch, having passed away due to illness many years ago. Presently, the Li family consisted solely of Li's mother and her brother's family, residing in Yanqing Prefecture, a mere 100 miles from the capital, and they frequently exchanged letters. When reminiscing about her maternal family, the old lady could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Smiling as she said, "Your maternal grandmother has always cherished you the most. She thinks of you whenever she acquires something delightful. Grandmother, uncle misses you as well." Luo Rushue cooed, nestling into the old lady's embrace. Suddenly, she turned to Luo Ran and inquired loudly, "Elder sister, what did the old lady of the Shun family gift you for your coming-of-age ceremony? I've never heard you mention it." Luo Ran merely smiled softly. "Oh, it was nothing significant." Yet Luo Rushue was relentless, continuing, "Surely, they didn't send nothing at all? They claim to think of you constantly, yet they could not even provide a decent gift. Look at my grandmother. She sent an entire cart of goodies." Luo Ran could not suppress a smirk. The only official from the Li family is Li's brother, and he is merely a fifth-rank prefect. Over the years, without the support of the Luo family, they likely could not even muster an appropriate gift. As for that cart of presents, she was fully aware that it arrived filled to the brim and departed considerably lighter. Had it not been for her grandmother's maternal family, given her grandmother's temperament, Li would have been dismissed long ago. Could she still be seated here today? Though Luo Ran had no desire to engage in such disputes, she could not tolerate the casual slander against the Shin family. My maternal grandmother did not bestow a bracelet upon me, nor did she send any treats. Pausing momentarily, she noticed Luo Rushue's growing smugness. Luo Ran then continued. All she provided me with were 2 shops, the Anxiang Pavilion in the east of the city and the Yuxiang Zhai on Zhihua Street. Should grandmother ever find herself in need of cosmetics or crave some preserved fruits, she may simply inform her granddaughter, and I shall arrange for them to be sent. The 2 shops mentioned by Luo Ran were well known, both situated in prime locations of the capital, with Anxiang Pavilion's cosmetics and Yuxiang Zhai's preserved fruits being particularly favored by the ladies of high society. Luo Rushue expressed disbelief. "How come I have never heard you mention them before, sister?" Luo Ran dismissed it lightly. "They are merely 2 shops. Grandmother said they were a gift for my amusement, nothing of great significance." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Li. The Shun family, upon their entrance, effortlessly presented 2 lucrative shops as a mere gift for the eldest daughter to enjoy. Unlike the Li family, with the maternal side overshadowed, the expression on old lady Luo's face soured. With her gaze lowered, she lamented, "As an old woman, what need have I for rouge and powder? My teeth are no longer fit for display, unlike your youthful selves." Luo Ran did not genuinely wish to bestow gifts upon her, It was merely a polite gesture. Perhaps it was for the best. It would save some silver. Luo Rushua, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, clung to her grandmother's arm and pleaded, "Grandmother, though you may not fancy it, I find it delightful, as do my younger sisters. Please allow our elder sister to indulge us just this once. Next month is my coming-of-age ceremony. It would be lovely for the daughters of the Luo family to appear splendid. Would it not bring you pride?" Upon hearing this, old lady Luo conceded, recognizing the wisdom in her words, and instructed Luo Ran, if that is the case, have someone deliver an assortment of suitable cosmetics for young ladies this evening, along with some candied treats, so our guests may also partake of the feast. Luo Ran obediently acquiesced and turned to Yuqing, instructing, "Inform the staff to send over a generous supply, directly to second aunt's residence." Just as Mrs. Li's lips began to curve into a smile, Luo Ran added, "Oh, and do remember to tell the shopkeeper that this is for our family's use. Charge us at cost, and send the bill to second aunt. Why should my mother bear the expense?" Luo Rushua could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Why should my mother spend her silver?" Luo Ran blinked her large, innocent eyes, replying, "Didn't grandmother just say that?" Luo Rushua's face flushed crimson, momentarily speechless. Sitting quietly, Luo Rudi, the third cousin, whispered, "Does a family truly need to exchange silver?" Luo Ran smiled at her almost invisible cousin, responding, "As the saying goes, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. I have already instructed them to charge at cost. What more does sister want? Should the servants contribute their own silver? They too have families to support, and their lives are already fraught with difficulties. We should not add to their burdens." Luo Rudi, being of lesser birth and with her mother oppressed by Mrs. Li, often wore the cast-off garments of Luo Rushua, never daring to offend her. Now, faced with Luo Ran's relentless questioning, a sense of indignation stirred within her. Elder sister just asserted that since the shops were gifted by the Shun family, they belong to you. I have never heard of a shopkeeper charging for their own goods. Do you think our Luo family has an abundance of silver to waste? Luo Ran, amused yet exasperated, retorted, "Sister claims that the shop belongs to the proprietor, but do you consider yourself one?" Luo Rudi's face flushed with embarrassment. Luo Ran, unwilling to let the matter rest, continued, "By your reasoning, second aunt has her own dowry shop, and so does third aunt. Should we then take whatever we please from the shops without payment? After all, we are family." Luo Ruzhen, only 9 years old and the daughter of Chao, had always been irritated by Luo Rudi's sycophantic behavior towards Luo Rushua. Initially seated beside her mother, enjoying pastries while observing the unfolding drama, she found herself unexpectedly caught in the midst of escalating tensions. Luo Ruzhen immediately grew displeased, brushing off the crumbs of the pastry from her hands. And raising her little head, she spoke with a crisp voice. "Third sister, if you do not wish to spend silver, simply state it plainly. Do not involve us all. Your aunt has no shop, and naturally, you hope to receive things for free from others. If you possess the capability, why not have your aunt purchase a shop as well? Then we shall see if you dare utter such words again." Luo Ran lowered her head to conceal the laughter in her eyes. Her fourth sister indeed did not disappoint her. Despite her youth, her words were sharp and unyielding. Being a concubine's daughter was the most sensitive prick in Luo Rudi's heart, for she was determined not to let anyone think of her identity upon merely mentioning her name. Now, being so bluntly pointed out by Luo Ruzhen, her face flushed crimson, and without thinking, she blurted out, "You still criticize me. I ascend third uncle also a concubine's." Enough. The old matriarch of the Luo family slammed her palm against the armrest of the soft couch, casting a look of disdain upon her. Realizing her mistake, Luo Rudi knelt on the ground, tears welling in her eyes, trembling with fear. Chapter 20. You are called Spring Rain at last. Luo Rudian was punished by the matriarch of the Luo family to copy the NZ, while Luo Rushua was forbidden to leave the courtyard until her coming-of-age ceremony. Upon exiting Ningfu courtyard, Luo Rudian hastily caught up with Luo Ran, gripping the handkerchief tightly, biting her lip as she gazed at her. Luo Ran halted her steps. "Third sister, are you looking for me?" Luo Rudian hesitated briefly before asking, "Elder sister, Are you pleased this time? Luo Ran raised an eyebrow. What reason do I have to be pleased? Is it because of your punishment? Before Luo Rudian could respond, Luo Ran continued. Third sister is perhaps overthinking. I do not have the luxury of time for such matters. If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you should focus on completing your copy of the NZ swiftly, or else you may miss the coming-of-age ceremony of second sister. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Luo Rudian reached out to stop her. Elder sister, do you truly believe you can stand against the entire Marquise alone? Luo Ran, gradually losing her patience, frowned. What exactly do you wish to convey, third sister? Why would I oppose the Marquise? Luo Rudian replied. If you wish to remain in the capital, it would be wise to apologize to grandmother and mother. After saying this, she glanced at a figure in the distance. Luo Ran followed her gaze and saw Luo Rushua looking their way. Upon noticing Luo Ran's gaze, she quickly turned and departed. Luo Ran chuckled softly. It seems, third sister, that your mind is rather troubled. It would be prudent to consult a physician before the situation becomes dire. With that, Luo Ran walked away without looking back, leaving Luo Rudian fuming in place. Flatterer. Just then, Luo Rudian happened to pass by and deliberately exclaimed loudly. Luo Rudian glared at the retreating figures for a while before she too turned to leave. Miss, do not let your temper be riled by such individuals. It is not worth it, Yuqing advised with concern. Luo Ran smiled slightly. I understand, she is merely performing for the benefit of certain people. By the way, we shall visit the market tomorrow. What is the purpose of our visit? Yuqing inquired. Luo Ran recalled the years spent with Spring Rain, who had accompanied her in her previous life, momentarily lost in thought. Shortly after marrying into the Fu family, Yuqing had inexplicably disappeared, and for the subsequent years, it was Spring Rain who stood by her side, enduring countless cold and dark nights. In this life, she yearned to meet Spring Rain sooner and to help her escape from her sufferings. The last time she encountered Spring Rain was 2 years later, just a year after her own marriage into the Fu family. After Youqing's death, she had had another maid by her side. Yet that girl was merely a servant to the Duchess of Jinyiwei, who was more akin to a watcher than a companion. On one occasion, while they were out in the market, they coincidentally stumbled upon Spring Rain being beaten. For reasons unknown, despite her own precarious situation, she felt a moment of compassion and rescued Spring Rain. It was that act of kindness which made her subsequent hardships slightly more bearable. Yet, she was left wondering how Spring Rain fared after her demise. Given Luo Rushua's disposition, all matters related to her would likely be meticulously erased. The following day dawned bright and sunny, though the breeze carried a chill. Luo Ran donned a dress in plum pink, layered with a moon-white cloak embroidered with delicate pink plum blossoms, harmonizing beautifully with the dress beneath, presenting an air of elegance and grace. Miss, where shall we go today? Yuqing carefully adjusted her veil and assisted her into the carriage. Ho-Hot Alley, Luo Yan remarked, prompting a moment of surprise from both Yuqing and the coachman. Uncle Fu, the loyal servant of the Luo family, cast a hesitant glance at Yuqing and said, Miss, Ho-Hot Alley. Luo Yan understood his unspoken concern. Ho-Hot Alley was renowned as one of the liveliest, yet most chaotic, places in the capital. A melting pot of all walks of life converged here. And it was in this very alley that she had been drugged and discarded into the Yichuan courtyard. It's all right, let us proceed, Luo Yan replied softly. Yuqing nodded, and Uncle Fu reluctantly pulled the reins, steering them toward Ho-Hot Alley. Perhaps due to their early arrival, the alley was not yet bustling with activity, allowing their carriage to navigate through. Luo Yan did not specify a destination. She simply instructed to continue forward. As they approached the end of the alley, with hardly anyone in sight, Luo Yan finally called for a halt. Supporting Yuqing, she disembarked and paused before a closed gate, gazing up at the imposing door. Just as Yuqing was about to speak, a sudden shriek erupted from within, followed by the irate voice of a matron, accompanied by a series of dull thuds, as if something were being struck. You little wretch, all you do is eat. Did I spend my money on you just to see you gorge yourself? Another thud echoed. What are you still dawdling for? Get out and work. Unless you sell these handkerchiefs by tonight, you can forget about eating and sleeping. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a stout, dark-skinned matron who momentarily froze upon seeing Luo Yan. Without a word, she raised her hand, and a frail figure was hurled out, landing not far from Luo Yan. The matron cast a fleeting glance at Luo Yan before slamming the door shut behind her. Luo Yan stepped forward to gather the scattered handkerchiefs strewn across the ground. "Miss, let me help," Yu Qing quickly offered, rushing to collect the handkerchiefs. Luo Yan nodded, moving toward the fallen figure. It was a slender young girl, seemingly just over 10 years old, who appeared to have bumped her head. As Luo Yan approached, the girl struggled to rise from the ground, and when Luo Yan reached out to assist, the girl instinctively recoiled. Rubbing her head, the girl looked at Luo Yan's outstretched hand and softly said, "Please, don't dirty your hands." Yu Qing gathered the handkerchiefs, brushing off the dust before neatly placing them into a basket beside the girl. The young girl gratefully nodded at Yu Qing. "Thank you, miss." Yu Qing smiled, "Oh, please don't call me miss. She is our true mistress." The girl seemed frightened of Luo Yan, hastily getting to her feet and lowering her head to her chest. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you." Luo Yan shook her head. "There is no need to be nervous. You did not scare me. Your name is Chunyu, isn't it?" Both the girl and Yu Qing looked at Luo Yan in astonishment. Luo Yan smiled, gesturing toward the basket. "Aren't you here to sell handkerchiefs? Let us help you sell them." In truth, she could easily purchase all the handkerchiefs herself, but she understood that despite her young age, Chunyu possessed a stubborn spirit. Moreover, these handkerchiefs were crafted by her during countless sleepless nights, and Luo Ran could not bear to witness her efforts go to waste. She recalled the time at the Jinyiwei Duke's residence when her dowry had been deceitfully taken by the Fong family. Not wanting to cause her father any worry, she chose to endure the hardship alone. Eventually, it was Chunyu who secretly embroidered handkerchiefs while she slept, tirelessly exchanging them for silver coins, and then using the money to improve her meals and procure medicine. "Come on, what are you all standing there for?" Luo Ran urged after taking a couple of steps. Noticing that Yu Qing and Chunyu remained motionless. "Let us go. We are off to sell the handkerchiefs." With determination, Yu Qing gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, resolute in her decision to follow her mistress wherever she may venture. Observing that the two were not joking, Chunyu hurriedly grabbed her basket and hurried after them. "Miss, how did you know my name is Chunyu? Miss, why are you helping me sell the handkerchiefs?" Mississippi. Chapter 21. "You are quite bold." Luo Ran was not merely speaking. She genuinely intended to assist Chunyu in selling her scarves. However, upon arriving in the bustling streets, she realized her naivety. Initially, the hour was early, and the streets were sparsely populated, compounded by her being seated in a carriage. Now, even with a veil concealing her face, her attire and figure drew immediate attention in this diverse throng. Drunken men whistled at her, uttering lewd remarks. Luo Ran and Yu Qing found themselves at a loss. Chunyu, however, was unfazed. She nonchalantly picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at the drunken man, exclaiming, "Get lost. If you don't, I'll scratch your eyes out." She then turned to another. You cripple, have you lost at gambling again? Serves you right for being lame." Luo Ran witnessed this formidable side of Chunyu for the first time. In her previous life, when she discovered Chunyu, she had been filthy and lying by the roadside, one leg broken and her body battered, bullied by a group of beggars. Even as her shoes were torn away and her clothes ripped apart, she fiercely clutched her pristine scarves. Subsequently, Luo Ran redeemed her, bringing her home, and from that moment on, Chunyu devotedly followed her. Thus, Luo Ran had never seen Chunyu so spirited and fierce. The drunken men and beggars, upon recognizing Chunyu, dispersed in a hurry. Now, how are they to sell these scarves? Yu Qing, while shielding her mistress from the crowd, looked at Chunyu with uncertainty. Chunyu grinned and pointed to a shady spot by the roadside, saying, "You two wait for me over there." She then disappeared into the crowd, her petite frame commanding attention as she called out, silk scarves, the finest and cheapest in all of Ho-Hot Lane. Young master, why not buy a scarf for your lady? Uncle, how about one for your daughter? Good lady, use this scarf, and you'll look 10 years younger." Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at this lively Chunyu, remarking, "I never expected her to be so spirited with such a loud voice." Luo Ran replied, "Indeed, she is quite bold. You're no less daring yourself, coming to such a place." Just as Luo Ran finished speaking, a chilling voice echoed from behind, freezing her in place. Miss Yu Qing, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the person she believed had wronged her mistress, felt an urge to tear him apart. Yet, upon facing him, she found herself too intimidated to speak, though she mustered the courage to shield Luo Ran behind her. It was the commandant. Luo Ran composed herself, her laughter subsiding, and she lowered her gaze, performing a slight curtsy. Not receiving a response, she glanced up, sensing that the commandant's gaze seemed to linger on her abdomen. She subtly shifted her body, using a nearby tree to obscure his view. Fu Jinan let out a barely perceptible chuckle, casting a curious glance in her direction, and asked with intrigue, "Miss Luo, does this count as a homecoming?" Following his gaze, Luo Ran observed the maidens of Entwined courtyard standing elegantly on the second floor, waving their fragrant handkerchiefs enticingly towards the men below. With a pale face, she coldly remarked, "Surely, Master Fu has pressing matters to attend to. I shall not intrude." Turning to Yu Qing, she commanded, "Let us depart." Despite her heavy attire, Luo Ran's graceful figure remained unmistakable, her slender waist akin to a delicate willow swaying in the spring breeze. Fu Jinan lightly brushed his lips with his tongue, his fingers deftly twirling. Changjing. "Yes, my subordinate is here," came the reply. Changjing silently felt anxious for Luo Ran. "Mistress, why must you come to such a place for amusement? Inquire about the girl selling handkerchiefs, find out whose family she belongs to, and purchase her contract." Changjing glanced at Chunyu. "Is there a problem?" Fu Jinan withdrew his gaze from a distant point and cast a faint look at Changjing. Changjing straightened. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." Meanwhile, Luo Ran turned a corner, and once the gaze upon her back vanished, she exhaled heavily. Yu Qing, still shaken, suggested, "Miss, shall we not return?" Luo Ran nodded. "Go inform Uncle Fu to visit Chunyu's family. Regardless of the cost, redeem her contract." After enduring in silence, Yu Qing finally asked, "Did you know Chunyu from before?" Luo Ran nodded, fabricating a lie. "Yes, during the Lantern Festival, she assisted me before was rendered unconscious. However, there were too many of them, and she had no means to help afterward." Yu Qing remained puzzled, "But just now I saw she seemed not to recognize you." Luo Ran's gaze flickered. "It was dark, and I wore a hood. It is understandable she did not recognize me." "Oh, indeed." Yu Qing finally felt reassured. In no time, Chunyu returned, drenched in sweat, exclaiming cheerfully, "Miss, I have sold all the handkerchiefs. I shall head to the docks soon to look for work. Will you accompany me?" Initially, Luo Ran had only expressed curiosity about coming along. Observing the sweat on Chunyu's forehead, she asked, "Do you do this every day?" Chunyu nodded, then, looking around cautiously, she added mysteriously, "The old hag is unaware that I also work at the docks. I only told her that the handkerchiefs sell poorly and it takes me an entire day to sell them. She is pleased not to have me return for lunch and does not suspect a thing." Luo Ran inquired, "The old hag?" Chunyu chuckled, "The one who just struck me." Luo Ran asked, "What is your relation to her?" The smile faded from Chunyu's face. "My father passed away early, and my mother followed suit. With no funds for burial, I sold myself to their family as a child bride, who knew the old hag's son would die young, leaving me to serve as a maid." Luo Ran nodded, recognizing the similarity to a previous life. She pressed further, "Then why do you still work at the docks?" Chunyu replied, "To save money, to buy my freedom, and one day, open a shop or find a livelihood elsewhere that does not involve being beaten. I cannot allow the old hag to torment me for a lifetime." Luo Ran lowered her gaze, concealing the truth from Chunyu. It was because she was illiterate that the old woman had deceived her into signing a death contract. No matter how hard she labored throughout her life, she would never be able to redeem herself. In her previous life, it was only through leveraging the influence of the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, coupled with a substantial sum of money, that she was able to secure her freedom. This time around, she believed that with sufficient wealth and the backing of the Champion Marquis's estate, the old woman would likely acquiesce. However, before long, Fu Bo returned, his expression somewhat askew. Luo Ran glanced at him and suggested, "Let's speak in the carriage." She then turned to Chunyu and added, "You should come along as well." Chunyu, observing Fu Bo and then Luo Ran, followed them in confusion. The carriage halted in a tranquil alleyway. Fubo spoke, "Miss, when I arrived, the old woman's family was in the midst of moving. It is said that a noble benefactor has bestowed upon them a fortune, compelling them to leave the capital." Chapter 22. The times have changed. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Luo Ran's finely sculpted eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Have you obtained the deed of servitude?" Uncle Fu hurriedly produced a neatly folded piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over. "Indeed, I have acquired it." It seems they were aware of my intention to leave. Before I could utter a word, the matron handed it to me. Luo Ran felt a twinge of curiosity as she accepted the deed, examining it closely. Finding no discrepancies, she passed it to Chunyu. "Take a look and see if this is the one you signed initially." Chunyu, still dazed from their conversation, extended her trembling hands, hesitating just before touching the paper, as if it were scalding hot. After rubbing her hands on her clothing and taking a deep breath, she finally accepted the deed and scrutinized it repeatedly. Yu Qing, feeling anxious, inquired, "What is wrong? Is it a forgery?" "Just wait." Chunyu grasped Yu Qing's arm, her eyes brimming with tears yet smiling. "It's real. It's truly real." Yu Qing pressed on, "Are you certain?" Chunyu nodded vigorously, pointing to the vivid red seal. "Look, there's a scar on my fingertip." Yu Qing glanced, and indeed, confirmed the scar's presence. Luo Ran nodded in approval. "In that case, keep the deed safe." Chunyu lowered her gaze, her foot unconsciously scuffing the ground. The tips of her worn gray shoes were tattered, exposing her big toe. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "But I still haven't saved enough silver." Luo Ran smiled gently. "Didn't Uncle Fu just mention that the matron did not demand any silver? Therefore, we have benefited." Chunyu remained skeptical, shaking her head. "Even if the matron didn't ask for silver, it was due to your influence, Mississippi. Thus, I cannot accept this deed." She thrust the deed back into Luo Ran's embrace, raising her chin defiantly. "From this moment on, you shall be my mistress. I will redeem myself once I have saved enough silver." Yu Qing opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Luo Ran. "Very well," Luo Ran replied with a smile. "Will you come with me now, or—" Chunyu nodded. "I have always been an orphan, possessing nothing but this life. Miss, please allow me to pay my respects." Chunyu awkwardly attempted a bow. Yu Qing could not suppress her laughter. "All right, what kind of etiquette is this? If you wish to follow the miss, you must first pass my test." Chunyu frowned. "Are we to engage in combat?" Yu Qing chuckled, exasperated. "We are not guards. What do we have to fight about? It's about learning the proper manners. To ensure your safety and avoid causing trouble for the miss, you must diligently learn the rules." Chunyu, unafraid of losing her life, immediately nodded like a chick pecking for grain. All right. I will study earnestly." "Let us return now," Luo Ran said, sensing the matter was nearly resolved as she turned to board the carriage. Before stepping in, she glanced around once more, not spotting that familiar figure, a slight frown creasing her brow. A premonition stirred within her. The ease with which Chunyu's deed was obtained must surely be linked to that person. Chunyu refused to enter the carriage, insisting on staying outside. Luo Ran did not press her. Yu Qing glanced at the ever-faithful Chunyu, who kept pace beside the carriage, and lowered the curtain with a smile, saying, "Chunyu, your stamina is indeed impressive." Luo Ran nodded in agreement. After a moment's reflection, Yu Qing added, "Miss, why did you not inform her that the contract of servitude is irrevocable?" Luo Ran, her gaze fixed on the plum blossoms adorning her skirt, replied softly, "Yu Qing, it is not just her. You too are included. Should there come a day when you both find your own secure destinies, tell me, and I shall return the contracts to you, along with a sum of silver to acquire a parcel of land or start a modest trade, allowing you to live out the latter half of your lives in peace." Yu Qing, flustered, exclaimed, "Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? I have no intention of leaving. I wish to remain by your side for eternity." Luo Ran smiled gently, choosing silence. Her words had been sincere. If circumstances permitted, she wished for their well-being, that they would not suffer as they had in their previous lives. Initially, Luo Ran intended to visit a couple of shops, yet upon encountering Fu Jinan, unease settled in her heart, and the fear of crossing paths with him again compelled her to instruct Uncle Fu to return directly to the residence. "Miss, we have arrived," Uncle Fu announced softly. Chunyu, gazing at the lofty entrance, could not resist rushing forward to touch the stone lion's head, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. With each number, her brow knitted tighter. Uncle Fu, unable to contain his mirth, inquired, "What are you counting, Miss Chunyu?" Chunyu scratched her head, replying, "I heard from others that the number of bumps on a lion's head indicates rank. A first-rank official has 13, while a second-rank has 12. But how can there be so many here?" Yu Qing burst into laughter, proudly declaring, "Our lord is the champion marquis, personally conferred by the emperor above all officials, regardless of rank." "Yu Qing, do not speak so recklessly." Yu Qing playfully stuck out her tongue, mimicking her tone. "Understood. Miss prefers to remain low-key." With that, she leaped down from the carriage, turned to secure the curtain, and extended her hand for assistance. A delicate, fair hand rested upon Yu Qing's arm, the fingers slender and boneless, the nails pink and luminous. Following this, an elegant figure descended from the carriage. The woman's features were exquisite, with a finely sculpted nose and lips that glistened like a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. "Ranner!" came a soft exclamation. Luo Ran's heart constricted, instinctively tightening her grip on Yu Qing's arm. It was then that Chun, you noticed a figure standing by the lion, obscure by the trees until now. Her expression turned wary as she hastened to the carriage's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Qing, resolutely shielding Luo Ran behind them. "Ranner, I have awaited you for a long time." The man stepped forward, his captivating peach blossom eyes gazing deeply into Luo Ran's, as though he could never have enough of her presence. Even Chunyu felt herself nearly drowning in his gaze, prompting her to shake her head and reprimand herself internally. Yu Qing, recognizing the visitor, exclaimed in delight, "Young Master Song?" Song Qingyu offered a slight nod, his eyes still fixed upon Luo Ran. "Hanya, do you not feel joy at my arrival?" Luo Ran sighed inwardly. She had almost forgotten that in her previous life, Song Qingyu had also arrived in the capital around this time for the March examinations. By then, her reputation had already been tarnished, and she could not fathom why the Fu family had not proposed a withdrawal from their engagement. The father believed that the Fu family, out of respect for their past connections, deserved his heartfelt gratitude. However, when Song Qingyu encountered her, despite the profound sympathy in his eyes, he could never bring himself to believe in her innocence. At that time, Luo Ran had already realized that Fu Xing harbored feelings for her younger sister rather than for her. Thus, she contemplated that if Song Qingyu was willing to trust her, she would sever her engagement with the Fu family and marry him instead. Not for any other reason, but for the bond they had shared over the past decade. Yet, what did he say? He remarked, "Ranner, although we grew up together as childhood sweethearts, life is often fraught with disappointments. Rest assured, if the Fu family treats you poorly, I will stand up for you." Over the course of 6 years, Luo Ran watched him achieve academic excellence, marry, and begin a family, while she remained confined within the walls of the Fu household, never crossing paths with him again. Their final meeting occurred on the day she was tragically betrayed by Luo Rushua, leading to her demise. On that day, he said, "Ranner, come with me." The word she had longed to hear for 6 years, when finally spoken, found her in a world irrevocably changed. Chapter 23. Would you care to accompany me? Luo Ran repressed her thoughts, offering a gentle smile. "Ah, it is young Master Song. When did you arrive in the capital, and why have you not entered?" She turned to Yu Qing. "Go check if father is at home." Song Qingyu intercepted Yu Qing. "There is no need. I have just come from the manor, and Uncle Luo is there. I specifically waited here for my dear sister Ran." True to his name, Song Qingyu, clad in a pale moon-white long robe adorned with bamboo patterns, exuded an air of gentle elegance. Standing there, he resembled a figure from a painting, captivating the attention of passers-by. Yu Qing, who held a genuine fondness for young Master Song, believed him to be a perfect match for her mistress. Having grown up together, Song Qingyu had always been attentive to Luo Ran's wishes. Fortunately, Luo Ran had decided to break off her engagement with the Fu family, which meant that young Master Song could soon become her husband. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Qing became even more enthusiastic towards Song Qingyu. "Miss, let us not linger here any longer. Let us go inside. Young Master Song has traveled all the way from Jiangnan and must be thinking of you." Luo Ran interjected. Yu Qing, young Master Song, is a refined gentleman and is not yet betrothed. Do not speak frivolously and tarnish his reputation. Yu Qing assumed her mistress was merely protecting young Master Song and nodded in agreement. Indeed, miss, you are correct. It was thoughtless of me. Song Qingyu gazed at Luo Ran with a longing expression. Little did she know how elated he had been upon hearing from Uncle Luo that the Luo family intended to break off the engagement with the Fu family. Ignoring Uncle Luo's objections and disregarding the fatigue from his long journey, he stood at the entrance against the cold wind, hoping to be the first person she saw. Unable to endure his fervent gaze any longer, Luo Ran suggested, "If you have something to say, let us discuss it inside." "Ah, certainly." Song Qingyu slightly stepped aside, allowing her passage. Under his watchful gaze, Luo Ran, accompanied by Yu Qing, entered the estate. Song Qingyu lagged a few steps behind, his eyes fixed on her figure. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily caught up with her. From within his pocket, he retrieved a warm oil paper package, carefully unfolding it, his eyes sparkling with delight. "I almost forgot. Ranner, look at what I have for you." Luo Ran turned to look. Song Qingyu appeared somewhat excited. "Do you remember? This is from that shop in the west of the city, your favorite pork stall?" For reasons unknown, upon hearing the mention of the pork stall, Luo Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over her and quickly turned away to dry heave. Yu Qing promptly offered her handkerchief. "Miss, what is wrong?" With the absence of the pork aroma, Luo Ran felt somewhat better and shook her head. "I am fine. Perhaps I hurried out this morning and my stomach is a bit unsettled." Yu Qing insisted, "Allow me to assist you back. I will send someone to call for a doctor." Luo Ran waved her hand dismissively. "It is nothing. I shall just drink some warm water when we return." Song Qingyu, now visibly concerned, asked, "Ranner, are you feeling unwell?" As he stepped closer, the scent of meat overwhelmed her once more, and Luo Ran found herself unable to suppress her urge to retch again. Song Qingyu stood frozen in place, while Yu Qing, being 2 years older and more perceptive, harbored her own suspicions but found the thought too alarming to contemplate further. Luo Ran wished to avoid any further embarrassment outside and hastily bid farewell. Song Qingyu hesitated, words caught in his throat. Unable to find a way out, Luo Ran turned around and softly inquired, "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Song Qingyu smiled and shook his head, replying, "I merely wish to inform you that I may be occupied with the upcoming examinations. Once they conclude, I shall return to see you." Luo Ran hesitated for a moment, hurriedly responding, for she feared that if she lingered any longer, she might inadvertently reveal her thoughts. Yu Qing dismissed the attendants within the room and instructed Chunyu, "Stand guard outside. No one is to enter." Seeing the seriousness of her expression, Chunyu nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Yu Qing, I possess ample strength. Anyone wishing to enter must first contend with me." Without time for further conversation, Yu Qing promptly turned to secure the doors and windows tightly. Luo Ran took a deep breath and said, "Yu Qing, please pour me a cup of tea." Yu Qing quickly returned with a teacup in hand. Luo Ran took a sip and frowned slightly. "This is merely plain water. Do brew some jasmine tea instead." She still tasted the lingering metallic flavor in her mouth, desperately needing something to cleanse it away. Yu Qing remained still. Luo Ran lifted her gaze, puzzled by her demeanor. Yu Qing's face was pale, and after a moment's hesitation, she tremulously asked, "Miss, could it be that you?" Luo Ran swallowed another mouthful of water. "Could it be what?" Yu Qing bit her lip with determination. Luo Ran smiled. "What troubles you? Speak freely." Finally, Yu Qing confessed, "Miss, your monthly cycle has been absent for half a month now." Luo Ran froze, slowly shaking her head after a moment. "That cannot be. I have consulted medical texts, and the medicine I took would affect my cycle." Despite her words, uncertainty gnawed at her, her voice quivering as she spoke. Yu Qing suggested, "Perhaps I should discreetly summon a physician for you." Luo Ran continued to shake her head, murmuring, No, I have taken medicine. I am certain I have taken it." Yet, once doubt crept into her mind, it spiraled into an unending stream of anxious thoughts. In the end, Yu Qing resolutely stated, "Miss, you must summon a doctor at once," claiming that I am unwell. "When the doctor arrives, you can pretend to be me and have him take your pulse." Luo Ran shook her head vehemently. If it were true, that would endanger Yu Qing. No, she firmly refused. Yuqing grew anxious, miss. We cannot afford further delay. What if your condition worsens? She dared not complete her thought. Please, let me contemplate this carefully. Luo Ran suddenly regained her composure. When Yuqing emerged, she discovered that Song Qingyu was still lingering at the gate. Upon seeing her, he immediately waved her over. Yuqing glanced back at the tightly shut door before approaching him. Young Master Song, why have you not departed? Song Qingyu cast a worried glance at the door. How is Ranner? Why haven't you summoned a doctor? Yuqing noted the genuine anxiety etched on his face, which brought her some relief for her mistress, yet she felt conflicted. What if Mississippi? Let's first consult the doctor. The room was enveloped in silence, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the window. She turned her gaze toward the sun, which was somewhat blinding yet undeniably warm. Luo Ran suddenly recalled the day of her demise in her previous life. The sunlight on that day appeared quite pleasant, though the weather was somewhat chilly. To this day, she remains oblivious to the manner of her death. All she remembers is the overwhelming despair she felt, a pain far greater than the agony of countless ants gnawing at her, eclipsed only by the despair of her father's passing. Yet, amidst the hatred, there was also a sense of liberation. The one person who cherished her most dearly had departed, leaving her to navigate life in solitude. Gently, she placed her hand upon her lower abdomen, and for reasons unknown, despite not having consulted a physician, she felt certain that a new life resided within her. Yet, this child was ultimately destined to remain beyond her reach. As Luo Ran stepped out of the room once more, the sun had already begun its descent, and the wind had turned cold again. She walked towards the figure in the courtyard. Song Qingyu gazed at her with uncontainable joy, his eyes alight with brilliance. As she drew near, Luo Ran could no longer restrain herself and asked once more, Qingyu, if it meant relinquishing everything you currently possess, would you come away with me? This time, it was her turn to pose the question, a means of providing herself with closure. Chapter 24. The pulse of destiny. Song Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend, where shall we go? The girl beneath the sunlight radiated a warm glow, her voice akin to a summer spring, sweet and clear. Anywhere is fine, as long as it is just the two of us. You need not be your esteemed scholar, and I shall not be the daughter of a marquis. Let us escape to a place where no one knows us, shall we? Song Qingyu furrowed his brow. But why must we leave? Once you dissolve your engagement with the Fu family, I will surely persuade my mother to approach the marquis for your hand. If you find the capital distasteful, I shall request a transfer, taking you along with my mother. Young Master Song, Luo Ran seemed to awaken from a dream, dispelling the bitterness in her eyes. And upon raising her gaze, her expression was one of tranquility. I apologize for my abruptness, young Master Song. Ranner. Song Qingyu felt a pang of anxiety. Luo Ran offered a faint smile. My apologies, Song Deji. I was merely jesting earlier. Do not take it to heart. You must have just arrived in the capital, and the examinations are next month. I wish you the best of luck in achieving high honors. Song Qingyu scrutinized her eyes, yet discerned nothing, leading him to inquire once more about her health. Luo Ran shook her head, feigning fatigue, and requested Yuqing to see him out. Reluctantly, Song Qingyu departed, feeling a sense of loss. Years later, Song Qingyu often reminisced about that day, his heart aching as if cut by a knife. If only time could be reversed, he would have unequivocally declared his willingness to accompany her, regardless of the distance, desiring nothing but her presence. Upon Yuqing's return, she hesitated to speak. Yet, Luo Ran appeared unfazed, maintaining her usual composure. Prepare yourself. We shall depart through the back door once darkness falls. Also, instruct Chunyu to guard the entrance. No matter who comes, let them know I am tired and have retired early. Yuqing had overheard the conversation between the young lady and young Master Song. Unsure whether to resent him, she nonetheless held one person firmly in her thoughts. The winter sun sets early, and by the time of shun, the sky had already darkened. Luo Ran wrapped herself warmly, donning a dark cloak and a raven-hued hood, blending seamlessly with the night. Before curfew, the streets were still bustling with passers-by. Luo Ran initially intended to visit a more secluded medical hall, but reconsidered its safety, ultimately opting for a shop from her mother's dowry, named Hui Chuntang. By an ironic twist of fate, Zuaxian Lu lay directly on the route to Hui Chuntang. Your Highness, I raise a toast to you. A woman clad in revealing attire raised a cup of clear wine, tilting her head back to drink, her fair thigh lifting as she settled into the man's embrace. Presenting her crimson lips, Lu Jiuqin's face flushed, his elongated eyes clouded with intoxication, a smile that could enchant all. Languidly reclining on the couch, his attire loosely draped, revealing his fair and robust chest, he encircled the woman's slender waist, applying a gentle pressure that caused her to tumble into his arms. Laughter spilling forth like blossoms in the wind. He reveled in the attentions of the lovely maiden. As the last drop of wine was consumed, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the open window, momentarily transfixed. Your Highness, what captures your interest? Is it more captivating than I? The woman in his arms let her sheer garment fall to the ground, revealing a splendid form that coiled around Lu Jiuqin's body like a serpent. Get off! Lu Jiuqin suddenly sat up, forcefully pushing the woman away. The woman, bewildered by the abrupt change in the demeanor of a man who had just moments ago appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, felt a twinge of resentment. Yet, she recognized that the man before her was a notorious libertine of the capital, one whom no one dared to provoke. She hastily picked up her fallen veil and retreated in a huff. Lu Jiuqin observed the familiar silhouette of the departing figure with a mischievous grin. Luo Ran was blissfully unaware that she had drawn someone's attention as she and Yuqing swiftly made their way to the rejuvenation hall. To ensure her safety, Luo Ran had altered her appearance and donned a veil. Those unfamiliar would hardly recognize her. The rejuvenation hall was nearly empty, as it was close to closing time. Inside, only a physician and a young attendant remained. Upon noticing their arrival, the attendant enthusiastically approached them. Ladies, are you here for a consultation or to procure medicine? Yuqing lifted the hood of her cloak, revealing her face. The attendant paused momentarily before exclaiming, Ah, it is Miss Yuqing. Please come in. Not long ago, Luo Ran had accompanied Yuqing to inspect all the shops under the name of the primary residence, meticulously identifying those affiliated with the second madam. Though she had yet to find the time to take action, perhaps the rejuvenation hall was merely a clinic and not overly profitable, which is why the Li family had not stationed anyone here. Both the physician and the attendant were loyal veterans from the time of the Shen family. Miss Yuqing, does the Marquis or the young lady have any instructions? The physician inquired. Yuqing replied, Esteemed doctor, I must confess this is my distant cousin, who has come to seek refuge with me. She is unwell, and I kindly request your assistance in examining her. The elderly physician, with his grizzled beard, merely glanced up before gesturing toward a chair across from him. Please, have a seat, young lady. Yuqing feigned a troubled expression. Esteemed doctor, my cousin is rather shy. Would it be possible for us to go inside for the examination? The physician cast another glance at Luo Ran and, understanding the situation, decided to grant her some courtesy. Turning to enter the inner chamber. You need not worry, cousin, Yuqing called out. This is Our Lady's establishment. It is most reliable. Behind a curtain, Luo Ran revealed only her slender wrist, remaining seated in concealment. The physician retrieved a pulse pillow and a silk handkerchief. After a while, he slowly put away his instruments. Yuqing eagerly asked, Doctor, how is my cousin's health? The physician replied coolly, The young lady is in good health, no issues. Yuqing sighed in relief. Just as Luo Ran was about to rise, the physician added, The lady is currently with child. She must be cautious in her movements. Luo Ran's body stiffened. Yuqing exclaimed, Doctor, what did you just say? The physician, not even bothering to look at her, continued on his way out, advising, Miss Yuqing, I offer you this counsel. As a member of the Champion Marquis household, your every word and deed reflects upon the young lady. Do not tarnish her reputation. His demeanor was now entirely different from the warmth he had exhibited earlier. A sense of suspicion settled in Luo Ran's heart. Yet she felt a strange sense of relief as she proclaimed, Let us depart. Yuqing had no choice but to assist her outside. Before departing, she turned back to glance at the doctor and the young shopkeeper, her voice icy as she declared, I trust that both of you will treat today's events as if they never transpired. Should word escape, the doctor replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, young lady, I have served in Shin Medical Hall for over a decade. I hardly require your instruction on my conduct. With that, Yu Qing supported Luo Ran as they made their exit. However, shortly after their departure, another figure emerged before the entrance of the revival hall. He possessed a complexion as pale as jade, eyes resembling twinkling stars, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He continued to gaze until the silhouettes ahead vanished from sight, then slowly withdrew his gaze and glanced up at the 3 characters of Revival Hall hanging above the door before stepping inside. The young shopkeeper had just finished tidying up when he noticed another customer arriving and promptly approached him. "Young sir, are you here to fetch medicine or for a consultation?" Chapter 25. This child cannot stay. Upon returning to the estate, Luo Ran was greeted by Chunyu, who approached her with palpable anxiety. "Miss, a maid claiming to be the second miss insisted on seeing you, but I sent her away." Luo Ran nodded. "You did well." Yu Qing patted Chunyu on the shoulder. "Keep watch. I shall attend to the miss's change of attire." Although Chunyu was unaware of the purpose behind their outing, she understood the necessity of secrecy. Standing tall, she declared, "Yu Qing, do not worry. I shall handle this." Only then did Yu Qing follow Luo Ran inside, closing the door behind them. As she leaned against it, she almost fell to the ground from exhaustion. In contrast, Luo Ran appeared remarkably composed. After a moment's pause, Yu Qing whispered, "Miss, what shall we do now?" As Luo Ran removed her cloak and prepared to speak, a loud shout from outside interrupted them. "Who goes there? Lurking about?" Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback and quickly said, "Do not fear, Mississippi. I will check." Luo Ran nodded and hurried behind the screen to change her attire. When Yu Qing stepped outside, she found Chunyu brandishing a wooden stick, advancing toward the door while shouting, "If you do not come out, I shall strike you down." "Chunyu!" Yu Qing called out urgently. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree and rushed toward Yu Qing, crying, "Sister Yu Qing, please help me. There's a madwoman here." Chun Tao clung tightly to Yu Qing's arm, half hiding behind her, casting wary glances at Chunyu. Recognizing Yu Qing, Chunyu lowered her stick, placing her hands on her hips, and retorted, "Who do you call a madwoman? Let me tell you, if I were truly mad, not even the authorities would intervene. According to the laws of the Jin, those deemed insane could escape punishment for their crimes." Chun Tao trembled slightly and quietly inquired, "Sister Yu Qing, where did the eldest miss find this person?" Yu Qing did not respond, instead shaking off Chun Tao's grip and coldly questioning, "What were you doing lurking about just now?" Chun Tao pouted, "I was sent by the second miss to invite the eldest miss to Linglong Courtyard. Our miss has matters to discuss." Chun Tao was a first-class maidservant by Luo Rushue's side, and prior to Luo Ran's return, Luo Rushue had been the foremost daughter of the Marquis's household. However, since Luo Ran's return, particularly after reclaiming the family assets and the dowry of the matriarch, those within the estate began to flatter the main branch, diminishing her standing. Yu Qing furrowed her brow. Chunyu, however, spoke candidly, "Though I am unfamiliar with the customs of your noble houses and our ordinary families, it is the younger ones who pay respects to the elder siblings. Why must our miss go to see your second miss? What sort of custom is this?" Chun Tao's face flushed with embarrassment. One Yu Qing was already troublesome enough, and now she had to contend with this mad girl. That's because the second miss is unwell. The eldest miss should show compassion for her sister, should she not? Chun Tao countered. "Oh, I see." Chunyu intentionally elongated her tone. As soon as Chun Tao felt a sense of triumph, she heard Chunyu remark, "What a pity, our young lady is also unwell. We cannot possibly let her visit the second miss in her fragile state. It would tarnish the second miss's reputation if word got out." Chun Tao's face flushed with indignation. "You're simply grasping at straws. Oh, who is it that is resorting to such tactics in my courtyard?" Luo Ran, clad in a simple yet elegant dress, stood gracefully beneath the eaves, her features striking and her figure enchanting, resembling a celestial being emerged from a painting under the moonlight, distinctly apart from mere mortals. She cast a glance at Chunyu, having overheard their conversation in its entirety just moments ago. To her surprise, the once cautious Chunyu from her past life appeared so vivacious in this one. Perhaps this was the very reason for her own determination to lead a fulfilling life. Only through her own well-being could those around her thrive. Chunyu, noticing her young lady's gaze upon her, assumed she had erred and lowered her head, instinctively scuffing the ground with her toes. Today marked her first day in the estate, and the moment she arrived, her lady had instructed Yu Qing to fetch her new, unworn garments and shoes, yet she had inadvertently caused trouble for her mistress. Chun Yu felt immense regret. Luo Ran, sensing Chun Yu's turmoil, sighed and said, "Chun Yu, you have done well. In the future, should anyone disrespect the rules and lurk about outside Ningxiang courtyard, feel free to confront them. Should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility." Chun Yu's head shot up, her eyes sparkling, as she declared, "Yes. I will certainly keep a vigilant watch over our courtyard and not allow a single pest to enter." Luo Ran nodded before turning her attention to Chun Tao. "You may return and inform the second miss that I am fatigued today. If she has any matters to discuss, she may come and see me tomorrow." With that, she turned and entered the house. Chun Tao, feeling defeated, lowered her head and walked away. As she passed by Chun Yu, she overheard, "Your name is quite similar to your demeanor. Truly unfortunate." "You." Chun Tao glared at her. Despite Chun Yu's slender frame, her spirit was undeterred as she stood on tiptoe, defiantly raising her chin. "What of it? Do you wish to contest my words? Then let us settle it with a fight." "How crude." Chun Tao spat out the words with difficulty before making her escape. Yu Qing burst into laughter, nearly doubled over, as she patted Chun Yu's shoulder. "I never expected you to be so formidable." Chun Yu shook her head with pride. "Of course, if it weren't for that old hag holding my contract, I would not fear her at all. Go ask around in Osmanthus Alley, and see who dares to provoke Chun Yu." Yu Qing nodded. "All right, keep a lookout here. I shall check on the young lady." Chun Yu nodded earnestly. Yu Qing closed the door and softly called out. Mississippi Luo Ran sat upon the couch, lost in thought, her expression vacant, akin to that of a young child. Upon hearing Yu Qing's call, she slowly lifted her head, her face reflecting a bewilderment that seemed ageless. Yu Qing felt a pang in her heart and stepped forward to gently embrace her. "My lady, do not fear. I will always be by your side." Luo Ran nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Qing mustered the courage to ask, "My lady, what do you intend to do next?" Luo Ran placed her hands over her abdomen, which remained flat and unremarkable. After a brief silence, Yu Qing heard a quiet sigh escape Luo Ran's lips. "Yu Qing, this child cannot be kept." For reasons unknown, Yu Qing suddenly felt a surge of tears, turning her head to wipe away the moisture at the corners of her eyes. Luo Ran spoke slowly. "If I were to live alone in this world, I would spare no effort to bring this child into existence and protect him or her." However, she lifted her gaze to meet Yu Qing's, her eyes resolute and unwavering. "I cannot be so selfish. Once this child is born, my father's entire life would be shattered by my actions. I cannot." Yu Qing felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. "Do not be afraid, Mississippi. I am here for you. I shall leave the residence tomorrow to have the doctor prescribe a remedy that will surely alleviate your pain." She could not continue. If it were possible, she would willingly bear all the suffering for her mistress. Chapter 26. The Luo family is unworthy in the west courtyard of the Jinyiwei Palace. Fu Jinan returned from the martial arts training ground. Having just bathed, he donned a loose, dark robe, indifferent to the winter chill, with the sash around his waist casually tied. Exiting the bathing room, he spotted a man reclining on the couch in the outer chamber, one leg stretched out, a hand resting on his bent knee, idly toying with a jade pendant and flashing a beguiling smile at him. Fu Jinan frowned in disdain. "Which perfumed den did you crawl out from this early in the morning? Go clean yourself up before coming back." Unperturbed by the rebuke, Lu Jiuqin sat up with a good-natured demeanor and teasingly gestured towards the inner room. "Using your bathing room?" Fu Jinan cast a cold glance at him, his gaze drifting downward to his waist. "Are you sure you want to be the one beneath?" Lu Jiuqin quickly covered himself with both hands, exclaiming, "Not a chance." Fu Jinan turned and seated himself opposite, sneering, "Then be gone." Lu Jiuqin stormed to the door, but suddenly halted and turned back to wink at him. "I take my time in the bath, so I hope you're not in a hurry." Fu Jinan poured himself some tea, ignoring him. Lu Jiuqin shrugged, turned away, and began to stroll, reciting whimsically. Several spring breezes play with the curtains, where faded blossoms reflect upon the green peach. In October, The union of civil and martial arts is born. Let us frolic again in the fragrant grassland. Fu Jinin's hand holding the teacup faltered momentarily before he brought it to his lips, concealing the slight curl of his mouth. When Lu Jiuqin returned from his bath, he found Fu Jinin still serenely savoring his tea. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing him. "Are you truly not anxious?" Fu Jinin replied indifferently, as if it could escape. Lu Jiuqin pouted and languidly reclined on the couch, resting his hands behind his head, watching Fu Jinin with keen interest. "Guess why I spent the night at the drunken fairy pavilion?" Fu Jinin toyed with his teacup, following his lead. "Why?" Lu Jiuqin suddenly turned toward him, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Don't blame me for not informing you. That little maid beside her went to the rejuvenation hall early this morning." Fu Jinin lifted his gaze to scrutinize him. Lu Jiuqin's lips curled upward, reveling in the unfolding drama. "I made a point to inquire. That little girl procured some abortifacient." With a sharp crack, the fine glazed teacup shattered under his grip. Fu Jinin picked up a nearby cloth, meticulously wiping the tea stains and shards from his hands, his expression darkening. Lu Jiuqin continued to beam. "I kept watch all night. Now, how do you intend to reward me?" Fu Jinin discarded the cloth and replied coolly, "What do you desire?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiuqin smirked. "How about that lovely girl from your backyard, Miao Yin? Though her looks are average, those two little rabbits are quite delightful." Fu Jinin commanded. Changjing escorted him to the Prince of Qing's residence. Changjing replied, "Yes, my lord." Lu Jiuqin appeared, quite pleased. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What are your true intentions? You can't genuinely wish to leave a legacy for yourself?" Fu Jinin languidly leaned against the welcoming pillow, his robes slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of his striking honey-hued collarbone, and coldly laughed. "The Luo family dares to dream of bearing my child?" At this moment, a maid approached to gather the shattered teacups, behaving with utmost decorum, her eyes averted in deference. Lu Jiuqin cast a disdainful glance before diverting his gaze. Once the young maid had exited, he inquired, "What is your intention? Do not presume to dismiss me, as you did last time." Fu Jinin, absent-mindedly twisting her fingers, glanced at Lu Jiuqin and replied, "Pray tell, do you believe that in exchange for this, that oaf Lord Luo would surrender the naval strategy map?" Lu Jiuqin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this truly your motive?" Fu Jinin chuckled softly. "What else could it be?" Lu Jiuqin smirked, leisurely responding, "I thought you were finally poised to seek vengeance. In the years past, old Lord Luo had colluded with the late King Jing, subjecting her to considerable torment in her youth. Though most involved in that affair have since perished, some remain living, do they not? However, targeting a woman, the ever-compassionate Lu Jiuqin raised his thumb in admiration, forcing out the words, "You are quite the beast." Fu Jinin arched an eyebrow. "If I am the beast, then what are you?" Lu Jiuqin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Ran, having endured a restless night, awoke late the following morning. It was only upon Youqing's return with the medicinal herbs that she had finished her grooming. Noticing Chunyu waiting at the door, Youqing quietly remarked, "Miss, I have procured the medicine. However, with so many eyes around, I shall wait until noon when everyone is resting to concoct it. The doctor assured me that after 2 to 3 hours of consumption, there will be a reaction coinciding perfectly with nightfall." Luo Ran's lashes fluttered, concealing the emotions within her eyes as she nodded lightly. Youqing, mistaking her silence for fear, reassured her, "Do not worry, Mississippi. The doctor has stated that the fetus is still in its early stages and will not be harmed. Moreover, I have also acquired additional tonics to aid in stopping the bleeding." Luo Ran nodded again, unable to articulate her current feelings. In her previous life, she had been poisoned without understanding, and now, having returned, she harbored deep-seated hatred for Luo Rushue and Fu Xian. Yet, in contemplating the imminent act of taking her own child's life, she pondered how she differed from them. "Miss." Luo Ran was lost in an abyss of guilt when Chunyu suddenly entered, calling softly. Youqing asked, "What is it?" Chunyu pointed toward the courtyard. "The Marquis has sent someone to request that the miss pay a visit at her convenience." Luo Ran nodded, gathering her thoughts, and after partaking in breakfast, made her way to her father's quarters. Upon entering the study, she noticed two maids standing to the side. "Father, you summoned me for what purpose?" Luo Ran inquired. Bowing respectfully, Luo Diyun, standing behind the writing desk, gestured toward the two maids. "Take these two back with you for observation. After some time, decide whether to keep them or not." Addressing the maids, he added, "This is the eldest young lady. You are to serve her diligently. Should this marquis discover any disloyalty, I shall ensure your demise. Do you understand?" A man capable of commanding thousands naturally exuded an air of authority. The two maids hurriedly knelt. "Yes. We shall serve the young lady with utmost dedication, harboring no treachery." She turned around and bowed her head to Luo Ran, saying, "I am Zizhu, and this is Zifu. We pay our respects to the young lady." Luo Ran smiled happily and nodded, casting a grateful glance at her father. In an attempt to make things difficult for her, Li Shi deliberately mentioned that the whole residence was short-staffed during the new year, yet after the festivities, she still had not arranged for any help. The only attendants by her side were her childhood companions. Qing and the other servants were merely rough maids from the courtyard, lacking even a proper maid. Now, however, with her father's assistance, she could undoubtedly rely on trustworthy individuals. Seeing his daughter in high spirits, Luo Diyun shared her joy and added, "For now, let them serve as second-tier maids, and we shall see how they adapt later. Additionally, try to take one of them with you when you go out. They have some martial skills which will prevent you from being bullied again." The thought of that day, when he was absent and his daughter had been kicked, made Luo Diyun seethe with rage. Yet, the old matriarch was fiercely protective of her grandson, and to this day, she had not instructed Luo Hongjun to apologize to Luo Ran. Of course, Luo Ran did not mind. As Luo Diyun accompanied her out, he felt the urge to pat her head, but he hesitated, realizing she had grown too old for such gestures, and withdrew his hand. "All right, you should return and rest for a while. Father has matters to attend to, but I shall join you for dinner this evening." Luo Ran smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight. "Very well, I will wait for you, father." She appeared exceptionally obedient. Chapter 27. The attempt to enforce authority backfires. Luo Ran returned to the Ningxiang courtyard with Zizhu and Zifu, but before they could approach, they noticed a throng gathered at the entrance, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. What were they up to this time? Upon hearing the voice of the second madam, Qing heard her stomping in frustration. Luo Ran, uncertain of the situation, was about to proceed when Zizhu and Zifu suddenly stepped forward, cautioning, "Miss, be careful. We shall go ahead." Curious to witness their capabilities, Luo Ran decided to follow closely behind. As they drew nearer, the voices became clearer. Jinyiwei exclaimed, "I care not whether you are the second madam or the third madam. Our miss is not present, and no one is permitted to enter." Li, infuriated, nearly twisted her nose in anger. Since marrying into the Luo family, she had never endured such indignation. The late first madam, a short-lived soul, had passed soon after giving birth to Luo Ran. Although the old madam was arranging for the marquis to take a concubine, the marquis, deeply devoted, categorically refused. In a fit of anger, he had taken their infant daughter to Jiangnan, leaving for a span of 15 years. Throughout those years, the affairs of the champion marquis residence were managed solely by her. When she visited others who did not treat her as the lady of the house, even the empress in the palace regarded her with great affection. Yet, all had shifted abruptly since the return of the first branch over 2 months ago. First, that little wretch, Luo Ran, had caused her to lose a considerable sum of money. Then, her son had suffered a beating that left him bloodied, forced to swallow his grievances in silence. Now, the situation had worsened, as an unknown, impudent girl dared to flaunt her authority before her. Li trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Jinyiwei, bellowing, "What are you all waiting for? Bind this insolent girl and beat her to death." 2 burly matrons advanced, but Jinyiwei nimbly sidestepped, delivering a kick to one of the women and brandishing her bamboo staff. "Even if you kill me, you shall not set foot in the courtyard." Li, dizzy with fury, shouted, "Strike her! Beat her to a pulp! There is no place in this champion marquis residence that I cannot enter." "Oh, is that so?" came Luo Ran's calm voice from behind. "Then today, I shall see how my second aunt intends to enter my courtyard." Zizhu Zifu. "Yes, With a swift motion, Zizhu and Zifu parted the crowd, and before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, they had each subdued one of the matrons to the ground with a deft kick. What tremendous authority the eldest sister wields! Unbeknownst to them, Luo Ran had also arrived, stepping forward to face Luo Ran with a cold smile. My mother has toiled for the Marquis residence her entire life, and you treat her with such disrespect? Is this how your esteemed uncle has raised you? Luo Ran calmly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, unperturbed. How my father has instructed me is of no concern to you, dear sister. I'm rather curious to know which family's aunt would brazenly bring so many people to intrude upon her niece's courtyard. One might think Luo Ran had committed some heinous crime. Luo Ran, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "My mother is merely concerned that you lack suitable attendance. Hence she has come to deliver some maidservants to you. Is this how you treat her? My mother has been constantly worried that you would find it difficult to adapt upon your return to the capital, yet you seem to bear an immense grievance, leading to a tearful scene between the two of us. Those unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly think that Luo Ran is being unreasonable, while the second lady, amidst her busy schedule, is preoccupied with the lack of diligence from those serving her. Little did she expect to be so brazenly confronted. Luo Ran surveyed the whispering onlookers and proclaimed loudly, "I must express my gratitude to my second aunt. However, during these past 2 months since my return to the capital, you mentioned that the New Year festivities at the affiliated academy were quite demanding, making it difficult for you to spare anyone for my assistance. I did not wish to impose on you. Now, with Qing being occupied both inside and out, we have managed to see the New Year through. Just moments ago, my father summoned me and sent 2 individuals to assist me, specifically to alleviate any burden on you. You need not worry. I'm well taken care of." To her surprise, Li Shi was remarkably well informed. Her father had just sent help, and she followed closely behind. However, observing the 2 so-called maids mentioned by Li Shi, who appeared to be no older than 10, all preening and casting furtive glances, she could not discern whether they were meant to serve her or to cause her distress. Li Shi ceased her sobbing, glancing at the restrained Zizhu and Zifu, then at Chunyu, before letting out a deep sigh. "It appears that the Marquis has indeed been thoughtful. I have wrongfully accused you, my second aunt. Since they are all individuals from your courtyard, it is essential for them to understand proper conduct. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention," she continued. Luo Ran interjected, "My maternal grandmother mentioned that she would send a nurse to me soon, reportedly from the palace, well-versed in etiquette. When she arrives, Qing and the others can learn from her. If you wish to rectify the conduct of those around you, it would be prudent to consult the nurse about the arrangements." This was no falsehood. Her grandmother had indeed made such an offer in her past life. Regrettably, she had been preoccupied with the fear of implicating the Shun family and had severed ties with them, thus rejecting her grandmother's kindness. "Li Shi's Mila Fada. That will not be necessary. The individuals in my courtyard are quite well-mannered." Luo Ran nodded earnestly. "Oh, that is reassuring. Let us avoid any further incidents of intruding into a niece's courtyard, which would be decidedly improper. Given this, shall I not retain you and my second sister?" Li Shi's expression faltered, yet she could not confront her directly. Seeing her attempts thwarted, she turned and departed. Luo Ran cast a glance at Zizhu and Zifu before following suit. "Very well. Everyone, return to your duties." Qing dismissed the gathering. Luo Ran approached Chunyu, lifting her sleeve to reveal a distinct red mark, faintly oozing blood, causing her expression to chill. Chunyu quickly withdrew her hand, chuckling, "Oh dear, I was careless and got caught by maid. But fret not, miss. Before your return, I have already repaid her, so I have suffered no loss." Truly, fearing Luo Ran might doubt her, she added another assurance. Luo Ran smiled but remained silent, turning to enter the courtyard and instructing Qing to gather everyone together. Standing on the corridor, she surveyed them from above before slowly declaring, "Qing, those who have contributed to the protection of the courtyard today shall receive double their monthly stipend. Chunyu, you shall receive an additional 10 taels." Those receiving the rewards beamed with joy, bowing and expressing their gratitude. Luo Ran continued, "There are also some onlookers who shall be penalized with a reduction of their monthly allowance for 3 months. If anyone is dissatisfied, Feel free to seek out grandmother and leave my Ningxiang courtyard. Those who faced the penalty, though their expressions were less than favorable, dared not utter a word, ultimately bowing in gratitude. After today, they began to understand a few things. Previously, they thought that since the eldest young lady would be married off in a few months, the household would still be governed by the second madam. Hence, they did not put forth their utmost effort in their duties. However, today they realized that the eldest young lady is indeed the eldest, and even after marriage, she remains a distinguished daughter of the Marquis residence. Moreover, they had vaguely heard that the eldest young lady was orchestrating a withdrawal from the engagement. With this in mind, they recognized that they would still need to rely on her in the future. Consequently, each of them straightened their posture, no longer daring to act as they had before. Luo Ran then instructed Yu Qing to introduce Zizhu and Zifu to everyone. Yu Qing remained the first-ranked maid of Ningxiang courtyard, while Chunyu, Zizhu, and Zifu were temporarily classified as second-ranked maids. Once matters in the courtyard were settled, and noticing it was nearing noon, Yu Qing softly inquired, "Miss, should I now?" Luo Ran waved her hand and glanced outside. "Let us wait a moment." Just as Yu Qing was about to ask what they were waiting for, a matron at the door announced, "Miss, the old madam requests your presence." Luo Ran smiled gently. "See, it has already arrived." Yu Qing retorted with annoyance. It must be that second madam and second miss have gone to complain again. Chapter 28. Punishment kneeling upon noticing Luo Ran's arrival. The young maid at the entrance promptly lifted the curtain. Luo Ran offered her a slight nod, but just as she stepped inside, a teacup came hurtling towards her. Zizhu, quick-witted, reached out and caught it deftly. Luo Ran sighed, pondering the wealth of the Marquis's residence. How much silver could withstand such mishandling by her grandmother? This was already the second time within a few days. Looking up, she saw her second aunt and cousin, both with their heads bowed, wiping away tears, seemingly oblivious to her presence. As she was about to speak, the old matriarch of the Luo family, in a fit of rage, pointed at her and barked, "Get out. Go kneel outside. Only return when you've come to your senses." Luo Rushue displayed a smug smile. Luo Ran stood up and exited with surprising composure. The old lady cursed at her retreating figure. "Look at her attitude. Mother, please do not be angered. Your health is paramount." Li Shi interjected with concern. "Grandmother, my sister has just returned to the capital. She is still unaccustomed. Please do not blame her," Luo Rushue remarked, criticizing Luo Ran's lack of decorum. "My lady, the ground is cold." Yu Qing hastily removed her outer coat to lay it on the ground, but Luo Ran stopped her. She knelt properly, glanced at the sun, which was blinding, and reluctantly squinted her eyes. She relished these sunlit days. "But your health?" Yu Qing fretted, agitated, unsure whom to approach, since the Marquis was not in the residence. Luo Ran gently patted her hand. "Yu Qing, I'm fine." She lightly placed her hand on her abdomen. If she were to lose the child now, it would be fate's decision. Yu Qing suddenly grasped her meaning, astonished, "My lady, this concerns your future health." However, Luo Ran remained unfazed, having already resolved to live a life unmarred by marriage. Once she severed ties with the Fu family, she would ask her grandmother to assist her father in taking a new wife to bear children, thereby safeguarding the Shun family from misfortune, while she herself would seek a quiet life in the countryside. "Ran," a voice called out in alarm. Luo Ran turned around. Cousin. Shun Shiqing hurried forward to his sister. "Why are you kneeling here on such a frigid day?" Luo Ran forced a smile, lowering her head upon meeting Shan Yuji's gloomy gaze, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming." Indeed, had she known of their visit, she would never have allowed her second aunt and cousin to triumph, for she wished to spare those who genuinely cared for her from worry. "Oh, it's the young master and young Miss Shun. Please come in," announced Granny Du, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, smiling as she welcomed the guests. Shun Shiqing clung tightly to Luo Ran's arm, avoiding eye contact. Shun Yuji cast a deep glance at Luo Ran before stepping inside, followed closely by Shun Shiqing. Yuji paid his respects to the old matriarch. "Ah, it is Yuji. Please rise. How is your grandmother?" Luo Leo Furin greeted Shin Yuji with unexpected warmth. Shin Yuji smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern. Grandmother is well." It seemed as though she was unaware that her younger sister had yet to pay her respects. Li cast a dubious glance at the old matriarch, unable to fathom the sudden shift in her demeanor. Shun Yuji spoke again. Esteemed matriarch, Ranjan has been away from the capital since her youth, relying solely on her uncle. Each time these memories resurface, our grandmother is left sleepless at night. Therefore, I beseech you, for the sake of our grandmother and the late aunt, to show Ranjan a measure of leniency. Though she may lack eloquence, her heart is pure. At times, she simply wishes to spare her elders from sorrow, shouldering all burdens herself. Before anyone else could interject, Shun Yuji solemnly addressed Luo Ranjan, saying, Ranjan, during your years away from the capital, it was Miss Luo Air who dutifully represented you before the matriarch. Thus, regardless of what the second madam and Miss Air say or do, you ought to embody the grace of a legitimate daughter of the Marquis and exhibit more forbearance. Luo Rushua turned pale, anxiously glancing at her mother. What did it mean that she had acted in filial piety on behalf of Luo Ranjan? Why was there an expectation for her and her mother to show leniency, as if they were unreasonable and unable to accommodate Luo Ranjan, who had only just returned to the capital? A faint smile graced Luo Ranjan's lips. No wonder people said that her cousin had achieved the position of a top scholar solely due to his exceptional looks. Otherwise, the title of the highest scholar should have been his. Indeed, her cousin's admonitions were well taken. Ranjan had learned her lesson. She then turned to the matriarch. Grandmother, it is my fault. I failed to communicate clearly, causing you unnecessary worry. She bowed to Li and nodded at Luo Rushua, adding, as for you, second aunt and second sister, should you wish to visit my courtyard again, know that even if you were to force your way in or cause destruction, I would have no objections. Upon hearing this, the matriarch cast an irritated glance at Li. What do you mean by forcing your way in? What do you mean by sending people in? Just moments ago, you clearly stated that Luo Ranjan commanded her servants to strike my maid in front of all the household staff and spoke disrespectfully. It was this very behavior that prompted my anger towards Ranjan. Li's face turned pale as she hastily knelt down. However, Shun Yuji did not afford her the opportunity to defend herself. You, Qing, you are a servant close to the eldest young lady. You should know the ins and outs of this matter. Explain precisely what transpired. Should you withhold any truth or dare to lie, I shall have my cousin sell you off immediately. Her tone was grave, causing Yu Qing to kneel in a fluster. Yet she recounted the events that had just unfolded without embellishment or bias. In conclusion, Yu Qing swore, what I have said is the absolute truth. If I utter a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down. If the matriarch does not believe me, she may summon others to inquire. Many were present at the time. Mother, what has happened to you? Luo Rushu suddenly threw herself onto the fainted Li, weeping inconsolably. Grandmother, mother is burdened daily with the affairs of the household, exhausting herself to the point of sleeplessness. It is her concern for sister that has led to this moment of distress. Should she find the task too daunting, is there no one else within the Marquis to take on the responsibility? Shun Yuji remarked coolly. Observing the matriarch's hesitation, she added, as the saying goes, a household has its rules and a nation has its laws. If you find it truly difficult, I can request my father to report to the emperor, seeking someone to oversee matters on your behalf. The matriarch's expression darkened. Finally gritting her teeth, she said, Schwer, since your mother is unwell, let her rest quietly in the courtyard from today onwards. We shall discuss matters once her health improves. She cast a warning glance at Luo Rushua. Reluctantly, Luo Rushua replied, yes, Schwer understands. I will take good care of mother and ensure grandmother does not worry. The old lady glanced at Luo Ran and continued, from today onward, all affairs in the manor shall temporarily be managed by the eldest young lady. Grandmother, Luo Ran hurriedly interjected. She had no desire to clean up the mess left by Li Shi, nor did she wish to make a wedding dress for someone else. Her granddaughter had just returned to the capital and was unfamiliar with many matters. Recently, Aunt San had been there to assist, which had prevented any mishaps. Now that Aunt San was about to give birth, Luo Ran was certainly not bold enough to take on such responsibilities. Noticing that her reluctance was genuine rather than merely modesty, the old lady did not insist further and decided to let Granny Du take charge for a while. Upon exiting Ningfu courtyard, Shen Yuji sighed. Ranner, why did you not express your grievances to us? Chapter 29, The Old Lady's Plan. Upon hearing her cousin's inquiry, Luo Ran responded with a serene smile. Even if you do not come, I shall not kneel for long. Cousin sister, rest assured, I shall not allow myself to be wronged. Shin Yuji gazed at her, sighed, and recognized that although this young girl appeared delicate, she was, in fact, quite stubborn. Therefore, he did not press her further and remarked, by the way, I have managed to find some bonsai that I promised you last time. After a bit of time, once I have secured them, I shall bring them to you. What bonsai? I was unaware of this, interjected Shun Shiqing. Luo Ran understood her cousin's intention, nodded in comprehension, and replied, a few days ago, my cousin made a promise to me. Oh, I see. But what is so remarkable about bonsai? Today, I have brought you something truly wonderful. With that, Shun Shiqing eagerly pulled Luo Ran toward her courtyard. Watching the two girls fade into the distance, Shun Yuji smiled faintly. After Luo Ran departed, Granny Du placed a cup of tea beside the old lady, wearing a distressed expression. Madam, you have assigned me quite the task. Having served the old lady since childhood, Granny Du spoke with a certain familiarity. The old lady lifted her teacup and gently blew on it, saying, do not be so modest. I'm well aware of your capabilities. Granny Du chuckled softly, gazing at the old lady's profile. Madam, next month is the second Mrs. Coming-of-Age ceremony, and you have restrained the second Madam's movements at this time. The old lady snorted lightly, setting down her teacup and reclining against the soft couch. Fortunately, the eldest is not here today. Otherwise, do you think it is merely a matter of restraining the second Madam? Granny Du's heart sank at these words, and she nodded. That is indeed the case. However, if so, why must you punish the eldest miss? The old lady lifted her eyelids to glance at Granny Du, then let them fall again, her tone indifferent. If I do not punish her, how will she understand that this is the capital, not Jiangnan? This household comprises over 100 servants and masters. How can it remain a carefree existence for just her and her father? Granny Du nodded in agreement. You are indeed wise, madam. The old lady scoffed. What good is wisdom if she still orchestrates her own betrothal withdrawal? Speaking of this engagement, Granny Du could not help but inquire, then why were you so towards young Master Shin earlier? The old lady smiled faintly. Have you also noticed my different regard for Yuji? Granny Du's eyes flickered with curiosity as she tentatively asked, could it be that you wish for the eldest miss to withdraw her engagement before furthering ties with the Shin family? The old lady shook her head. That is not permissible. Why not? After a while, the old lady remained silent. Just as Granny Du thought she would not speak again, the old lady slowly began to elaborate. Schwer has affection for Xiong, yet he is not suitable for her. Why? Asked Granny Du. The old lady replied. Although the Duke of Jinyiwei's residence appears splendid, it has not produced any remarkable individuals for 3 generations since the late Duke. There is indeed someone, but look at him. Does he possess any loyalty towards the Duke's estate? At this rate, in just 2 generations, the Duke's residence will gradually fade into obscurity among the capital's elite. However, the Shun family is different. Although the Shun family is regarded as a noble household, the integrity of a century-old lineage of scholars is not to be dismissed lightly. Shin Bolin, though currently only holding a 3rd-rank position, is undoubtedly a mentor to the Crown Prince, and he is destined to become the next chief minister. Furthermore, observe the child Yu Ji today, even before me. He exhibits no trepidation, articulating his thoughts so cogently that the second household could only retreat in silence, returning to face their punishment. Most importantly, the matriarch of the Shun family and Lady Wang are not the types to mistreat their daughters-in-law. Schwer, with her delicate and willful nature, can only find solace in a family that embodies generosity. The Duchess of Jinghua, alas, does not fit that mold. Upon hearing this, Granny Du could not help but exclaim. The matriarch indeed remains concerned for the second young lady. The matriarch chuckled self-deprecatingly. They say, I show favoritism, but isn't the human heart inherently biased? One has grown up right under my nose, while the other does not regard me at all. Anyone in my position would feel the same. Granny Du added, however, with the eldest young lady having called off her engagement, I believe the Shun family will surely choose her. A glint of sharpness flashed in the matriarch's eyes. Thus, she must not be allowed to withdraw from her engagement. Back in her courtyard, Luo Ran was greeted by the sight of a bamboo cage, lined with soft bedding, cradling a fluffy ball of snow-white fur. What is that? She inquired with delight. Every young girl possesses an affection for small creatures, especially one as soft and white as this. Shun Yuji smiled warmly, approaching the cage to gently lift the little creature by the scruff of its neck. The sudden motion elicited a soft mew from the kitten. Cousin, be gentle, Luo Ran exclaimed anxiously. Shun Yuji merely chuckled, cradling the cat in his arms. The kitten, sensing the warmth, nestled deeper into his embrace and continued to sleep. Is this for me? Luo Ran asked, still in disbelief. Of course, Shun Shiqing replied with a grin. Otherwise, why would we bring it here? Shun Yuji carefully handed the kitten to Luo Ran, soothing her. Do not be afraid. Hold it just like I am. Despite the winter chill, the little creature was warm and comforting in her arms. As she gazed down at the kitten and then up at him, a genuine smile blossomed on her face. The young girl's complexion was fair and rosy, reminiscent of the delicate maidens of Jiangnan, with almond-shaped eyes and dimples that danced at her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting than the kitten she held. A jolt of emotion surged through Shun Yuji as his retreating hand accidentally brushed against hers. So soft, so warm. He averted his gaze to the kitten and remarked, It is said this breed comes from Persia and is quite rare in the capital. I stumbled upon it and thought you would like it, so I brought it to you. Yes, I love it, Luo Ran replied eagerly, then turned to Shun Shiqing. What about cousin? Does she have one too? Shun Shiqing shrugged nonchalantly. Let me play with it for a while, but I lack the patience to care for it. Understanding her cousin's disposition, Luo Ran cheerfully said, Then I shall take care of it. Cousin can come to see it any time she wishes. Shun Shiqing also felt that this was agreeable. All right. The Shun siblings accompanied Luo Ran in playing with the kittens for a while. It was only after they shared a meal together that they departed. Once the people had left, Yuqing observed the young lady, still holding the kitten with great affection, and couldn't help but remind her, Miss the medicine. Luo Ran's previously joyful demeanor suddenly turned cold, her gaze dimming as she lowered her eyes and replied, Later tonight. Yuqing nodded in understanding. That works too. There are many people now, and it will be more convenient in the evening. We should just drink it earlier to avoid. I understand, Luo Ran interjected abruptly, feeling inexplicably irritable and cutting off Yuqing's words. Chapter 30, Disobedience. And your skin shall be flayed in the western courtyard of the Champion Marquis's residence, Wutong Courtyard, where the second branch now resides. Originally, this courtyard was not named Wutong. After Lord Yin took Luo Ran to Jiangnan, Madame Li inexplicably summoned a Taoist priestess, claiming that the original name of the courtyard clashed with the old matriarch's fortune and was detrimental to her health. Coincidentally, during that period, the old matriarch was frequently bedridden with illness, prompting the hiring of a sage who bestowed this new name upon the courtyard. At this moment, Luo Rushiue was in her mother's chamber, tearfully lamenting, Mother, what has come over grandmother today? How could she side with outsiders against you? Madame Li, perplexed by her aunt's intentions, reassured her daughter, Do not worry. Perhaps your grandmother is merely trying to save face for the Shun family and is compelled to put on an act. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I will not delay your coming-of-age ceremony. I will ensure it is splendid, and that wretched girl Luo Ran shall be overshadowed. Yet, Luo Rushiue remained anxious. But what if the Shun family continues to meddle? Madame Li pondered for a moment before replying, That will not happen. Luo Rushiue ceased her weeping, intrigued by her mother's words. Mother, do you have a plan? Madame Li embraced her, smiling gently. Currently, your uncle is unmarried, which gives the Shun family a pretext to visit. However, once he takes a wife, Luo Ran will inevitably clash with her stepmother. At that point, the Shun family will surely harbor grievances against the Luo family, and it would be quite peculiar if they were to visit again. Luo Rushiue furrowed her brow. But didn't Tiyu say that if uncle marries, the household will fall under Aunt's control? Wouldn't Tiyu then have to relinquish your management rights? Madame Li scoffed. Precisely. Hence we shall arrange for your uncle to marry someone obedient. Obedient? Luo Rushu echoed. Madame Li smirked indeed. She then summoned the elderly maid, Zhang Mama. Mama, please deliver a letter to my sister-in-law, informing her that I have found a suitable match for her cousin. As dusk descended and everyone busied themselves with dinner, Yu Qing seized the opportunity to stealthily prepare the medicine. Upon Luo Ran's return from paying her respects at Ningfu Courtyard, Yu Qing hastily dismissed the idle servants lingering around and instructed Chunyu to guard the entrance before entering the room. Miss, everything outside is settled. Even Zizhu and Zifu have been sent away. Once you take your medicine, I will remain by your side. Do not fear. Yu Qing's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. Luo Ran gazed at the large bowl of dark, viscous medicine before her, resembling a whirlpool that seemed to threaten eternal damnation if one were to be drawn into it. She slowly lifted the bowl. Yu Qing pinched her own thigh to steady herself, urging, Miss, please drink slowly, do not burn yourself. Luo Ran closed her eyes. Her delicate lips, tainted by the thick medicinal liquid, akin to a fragile flower marred by pollution. Miss, Yu Qing suddenly called out. The bitter taste of the medicine caused Luo Ran to grimace after merely tasting a drop. She turned to Yu Qing, asking, what is it? Yu Qing wiped away her tears with a trembling hand. Miss, perhaps we should not drink it after all. At worst, we will ensure that no one discovers it. Luo Ran shook her head with a bitter smile, lowering her gaze to her flat abdomen. It could be concealed for a moment, but what about later? Each day her belly swelled larger. Would she allow her father and the Shun family to be shamed because of her? Seemingly having made a resolution, she glanced at the bowl of medicine, which no longer appeared so bitter. As she brought the concoction to her lips, a sudden loud noise from outside startled her, nearly causing her to spill the bowl. Yu Qing, in a flurry, looked outside. Miss, do not worry, I will check. Upon stepping out, she found Chunyu standing in the courtyard, her face ashen and flustered. What happened? Yu Qing closed the door and, turning around, caught sight of the bamboo cage that had been left on the corridor, her expression shifting as she noticed that the little cat, which had been sent by the young master and young lady at noon, was now missing. Yu Qing had intended to find a place for the cat after the miss took her medicine, but she hadn't expected it to disappear in such a short time. What is going on? Yu Qing inquired. Chunyu pointed outside and explained, I was guarding the door when I heard a loud crash, so I came down to see. But before I could reach the courtyard entrance, the cat suddenly dashed out from behind me and ran off that way. Yu Qing glanced in the direction Chunyu indicated and then back at the room, saying, You wait here for a moment. We should first find the cat. It was a laborious effort for my cousin to acquire it, and we must not waste his goodwill. While Yu Qing conversed with Chunyu, Luo Ran had already emerged, clearly having overheard their discussion. Yu Qing expressed her concern in a hushed tone, but the medicine. Luo Ran replied, It is fine, you go search. I will drink the rest later. Yu Qing nodded. Very well then, miss, drink it while it is warm. I shall tidy up upon my return. Luo Ran urged, Yes. Hurry, lest it runs far and it becomes dark, making it difficult to find. Only then did Yu Qing summon Zizhu, Zifu, along with the other servants in the courtyard, and together they began searching around the Ningxiang courtyard for the cat. Meow, meow. After watching for a while, Luo Ran turned and returned inside to finish the remaining medicine. As soon as she entered, she froze in place. The room was illuminated solely by a dimly flickering candle, casting shadows over a man's face, obscuring his features. Yet Luo Ran recognized him instantly. Fu Jin sat in the very spot she had just occupied. In front of him rested the half-consumed bowl of her medicine. He lowered his head, utterly engrossed. Following his gaze, she spotted a fluffy white ball comfortably nestled in his arms. Fu Jin's long fingers absent-mindedly stroked the cat's neck, eliciting a soothing purr from the creature. After an indeterminate span of time, a barely audible sigh broke the stillness of the room. Sit down. Why do you linger there? Only then did Luo Ran realize that the visitor had taken the initiative. She glanced at the bowl of dark medicinal liquid, then at the cat cradled in his embrace. And for the first time, the typically gentle and compliant figure seemed to possess a hint of defiance. Who permitted you to trespass into my courtyard? Could it be that you are once again acting on the Emperor's orders to investigate? Fu Jinan glanced at her unexpectedly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I shall go wherever I please. What concern is it of the Emperor's? Such audacity was indeed outrageous. He could act with impunity, yet Luo Ran could not. Remaining steadfast in her position, she inquired, May I ask, esteemed commander, what brings you here at such a late hour? Intruding upon the inner quarters of women without prior consent? Fu Jinan's fingers tightened slightly around the neck of the cat, which let out a sharp yowl. As it prepared to extend its claws, it met the man's gaze and obediently withdrew. Finding the scene amusing, Fu Jinan applied more pressure, causing the cat to tremble. Yet it refrained from clawing out, instead whimpering pitifully toward Luo Ran. Releasing his grip, he gently stroked the cat's fur, saying now, that is more like it. Should you continue to misbehave, I shall have your skin flayed to craft a hand warmer. A chill coursed through Luo Ran. Chapter 31. Does grandfather treat you well? Fu Jinan raised his gaze to glance at Luo Ran, then shifted his focus to the medicinal bowl before him. Under Luo Ran's watchful eye, his strong, bony fingers grasped the bowl and brought it to his nose, scrunching his sharp brows in evident disdain before turning his head away. With one hand holding the bowl and the other pinching the scruff of the cat's neck, he applied gentle pressure, forcing the feline to open its mouth. Perhaps startled, the once docile cat began to struggle, its limbs thrashing against the man's hand. Unperturbed, Fu Jinan poured most of the bitter concoction into the cat's mouth, instantly soiling its pristine white fur. Only when the last drop of liquid fell from the bowl did he finally release his grip. The liberated kitten darted away, skittering to Luo Ran's feet. Luo Ran lowered her head stiffly, observing her soiled skirt and the tips of her shoes, her vision suddenly blurring. Grasping the doorframe beside her, she barely managed to steady herself. What do you truly intend to do? She asked, her voice trembling. Fu Jinan studied the red marks on his wrist, freshly scratched by the cat, with a few drops of blood already seeping out. He leisurely retrieved a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping the wounds until no blood remained before he spoke. The game has commenced. It does not end simply because you wish it to. At that moment, Luo Ran finally comprehended the gravity of the man she had provoked. Steadying her nerves, she repeated her question, What is it that you want? Fu Jinan carelessly tossed the handkerchief aside, glancing at her abdomen. There are two paths. First, I can grant you the dignity of being Madame Fu, but the child must not remain. And the second option? Luo Ran's nails dug into her palms. She was resolute in her refusal to marry into the Fu family again. Fu Jinan lazily lifted his eyelids, speaking in a deliberate tone. As for the second, you may terminate the pregnancy and forego marriage to the Fu family. But I require access to your father's naval strategy plans. Dream on. Luo Ran's exquisite features, though angry, radiated a vibrant intensity rather than a menacing glare. Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow in surprise, watching her with keen interest. Luo Ran, consumed by fury, could not decipher the meaning behind his gaze. The child is mine. I will keep it if I wish, and I will not if I do not. It is none of your concern. As for my father's naval strategy plans, you can forget about it. Unfazed by her rejection, Fu Jinan chuckled, his demeanor as warm as spring's embrace. Very well then. Let us wait and see if you can quietly rid yourself of the child without my consent. Of course, you could also choose to carry it to term, but I advise you to consider whether your father and the Shun family can afford the repercussions of such a decision. You are shameless. Luo Ran's complexion paled. She had never encountered someone so audacious. Fu Jinan, undeterred, approached her, suddenly bending down to whisper near her ear, his warm breath brushing against her face. Do not rush. Take your time to ponder. There remains more than half a year before your delivery, and I possess ample patience. The man's voice was deep and melodious, his scent reminiscent of green bamboo and pine, sharp and fragrant. Yet all of this enveloped Luo Ran like a venomous serpent, constricting around her neck and rendering her breathless. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Fu Jinan seemed to suddenly recall something and added, that Zuju pill you took last time is a secret medicine for preserving pregnancy. There's only one in all of the gene. I managed to procure it for you. Am I not good to you? His tone lifted slightly, and as his gaze flickered to a certain spot, he noticed that it seemed to have grown larger than before. Fu Jinen's eyes darkened, and he turned to leave. Luo Ran remained unaware of how long she had stood there until her feet grew numb. Only when the voices of Yu Qing and others echoed outside did she come to her senses, slowly moving to the edge of the bed, her body giving way as she collapsed onto it. She overheard Yu Qing standing in the corridor, speaking to someone, "Hurry and take the cat downstairs to wash it clean. It took young master a great deal of effort to bring it here for the young lady. You must take good care of it and ensure it does not escape again." Upon entering the room, Yu Qing instinctively glanced at the bowl of soup on the table. Seeing that it was clean at the bottom, she let out a slight sigh of relief and, in a deliberately casual tone, said, "Miss, the cat has been found. Strangely enough, I wonder how it fell into the lotus pond with such thick ice. Fortunately, we discovered it early, otherwise it would have frozen to death." Luo Ran slowly raised her head. She understood that Yu Qing was trying to comfort her, but, "I see. You may leave now. I am weary and wish to rest for a while." The weariness in Luo Ran's voice was palpable. Yu Qing picked up the medicine bowl, saying, "Yes, I shall wait at the door. If you feel unwell, please call for me." Luo Ran nodded. After Yu Qing exited, Luo Ran extinguished the solitary lamp in the room, lowered the bed curtains, and lay down fully clothed. She felt a chill coursing through her body, shivering uncontrollably. Wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, she still felt cold. Rising, she covered herself with the additional blanket beside her. Its weight was suffocating, yet it brought her a sense of security. When she awoke, the dawn was just beginning to break, accompanied by the rustling sounds at the door. Yu Qing. Having just awakened, Luo Ran's voice was somewhat hoarse. Yu Qing had likely entered numerous times throughout the night, and upon hearing her voice, felt a wave of relief. Yet simultaneously, she harbored some anger. What kind of medicine did that old doctor prescribe? It is utterly ineffective. Do not worry, Mississippi. I will go again shortly. Luo Ran rose with her assistance, shaking her head gently. It's all right. All right? Yu Qing was puzzled. Luo Ran lowered her eyelids and replied softly, "I did not take that medicine." But Yu Qing hesitated, wanting to say more, but ultimately refrained. After breakfast, they went to Ningfu courtyard to pay their respects, as usual. Since Li Shi, Luo Rushiwa, and Luo Rudi were all under house arrest, and Luo Hongjuan's injury had not healed, while Luo Dun was on leave due to a leg injury. Only Aunt Fong and her two daughters were present in the second household. Under normal circumstances, concubines would only pay their respects to the main wife and were not entitled to visit Ningfu courtyard. However, Li Shi was concerned about missing something in her absence and thus sent Aunt Fong over. Aunt Fong possesses a fiery temperament, particularly favored by Lord One. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that she could successfully raise her two children amidst the pressures exerted by the Li family. The Luo family does not boast an abundance of offspring. The third branch alone comprises 5 daughters and 4 sons. Luo Ran surveyed the room, performed her greetings, and took her seat. Luo Ruzhen cast a glance at her elder sister, who sat upright, and with a sly smirk remarked, "Sister, with the second and third sisters absent, are you not pleased?" Lady Chow, seated nearby, sipped her tea, feigning ignorance of her daughter's words. Luo Ran turned her gaze toward Luo Ruzhen and replied, "What brings you to such a conclusion? Fourth sister? Their presence or absence bears no significance to me. Mother claimed it was all due to you, which is why both the second and third sisters have been confined," piped up the 6-year-old Luo Rushuan, who, in her innocence, spoke her mind without reservation. Aunt Lien swiftly pulled her daughter aside, reprimanding her. "What nonsense you speak. The lady and the second miss are merely unwell and require rest. Eldest miss, do not hold it against little Wu. She is young and lacks understanding." Luo Ran remained silent, casting a glance at the pouting Luo Rushuan before turning her head away. Luo Ruzhen scoffed. Since when did a young lady of the Luo family allow an aunt to reprimand her? Such lack of decorum. Aunt Lien hastily stood to apologize. Luo Ran, already suffering from a restless night, found her irritation exacerbated by their bickering. Chapter 32. A bloodied hand. Just as Luo Ran was about to rise and take her leave, she noticed Du Mama beseeching the old matriarch. "Esteemed matriarch, I implore you to show some mercy towards this humble servant. My age weighs heavily upon me, and my faculties are failing. On this first day of managing the household affairs, I nearly faltered in serving the morning meals to the masters of each courtyard. If this continues, I fear I may not see the sun rise tomorrow. The old matriarch shot her a reproachful glance. What nonsense you speak. You have merely to oversee affairs for a few days, and you already wail as if the sky is falling. The second madam has managed for many years without complaint. Suddenly, she swallowed the rest of her words. Very well. Fortunately, my old bones can still endure for a couple more years. You may go about your duties with abandon. Now, are there any tasks left unattended? Bring them to me shortly. Du mama kikli interjected, estime de matriarche. Your health is not robust. Did not the physician advise you to rest more and worry less just the other day? Should you overexert yourself and fall ill, the very pillar of this household would be compromised. With a sigh of resignation, the old matriarch replied, Then what do you propose we do? We cannot allow this entire family to go without their meals. Du mama smiled ingratiatingly. I do have an idea. The old matriarch raised an eyebrow. Oh, do share. I am listening. Casting a glance at Luo Ran, Du mama continued. The third madam is nearing her time, and we must not burden her with toil. The young ladies are all quite tender in age. Thus, my lady, might I request your assistance? Seeing that she had finally entered the conversation, Luo Ran smiled and replied, Grandmother has often said that I grew up in Jiangnan and am unacquainted with the affairs of the household and the capital. I truly do not know how I can assist Mama. She echoed the old matriarch's earlier sentiment regarding her own lack of familiarity. Du mama feignait ignorance, répondit cheerfully. My lady is being modest. I have heard that you have managed the Marquis's private estate and the dowry of the first madam with great skill. Luo Ran arched an eyebrow. Oh, and who has been spreading such news? I have been so occupied these days that I have yet to meet with those in charge. It seems Du Mama is more well-informed than I. Du Mama had not anticipated being ensnared in her own words, but thankfully, Luo Ran did not press the matter further. Finally, the old matriarch declared, Let it be so. Ranner is of suitable age and should learn to manage the household. It is an opportune time for her to gain experience. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult Du Mama or me. Yes, I shall comply with your wishes. Grandmother. This time, Luo Ran did not decline. However, when Du Mama suggested she oversee the kitchen, she politely refused. The kitchen was fraught with potential for mischief, and she did not wish to inadvertently bear the blame for any misdeeds. As for the expenditures, she trusted that her grandmother would not relinquish control. As it approached the season when the masters and servants would change into their spring attire, she accepted the task. In truth, there were established protocols for the seasonal wardrobe changes. One simply needed to instruct the staff to deliver the garments at the appropriate time and note any reasonable requests made by them. Upon exiting Ningfu Courtyard, Yu Qing expressed her concern. Miss, your health is not suited for such exertion. Luo Ran reassured her. It is of no consequence. However, you may need to run a few extra errands in the future. Before the journey had even begun, Luo Ran had already anticipated that there would be individuals who would seize the opportunity to trouble her. Nevertheless, even if she chose to remain passive, would those individuals allow her to escape unscathed? Certainly not. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. She would simply confront whatever challenges arose, as one does when faced with an army or a flood. Moreover, Luo Ran mused, Rest assured, I will not be burdened for long. Yu Qing also pondered, nodding in agreement. Indeed, next month marks the second young lady's coming-of-age ceremony. The matriarch would not linger on them for too long. Luo Ran smiled, choosing to remain silent. This was one aspect of her contemplation. On another front, based on her previous life as experiences, news would soon arrive. Li Yuanliang had been promoted and his entire family was relocating to the capital. Li Yuanliang was none other than the direct elder brother of the Li family, the matriarch's nephew. The grandmother would never allow her own kin to suffer disgrace. However, this lifetime was different. Her rebirth had already altered many events, and she was uncertain what else lay ahead. Yet, her objectives remained unwavering. Upon returning to the Ningxiang courtyard, a fluffy white ball suddenly dashed towards her, rubbing against her ankles and eventually rolling over on the ground, legs in the air. Chunyu followed out, exclaiming in exasperation, You little rascal! I just bathed you. And now you're being all coy with the young lady. You'll get dirty again. Let us see if the young lady will hold you. Luo Ran gazed at the cat sprawled on its back at her feet, occasionally mewing at her as if seeking her embrace. The moment she laid eyes on it, Luo Ran recalled the image of the man cradling it under the lamp the previous night, causing her skin to prickle with goosebumps. Yu Qing, noticing her wrapped arms, hurriedly suggested, "Miss, are you feeling cold? Let us return indoors swiftly." Pointing at the cat on the ground, she added, "Chun Yu, do give it another wipe to prevent it from soiling the soft couch." Sigh. Chun Yu complied, carrying the cat away, only to return shortly after. Chun Yu adored this cat, wishing to hold it perpetually. Yet, the cat exhibited a peculiar trait. The more affection it received from her, the more indifferent it became. While it earnestly sought the approval of the coolly distant Luo Ran, it was either nuzzling against Luo Ran's calves or sitting on the floor, gazing at her with wide eyes while meowing incessantly. Ultimately, Luo Ran, feeling exasperated, succumbed and lifted the cat into her arms, continually reassuring herself, "Chunyu's already washed it. There is no lingering scent from that man." Still apprehensive, she bent down to take a whiff, and indeed, only the fragrance of soap remained. At last, she felt at ease holding it as the cat nestled in her embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Observing the fluffy, white creature, Luo Ran's heart finally softened. Chunyu remarked, "Miss, we cannot simply keep calling a cat all day. We ought to give it a proper name." Luo Ran gently stroked the cat's fur, which purred contentedly, relishing the attention. "What do you suggest we name it?" she inquired casually. Chunyu tilted her head, contemplating seriously. "It is so white. How about calling it Snowball?" "Absolutely not," Yu Qing interjected suddenly. Chunyu replied, "Why not?" Yu Qing cast a glance at Luo Ran and said, "It conflicts with the name of the second young lady. It wouldn't be good if it got out." Chunyu had forgotten this matter since the spring rain had just arrived a few days ago, and she sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Luo Ran, unfazed, replied, "No matter. We can think of another." Thus, whenever Chunyu suggested a name, Yu Qing found it unsatisfactory, and when Yu Qing proposed one, Chunyu disapproved. Finally, both of them turned to Luo Ran in unison. "Say, miss, it's best if you decide." Luo Ran lowered her gaze to the little cat, recalling how the tiny creature had brandished its claws and drawn blood from someone last night, which made her chuckle involuntarily. "Let's call it General," she declared. "General? General?" Both Yu Qing and Chunyu were perplexed, casting sympathetic glances at the soft, white little creature. However, Luo Ran was quite fond of the name. "Yes, General. It sounds so imposing. I hope it will catch a few nasty mice, just like its name suggests." The word mouse was pronounced with a hint of disdain. Chapter 33. Lu Jiuchun wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at the individual across from him, gesturing with his chin towards the man's hand. "So, which young lady's chamber did you invade last night? You certainly seem to have a bold disposition." After a night had passed, the scratches were beginning to scab over. Fu Jin and cast a fleeting glance, but remained silent. Lu Jiuchun, unfazed, suddenly remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "By the way, I've heard there have been changes among the officials." Truly, some rejoice while others despair. At last, Fu Jinan's expression shifted slightly as he responded, "What does that concern you?" Lu Jiuchun shrugged, pouring himself a drink, inhaling its aroma, and savoring a sip with his eyes half closed in delight. After a moment, he continued, "Of course, it has nothing to do with me. My duty is to indulge in pleasures and be a proper debauched young prince." However, Lu Jiuchun persisted. "I heard the emperor rejected the Duke of Jinyiwei's memorial. Even the Duke's attempt to secure a position for your younger brother as a gatekeeper fell through. What do you suppose is the reason behind it?" Under Lu Jiuchun's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Jin appeared remarkably composed. "It seems you've grown quite audacious lately, daring to speculate on the emperor's mind. Aren't you worried that Prince Qing might flay you alive?" Lu Jiuchun curled his lips in disdain. "Boring. I can't afford to joke around. Well then, I shall seek out my lovely Peach Blossom instead." Leaning closer, he locked eyes with Fu Jin and continued, "By the way, you might not know, but a new girl named Peach Blossom has recently arrived at Entwined Courtyard. In her prime, untouched, she possesses an enchanting beauty. Not long ago, some unfortunate fool offered 1,000 taels of silver to deflower her, But who knows if it was the man who faltered or what. He ended up fleeing at the last moment, thereby benefiting me. Lu Jiuqin glanced at Fu Jin and with a wicked smile. Get lost. Fu Jin and uttered a single word, his lips barely parting. Lu Jiuqin erupted into laughter, waving as he exited. Brother, thanks a lot. Not long after Lu Jiuqin departed, Duke Jinyiwei approached with a dark expression. Longing was about to enter to announce him, but was kicked aside. Where's that scoundrel? As he spoke, he saw a figure standing before him, towering over him by a head. Instantly, Duke Jinyiwei's arrogance diminished. Old Madam, joyous news. Joyous news indeed. Madame Du, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly stumbled over the threshold. Luo Ran stifled a laugh behind her hand. Luo Ran lowered her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Old Madam, joyous news. Madame Du regained her balance and continued to smile at the old matriarch, her wrinkles deepening with delight. Chao Shi shot a glance at her daughter, smiling as she inquired, what exactly is this joyous occasion? Madame Du, do enlighten us. You have us all in suspense. Chao Shi's belly had grown quite large, and the doctor had estimated that she would soon be in labor within the next few days. Initially, she had not intended to come every day for morning and evening rituals, as pregnant women tend to be more lethargic, especially in the bitter cold of winter. Who would relish the idea of crawling out of bed to sit idly here? However, since her stepmother remained silent, she found herself unable to bring it up. Asking her husband to do so was futile. Luo Dicheng, upon seeing his stepmother, was as skittish as a mouse before a cat. And thus he had no choice but to muster up the energy to come every day. At this moment, witnessing the joy radiating from old Madame Du, a sense of disdain flickered within. The old matriarch chuckled and remarked, You old rascal, what brings you such delight? Speak up, lest these children witness your folly. With an exuberant clap of her thigh, Du Mama exclaimed, Old Madam, he has been promoted. The young master has ascended. Just as the old lady was about to revel in the news, a thought struck her, but I heard it was born of a concubine. What a child! Boy or girl? Du Mama hastily corrected her. Oh dear, old madam, where are your thoughts wandering? I meant the young master has been elevated in rank. He has been appointed to the position of a 5th-rank official, and soon the entire family will relocate to the capital. Is that truly the case? The old lady stood in astonishment. Luo Ran offered a gentle smile, finally finding a connection with her previous life. Throughout the first half of her life, the old lady's greatest concern had been her family of origin. Despite many years with old Master Luo, though she had not received a title, she had lived as an official's wife. Later, her son distinguished himself, earning a noble title that elevated her status to a 2nd-rank lady. Yet in recent years, aside from her brother, Li Yuanliang, who had attained a 5th-rank post, the Li family had been rather inconspicuous. Although the position of a court official was merely a 5th rank, it was in the capital where opportunities for advancement were more plentiful. As the saying goes, it is easier to gain favor under the emperor's gaze. Who could predict future promotions? The old lady began inquiring about when her nephew's family would move to the capital, ensuring that arrangements for their lodging were in place, asking every detail. Du Mama beamed broadly. Rest assured, old madam, the messenger is right outside. I shall fetch them immediately. What are you waiting for? Hurry and go, the old lady urged. In a short while, a woman dressed as a nurse entered, introducing herself as Mama Chiu, her face aglow with happiness. With succinct and clear speech, Mama Chiu addressed the old lady's concerns. Upon hearing that her nephew's family would arrive at the end of February, the old lady was filled with joy, exclaiming, just in time for the coming-of-age ceremony. Mama Chiu responded with a smile. Indeed, our old lady has remarked the same. The old lady she referenced was the mother of Li Shi, the old lady's widowed sister-in-law. Upon learning that her nephew's family planned to rent a house initially, the old lady's mood soured, and she turned to Du Mama, instructing, prepare the eastern courtyard for them. It is rather unbecoming to rent a place upon their arrival. We have ample space. Let them stay here until they find a suitable dwelling. Mama Chiu expressed her gratitude profusely, her joy palpable. After exchanging a few more words, the old lady instructed Du Mama to take Mama Chiu to rest. Once they departed, the old lady couldn't contain her thoughts. repeatedly lamenting how challenging life had been for her sister-in-law over the years. Chaoshi echoed her sentiments beside her. Luo Ran, having shifted closer to Luo Ran, whispered, "I believe that Mama Chio has ulterior motives. Renting a house is merely a ruse to stay with us." Luo Ran cast a surprised glance at her 9-year-old fourth sister. It was undeniable that even this younger sister possessed far more astuteness than her previous self. After losing her innocence in her previous life, she sequestered herself in the courtyard each day, neglecting even the rituals of dawn and dusk, awaiting the hurried day of her marriage a year later. At that time, she had still felt gratitude towards her grandmother, only to later discover that her grandmother had never wished to see her at all. Consequently, she remained oblivious to the happenings outside, including the Li family, whose prolonged residence in the Marquis's mansion became apparent to her only after a significant event. As Luo Ran listened to Luo Ran lament the dismal state of the Li family, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Looking up, she asked grandmother, "What did you just say?" The old lady's expression momentarily cooled, but recalling that today was an auspicious day, she refrained from reprimanding her and reiterated, "In a few days, your cousins from the Li family will arrive. Although they reside in Yanqing, not far from the capital, it cannot compare to the capital's splendor." Luo Ran attentively absorbed her grandmother's preamble, and when the moment was ripe, the old lady finally added, "It is just the right time to change into spring attire. I will have Aunt Chio take your measurements and prepare 2 sets for each of them." "Yes, I shall heed your wishes, grandmother," Luo Ran replied obediently. The old lady, pleased with her prompt compliance, nodded with satisfaction. "At last, you exhibit the demeanor of a young lady from the Marquis's household." Luo Ran offered a gentle smile. Chapter 34. The spring attire controversy. Upon exiting the courtyard, Luo Ran hastily caught up with Luo Ran, exclaiming with an air of superiority, "Elder sister, how hypocritical of you." Luo Ran furrowed her brow, realizing that the previously perceived intelligence of her fourth sister was now somewhat irksome. "What makes you think I am hypocritical?" she inquired. Luo Ran pouted, resembling the matriarch, Mrs. Chow, as she retorted, "Humph, don't think I'm oblivious. You not only dislike second aunt, but you also harbor disdain for a family. If you dislike them, why promise to make them new garments? Is that not hypocrisy?" Luo Ran, amused despite her irritation, glanced at the nearby Mrs. Chow, who pretended to meander, before striding toward her and declaring, "If third aunt continues to indulge fourth sister, it will be you who suffers in the end. Of course, this is of no concern to me, but should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy." Mrs. Chow dismissed her words with a chuckle, clutching her handkerchief. "Jeuneur is still young and naive. As her elder sister, should you be a bit more understanding?" Luo Ran replied with a cold smile, "If a child is ignorant, does that absolve an adult? I hope, in the future, when fourth sister finds herself in trouble, third aunt will remember this sentiment." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Mrs. Chow scoffed, "A child without a mother, what audacity! Refusing a fine marriage, insisting on breaking the engagement, and lingering in the household. What a disgrace! Mother, grandmother has provided new garments for those impoverished relatives. Does that not leave me at a loss?" Luo Ran pouted defiantly. "Very well, you may choose your fabric first." Mrs. Chow soothed her daughter as they returned to the courtyard of the third room. At that moment, the second room had also just received news. Luo Ran could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed into her mother's quarters, exclaiming, "Mother, uncle has been promoted. Does this mean we are no longer confined?" Li Shi beamed with delight, feeling bolstered by her family's fortune. Why should that wretched Luo Ran act so brazenly? Was it not due to her connections with the Shin family? Now, with her brother's family moving to the capital, they too would have the backing of their maternal lineage, as opposed to being stifled by a mere girl. Luo Hongjun emerged from within, overhearing the exchange between his sister and mother, and scoffed lightly. "It's merely a fifth-rank official. Is it truly worth such elation?" Upon hearing this, Li Shi's demeanor soured, and she lightly swatted his arm. "You insolent child. How can you express disdain for your uncle?" Luo Hongjun fell silent, but after a moment, he ventured, "Mother, were you not the one who wished to adopt me to uncle? Why have you not discussed it with grandmother?" Though it was indeed Li Shi's intent, Hearing her son bring it up left her slightly unsettled. What? Are you eager to call someone else father or mother? Observing her mother's displeasure, Luo Hongjun rushed to embrace her arm and cooed. Mother, what do you mean by that? Was it not you who first broached the topic of adoption? Luo Rushua chimed in. Yes, mother. Even if Junior were to be adopted by uncle, he would still be your kin. That deceased man is reduced to a mere tablet. What sustenance can you derive from a tablet? Upon hearing this, Li's discomfort dissipated instantly. She remarked, I was merely intending to speak with your grandmother after the new year. Who could have anticipated that that troublesome girl, Luo Ran, would keep stirring up trouble, leaving me in a state of utter disarray and causing me to forget about it altogether? Do not fret when your grandmother arrives. We can take the opportunity to persuade your uncle together, and the matter should be resolved. Luo Hongjun, recalling the kick he had received, could not help but shiver. However, the thought of eventually becoming the legitimate heir of the champion marquis and the prospect of his uncle's demise in a few years made him indifferent to enduring a few more kicks. Indeed, before nightfall, Luo Ran learned that the second branch had been released, including Luo Ruji, who had previously been punished. She expressed her indignation. What does the old lady mean by this? Even if it were merely for appearances, it seems rather hasty to release them so soon. Luo Ran smiled, finding no cause for anger in what was expected. She perused the list in her hands, which contained the inventory of garments for the various courtyards during the seasonal change. As anticipated, the procedure was to be followed without surprise. However, during the morning, the old lady had mentioned adding the clothing for the Li family for this season, which was conspicuously absent from the list. After midday, Mama Chiu could hardly contain her excitement as she delivered the list. Over 20 members of the Li family, each requiring 2 sets of clothing, amounted to a substantial quantity. It remained unclear whether Mama Du had simply forgotten or had intentionally excluded them. When Yu Qing went to the accounts office to collect the fabric and silver, she was informed that the new list was with Mama Du to avoid delays. She was advised to proceed with the original list and supplement it once Mama Du's list arrived. Yu Qing sensed something amiss, but recalled her mistress's admonition to comply with whatever the accounts office stated. Thus, she could only sulkily bring back the items. Unable to contain her frustration, she questioned, Miss, Mama Du and the accounts office are clearly trying to take advantage of us, hoping we would spend silver to make clothes for the Li family. Why do you allow them to bully us? Luo Ran replied with a gentle smile. Even if you were to cause a scene in the accounts office today, do you believe they wouldn't have 1,000 excuses to deflect you? Ultimately, you might end up with nothing. Yu Qing retorted, if we cannot reclaim anything, we should seek justice from the old lady. Luo Ran shook her head. Do you think grandmother is unaware? She might even criticize me for not managing this minor issue, which could disrupt the spring garments for the entire household, and I would be the one to blame. Yu Qing, feeling anxious, asked, what should we do then? We cannot let you bear the cost. Luo Ran looked up. Am I to dip into my own purse to make them appear virtuous? Do you think I am that foolish? Yu Qing chuckled. I'm merely concerned about you suffering a loss. Luo Ran neatly folded the list and placed it aside, assuring, do not worry. It will not fall upon us to pay. Sure enough, shortly after Li was released from confinement, she made her way to Ningxiang courtyard. Upon hearing this, Luo Ran said to Yu Qing, see, she has come. Yu Qing pouted and went out to greet her. I extend my respects to the second madam and the second young lady. Li responded with a faint acknowledgement. Luo Rushua raised her delicate brows and inquired, where is my elder sister? Once again, the young lady was enveloped in fortune. In response to the second Miss's words, the young lady was in her room, and the second madam and second miss were invited in. Just as Luo Rushua was about to speak, she was silenced by a glance from Li, who deliberately raised her voice, stating, it's quite all right. I shall go in to see Ranner. This led everyone to believe that Luo Ran was disrespectful to her elders, compelling them to visit her willingly. Yu Qing, not one to remain silent, smoothly added, thank you, second madam, for your consideration. A few days ago, the eldest young master caused an injury, and our young lady has yet to recover fully. This morning she endured the pain to pay her respects to the old matriarch and has just taken her medicine. With a deft touch, she turned the conversation back. Li was momentarily taken aback and stepped into the room, while Luo Rushue smiled and nodded at Yu Qing, following closely behind. Second aunt has arrived. Please take a seat. Luo Ran deliberately adjusted her dress, feigning a recent application of medicine. Li, with an awkward smile, remarked, "It is indeed strange. Second aunt, I have been so busy lately that I completely forgot to send that little rascal Junior to offer his apologies." Expecting Luo Ran to decline, she was surprised when Luo Ran nodded and replied, "It matters not. We are family, and it is of little consequence whether it is sooner or later. It is sufficient that he acknowledges his mistake. Wouldn't you agree, second aunt?" Li was momentarily stunned. Luo Rushue quickly stepped forward, linking arms with Luo Ran, cheerfully exclaiming, "Today is a splendid day. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. Eldest sister, have you heard? My uncle has been promoted and will be moving to the capital at the end of the month, just in time for my coming-of-age ceremony." Chapter 35. The spring attire turmoil. Luo Ran gazed affectionately at her innocent and naive younger sister, suddenly pondering how she had met her demise in her previous life. The only memory she retained was of having received the divorce papers from Fu Xiong, after which Luo Rushue, heavily pregnant, approached her to convey, with utmost gravity, that their father had passed away, and in a tragic manner, lacking a complete form. Overwhelmed by sorrow at that moment, she had been oblivious to everything, only to feel excruciating pain in her intestines upon returning to her courtyard, ultimately succumbing to blood loss. Was it poison? Yet she could not recall consuming anything suspicious. Lowering her gaze, she continued listening to Luo Rushue. "I have heard the news. Congratulations, second aunt." Li Shi's smile was genuine this time. After exchanging a few inconsequential pleasantries, Li Shi finally spoke. "I just visited your grandmother and learned she has entrusted you with the spring shirt matter, stating that since I have recovered, I should not trouble you. However, Ranner, you understand that there have been numerous matters to attend to lately, and I am truly overwhelmed. Therefore, I have come to discuss with you whether you might assist me during this busy period. Rest assured, once Shui's coming-of-age ceremony is over, I promise not to inconvenience you further." Luo Ran's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that the old lady had indeed informed her about the fabric and finances, evidently intending for her to contribute. "Very well, but should I falter in any way, I hope second aunt will be understanding, as this is my first endeavor in such matters. Mistakes are inevitable for a novice." These were words frequently uttered by Li Shi and Chao Shi. Li Shi paused momentarily, before responding with a gentle smile. "Oh, you are such a child. Fret not. As long as things proceed smoothly, I shall not hold it against you." Clearly, her leniency came with stipulations. Feigning ignorance, Luo Ran inquired about Luo Rushue. "What brings you here today, dear sister? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Luo Rushue hesitated for a moment, then clung to Luo Ran's arm affectionately. "Sister, I am here to apologize. I truly did not know that Brother Xiong was present in the garden that day. Otherwise, I would not have. I do not recall anything you mentioned." Luo Ran tilted her head, feigning forgetfulness. Luo Rushue let out a nervous chuckle. "Sister, you are magnanimous. It was merely a misunderstanding on my part." Luo Ran nodded, indeed. This left Luo Rushue momentarily speechless. It was Li Shi who broke the silence, adding, "It is good that you are not upset. Your sister has been unable to eat or drink these past few days, worried that you might be angry with her." As she spoke, she affectionately tapped Luo Rushue on the forehead. "See, I told you that your elder sister carries herself with the grace of a noble lady. She would never hold a grudge against a child like you." Luo Ran cast her eyes downward, remaining silent. An awkward tension filled the air until Li Shi resumed the conversation. "By the way, Shui'er feels too shy to ask you directly. She wishes to know where you acquired the hairpin for your coming-of-age ceremony. With the date approaching, she is rather dissatisfied with the current selection of hairpins." So that was it. Luo Ran mused to herself that the two of them would never visit her courtyard without reason. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Are you referring to that particular hairpin? I am afraid I do not know. It was a gift from my maternal grandmother. I have heard that the matriarch of the Li family will soon arrive in the capital, perhaps bringing you a gift. After all, she holds a special fondness for the second sister." Li's expression darkened slightly, who was unaware of the Li family struggles. Otherwise, They would not be so calculating over 2 sets of garments, nor would they be residing in someone else's estate. Discontented by the lack of agreement with Luo Ran, Li departed in displeasure. Jinyiwei entered with a look of astonishment and remarked, "Miss, is this the lady of the—" Her audacity rivals that of a coarse peasant. Her words elicited peals of laughter from Luo Ran and Yuqing. Once the mirth subsided, Luo Ran instructed Yuqing, "Tomorrow at dawn, take this list to the accounting office to collect the silver and fabric. Do not engage in idle chatter if they provide it good. If not, return without delay." Yuqing nodded earnestly. The following day, Yuqing went to retrieve the remaining materials from the accounting office, only to find that Luo Ran's predictions were accurate. Various excuses were offered. In short, there was no silver and the fabric was insufficient. "You must devise a solution," they said. Yuqing's face flushed with indignation. "Miss, is there any difference between this and outright robbery?" Luo Ran, cradling the general, gently smoothed its fur. After a moment, she replied in a while, "Take Zizhu and Zifu to visit each courtyard. Relay to them the words of the steward from the accounting office, and then explain that due to the insufficiency of silver and fabric this year, the originally planned skirts will be altered to front-opening jackets, and the long robes will be simplified to single-layer straight hems. Should there be any surplus fabric, we might be able to add an additional garment for everyone, but the style, long or short, will depend on the available material, and no selections will be permitted." Upon hearing this, Yuqing excitedly summoned Zizhu and Zifu, marching confidently to the various courtyards. The outcome, naturally, was a flurry of chaos and lamentation. Before long, the commotion reached the matriarch's quarters. "Miss, the second and third madams, along with several young ladies, have all gone to Ningfu courtyard." Yuqing suddenly felt apprehensive, worrying that she may have overstepped and caused trouble for the miss. Luo Ran placed the general on the couch and rose, saying, "Assist me in changing my attire." Just as she finished changing into a new dress, Jinyiwei entered with news that someone from the old lady's side had come to summon her. Before she could step inside, Luo Ran heard a cacophony of lively voices within. With a sigh, she lifted the curtain and entered, only to be greeted by the sight of the old lady's elongated face. "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother." Luo Ran bowed. Before the old lady could speak, Luo Ran suddenly lunged towards her. Luo Ran deftly sidestepped, causing Luo Ran to stumble and nearly fall. Thankfully, she managed to kneel on the floor, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Luo Ran. "Elder sister, I was wrong. I accept any punishment you deem fit, but please do not involve the innocent. If this gets out, how will others perceive our— Wouldn't it be a subject of ridicule?" "Indeed, elder sister. If you lack those few pieces of fabric, simply state so. There is no need to belittle others." Luo Ran continued to stoke the flames of discord. Luo Ran raised her eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the Li and Chao families, a few concubines had also arrived, silently dabbing at their tears. One might mistakenly think they had suffered some grave injustice. "Third sister, fourth sister, from whence do these words arise? When have I ever punished you or belittled you?" Without waiting for the old matriarch to speak, Luo Ran directly approached a chair and seated herself, her voice suddenly sharp. "In recent days, third sister and fourth sister, you have been quite troublesome. I have chosen not to hold it against you, considering your youth. Yet, as the saying goes, even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper. Though I hail from Jiangnan and am not entirely familiar with the customs of the capital, I have never witnessed a sister who persistently scrutinizes her elder sibling." As she spoke, tears welled in Luo Ran's eyes, and she allowed them to cascade down her face. Turning to the matriarch, she continued, "If you, grandmother, hold any dislike towards me or find me bothersome, I ask you to bear with it for a time. Once I am released from this engagement, I shall certainly seek a secluded convent to conclude my life, ensuring I bring no further trouble to you." "Nonsense." The old matriarch could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed, "If word of this spreads, it would tarnish the reputation of a family that cannot accommodate its own legitimate granddaughter." At last, Luo Ran wiped away her tears and surveyed the room, asking, "Then who can enlighten me as to what I have done wrong that has provoked such treatment from you?" Chapter 36. Internal strife. Luo Ran turned her gaze towards Luo Rushui, who feigned ignorance and nestled closer to the old matriarch, dutifully caressing the elder's back. The 6-year-old Luo Ruxian, still tender in years, had grown weary of her aunt's incessant chatter and harbored a dislike for the elder sister who had just returned. However, upon surveying the surroundings, she noticed that their branch of the family was accompanied by a legitimate mother, an aunt, as well as a second and third sister. In contrast, the eldest sister stood alone. The little girl pursed her lips and whispered, "They say the eldest sister is withholding silver and cloth from the household, refusing to make skirts for everyone." Before she could finish her statement, Aunt Fong swiftly covered her mouth. Aunt Fong forced a smile. "Do not take it to heart, young lady. This impudent child simply loves to spout nonsense." Meanwhile, Luo Honghui, feeling unwell and having skipped school, had accompanied his aunt to join the commotion. Upon witnessing his aunt silencing his sister, he scoffed, "What you just said was far more lively. Why is it that my sister cannot speak?" Aunt Fong struck Luo Honghui on the head. "Silence. Is this any of your concern?" Rubbing his head, he retorted, "If it is not my concern, then what of yours?" Aunt Fong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into tears. "You ungrateful child. I have toiled to raise you, and you disdain me. If you look down upon me, go find someone else to be your mother. Why must you prance about before my eyes all day?" Li Shi felt a throbbing in her forehead. Her intention had been to escalate matters, hoping to compel Luo Ran into parting with some silver. Yet, before she could address the real issue, her own kin had already begun to quarrel. "Enough. No more bickering. Honghui, regardless of the circumstances, Aunt Fong is still your aunt. Is this how you speak to your own mother?" Li Shi admonished. However, Luo Honghui was unperturbed by his legitimate mother's reprimand, defiantly retorting, "Do not play the virtuous one. Do you not wish for me to be estranged from my aunt? I am well aware of your intentions. You merely seek to adopt my elder brother under our uncle's name to secure a title, using me as a stepping stone." With a resounding slap, Li Shi trembled with rage, her hand numbed from the force. "Honghui!" Aunt Fong screamed, pulling Luo Honghui into her embrace, tenderly touching his face. "Let me see. Does it hurt? It's swollen. Call for a doctor, quickly." Luo Honghui forcefully pushed Aunt Fong away, shouting, I do not need your concern." He then fled from the room. "Look at the son you have raised." After a moment of silence, Li Shi managed to squeeze out the words through clenched teeth. The old matriarch nearly choked on her breath, pointing at those present. "You lot are intent on driving me to my grave." Luo Ran sat as an outsider, seemingly detached from the turmoil unfolding within the room. In her previous life, her father had adopted Luo Hongjun after her marriage. At that time, Luo Hongjun had not harmed her. In her father's eyes, he remained the obedient yet mischievous nephew. Subsequently, it was unclear how her grandmother had persuaded her father. Perhaps it was similar reasoning regarding the lack of brothers to support her that led to such decisions. After adopting Luo Hongjun, her father resolutely abandoned any thoughts of remarrying, dedicating himself entirely to the coastal defenses of the Great Jin. In this life, from the moment of her rebirth, every trajectory had shifted. Without her consent, her father would not have adopted Luo Hongjun, yet now he found himself ensnared by that serpent-like man. Contemplating this, Luo Ran instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen, staring at the tea in her hand, wishing fervently that it were a potent elixir that would make the child disappear. Then no one could threaten her father anymore. "Anya, eldest sister." Miss Yuqing gently tapped Luo Ran. Luo Ran lifted her head, gazing at her in confusion. Yuqing hurriedly said, "The old lady is speaking with you." Only then did Luo Ran turn her attention. "Grandmother, what were you saying just now?" The old lady was incensed, nearly falling backward, realizing that after speaking for so long, not a single word had registered with Luo Ran. Luo Ran, feeling apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, grandmother. Yesterday, I was preoccupied with the matter of fabric and silver, and I pondered throughout the night, so I didn't sleep well and feel a bit dizzy." Rubbing her forehead, she continued, "Given the current difficulties in the household, I shall forego those 2 sets of clothing. My younger sister is in urgent need, so please let her have them." Lady Li, having finally pacified concubine Fong, Upon hearing Luo Ran's words, realizing her plan was about to unravel, immediately interjected, "Ranner, what are you saying? How could a dignified marquis household be unable to afford 2 sets of clothing? Wouldn't that be the subject of ridicule?" Luo Ran replied. But the steward, just as she began, she was interrupted by Granny Do. "Miss, have you perhaps miscalculated? The household indeed has a set amount of fabric and silver each season, but following the old lady's instructions yesterday, I specifically ordered the steward to account for the excess belonging to the Li family, which Miss Yuqing took at that time." The implication was clear. Either Luo Ran had miscalculated or had embezzled funds. Luo Ran glanced at Granny Do and Lady Li, then at her grandmother, and suddenly smiled. So this was their scheme, a trap laid for her. Even if she summoned the steward, they would adamantly assert that it was Yuqing who had taken the funds. As for the accounts, any claims of forgetfulness were likely premeditated. They had probably concocted a shadowy account to ensure that even if she retrieved the one in Granny Do's possession, it would differ from her own. Yet, they underestimated her. Or perhaps they considered her utterly inept. Even if she had a gentle disposition and had not returned to the capital for 15 years in Jiangnan, she had managed everything within the household. Since she was 10, her father had entrusted several shops to her, intentionally training her. She simply had not mentioned it. Or perhaps in her previous life, she had never been afforded the opportunity to manage. Luo Ran smiled and said, "Yuqing." Yuqing produced a document from her sleeve and handed it to her. Luo Ran opened it, examined it, and then passed it to Granny Do. "Granny Do, please take a look. Is this not the document that was sent to Ningxiang Courtyard?" Indeed, Du Mama took the document, feigning a meticulous inspection, then shook her head. In response to the young lady's inquiry, "This is not the list delivered by this old servant. The one I provided contained 1/3 more fabric and silver." Luo Ran nodded, her expression unchanged. "In that case, I kindly request Mama to produce the original list for our comparison." Just as Du Mama was about to speak, Luo Ran continued, "Please do not claim it to be misplaced, for servants typically receive 2 copies when collecting items, one for the master and one for the accounting room. If it cannot be found, that would indeed reflect a dereliction of duty on your part, Mama." Du Mama smiled. "How could that be? The young lady is overly concerned. I shall summon someone to retrieve it at once." A moment of silence enveloped the room. Yuqing felt a surge of anxiety. The list had indeed been delivered by Du Mama, yet she was now denying it. The loss of a small amount of silver was trivial, but the young lady's reputation was of paramount importance. If she were to be accused of misappropriating public funds, it would tarnish her name even after marriage, leading to incessant criticism. Luo Ran was oblivious to Yuqing's worries. Her attention was drawn to another matter. She smiled at Li Shi and asked secondhand, "What was that about the adoption that third brother mentioned? I have never heard father speak of it before." Chapter 37 Disagreement on Adoption. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, about to deny, when she heard the old lady clear her throat softly. Luo Ran turned her gaze towards her and saw the old lady with lowered eyelids. Speaking softly, "This is my idea." She glanced at Luo Ran and continued, "Back then, your father, for your sake, dared to confront me and chose to leave the capital rather than take a new wife. Now that he is growing older, as his daughter, you cannot allow him to pass away without anyone to bow to him, can you? How can you repay the years of nurturing he has bestowed upon you?" Her words implied that if she were to oppose her father's adoption of Luo Hongjun today, she would be deemed a most heinous sinner. Luo Ran slowly rose to her feet and knelt in the center of the room, saying, "It is the granddaughter's unfilial behavior that has caused grandmother, who should be enjoying her twilight years, to worry for us." The old lady seemed quite pleased with her attitude, her tone softening considerably. "Since you have no objections, we shall turn to find an auspicious date." "I disagree." Before the old lady could finish her sentence, Luo Ran's clear voice interrupted. Seemingly not hearing clearly, the old lady inquired, "What did you say?" Luo Ran lifted her head, meeting the old lady's gaze directly, and said, I do not agree to father adopting Junior." The old lady furrowed her brow, about to admonish her, but Luo Ran continued, "Grandmother, do not rush. Allow me to explain my thoughts." The old lady regarded her for a moment, responding coolly. Only then did Luo Ran elaborate, "Hongjun is already 12 years old. Uncle and aunt have devoted themselves to raising him. If he were to be adopted by father at this time, what would uncle and aunt think? Li Shi quickly smiled, saying, "Do not worry, Ranner. We are all one family. Whether Junior calls me mother or not, as long as he is within this household, what does it matter? Furthermore, your uncle is sympathetic towards his brother. Despite his reluctance, he would not oppose this." Luo Ran shook her head. Though uncle and aunt are noble in their intentions, outsiders will not perceive it the same way. They will say father has taken away the son whom my brother has labored to raise, and should any ill-intentioned individuals arise, they may even claim your uncle covets father's title. Wouldn't this tarnish the brotherly bond between father and uncle? Li Shi's complexion palat. The old lady could not help but exclaim, "Who dares? I would like to see who has the audacity to spread such slander. Should I catch them, they will be driven from this estate with a beating." Luo Ran smiled. Can grandmother silence the tongues of all within the estate and stifle the whispers of the world? The old lady's expression turned cold. What do you mean? Do you truly wish for your father to live out his days in solitude? Luo Ran smiled gently. Of course not. In truth, I also wish to discuss this matter with grandmother. However, recent events have kept me from doing so, and it has been postponed time and again. Since aunt has brought it up today, I feel compelled to share my thoughts. If I say anything amiss, I hope grandmother will forgive me. The old lady nodded slightly, her interest piqued. Luo Ran continued, "These years, as I've been by father's side, I have often felt a deep sorrow seeing other families with their wives and daughters, while father remains alone. His clothes go mended, and when he returns from battle, severely wounded, he can only secretly have a servant tend to his injuries. Especially on the days of family reunions, I often observe my father drinking alone at night, without a confidant to share his thoughts." These sentiments are not mere words from Luo Ran. They are her heartfelt emotions, a reflection of her deep concern for her father over the years. Even the old matriarch could not help but turn away, discreetly wiping away her tears. Though she may show some favoritism, it is largely due to the absence of Luo Diyun, for which mother would not care for her own child. They are, after all, pieces of flesh torn from her own body. Luo Ran continued, "Thus, upon my return to the capital, I wish to ask my grandmother to arrange a marriage for father. I do not require the stepmother to possess extraordinary beauty or come from a prestigious family. It suffices that she understands my father, serving him a bowl of soup when he is weary or offering him tea, and conversing with him when he feels troubled." These words undeniably struck a chord with the old matriarch. With a deep sigh, she replied, "Very well, rise and speak. It is commendable that you harbor such intentions. It demonstrates that your father's care for you over the years has not been in vain." Luo Ran stood up, her demeanor humble. "Father often instructs me that grandfather passed away early, leaving grandmother to bear the weight of the entire marquisate alone, which is indeed a tremendous burden. Father frequently feels guilty for not being able to fulfill his filial duties before grandmother." The old matriarch smiled with satisfaction, taking pride in her son's dedication. Historically, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to balance. Your father's sacrifices for the protection of the great Jin are not in vain. My toil as a mere old woman is inconsequential, as long as you all behave well and achieve success, so that when I pass, I can leave a worthy legacy before the ancestors of the Luo family. Luo Ran offered some comforting words, stating, "Therefore, I was just opposed to the notion of adopting Junior. If a new wife enters our household, she will inevitably be expected to bear children for father. If we adopt Junior now, would it not create an awkward situation regarding his identity? Moreover, any reasonable family would not wish their daughter to marry into a household where she must face a stepson, as it would be a sign of disrespect." The old matriarch nodded in agreement, acknowledging her wisdom. "But does your father consent to remarry?" Luo Ran smiled reassuringly. "Grandmother, please rest assured. Father's refusal to remarry in the past stemmed from his compassion for me, having lost my mother at a young age. Now that I have matured, I cannot bear to see him remain solitary. Furthermore, with you by his side to persuade him, I am confident that he will not defy your wishes." This was a matter she felt assured she could influence her father on. In their previous life, they had indeed persuaded him by leveraging their lack of brothers after marriage. In this life, she could do the same. As the relationship between the old matriarch and Luo Ran began to thaw, Li was filled with anxiety. At this moment, it would be inappropriate to prevent Luo Diyun from remarrying or to bring up the adoption of Jun. She could only seek assistance from the side, turning to Granny Du for help. Granny Du understood the situation and nodded knowingly, intentionally peering outside and softly reminding old matriarch, the steward from the accounting room has arrived. By this time, the old matriarch's anger had diminished considerably. In fact, she contemplated that even if Luo Ran had embezzled funds, she might overlook it due to her commendable behavior today. However, Li did not share this sentiment, despite any ulterior motives brewing within her. She was determined that today's events could not simply be brushed aside. The steward, a man nearing his 40s named Hu Yi, possessed a fair complexion and a slightly plump figure with a pair of shrewd, bean-sized eyes. The servant greeted the matriarch, as well as the second and third mistresses, and the young ladies. Very well, rise, the matriarch replied indifferently. Li glanced at the matriarch before smiling at Hu Yi, saying, Steward Hu, I summoned you today to verify a matter. As she spoke, she cast another look in the direction of Luo Ran. Chaptur otusikis, embezement hui maintained asiti di gaze, slightly nodding towards Li Shi. Indeed, when I arrived, I had heard some rumors, so I specially brought this list for the esteemed matriarch's review. As he spoke, Hui presented a list to Du Momo. She accepted it and turned to hand it to the matriarch, stealing a glance and subtly nodding towards Li Shi, who responded with a faint smile. The matriarch examined the list thoroughly, but did not express any outrage. Instead, she looked at Luo Ran with a hint of disappointment. Ranner, you should take a look as well. Yes. Luo Ran rose and scrutinized the list meticulously, taking even longer than the matriarch. Sensing the gaze of Li Shi, Hu Yi suddenly remarked, Miss, do you find any issues with this list? Only then did Luo Ran neatly fold the list and return it to Hu Yi, stating, the list appears to be in order. If we adhere to its records, it is indeed sufficient for the clothing of the household and your aunt's family. Hu Yi abruptly knelt, wiping his plump face with a hand. Matriarch, I have served the Luo family diligently for over a decade, never daring to show the slightest negligence. The matriarch frowned gently. No one has accused you of dereliction. Stand and speak. It is unbecoming for a grown man to weep so easily. Reluctantly, Hu Yi rose. Li Shi interjected. Mother, we cannot blame Hu Yi entirely. Embezzlement of funds is a grave matter. If we do not clarify this, he may no longer keep his position. Turning to Luo Ran, she added earnestly, Ranner, if there is a shortage of funds, do not hesitate to discuss it with your second aunt or your grandmother. You have just returned to the capital. We cannot be overly demanding of you. Luo Ran chuckled softly, tilting her head in inquiry. What does second aunt mean by that? Li Shi forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. What do I mean? Since you claim there is no issue with the list, how can you then insist that the fabric and funds are insufficient? Where have the excess funds and fabric gone? Luo Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too wish to know where those fabrics and funds have vanished. Li Shi smiled knowingly, her meaning clear. The matriarch waved her hand. Enough, let it be. The missing funds and fabric shall be taken from my private treasury. Grandmother, mother, Li Shi and Luo Ru Shui exclaimed in unison. In Li Shi's eyes, since the main branch had no sons and the third branch consisted of illegitimate offspring, the matriarch's private treasury would ultimately belong to their branch. Taking from the matriarch's private funds was no different from asking her to part with her own money. Luo Ru Shui, however, was unwilling to let Luo Ran off so easily. Smiling, she said, Grandmother, I believe it is best to clarify this matter. Whether it is the eldest sister or Hu Yi, it would not be fair to wrong anyone. If everyone were to follow suit in the future, would our marquisate not descend into chaos? Luo Ran nodded in agreement. I believe what second sister says holds merit. Grandmother, it is indeed best to clarify this matter. The matriarch glanced at Luo Ran, who met her gaze with unflinching resolve. Feeling a moment of doubt, she said, In that case, Du Momo, please begin by recounting how the list was delivered to Ning Xiang Courtyard. When it was delivered, who witnessed it and what was said. Be sure to report truthfully. Ren and Hu Yi, You too. Let us ascertain who has unlawfully appropriated the silver and fabric. Once the truth is uncovered, there shall be no leniency. Thus, we commence with Granny Du and follow the trail to the very end, where Yu Qing has taken away the items. Each individual possesses a witness. Yet each witness is merely a companion. Chow, observing the proceedings, could no longer stifle her laughter, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Mother, at this rate, we shall not arrive at a conclusion by dawn. The matriarch lifted her eyelids to glance at her. What solution do you propose? Chow pouted. What can a daughter-in-law do? However, she cast a glance at Luo Ran, continuing, it is evident that many servants from the estate witnessed Granny Du's actions, and they cannot all be lying. The same applies to Steward Hu. From the verification of the list to the opening of the storeroom, so many eyes were watching. Surely, it is impossible to bribe them all. Therefore, it must be that Luo Ran and Yu Qing are deceiving us, for their witnesses are Chun Yu, Zi Zhu, and Zi Fu, all known to be close to Luo Ran. Everyone turned their gaze towards Luo Ran. Unperturbed, she smiled gently and said, Grandmother, have you forgotten the list in Steward Hu's hands? The matriarch replied, Did you not claim that the list was flawless? Luo Ran clarified, I stated that receiving the fabric and silver according to that list posed no issue. However, I never asserted that the list in Steward Hu's possession was the one documenting the items given to me. Steward Hu, taken aback, exclaimed, What does the young lady imply? Am I to fabricate evidence? Luo Ran replied calmly, It is not a matter of fabrication. It is simply that you must possess another list, the one detailing the items Yu Qing received. Ridiculous. Hui intergested hastily. Luo Ran instructed Yu Qing to retrieve that list and present it before the assembly. Grandmother, she continued, when I assisted Granny in managing household affairs during my time in Jiangnan, my father taught me to meticulously verify everything I handled, to prevent any malfeasance by those with ill intent. The matriarch nodded. Your father has always been meticulous. Luo Ran shook her head. In truth, my father is of the most magnanimous character, never viewing others through the lens of malice. But he worries that I, being young, may be deceived. So, what are you implying? Eldest sister. Luo Ruzhun inquired impatiently. Luo Ran smiled at her and said, Perhaps fourth sister could assist me. Please examine the back of the upper right corner of the list in Steward Hu's possession. Is there a plum blossom pattern? Upon hearing this, Luo Ruzhun, disregarding Chow's attempt to intervene, leapt from her chair and hastened to snatch the list from Yu Qing, flipping it over to scrutinize, only to shake her head. There is nothing. Luo Ran nodded and then asked Yu Qing to present the copy that Granny Du had provided her. Fourth sister, take a look at this. Luo Ruzhun took it, and upon inspection, gasped. There truly is one. It's as tiny as a grain of rice. One would hardly notice unless scrutinized closely. Luo Ran then approached Hu Yi, and though she was shorter than him, her presence was undiminished. For every item taken from Ningxiang Courtyard, I have instructed Yu Qing to mark each list with this vermilion seal upon completion of the inventory. If manager Hu doubts this, he may certainly return to verify whether the previous orders from the Ningxiang Courtyard were indeed as stated. Hu Yitui's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, quickly regaining his composure as he bowed his head in supplication. It was my momentary confusion that led to the mix-up of the young lady's order. It is my negligence. I beseech the young lady for her forgiveness. Luo Ran let out a cold laugh and turned to the old matriarch to offer a respectful bow. Whether this is a mere oversight or a deliberate act on your part, the matter lies in your hands to resolve. She was more eager to discern whether her grandmother had any involvement in this affair. At this moment, Lady Li also felt her legs weaken, refraining from uttering a word, fearful that the flames of blame would engulf her as well. Observing the demeanor of both Lady Li and Hu Yi, the old matriarch grasped the situation. She cast a chilling glance at Granny Du, who was drenched in cold sweat. Madam. Chapter 39. All are punished. The old matriarch raised her hand to halt the commotion, aware that this matter was inextricably linked to Li's misdoings. She understood that if the investigation continued, it would undoubtedly unearth more issues. Thus, she remarked, Hu Yi, as the steward responsible for the accounts, should have sought to rectify the situation immediately upon losing the documents. rather than resorting to clandestine substitutions. Such negligence is indeed a dereliction of duty. However, considering your long service to the Luo family over the past decade, I shall grant you leniency this once. You are to be fined half a year as salary and receive 10 strokes as a cautionary measure. Should there be a recurrence, you shall be expelled from the residence. Thank you for your grace, esteemed matriarch. Hui bowed deeply before the old lady, performing 3 respectful prostrations. He then turned to Luo Ran, offering her a bow as well. Miss, it is solely my foolishness that has led to this predicament. I am grateful for your magnanimity. Luo Ran had anticipated such an outcome from the very beginning. While she could overlook 1 or 2 transgressions, she feared that if this continued, the entire Marquisate would forget that her father was the champion Marquis, instead venerating the second branch as the foremost. She grasped her handkerchief, pressing it to the corner of her eye as she choked back her emotions, saying, "Steward who, your one moment of folly nearly cast me into an unjust situation. Had it not been for my habitual vigilance, you would have deceived me today." Turning to kneel before the matriarch, she implored, "Grandmother, though I have grown up without a mother, my father has never wavered in his guidance. He often reminds me not to disregard small acts of kindness, nor to engage in minor evils. I hold these lessons close to my heart, fearing that a single misstep could bring shame upon my father and the Marquisate. Today's incident, fortunately, was averted due to my habitual caution. Otherwise, I would have been a loss for words. It matters not that I endure some grievances, but what would others think of my father's reputation? When I venture out, how will they regard my younger sisters and junior, who will soon partake in the imperial examinations and aspire to enter the officialdom? The fate of one is tied to the fate of all. Have you, Steward Hu, not considered this? Hui bowed his head even lower, repeatedly lamenting his own culpability. As this concerned her own family, Li had no face to interject, instead casting a glance at Chao, who assumed the role of a mere bystander, relishing the spectacle without intention to intervene. The old matriarch lowered her eyelids and declared, "Very well, I acknowledge that you have suffered today. Pass down the order. Du Mama shall receive the same punishment as Steward Hu, 10 strokes and half a year as salary. Furthermore, in front of the entire household, you shall bow to the young lady and admit your error. Additionally, you, the second daughter-in-law, also bear responsibility. How can one allow the masters to wail without first verifying the facts? The accounts are under your purview. The servants' mistakes stem from the master's lax oversight. Given the recent busyness within the household and the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony for Shuer, I shall impose upon you the task of copying the family regulations 10 times. Do you accept?" Li exhaled, relieved, and quickly affirmed, "Yes, I accept. I shall take this as a warning and shall strictly manage the servants henceforth, ensuring such incidents do not recur." The old matriarch then turned her gaze to Du Mama, who also hastily bowed, saying, "This old servant acknowledges her errors and accepts her punishment." The old matriarch nodded. "You have erred, and I too share in this responsibility. Therefore, I shall impose upon myself the task of copying scriptures 10 times. Ran, are you satisfied?" Due to her grievances, Luo Ran's voice was thick as she responded, "Grandmother, you are of advanced age, and I would not wish to burden you with such toil. Moreover, Ruaner is not without fault. Had she sought her grandmother's counsel earlier regarding the matter, perhaps the current predicament could have been avoided. Thus, Ruaner is willing to transcribe scriptures alongside her grandmother as a gesture of filial piety. She expresses a desire to accompany rather than to substitute. The old matriarch, discerning her subtle intentions, chose to let the matter pass. Once the other occupants had departed, only Madame Li, Nurse Du, and the old lady remained. With a sharp crack, the old lady shattered the teacup by her side, pointing an accusatory finger at Nurse Du and Madame Li, exclaiming, "I am not yet deceased. How dare you conspire beneath my very nose? Are you waiting for the day when you might poison this old woman with a single packet of medicine? Aunt, silence yourself. Do you still remember I am your aunt? Tell me, since you entered this household, have I ever treated you unjustly? You have been given authority over the household, yet you still reach for the eldest son's dowry and do not spare the eldest private funds. While I have turned a blind eye in consideration of my nephew, you must admit, over the years, how much silver has been squandered onto one? How much has gone to your brothers? Had you devoted merely half the care for your brother to Dawan, would he have so foolishly lavished affection on concubine Fong? Whether from sorrow or fear, Madame Li could only weep, speechless. And you? The old lady turned her ire towards Nurse Du. You have been with me since childhood. I trusted you, rarely questioning the matters you handled. Even when you secretly acquired a residence for your son, I chose to remain oblivious out of gratitude for your years of service. The eldest daughter returned to the capital, and you grew close to the second daughter-in-law. I said nothing, for there exists a natural affinity among people. However, do not forget, your current standing is a result of the eldest's tireless efforts. Without him, how many would even acknowledge your existence? Old madam, it is the fault of this old servant. I am foolish. I deserve punishment, and my life is of little consequence. Yet, I implore you to take care of your own health. Nurse Du pleaded, kneeling and crawling to the old lady's feet, her forehead bloodied and battered. The old lady took a moment to catch her breath, then said, Enough. Punishment has been meted out and reprimands given. From now on, you are to conduct yourselves wisely. Second daughter-in-law, when you descend, kindly instruct them to treat Nurse Du gently, for she has served you for many years, and I cannot bear to see her harmed. Thank you, old lady. I have caused you distress. Nurse Du cried out. The old lady patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly, Do not hold my heartlessness against me. You have witnessed Ruaner today. Despite your previous treatment, she has endured. Is she soft-hearted or foolish? Neither. Those marks and habits she possesses are merely her precautions since returning to the capital. It is you who have been overconfident, only to suffer a great fall. Had I not punished you today, what chaos would ensue upon the eldest's return from court? At that point, the consequences would not merely involve punishment and the copying of family rules. Recalling the punishment her son had received, Madame Li felt a lingering dread and sincerely remarked, Mother. This time, it was the daughter-in-law's oversight. The old lady waved her hand dismissively. Enough. You are to conduct yourselves wisely from here on. Now, all of you may leave. I too am weary. The elderly matron, leaning on her cane, brushed aside the assistance of Aunt Du and slowly returned to her inner chambers. Meanwhile, Luo Ran made her way back to her own courtyard. Chun Yu approached, stating, Miss, here is a letter from the Shun family. Luo Ran took the letter, and, upon reading it, a smile graced her lips. Although Yuqing had been quite furious in Ningfu courtyard earlier, and though those responsible had faced their due consequences, what good is it to harbor resentment against those who have already sullied one's dignity? Seeing her mistress smile, Chun Yu felt a sense of relief and inquired, Miss, what did old Madame Shun say that brings you such joy? Chapter 40. The adoption matter. Luo Ran carefully stored the letter and remarked, I previously asked my grandmother to find a reliable nurse. She informed me that she has found one, and in a few days, when the person arrives, I shall go and assess her. If she proves satisfactory, I will bring her back. Yuqing, upon hearing this, felt delighted. After all, the person selected by the old Mrs. Shun must be trustworthy. This arrangement is far better than allowing certain individuals to take advantage of the situation to insert their own people. Luo Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, once the nurse arrives, she will oversee the affairs of the courtyard. At that time, you and Chunyu will take turns accompanying me with Zizhu and Zifu, while the other two remain at home to safeguard the courtyard. Yuqing and Chunyu nodded in understanding. Since they intended to protect their father and the Marquis in this lifetime, they could not isolate themselves within the courtyard, oblivious to the world outside, as they had in their previous life. That evening, Luo Diyun returned from court and, upon hearing about the day's events, personally made his way to the Ningxiang courtyard. My lord, Zizhu and Zifu stood at the entrance. Luo Diyun cast a glance at them and inquired, Where's the young lady? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Luo Ran, inside the room, hurriedly stuffed a waste cincture into Yoqing's embrace, urging, Quickly hide this. She then turned and exited the room. Father, what brings you here? Luo Ran greeted him with a smile, interlacing her arm with his. In Jiangnan, the household consisted solely of the father and daughter, and the decorum was not overly strict. Thus, it was common for her to behave in this manner. Whenever her father returned from the government office, she would do so, and they would stroll together through the courtyard, sharing amusing anecdotes. However, upon returning to the capital, numerous rules were imposed, and many eyes were watching, forbidding them from being so close. Luo Ran often gazed at his graceful daughter with a sense of yearning. Today, witnessing her once again entwined with him as before, the fatigue of recent days suddenly vanished, and he smiled, asking, "What have you been up to in the residence today?" Luo Ran, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin and replied, "Father, you are feigning ignorance. Has someone reported me to you again?" She turned to look at Zizhu and Zifu. They promptly lowered their heads, saying, "Young lady, please be assured, we have not stepped out of Ningxiang courtyard today." "It is not them," Luo Ran replied helplessly. Luo Ran huffed lightly. "I knew it. Father, you must have been worried about me and sent someone to protect me, didn't you?" Luo Ran, with affectionate indulgence, pinched her nose and said, "You are quite perceptive. But why didn't you bring Zizhu and Zifu along? Have you forgotten about that day?" Luo Ran shook her head with a smile. "Rest assured, Father, I felt confident today, which is why I did not bring them. However, I have assured Yu Qing and the others that in the future, whenever I go out, I will take either Zizhu or Zifu with me, while the other helps watch over the courtyard." Luo Ran nodded. "That sounds splendid." Luo Ran assisted her father in sitting down and personally poured him a cup of tea. With a radiant smile, she leaned closer, seeking praise. "Father, do you think I was impressive today?" Luo Ran, gazing at his daughter's brilliant smile, suddenly realized that this was the first time since returning to the capital that he had seen her beam so brightly. Unconsciously nodding, he replied, "Indeed, my dear Ran is the most remarkable." Satisfied, Luo Ran settled back into her chair, the delicate tips of her embroidered shoes swaying gently. "Father is coaxing me again," she remarked playfully. "Are you going to scold me once more?" Luo Ran shook his head with a wry smile. "What I speak is heartfelt. I have no intention to chastise you. It is merely, look. Luo Ran feigned surprise, having anticipated his words. Luo Ran patiently elaborated, "Truly, how could I bear to deceive you, my dear? However, today you could have resolved matters in an alternative manner." "An alternative manner?" Luo Ran echoed, puzzled. Luo Ran nodded. "Consider this. What if your grandmother did not ultimately side with you? Or what if He were to assert that he had given you everything, and all your previous claims had vanished? What would you do then?" Luo Ran was taken aback. How could that possibly happen? In truth, she felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if all her claims were obliterated? Even if she had made prior notations, what good would that do? Luo Ran continued, as the saying goes, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. We must not jeopardize our position in a bid to retaliate against the enemy, lest we find ourselves in an unfavorable situation, unless absolutely necessary." Unable to contain herself, Luo Ran inquired, "So what should I do?" Luo Ran sipped his tea and regarded her calmly. "I suspect you have long been aware that there are issues with that list. Or rather, when Du Mama first suggested that you assist in managing affairs, you should have realized they would not so readily relinquish power to you." Luo Ran lowered her gaze, murmuring, "I understand. They are merely coveting the silver in my possession, hoping I will quietly compensate them for those materials and coins. Yet, allowing them to succeed this time will only lead to future occurrences until I am completely drained." Luo Ran extended his arm, gently ruffling her hair across the table. "Thus, you should have refused from the outset. If you find it difficult to decline, seek your father's assistance. Should I also be unable to help you, we will devise another plan." Luo Ran looked up into her father's resolute eyes, her own brightening with hope. "Father, do you have a good strategy?" Luo Ran, mirroring her earlier expression, smiled proudly. "Your father is a general commanding 100,000 water troops of the Great Jin. How could I fear such domestic schemes?" However, Luo Ran disagreed. "Father, do not underestimate the inner workings of the household. Does that estate not harbor its own secrets? Even in the imperial palace, the emperor can be powerless." Luo Ran shot her a stern look. "Your audacity grows. You dare to speak of the emperor." Luo Ran stuck out her tongue playfully. "I'm only speaking with you, Father. I am not foolish enough to voice such thoughts elsewhere." Luo Ran nodded, continuing his earlier thought. "Your point is valid. The inner quarters can be as formidable as the court. Yet, I reiterate, if you can quell an adversary in its infancy, do not wait until it grows stronger before taking action. In the future, should such matters arise, summon everyone before your grandmother and confront them directly. Luo Yun was a man of action, his thoughts less convoluted than those of women, adept in warfare, yet less familiar with the intricacies of domestic affairs. Nonetheless, Luo Ran recognized her father's good intentions and nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand, father. Next time such a matter arises, I shall surely inform father in advance, allowing him to assist me. Lord Yun nodded in satisfaction. Observing Luo Ran's hesitation, he inquired, what troubles you? Is there something still weighing on your mind? Luo Ran nodded. Father, I trust you have heard about Second Aunt's intention to adopt June heir into our household today, correct? Chapter 41. Waist-binding Lord Yun's expression turned cold as he said, Rest assured, Ran, in this lifetime, I shall be your father alone. Absolutely not. No. Luo Ran hurriedly interrupted her father, for her intention was not to elicit a vow from him. How could she allow him to remarry if that were the case? She still harbored hopes of having a biological brother or sister in this life. Lord Yun frowned, displeased, and asked, What do you mean? Do you wish for me to adopt June heir? Luo Ran shook her head. Of course not. She then rose and moved behind Lord Yun, gently kneading his shoulders with her small hands. However, Lord Yun, having practiced martial arts since childhood and spent years in military service, had muscles harder than stone. He turned his head and chuckled. All right, stop it. Be careful not to hurt your hands. Luo Ran was undeterred and insisted on giving him a massage. Seeing he could not dissuade her, he relented. Father, I understand that you care for me and worry that I might be wronged, which is why you prefer to take me to Jiangnan alone rather than heed grandmother-S advice to remarry. But have you considered what will happen when I marry in the future? Lord Yun laughed. So that's what this is about. Do not worry. Once you're married, I will still go to Jiangnan. I cannot entrust those naval forces to just anyone. Speaking of marriage, Lord Yun recalled his daughter's lifelong concerns and felt a twinge of guilt. That old fellow, Duke Jinyiwei, has been avoiding me these past few days. I have yet to find an opportunity to speak with him. But do not fret. Since you do not wish to marry, no one can force you. Luo Ran smiled. She was not concerned about her own marriage arrangements, as she always had ways to retreat. She was merely biding her time. Lord Yun turned to her with a serious gaze. Ran heir, tell me the truth. Is your reluctance to marry into the Fu family solely due to Fu Shi Hung's affection for your younger sister, or is there something more regarding Qingyu? Luo Ran's face flushed, and she stamped her foot. Father, what are you saying? Fearing he would not believe her, she added, I consider brother Qingyu as my own brother. How could a brother marry his sister? Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Lord Yun felt a pang of regret and chastised her. What nonsense! Where did you get this idea of a brother? If your mother hears this, she will certainly come in the middle of the night to skin me alive. Luo Ran giggled. She had always known about the profound bond between her father and mother. But regrettably, her mother had passed away when she was less than 2 months old. Apart from the portrait her father kept in his study, she had no recollection of what her mother looked like, and thus her feelings for her father naturally paled in comparison. With a sigh, Lord Yun remarked, That boy Qingyu has grown up under my watch. He is humble and courteous, possessing considerable knowledge. Most importantly, he has always protected you since childhood. Father, Luo Ran quickly interrupted, seeing that her father was drifting further into reminiscence. While she had once harbored romantic feelings for Song Qingyu in a past life, they had ultimately dissipated due to his lack of trust. She bore him no resentment. In this new life, she simply wished to regard him as the childhood neighbor who was like an older brother, hoping for his happiness with a loving spouse and numerous offspring, but never as a partner for herself. Noticing his daughter was genuinely upset, Lord Yun quickly reassured her. All right, I won't say anything more. Now, what were you about to say just now? Luo Ran suddenly realized that she had almost been sidetracked by her father's change of topic. In an attempt to persuade him, she reluctantly expressed her thoughts. Even if I do not marry into the Fu family or wed brother Qingyu, a daughter must eventually marry. Luo Diyu nodded. Yet he failed to perceive why the girl, who had once blushed at the mere mention of marriage, now spoke of it with such indifference. Unaware of her father's thoughts, Luo Ran continued, My second sister has Junior to support her. My fourth sister has my second brother backing her. And even my fifth sister has Honghu as her elder brother. But look at me. Aside from you, I possess nothing. When the emperor sends you off to battle, I will have no one to confide in when I face grievances. It must be said that Luo Diun had not contemplated these matters before. He had merely thought that as long as he was alive, no one would dare to mistreat his daughter. However, today he realized that despite the emperor's favor, once his daughter married, he would have no say in the affairs of another household. Unconsciously, he recalled his late wife. Had she been alive, their daughter could have confided in her mother whenever she faced hardships, and her mother would have stood up for her. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over him. Ran, it is I who have failed you. Seeing her father in such distress pained Luo Ran as well, yet in her effort to persuade him, she steeled her heart and continued. Therefore, father, please find me a stepmother. With a mother, I would no longer feel alone. Today, I know she would stand by my side, rather than leaving me to face an entire room of people alone. Moreover, if she could bear you another son, after your time on this earth, I would at least have a thought to cling to. If I encounter grievances, I would have my maternal family to support me, a place to return to. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Luo Ran's face. She pondered whether, had she persuaded her father to remarry in her previous life, she might have avoided such a tragic fate. At least when Fu Xiang and Luo Ruxue appeared before her as a couple, someone might have stepped forward to say, Sister, I have come to take you home. Seeing his daughter in tears, Luo Diun immediately panicked, disregarding everything else, and kept repeating, all right, whatever you say. Father will listen to you. Please do not cry, it is my fault. Tomorrow, I will find you a stepmother, and then she can bear you a brother. How does that sound? Luo Ran chuckled through her tears, playfully glaring at her father. Father, what are you saying? A stepmother is not an accessory or a garment that you can simply acquire. It depends on whether someone would be willing to marry a rough man like you, especially with such a large burden to carry. Though she felt a pang of bitterness, she knew that any respectable family would never allow their daughter to take on the role of a stepmother. Luo Diun rubbed his hands together, chuckling. I was merely worried about making you upset. Whatever you say goes. I will go speak to your grandmother right away. Once I have a candidate, I will let you see her first. If you agree, then I shall agree. Luo Ran could hardly suppress her eye roll. Who exactly was he trying to marry off? Yet, she conceded that if her father were to marry someone like a second or third aunt, it would be better left undone, as it would only lead to his suffering in later years. Having successfully persuaded Luo Diun, Luo Ran felt a weight lift from her heart. In the evening, Luo Ran inquired of Yu Qing, where is it? Yu Qing hurriedly retrieved a large bundle of corsets she had just concealed from the cabinet. Smoothing them out as she asked, Miss, what do you need so many corsets for? Luo Ran responded, You'll understand shortly. She dismissed the attendants within the room, instructing Chun Yu and Zi Zhu to stand guard outside. Only then did Luo Ran slowly begin to shed her layers of clothing. The young maiden's form was taut and fair, glimmering softly in the candlelight. Her rounded shoulders and elevated bosom complemented a delicate waist that could be encircled with a single hand, and her long, slender legs were impeccably straight. Truly, it echoed the adage, an excess is overwhelming, a deficiency is lacking. Perfect proportion reveals exquisite beauty. Luo Ran raised her hand to caress her still flat abdomen. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she then gently picked up a corset from beside her. Miss, exclaimed Yu Qing. Chapter 42. I never quarrel with beasts, miss. What are you doing? Yu Qing exclaimed softly. Luo Ran maintained a serene countenance, her voice steady. Since we cannot rid ourselves of him, we must simply endure for now. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Yu Qing, come here and tighten it a bit more. Yu Qing wiped away her tears, grasping the end of the corset. Her expression filled with concern. But this is not a lasting solution. In a few months, as summer approaches and our dresses become thinner, then Luo Ran shook her head. It will be fine. I have a plan. For the next 2 or 3 months, we shall be cautious and complete what we need to do. Then, I shall feign illness and retreat to the countryside for a while. I refuse to believe that he possesses omnipotent influence. There must be a way to evade him. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of crisp applause resonated in the air. Well said. If he truly had such power, he would be a deity. Yu Qing was about to scold, but upon recognizing the visitor, her face drained of color. Nevertheless, she bravely positioned herself in front of Luo Ran. Luo Ran's immediate instinct was to don her garments. However, the only item within reach was the corset. To retrieve her clothes, she would need to venture past Yu Qing and make her way to the bed a few steps away. After a brief moment of panic, Luo Ran steadied herself. She gently patted Yu Qing's shoulder and said, "You may go outside." "Miss." Yu Qing looked at her with worry, then turned to glare at the man who had casually seated himself by the bed, as if he were at home. Luo Ran nodded reassuringly. "It's all right, go ahead." Only then did Yu Qing cautiously step back, glancing over her shoulder as she exited the room. Yu Qing outside. The spring rain hesitated to speak. Yu Qing shook her head, standing tense at the door, ever vigilant of the happenings inside. Once Yu Qing had left, Luo Ran forced herself to suppress the anxiety swirling within her. With an expression of calmness, she approached the bed and, with her back turned to the man, began to dress herself. Turning back, she offered a charming smile. "Commander Fu, have you feasted your eyes enough?" Fu Jinan showed no sign of discomfort at having intruded upon a woman's private chamber, contemplating with seriousness, "Indeed, you have gained a bit of weight since a few days ago." Even with her thick skin, Luo Ran found it hard to withstand his audacity. Moreover, she had merely been putting on a brave face, appearing quite disheveled. Despite her now neat attire, under his piercing gaze, she felt utterly exposed. Fu Jinan noticed the flush of anger on the girl's delicate face, which rendered her adorably charming. He gestured towards her, once again taking the lead. "Please, take a seat." Luo Ran remained stationary. "If you have something to say, Commander Fu, speak plainly and leave swiftly. You are not welcome here." Fu Jinan, unfazed, turned his attention to a small cat nestled comfortably on the bed, lifting it by the scruff of its neck and cradling it in his arms. The cat, disturbed from its pleasant dream, let out a displeased meow and instinctively extended its claws towards the side. Yet, whether it recognized the man's face or caught a whiff of his scent, its outstretched claws suddenly retracted. The once assertive demeanor transformed into one of utmost docility. As it nestled into Fu Jinan's embrace, purring contentedly, Luo Ran watched in mild surprise. The general may appear gentle on ordinary days, yet he possesses a fierce temperament, making it impossible for unfamiliar individuals to approach him. Despite the constant grooming and bathing provided by the spring rain, he still managed to leave several scratches. However, he shows a certain friendliness towards Luo Ran. Upon seeing her return, he first rubs against her legs and then nestles by her side for a leisurely nap. She distinctly recalls the first time the general encountered Fu Jinan when he clawed at his hand, leaving it bloodied. Thus, she bestowed upon him such a formidable name. To her surprise, during their second meeting, the little creature seemed to have mistaken the thief for a father. Noticing Luo Ran's exasperated expression towards the cat, Fu Jinan chuckled softly, stroking the general's fur, and remarked, "He is far more obedient than you." Luo Ran replied coolly, "I never argue with a beast." Fu Jinan paused momentarily, his expression turning frosty, but it was only for an instant before he resumed his actions, leisurely stating, "Being stubborn is not a commendable habit." Luo Ran had observed his earlier expression and felt a flicker of fear, yet she was reluctant to concede in his presence, forcing herself to endure. Fu Jinan's previously cheerful demeanor vanished as he adopted a serious tone. "About the matter I mentioned a few days ago, have you given it any thought?" Taking a deep breath, Luo Ran raised her chin defiantly and declared, "Didn't you just hear? I shall choose none of those paths. I would rather die than marry into the Fu family. As for my father's naval strategy map, dream on." Fu Jinan looked at her with a hint of regret and shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" Luo Ran inquired. Fu Jinan chuckled lightly, pinching one of the general's feet gently, revealing his sharp claws. "Little one day I shall pry your claws clean." It remained ambiguous whether he was referring to the cat or to her. Luo Ran shivered. Fu Jinan regarded her, blinking, and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I wasn't speaking of you." Luo Ran dared not clash with him any further. In recent days, she had subtly gleaned much about this man. In her previous life, although she had been his sister-in-law for 6 years, she had never uttered a word to him, having only seen him from a distance on a couple of occasions. She had spent her days confined to the rear courtyard of the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on serving the elderly Mrs. Fu, thus believing him to be cold and aloof. However, upon investigation this time, she discovered that he was, in fact, a demon. His behavior was erratic, his willingness to kill without hesitation, and he lacked discernment between good and evil, serving as the emperor's true executioner. Today, Fu Jinan was returning to the capital after conducting business. Passing by the Marquis of Champion's residence, he impulsively decided to pay a visit, only to find her conversing with Yuqing. As time was drawing near, Fu Jinan casually tossed the general aside by his neck and picked up the handkerchief Luo Ran had laid on the couch to wipe his hands, slowly stating, "Since you have made your decision, I shall not force you. Let us proceed as we will, relying on our own abilities to see who ultimately prevails." Stepping before Luo Ran, he grasped her chin with the same hand that had previously handled the general's claws. He lowered his head slightly, halting just as his nose was about to brush against Luo Ran's, their breaths mingling in the proximity. He closed his eyes, his thick lashes casting shadows over his piercing gaze, while his cool, thin lips trailed down from her forehead, lingering in the hollow of her neck. Though he did not touch her skin, the proximity was far more tantalizing. Fu Jinan inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, and slowly opened his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was delightful. However, he instructed those attending to refrain from using lily oil next time, as it was detrimental to the fetus. Luo Ran could not help but tremble, her hands clenched into fists, glaring furiously at the man before her. Fu Jinan raised his hand to cover her eyes. Instinctively, she shut them, her lashes brushing against his palm, sending a tingling sensation through her. "You wish to harm me. Mere glances will not suffice." Fu Jinan whispered in her ear, his voice slightly husky. "Do you know when a man's guard is at its lowest?" Before Luo Ran could respond, he continued softly, during intimacy. "Thus, if you truly wish to take my life, I would not mind reliving that night." Chapter 43. Other affairs unbeknownst to Luo Ran. The departure of others went unnoticed as she was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of terror and suffocation. When she finally regained her senses, Yuqing stood before her trembling hand resting gently on Luo Ran's arm. "Miss, perhaps we should inform the Marquis about this." "No, absolutely not. You must not tell father. Do you hear me?" Luo Ran sternly warned, fearing that Yuqing might take matters into her own hands. Yuqing nodded through her tears. "Yes, I shall heed your wishes, Mississippi." Under Yuqing's attentive care, Luo Ran swiftly wrapped her abdomen, and after a few attempts at breathing, found herself merely beset by a slight tightness in her chest. Observing her distress, Yuqing could not help but feel a pang of sympathy, asking, "Miss, if you are worried about others noticing, why must we conceal it during the day as well? Is this truly good for your health?" Luo Ran lowered her gaze. "It's of no consequence. It is merely a matter of 2 or 3 months. In case something happens at night or in the morning, it would be even more troublesome if someone were to see." After Fu Jinan's departure, he headed straight to Entwined courtyard, where he dragged Lu Jiuqing from his bed, declaring, "Join me for a drink." With bleary eyes, Lu Jiuqing lazily stretched. "I say, Commander, on such a fine day, do you really expect a man like me to drink with you in a place like this? What will the young prince think of me if word gets out?" Fu Jinan cast a dispassionate glance at his abdomen. "I cannot say what others think of you, but I do know that if you do not put on your clothes, I shall have Chong Ying intervene." Lu Jiuqing quickly covered himself with both hands. You are shameless." Chong Ying sighed dramatically outside the door. "He is merely a Jinyiwei. Why must you involve him in everything?" Fortunately, Lu Jiuqing understood this man's nature and swiftly dressed before emerging to find that Fu Jinan had already consumed half a pot of wine. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Jiuqing asked, "What is the matter? Encountered a particularly troublesome case?" Fu Jinan shook his head, gazing into the night sky before abruptly turning to ask, "Do you think that in those years, old Luo and old King Jing had other dealings?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuqing instinctively sat up straighter, responding earnestly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the engagement between the Luo and Fu families was not solely to prevent you? Fu Jinan nodded. I have always felt that something was amiss. It seems to me that Luo Ran does not hold the old matriarch of the Luo family in particularly high esteem. If it were merely a matter of lineage, given my father's character, he would have long since agreed to the dissolution of the engagement. That night, neither Lu Jiuqing nor Luo Ran enjoyed restful sleep. Upon waking, Luo Ran found dark circles under her eyes, which she covered with layers of powder before breakfasting and making her way to Ningfu courtyard. The matriarch glanced at her with a cool demeanor, saying, "You may enter. Everything is prepared." "Yes, grandmother." Ignoring the others, Luo Ran proceeded to the warm chamber on the west side, where ink, paper, and brushes awaited her. She removed her cloak and handed it to Zifu. Yu Qing ground the ink nearby, and once seated, Luo Ran rolled up her sleeves and took up the brush. When a matriarch entered, Luo Ran had already completed 2 sheets. As she prepared to rise, the matriarch waved her hand, "Stay seated and continue your writing." Approaching the table, she picked up one of the sheets and examined it closely. Most women of the court favored the delicate style of flower-ornamented small script, while a small minority preferred the more robust clerical or cursive scripts. However, individuals like her, who practiced the art of cursive calligraphy, were indeed rare. The reasons were twofold. First, cursive script lacked the neatness that women typically appreciated. Second, it demanded a profound understanding of one's own temperament. Luo Ran was particularly drawn to this aspect, the ability to express one's heart freely and transform it at will. Moreover, her skill was commendable. She recalled that in her past life, the only praise bestowed upon her by Fu Xiang was for her handwriting. The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction and turned to sit on the cushion placed on the couch. After receiving a beating the previous day, Du Mama was now replaced by a young lady named Xia Fong, who, though referred to as a girl, was already 23 and had served the matriarch for over a decade. Following the matriarch's customary practices, Xia Fong arranged the writing materials and rolled up her sleeves to grind the ink. In a blink, the morning had slipped away. The elderly lady, weary from age, dozed off twice, awakening each time to find Luo Ran still sitting upright. Finally, after completing a scroll of scripture, it was time for lunch. Luo Ran stretched her wrists. Having refrained from writing for merely a few days, they felt painfully stiff. In Jiangnan, she had practiced for 1 or 2 hours daily, proving that one must not become complacent in any endeavor. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the matriarch watching her. Hastily, Luo Ran rose to pay her respects. "Grandmother, your granddaughter has completed the transcription of the scriptures. Once everything is finished, I will send it to Fahua Temple. As next month marks the anniversary of my mother's passing, I would also like to invite the master to recite scriptures for her as a token of filial piety." The matriarch responded, "Indeed, that is appropriate. It is rare for you to sit so still. Your temperament appears quite steady. When the time comes, bring this along with mine. After all, we are connected by marriage, and it is the least I can do." Luo Ran bowed again. "Yes, granddaughter, thanks grandmother on behalf of my mother." The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. Just as Luo Ran thought she could leave, the matriarch casually remarked, "We have yet to share a meal together, so stay for lunch." Were it anyone else, they might feel overwhelmed by such an honor, as only Luo Ruxiue and Luo Hongjun had dined with the matriarch before. "Yes, granddaughter will heed grandmother's wish," Luo Ran replied calmly. The matriarch regarded her once more, instructing Xia Fong to prepare the meal. Observing this, Luo Ran also asked Yu Qing and Zifu to assist, leaving just the 2 of them in the room. As the meal required some time to prepare, the matriarch leaned back against the couch and gestured to the space beside her. "Sit down and tell me about Jiangnan." Instead of sitting where indicated, Luo Ran chose to perch at the foot of the couch, gently lifting the matriarch's legs onto her lap and kneading them. Smiling, she said, "Certainly, grandmother. What would you like to hear? I will share with you." The matriarch glanced at Luo Ran's slender, delicate hands and comfortably closed her eyes. "Your technique at massage is quite impressive. Who taught you?" With her head bowed and hands continuing their soothing motions, Luo Ran slowly began to speak. When I was in Jiangnan, my father often went on expeditions, sometimes returning after a few days, other times not reappearing for months. Upon his return, he would often be weary and, regrettably, frequently bore wounds. Perhaps reminded of her father's hardships, Luo Ran's voice softened slightly. Father fears that I will worry, always avoiding me and refusing to meet. Later, she learned the art of massage from an elderly woman and perused medical texts, always hoping to do something for her father. She feigned a desire to practice on him, and only then did he relent. The old lady opened her eyes and glanced at her, saying, "You are quite filial." Luo Ran smiled and shook her head. Compared to her own modest devotion, her father's sacrifices throughout his life were far more profound. However, reminiscing about her days in Jiangnan, Luo Ran found herself lost in nostalgia, and her words began to flow more freely. She spoke languidly, her tone neither too high nor too low, like a gentle spring breeze and fine rain, gradually nourishing the parched earth. Unbeknownst to her, the old lady fell asleep. Luo Ran picked up a thin blanket from the side and draped it over her, then quietly exited the room. At that moment, Xiaofang happened to be approaching to call them for a meal. Luo Ran whispered, "Grandmother is asleep. Please wait a moment before calling her. Heat the food first." Xiaofang nodded, "Then please, miss, go ahead." Luo Ran smiled. "No, I shall return to eat. You go inside and take care of grandmother." It was only after Luo Ran's figure disappeared that Xiaofang opened the door to the inner room. To her surprise, the old lady appeared quite alert, showing no signs of slumber. Chapter 44. The meeting gift. As Xiaofang entered, she was met by the old lady's clear, bright eyes fixed upon her. Slightly taken aback, she approached with a smile, saying, "Old madam, you are awake. Just moments ago, the eldest young lady instructed me to be gentle and not disturb your rest." The old lady took her hand to rise, remarking, "In my old age, my spirit often feels languid, and sleep eludes me." Xiaofang jested, "Old madam, you are still quite young. Your days of enjoyment lie ahead. Once the eldest and second young ladies marry, you shall be cradling your great-grandchildren." The old lady smiled, but remained silent. Glancing at the thin quilt draped over her, she suddenly inquired, "What do you think of that girl, Ran? Xiaofang pondered briefly before responding. The eldest young lady may not be as vivacious as the second, yet she possesses a strong will in her thoughts and actions. She glanced at the old lady and added, "The eldest has only recently returned to the capital. My observations may not be entirely accurate. That is of no consequence." The old lady replied, "Your insights are astute. Shui'er has been spoiled by me and her mother. While she was unmarried, it was tolerable. However, once married, the disparity between them will become evident." Xiaofang cautiously ventured, "So, you insist on the eldest marrying into the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, while wishing for the second young lady to wed into the Shin family?" The old lady nodded and, looking at her intently, asked, "What are your thoughts on the Marquis?" Xiaofang's face flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she softly replied, "The Marquis is a man of great heroism." The old lady scoffed, "What heroism? If there is not a woman at home to manage things, he is no more than a bear." She then grasped Xiaofang's hand, saying, "I am aware of your sentiments. Rest assured, once the new mistress enters, I shall speak to the Marquis about elevating you to a concubine, so that your years of service to me are not in vain." "Old madam," Xiaofang suddenly knelt, biting her lip as she declared, "I only wish to serve you for a lifetime." The old lady waved her hand dismissively. "What does it matter? How long can this old woman live? You are still so young. Why burden yourself with such commitment? Fear not. The Marquis is a man of integrity. You have seen Ran. She is the sort who will not provoke you unless you cross her. As long as you remain prudent with me here, even the new mistress cannot harm you. In a year or two, if you bear the Marquis a son or daughter, your life will be fulfilled." Xiaofang blushed and nodded. "I will heed your words, old madam." On the 28th of the second month, in the 13th year of Xian Yuan, it was deemed auspicious for relocation. The Li family hurried into the capital on the last day of the second month. Early in the morning, the old lady had sent people out numerous times, and it was not until close to noon that the entire Li family finally arrived. Upon seeing the old lady, Madame Li, a figure worn by time, rushed over and wept in her embrace. From her long-past in-laws to the late Mr. Li, who had departed over a decade ago. She lamented the hardships endured by a woman. The old lady, reminded of her own parents and brother, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Once the tears had subsided, they proceeded to the formalities of recognition. Although Yanqing is but 100 miles from the capital, the Li family had only visited once, coinciding with the birth of Luo Hongjun 3 years prior, and now, having celebrated the new year, he was already 12. In his lifetime, the Tians only had 2 offspring, Li Yuanliang and the Li siblings. During his existence, the elder Mr. Li attained the rank of a 4th-grade official. Regrettably, he never managed to become a court official before his demise. Li Yuanliang, however, somewhat compensated for his father's regret. The Li family also had 2 illegitimate sons. But upon the elder's passing, they hastily divided the household, and they remain in Yanqing to this day. Thus, only the Tian family and the eldest son S family made their way to the capital. Li Yuanliang had 1 wife and 4 concubines, of whom 2 bore no children. His wife, Lu, citing their recent arrival in the capital and lack of accommodation, chose to leave the concubines in Yanqing. The elder matriarch first encountered the children of the Li family, 3 legitimate sons and 2 illegitimate daughters. The customary gifts consisted of a set of premium scholar stationery for each of the 2 legitimate young masters and exquisite golden headdresses for the 3 girls. The sole legitimate daughter, Li Jinyiwei, received an additional ruby and jade hairpin along with a pair of jade bangles. The Li and Chao families also prepared gifts for the children, jade pendants for the boys and jewelry for the girls, ostensibly treating them equally. The children expressed their gratitude with bows. Li Jinyiwei cast a triumphant glance at the trinkets her 2 illegitimate sisters possessed before disdainfully averting her gaze. When it came to the Luo family, Luo Ran, accompanied by her younger siblings, respectfully greeted the Tians and Lu, observing the 8 or 9 children before her. Not counting the unborn child in Chao's womb, Lu immediately regretted having borne so few. With a nervous chuckle, she remarked to the venerable matriarch and her sister-in-law, "Oh dear, how splendid it is to be in a marquisate. Your household is certainly more populous than ours." Li understood her sister-in-law's implication, which was merely a lamentation over the expense of raising children, and chose to remain silent. Tian cast a reproachful glance at her daughter-in-law and smilingly addressed the elder matriarch. "A thriving household is indeed a blessing. Dear sister, you are fortunate." She then presented gifts to the children, bestowing them with scholar stationery as well, albeit of lesser quality than that of the elder matriarch. The girls received sets of jewelry. Though the gold was filigreed, the designs were still quite novel. Moreover, she gifted each of the Luo sisters, Luo Ran, Luo Rushiwei, and Luo Ruzhen, a solid gold bracelet, substantial in weight. Turning to Lu, she affectionately took the hands of Luo Ran and Luo Rushiwei, lavishly praising them. "Ah, just look at how the capital's climate nourishes its people. Look at the delicate skin of Ranner and Schwer. It's as if a mere pinch would yield water." "Thank you for your kind words, Aunt," Luo Ran replied, subtly withdrawing her hand while bowing. Luo Rushiwei, who also held little affection for this somewhat superficial aunt, forced a slight smile. Lu, disregarding the cold reception, turned to accept the gifts from her maid, affectionately adorning Luo Ran and Luo Rushiwei with their tokens. "This is a token of my affection. Wear them well. And rest assured, I shall think of you when I come across further treasures." She subsequently gifted Luo Ruzhen and the 6-year-old Luo Rushuan as well. Luo Ran paid no heed to the bracelet on her wrist, politely bowing in thanks. Conversely, Luo Rushiwei's expression soured significantly, her feigned smile vanishing entirely. The youngest, Luo Ruzhen, known for her fiery temperament, widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is that all?" Lu appeared momentarily puzzled, responding, "What do you mean, is that all?" 9-year-old Luo Ruzhen shook her slender wrist, revealing a silver bracelet, roughly crafted and no thicker than a pair of chopsticks, which stood in stark contrast to her exquisite gold bangle adorned with a ruby. Lu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, offered a sheepish smile, remarking, "We come from a humble place, not like your esteemed residents in the capital. The 4th Miss may inquire about us. This silver bracelet is worth a year's worth of a commoner's labor." The maternal figures nearby, particularly Li, was nearly brought to tears, casting a look of grievance at her mother. The elderly matriarch of the Luo family lowered her gaze and cleared her throat softly. Fourth girl, your mother is unwell these days. I suggest you remain here in the courtyard to take care of her for the time being. However, Luo Ran was unperturbed. Should she be forbidden to come, she would hardly care to attend. Turning back to stand beside Chao, she removed the bracelet from her wrist and tossed it to a nearby maid, proclaiming, "This is your reward." Chapter 45. Cousins. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat awkward. Mrs. Liu sat with her head lowered, feigning ignorance of her mother-in-law's displeasure. She was indifferent, believing those who sought to save face could do as they pleased. She intended to reserve her resources for acquiring a more suitable residence. In an effort to alleviate the tension, the old lady was about to speak, sister-in-law, when Luo Ran stood up, addressing her grandmother and her great-aunt. The old lady turned to her. "Does Ranner have something to say?" Luo Ran nodded and instructed Yuqing to bring forth an exquisitely lacquered tray, filled with items of exceptional quality. Before departing this morning, my father mentioned that the emperor had pressing matters and he might return later than expected. He asked me to prepare a small gift on his behalf for my cousin, a token of our affection, though modest in nature. Despite being her natal family, the old lady felt discomfort due to their lack of ambition. Moreover, in her heart, no matter how well her nephews and nieces fared, they could never compare to her own sons, and her granddaughters were beyond comparison with her biological grandchildren. The old lady nodded in satisfaction. "Since you have this intention, then go ahead." Luo Ran nodded and allowed Yuqing to carry the lacquer tray. Moving among the members of the Li family, standing behind Yuqing, she gently announced, "I was unaware of what my cousins might prefer, so I prepared a selection for everyone to choose from according to their taste." Li Yutong, the eldest son of the Li family, was 18 this year and had failed the imperial examinations for several years. Although he had not acquired other skills, he was adept at the airs of a dandy. In the dead of winter, he brandished a folding fan, dramatically opened it, waved it a couple of times, then closed it with a flourish. "Thank you, cousin. You are too kind." Yuqing stood before the young lady, and the breeze from the fan brushed against her face. Despite the warmth of the crowded room, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. Luo Ran, with her head slightly bowed, smiled distantly. "Cousin is being courteous." Li Yutong glanced at her once more. This cousin was graceful, her skin as fair as snow. Particularly, her voice, perhaps a result of her upbringing in Jiangnan, was soft and melodious, resonating deeply within one's heart. He intended to engage her further, yet Yuqing, growing impatient, held the tray ready to depart. Li Yutong hastily selected an item, only to realize it was a jade wolf hair brush. While it was not crafted by a renowned artisan, it was still a remarkable gift. Holding the brush, he fancied himself quite charming as he recited. The pen wields tremendous power. Ink conveys timeless affection. Indeed, cousin has an eye for excellence. "You flatter me, cousin." Luo Ran replied with a faint smile, gesturing for Yuqing to proceed. Li Erlang, Li Yuran, picked up an inkstone, but unlike his elder brother, he did not adhere to conventional pleasantries. When it was Li Xinyue's turn, her eyes widened with delight. She was enamored with a jeweled gold hairpin adorned with magpie motifs, as well as a fresh and elegant jade hairpin. The pearl earrings, larger than her fingernails, captivated her gaze as well. Li Xinyue brushed her loose strands of hair aside, feigning bashfulness. "I am truly embarrassed by cousin's generosity." Having just turned 16 after the new year, she was a year older than Luo Ran and had reached the age for potential suitors. However, Lu had long heard her husband mention the possibility of being transferred to the capital. In her pursuit of finding a suitable match for her daughter, she had stubbornly delayed the engagement until now. Luo Ran smiled and reciprocated with the same polite words as Li Yutong. "Cousin, you are too kind." Li Xinyue, with her expressive single eyelids, joked, "Cousin did not clarify earlier. How many items can each person select?" Luo Ran replied unhurriedly, "Cousin may choose freely without concern for quantity." Li Xinyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it were not for the fact that it was their first meeting and there were many people around, she would have eagerly embraced the entire platter. However, she maintained her composure, stating, "Since cousin is so generous, It would be inconsiderate of me not to select anything. Luo Ran encouraged, "Cousin, please feel free." Only then did Li Jinyiwei extend her hand without hesitation, picking up a golden hairpin, a jade comb, and pearl earrings. After a moment of contemplation, she also selected a glass bead necklace and a gold pendant set with purple jade, before finally stopping. The two younger half-sisters, standing below, nearly in tears from anxiety, were about to reach out when Yuqing timidly glanced at Luo Ran. Luo Ran smiled and said, "You two cousins need not be modest. Everything here is for you." "Thank you, cousin." Li Xinhua and Li Xinrong exchanged delighted glances and expressed their gratitude. The gifts from this cousin surpassed the jewelry they received during the new year, and, combined with what the old lady and the Li family provided, they truly began to understand what it meant to be in the capital. Luo Rushiwe felt embarrassed for her aunt and cousins, claiming to feel unwell and returning to her courtyard early, even skipping lunch with the two elder ladies. Lady Li also led everyone downstairs to rest, planning to gather again for dinner in the evening. Upon returning to Ningxiang courtyard, Yuqing could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What kind of people are the Li family? How could Lady Li dare to present such meager gifts? The items our lady bestows upon the servants are several times better." And those young ladies, upon seeing the jewelry, nearly had their eyes pop out. Chunyu, who had grown up in the streets, understood this all too well. She chuckled and said, "Yuqing, do not be angry. It is merely a matter of background. If they had been born into wealth, they surely would not behave this way." Yuqing felt somewhat embarrassed and quietly explained, "I did not mean it that way. We all come from humble origins. Should we then emulate those with shallow perspectives?" Chunyu replied, "Exactly. That is why we are fortunate to serve Our Lady. Just imagine, had you been reborn as a maidservant beside a Li family miss. Would you enjoy such a comfortable life now?" Yuqing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the two younger daughters of the Li family. Though their garments appeared new, the fabric and style revealed they were clearly a few years old. In comparison to Li Xinhua, it was evident that Lady Li was not a generous person. Luo Ran interrupted their conversation, addressing Chunyu. "Tomorrow, let Yuqing and Zifu guard the courtyard while you and Zizhu accompany me on an outing. Additionally, I have some matters to discuss with you." The two responded affirmatively and went about their tasks. Meanwhile, in Wudong courtyard, Luo Rushiwe was in tears from her anger. "Mother, witness the miserly demeanor of my aunt today, alongside my cousin and those two illegitimate daughters. They have truly brought shame to our grandmother." Although Li was also irked, she felt compelled not to speak ill of her maternal family in front of her own daughter. Finally, she advised, "If you dislike them, simply avert your gaze. Do not let anger consume you. In just 2 days, your coming-of-age ceremony will take place. Go and have another look at your attire and jewelry. We must avoid any mishaps." Luo Rushiwe, with her lips pursed in indignation, suddenly inquired, "By the way, mother, didn't you mention that my aunt's cousin would be coming? Why have I not seen her today?" Li sighed, her frustration palpable. "She is hardly of any significance. Your aunt mentioned that she fell ill from something she ate last night and will rest for a few days. In a couple of days, your elder cousin will fetch her." In the end, Luo Rushiwe could no longer contain herself. Just before leaving, she remarked, "Mother, please keep an eye on her to ensure she does not falter. I wish to avoid witnessing Luo Ran steal the spotlight, as she did today." Li, growing impatient, replied, I understand. Now be on your way." Only then did Luo Rushiwe return to her courtyard. Chapter 46. The coming-of-age ceremony early the next morning. After paying her respects to the matriarch, Luo Ran exchanged greetings with the elderly lady before embarking on a stroll through the streets, accompanied by Chunyu and Zizhu. As they departed, Li Xanyu subtly hinted at her desire to follow, yet Luo Ran feigned ignorance and walked past her without a word, provoking a low huff of disdain from Li Xanyu. "What is there to be proud of? There will come a time when you will seek my assistance." Her maid, Xing'er, looked puzzled and inquired, "Miss, she is the sole daughter of the Marquis. How could she ever come to rely on us?" Li Xanyu smirked with satisfaction, having overheard her mother and grandmother's conversation. Soon, she would possess not only those few pieces of jewelry, but perhaps even the entire shop. Unbeknownst to Luo Ran, Li Xianyu harbored such thoughts as she made her way to the most renowned clothing store in the capital, Jin Xiutang. It was said that the embroiderers at Jin Xiutang were brought from Jiangnan at great expense, known for their exquisite craftsmanship and innovative designs, making their creations highly coveted among the ladies of the capital. As a result, acquiring a garment was no easy feat over a month ago. Luo Ran had presented her designs to the embroideress in a private meeting and somehow persuaded her to make an exception and create a set of garments for her. Today marked the day of retrieval. The shop assistant, keen-eyed, recognized Luo Ran the moment she entered and greeted her with a warm smile. "Welcome, young lady. Please come inside. Sun Yang has been awaiting your arrival." Leaving Zizhu outside, Luo Ran followed Chunyu into the shop. The embroideress, known as Sun Yang, was eager to see her. "Indeed, you possess a discerning eye. Following your suggestions, I crafted several garments, and they have proven exceedingly popular." Luo Ran responded with a smile. "As long as they are well received, you shall reap your rewards." Thus, my assistance was not in vain. Although previously confined within the walls of the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, she was acutely aware of the latest fashions in the capital, largely due to the ostentatious displays of Fu Shiheng's sister, who often flaunted her lavish attire before Luo Ran, boasting at every opportunity. Drawing from her memories, she had sketched a couple of styles that she anticipated would trend in the coming years, which led Sun Yang to agree to create 2 garments for her. Sun Yang presented the finished garments before Luo Ran. "Please, dear lady, examine these creations. Do they align with your vision? If they do not fit, we can make adjustments." Luo Ran nodded, her fingers gently caressing the fabric laid upon the table. The crimson dress, crafted from exquisite gold thread satin, shimmered under the sunlight. One could easily envision a newly blossomed maiden strolling through a garden adorned with fresh greenery. A gentle breeze lifting the hem of her dress, akin to a blooming red lotus, radiating a delicate brilliance, reminiscent of a fairy among flowers. "Chunyu, do try it on," Luo Ran softly suggested. Chunyu's eyes widened in surprise. She hesitated to speak, but quickly acquiesced, saying, "Yes, Mississippi." She took the garment behind the screen to change. Sun Yang, momentarily taken aback, mused to herself that such luxurious fabric was not commonly afforded by ordinary households. Despite recognizing the young lady's apparent wealth, she had not heard of any maidservants in the royal household donning garments made from such fine material. Nevertheless, as a businesswoman, she understood the necessity of discretion. Before long, the gentle spring rain began to fall. Though young and slender, Spring Rain possessed a certain height, and her dress fit well except for the waist, which needed some adjustment. Luo Ran circled around her, nodding in satisfaction. "Very good. We shall make a slight alteration to the waistline shortly." Sun Yang chimed in. "That is certainly no trouble. Just a matter of a moment. Miss, please take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea while I attend to the adjustments." Spring Rain returned to change her attire, and Sun Yang took it to make the necessary modifications. As Luo Ran sipped her tea, she said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Spring Rain shook her head. "Miss, I have nothing to inquire. Whatever you instruct, I shall do." Luo Ran nodded, but felt the need to clarify. "Tomorrow, the second Miss's dress will be somewhat similar to yours." Spring Rain straightened her back instinctively, her small face turning serious. "Rest assured, Mississippi. Just tell me how to proceed, and I promise to execute it flawlessly." To be honest, even though she had only recently joined Mrs. Side, she had long harbored a dislike for the second Mississippi. It seemed unreasonable that while the entire family enjoyed the privileges bestowed by the Marquis, it was the Marquis's only daughter who received all the attention. Once the dress alterations were complete, Luo Ran did not linger outside, but returned with Spring Rain and Zizhu. Unbeknownst to Luo Ran, as she departed, a tall figure entered the Jinxiu Hall. Just as the shop assistant was about to speak, he turned to summon the shopkeeper upon recognizing the newcomer. On the second day of the 3rd month, the second miss of the champion Marquis's residence was to come of age. Although she was not the biological daughter of the champion Marquis, those in the capital were all astute individuals. Unfortunately, when the eldest daughter of the Luo family celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony on the 6th day of the 1st month, it coincided with the New Year festivities, and the Marquis's household did not hold a grand event. This time, however, No one could afford to miss out. Moreover, just a few days prior, the Tian family and the Li family had somehow persuaded the old matriarch, suggesting that since the Li family had just arrived in the capital and their connections were still unfamiliar, it would be prudent to send invitations to various households, thereby facilitating Li Yuanliang's future career. The old matriarch did not object to this suggestion. Thus, on this day, the front of the champion marquis's residence bustled with activity, an unprecedented scene in decades. Li Shi, with a smile that seemed frozen on her face, navigated effortlessly among the various ladies. As Luo Rushua made her entrance in a golden silk gown, she immediately attracted a chorus of admiration and envy. Like a proud peacock, Luo Rushua stood before Luo Ran, offering her assistance. "Elder sister, all these young ladies are quite fond of me. If you wish to meet anyone, I can introduce you." In contrast to Luo Rushua's flamboyance, Luo Ran's attire was rather elegant, adorned in a snow-white dress with delicate, unidentifiable flowers embroidered across it. She wore a simple golden hairpin with red coral and a jade hairpin of aquamarine hue. Her earrings, crafted in the likeness of small fish from the same coral, swayed gently with her movements. At that moment, the little fish hung quietly from her soft earlobe, appearing as if it were asleep. "Thank you for your kind offer, but today is your special day, so you need not worry about me," Luo Ran replied with a faint smile. Luo Rushua did not genuinely wish to assist her. Rather, she sought merely to flaunt her own superiority. After exchanging pleasantries, she departed. After wandering for a while, Luo Rushua finally spotted that familiar figure. With a shy smile, she instructed her maid, "Stay here and guard. If anyone inquires about me, simply say that I am unwell and shall return shortly." She then lifted her skirts and hurried towards the rockery. "Brother Xiang." As Luo Rushua called out, her lips were suddenly silenced. Soon, the cavern echoed with heavy breaths. "Sister Shuer, did you not promise to give yourself to me upon reaching maturity? I have missed you dearly." Fu Xiang exclaimed, tugging at Luo Rushua's dress. His voice labored. Luo Rushua felt a rush of warmth, yet managed to remind him, "Brother Xiang, do not worry. I have missed you as well. Please be careful not to ruin my dress. I shall need it for the ceremony later." "Very well, I shall be cautious. Do not fear. Let me cherish you." After a flurry of rustling, a series of scandalous sounds soon filled the air. On the other side of the cavern, Luo Ran bit her lip, her eyes reddened, as she gazed at the man above her. Chapter 47. "Silly girl, can't you hold your breath?" Fu Jinan deliberately lowered his head, slightly bending at the waist, creating the illusion from behind that he was enveloping Luo Ran entirely in his embrace, firm and secure. If one wished to remain undetected, it was best to remain silent. The day prior, after Luo Ran departed from the Jinxiutang, Changying followed closely behind, soon emerging with the style of clothing Luo Ran had taken. Fu Jinan examined it in his hands. A hint of pleasure curling at the corners of his mouth informed the people at Jinxiutang that if they wished to live, they would do well to forget about this garment. Changying replied, "Yes, I have already conveyed the message." Thus, when Fu Jinan encountered the dress adorning Luo Rushua today, he followed her, not anticipating the unfolding of such a lively scene. Luo Ran's eyes and nose flushed red with indignation as she bit down on her soft lips. Can this man not possess any shame? He clearly followed me here, and now he dares to threaten me? Despite her anger, she understood the necessity of discretion. Otherwise, her engagement might be jeopardized. However, with so many guests present, she could not afford to tarnish her father's reputation. Luo Ran desperately leaned back, attempting to distance herself from the man before her. Yet for every inch she retreated, he advanced a fraction closer, leaving her wishing she could dissolve into a mere wisp of paper, though she remained inextricably bound to him. Luo Ran lifted her gaze, glaring at him, subtly indicating behind him, hoping he would step back. Inadvertently, her lips brushed against his Adam's apple. Fu Jinan stiffened, surprisingly yielding a bit of space. Yet Luo Ran distinctly felt the shift in his demeanor. Closing her eyes and turning her head away, she dared not provoke him further. At that moment, sound from the adjacent room pierced through the stone walls. Fu Xiang, suppressing his voice, inquired, "Shuer, are you enjoying yourself?" Luo Rushua, her eyes glazed, murmured softly, "The young master is valiant and mighty. I admire you." Luo Ran was taken aback. Her sister, who typically appeared so innocent, possessed such a side. She bit her lip tightly, yearning to cover her ears. However, their proximity was too great, and in raising her hand, she accidentally brushed against something, eliciting a muffled groan from above. The commotion next door suddenly quieted, replaced by Luo Rushua's nervous voice. "Brother Xiang, did you hear that sound just now?" Fu Xiang, caught up in the moment, was slightly displeased by her unexpected interruption. With patience, he pressed his lips to hers. "Sure, are you still distracted at this moment? I might become angry." Luo Rushua finally focused, turning to soothe him. Meanwhile, Luo Ran exhaled a sigh of relief, yet her body remained tense. The pressure in certain areas was unmistakable, making it difficult for her to ignore. Initially, Fu Jinan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his usually proud self-control would falter so easily. However, accustomed to acting on his whims, he had no desire to deny himself. Considering the petite woman before him, who was already carrying his child, what was there to hold back? Coupled with the brazen dialogue from next door, Fu Jinan gradually lowered his head, pressing down toward that sensitive area. The delicate lips of the petite woman captured his attention early in the day, and he had often pondered the taste of them. Today, he finally savored them, finding them sweeter, softer, and more delectable than he had imagined. Luo Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had audaciously kissed her. She resisted with her small hands, yet the disparity in strength between them, coupled with the presence of others nearby, rendered her unable to exert any force. In contrast, Fu Jinan seemed to find the taste increasingly delightful, gradually growing dissatisfied with mere sampling as he deftly pried open her delicate lips, becoming more unrestrained. As Luo Ran's face flushed crimson, Fu Jinan, displaying a semblance of kindness, paused to allow her a breath, teasingly remarking, "Silly girl, don't you know how to breathe?" After which, he leaned down to taste once more, his large hand becoming restless. Time passed, and eventually, the sounds from next door quieted, followed by the rustling of clothing as someone departed. Suddenly, Luo Ran raised her hand and, with a resounding slap, not only stunned Fu Jinan, but also felt a twinge of fear herself. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to scold him, "You shameless scoundrel." Turning her back to adjust her disheveled garments, she trembled, not knowing whether from fear or anger, struggling to fasten her straps. Fu Jinan's tongue brushed his lips as he raised a hand to touch his slightly reddened cheek, his gaze sweeping over her slender waist, letting out a barely perceptible sigh before kindly suggesting, "All right, don't be angry. Come here, I'll help you." Luo Ran bit her swollen lip, ignoring him as she continued to grapple with her straps. With no other choice, Fu Jinan gently turned her to face him, speaking before she could protest. "If you don't want anyone to find out, behave." It must be said that such a threat was effective with Luo Ran. The petite woman finally quieted, and Fu Jinan, in good spirits, grasped the straps of her garment, examining them closely. Seeing his inaction, Luo Ran lowered her voice, asking, "Can you even do this?" Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow. "Is there anything I can't do?" With that, his elegant fingers danced nimbly, quickly tying a beautiful knot. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, he appeared quite pleased with himself. Finally, he arranged her dress and playfully pinched her cheek, affectionately saying, "Now that's better." Once her attire was neat, Luo Ran shot him a fierce glare before lifting her skirt and darting out from behind the rocks. Fu Jinan, glancing down his own waist, scoffed, "You useless thing." Once he regained his composure, Fu Jinan leisurely exited the cave, strolling as if nothing had happened. Luo Ran sprinted to the pavilion, taking some time to steady her breath. "Miss, why does your complexion look so poor?" In her previous life, Luo Ran had been utterly oblivious to the illicit affair between Luo Rushua and Fu Xiang, naively believing her aunt's words that the two were like siblings, having grown up together. Which siblings would end up in bed together? Thus, in this life, She had taken the precaution of having a gown made that closely resembled the one Luo Rushua wore today, intending to lure Fu Xiang aside to reveal his true nature to her father. To her astonishment, the two individuals displayed such audacity, daring to engage in such behavior under the bright light of day. It was no wonder that in her previous life, Luo Rushua always regarded her with an air of condescension, gazing upon her with pity. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. It bolstered her confidence in rejecting the marriage proposal today. Yet, that individual from earlier. Never mind, she thought there was no need to dwell on it. Perhaps she was simply fatigued. Let us proceed. The event is about to commence. As Luo Ran entered the main hall, she indeed beheld Luo Rushua standing resplendently amidst the crowd. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that Rushua's lips were slightly swollen, her eyes glistening with moisture, and her visage more alluring than any powdered face could ever be. The memory of her own encounter lingered, as if the taste of that person still lingered upon her tongue. Chapter 48. Exposure. As Luo Ran entered, Luo Rushua immediately approached her, affectionately linking arms with her. "Sister, where have you been? I searched everywhere for you. Hurry, my coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin." Luo Ran discreetly withdrew her hand and replied coolly, "I have been right here. You should go ahead, lest you delay the proceedings." Only then did Luo Rushua leave with a smile. But before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Luo Ran and, deliberately in front of everyone, remarked, "Sister, just now, the young master was looking for you." Luo Ran remained silent, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a hostile gaze. There was no need to look directly to know who it belonged to. It was Fu Shiheng's younger sister, Fu Mingzhu. In the previous life, she had harbored a dislike for Luo Ran, refusing to utter a single word to her before marriage. Yet after the wedding, she constantly lingered around Luo Rushua, seeking ways to embarrass her. In this lifetime, since Luo Ran had no intention of marrying into the Fu family, she felt no inclination to engage with her. She quietly sought a secluded spot to stand. However, while she yearned for tranquility, others did not share her sentiment. A sudden wave of a pungent odor wafted past her nose, making Luo Ran feel nauseous. She hastily grabbed a handkerchief to cover her lips and nose. The scent was mitigated, and she began to feel somewhat better. Turning her gaze to the side, she caught Fu Xiang looking at her. The girl possessed delicate skin and exquisite features. In terms of sheer beauty, she certainly surpassed Luo Rushua. Moreover, her figure was alluringly curvaceous, with ample attributes where they should be, and a slenderness in others. Just the sight of her delicate frame was far more impressive than that of Luo Rushua. One could only imagine how enchanting she must be to hold. Lost in such thoughts, he once again felt a surge of heat within him. Suddenly, Luo Ran comprehended the expression in his eyes. Unable to contain herself any longer, she pressed the handkerchief to her mouth and dashed outside, crouching in a corner to retch violently. A splash of cold water doused Fu Xiang, instantly cooling his heated body. With a darkened expression, he approached Luo Ran, his tone unfriendly. "Is it truly my presence that disgusts you so?" At that moment, Luo Ran had no desire to engage with him. Waves of nausea surged within her, nearly causing her to faint. Weakly, she waved her hand. "I beg of you, could you please keep your distance?" "Ugh." Jinyiwei held a cup of tea in one hand while patting Luo Ran's back with the other, casting an irate glance at Fu Xiang. "Young master, do you not see that my lady is unwell? Would you kindly stand further away?" Zijou stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Luo Ran, exuding an air that suggested she might take action if Fu Xiang refused to leave. Fu Xiang was incensed to the point of fury, but constrained by the occasion. He could do nothing but storm away, leaving behind a harsh remark. "Luo Ran, I intended to speak with you civilly, yet you are the one who has shown ingratitude. Thank you for your consideration, young master, but alas, the fortune of this humble girl is insufficient to bear such attention," Luo Ran retorted, suppressing her discomfort. Once the figure had receded, and after sipping a full cup of tea, Luo Ran began to feel considerably better. With the coming-of-age ceremony concluded, it was time to commence the feast. Li Yuanliang followed closely behind Luo Diyun, basking in the spotlight. While the Lu family in the inner courtyard no longer appeared as out of place as when they had first arrived in the capital. On the contrary, they mingled harmoniously with the other ladies and young misses. Halfway through the banquet, noticing that Luo Rushua had quietly slipped away from her seat again, Luo Ran signaled to Zizhu with her eyes, prompting Zizhu to silently withdraw. In the garden, Luo Rushua turned around and asked the maid beside her, "Did the eldest sister really quarrel with Brother Xiang today?" The young maid nodded. "Yes, I heard it with my own ears from Chunyu, who is beside the eldest lady. Go inform the young lad by Brother Xiang's side that I am waiting for him in the garden," Luo Rushua instructed. The maid nodded and left. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Li Jinyiwei, noticing the many guests that day, had prepared 2 sets of clothing and was just about to change when she saw Luo Rushua. She insisted on pulling her to help choose a hairpin. Unable to escape, Luo Rushua caught hold of the passing maid and sent her to find her own servant. Upon hearing that Luo Rushua was looking for her, Fu Xiang, still feeling the lingering anger from his earlier encounter with Luo Ran, thought it a good opportunity to vent his frustrations again and rose to leave the table. However, before he could reach the garden, he caught a glimpse of Luo Rushua's fleeting figure. Just as he was about to call out, he hesitated, fearing to attract the attention of others, and instead quickened his pace to follow her. As he watched Luo Rushua hasten her steps, Fu Xiang aimed to intercept her. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in a bamboo grove within the eastern courtyard of the Marquis' residence, where a delicate bamboo pavilion could be faintly seen deeper within. Fu Xiang smiled, no longer in a hurry, and slowed his pace to follow her leisurely. Upon entering the bamboo pavilion, he spotted a hint of pale clothing concealed behind the green bamboo and the pavilion's base, resembling a timid rabbit. Intrigued, Fu Xiang approached, stopping just a short distance away, his hands playfully poised as if ready to pounce. "Sister Shui, are you hiding well? Brother Xiang has arrived." Luo Rushua seemed to tremble slightly, her garment flickering in and out of view. Fu Xiang stomped his foot playfully. "Brother is here? What a naughty girl. Did I not just show you affection? Why do you wish to hide again?" This time, Luo Rushua made a sound, albeit a faint one. Despite it being just a single word, Fu Xiang felt an overwhelming urge and lost patience for their playful banter, swiftly lunging forward. As he reached from behind to tug at Luo Rushua's dress, he couldn't help but nuzzle her neck. "Dear sister, is it itchy again? Kulme, let brother scratch it for you. Do you think you haven't had enough fun just now, so you sought this secluded place? This spot is splendid, Shui. Turn around and take a look. See if it's brother's jade staff or the sturdy bamboo beside you. Shui, don't hold back. No one can hear you here. If you wish to call out, do so. The more you call, the more brother likes it." Suddenly, a loud crash startled Fu Xiang, causing him to grip tightly, nearly injuring himself. Just as he was about to scold, he saw Luo Rushua push him away with great force, stumbling towards the entrance. She knelt, making a dull sound that made Fu Xiang furrow his brow. "Lord, please help me," she cried. I do not wish to live anymore." With that, Chunyu dashed towards a nearby pillar. Fortunately, Duke Jinyiwei emerged just in time to be firmly collided with, staggering 2 steps back before managing to steady himself. The spring rain abruptly turned and crashed toward the other side. Lord Yun, with a stern expression, extended his hand to intercept the rain, casting it to the ground. Through clenched teeth, he uttered a few words. "Speak to this lord with utmost sincerity. Should you dare utter a single lie, I shall have you chopped up to feed the dogs." The spring rain trembled, wiping away tears as she pleaded, "Your grace, my lord, you must stand up for me." The Duke of Jing, having just regained his composure from the collision, cast a disappointed glance at Fu Xiang upon hearing her words. "Father," Fu Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. Having been sufficiently terrified by Lord Yun, the sight of his father made him momentarily forget that his descendants had nearly been harmed. He hurriedly approached, saying, "Uncle Luo, father, please allow me to explain." Chapter 49. She can only marry into the Fu family. Chunyu glanced up at the bamboo building and, seeing that no one else was present, hurriedly interjected with a mournful tone, "My lord, just now, the young lady was concerned that you had drunk too much, so she sent me to check on you." However, I do not understand why the young master has been following me so persistently. Out of fear, I ran as fast as I could, yet he continued to pursue me. Just moments ago, it seems I'm struggling to articulate the most distressing part. Jinyiwei hesitated before continuing. The young master held onto me tightly, calling me swearer while attempting to disrobe me. My lord, I cannot endure this any longer. Please, stand up for me. My lord, she lies. Is she who has seduced me? Indeed, she took advantage of my inebriation, deliberately leading me here with the intent to entice me. Fu Xing seemed to have finally found his justification, pointing an accusing finger at Jinyiwei, moving to seize her collar. Scoundrel! Luo Ran stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Fu Xing sprawling. The force of a martial artist kick could easily crush a large insect. The last time he had kicked Luo Hongjun, he had merely exerted 2/10 of his strength. Yet Luo Hongjun had been bedridden for nearly a month before he could walk again. The kick just delivered was not even at full force. Yet Fu Xing lay several meters away, rendered speechless. Fortunately, he had trained somewhat. Otherwise, he might have been seriously harmed. Luo, my brother. Duke Jinyiwei Fu stepped forward, saying, All right, you've vented your anger. Let us discuss this matter calmly. Luo Ran turned back, coldly regarding Fu Yi. Discuss calmly? Did you not hear the beast's words just now? Do you want me to repeat them for you? Fu Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his son's words. Wishing he could vanish into the ground, he dared not assist Fu Xing and hastily urged Luo Ran. They are just children. Such antics can happen in jest. Luo Ran's eyes widened in fury as he pointed at Fu Shiheng's disheveled appearance. Is stripping one's garments in jest? He waved his hand impatiently. Enough. I shall not waste further words with you. Tomorrow, the engagement will be annulled. If you do not consent, I would rather forfeit my dignity and make a scene before the emperor, demanding justice. With that, he strode down the steps, turning back after a few paces to shout at Jinyiwei, What are you still doing standing there? Watch how I deal with you. Upon exiting the bamboo grove, the fury on Luo Ran's face vanished in an instant. He glanced at Jinyiwei, who was following him with her head bowed, and spoke in a soft tone. What was your mistress's intention? Jinyiwei nodded, then quickly shook her head, stealing a cautious glance at the lord, and seeing that he was indeed not angry. She spoke carefully. The young lady instructed me to merely lead him here and exchange a few words. However, you went and added much more on your own accord? Luo Ran let out a scoff. Jinyiwei lowered her head, tugging at her garment. I was merely afraid that Duke Jinyiwei might not hear clearly. And if he were to deny it later, would that not render my mistress's efforts futile? Luo Ran nearly laughed at her, yet maintained a stern expression. Your intentions may be good, but do you not realize that even if nothing had occurred today, your reputation would still be tarnished if word got out? Jinyiwei raised her head, speaking earnestly. I am not afraid. As long as the young lady is well, the servant fears not for her life, nor does she care for her reputation. Lord Yin nodded appreciatively. Indeed, remember what you have said today. Yes, Jinyiwei replied loudly. After Lord Yin departed, Fu Xing finally managed to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Father, before he could finish his sentence, Fu Yi struck him with a slap, leaving his head buzzing. Fu Yi, pointing at his nose, reproached him with exasperation. How many times have I told you? Even if you do not fancy Luo Ran, you must bring her home. Once she is married, you may do as you please, and I will not interfere. Have you disregarded my words as mere wind? Moreover, why must you play with her cousin? What decent family would marry 2 daughters to one man? At this moment, Fu Xing realized the gravity of the situation and softly inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Fu Yi sighed. What can we do? This match must be terminated. If it reaches the emperor's ears, we will both suffer the consequences. Fu Xing frowned, but you said. Fu Yi raised his hand to silence him, surveying the surroundings before stating coolly, I do not have only you as a son. If you cannot manage, we shall find another. She must marry into the Fu family. Observing his father's grim demeanor, Fu Xing dared not speak further. Behind the bamboo grove, on a hillside pavilion, 2 figures stood watching. From their vantage point, they could see the silhouettes, but could not discern the conversation. However, this did not prevent Fu Jinan from grasping the essence of their discourse. Lu Jiuchen chuckled lightly. Is this the display of claws from your little wildcat? Though somewhat crude, it is still effective. At least, the Luo family's reputation is intact, and the engagement is dissolved. Clearly, the notorious dandy of the capital was adept at reading lips, a revelation that would astonish many if it were to circulate. Of course, apart from a few close acquaintances, none would be privy to this knowledge. Fu Jinan lightly drummed his fingers, gazing at the nearby rockery, the place where Fu Xiang and Luo Rushiwe had conducted their affairs. The first time, he had succumbed to a seductive poison. The second time, he had inadvertently stumbled upon her while she was binding her waist. While he acknowledged the beauty of the young woman's form, he had harbored no thoughts of desire. Today, however, was different. His body seemed to act independently, a fact that vexed him. Lu Jiuqin, unaware of these inner conflicts, assumed he was still pondering Fu Yi's words and patted his shoulder reassuringly, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait a moment, what did Fu Yi say at the end? Change people? Change to whom? You? Why must the Fu family marry the daughter of Luo De?" Fu Jinan heard this and shook his head, remaining silent. Lu Jiuqin speculated, could it be that Fu Yi has taken a liking to the military power of the Luo family? Given the current state of the Jinyiwei Duke's residence, it won't last 2 generations at this rate. You cannot rely on them, and he must be eager to secure a stable ally for the Fu family. Fu Jinan replied coolly, perhaps. Lu Jiuqin turned to him, regarding him with suspicion, and suddenly said, "Wait, Fu Yi's last remark was clearly aimed at you. What do you think? You cannot be serious about marrying that girl, can you?" Fu Jinan's fingertips moved slightly, as if lingering with a delicate sensation. Suddenly, he smiled lightly and looked at Lu Jiuqin, saying, "What is there to prevent?" After uttering this, he turned and descended the mountain. Lu Jiuqin stood frozen in place, and after a few breaths, he suddenly reacted, hastily pursuing him, grasping his shoulder and exclaiming, "Hey, tell me what you meant by that. What do you mean by what is there to prevent? Were you deceiving me with that talk of the naval strategy map?" Before he could finish his words, he was halted by Changjing. Lu Jiuqin jumped up 3 feet, calling out to the retreating figure, "Hey, can you not leave your words half-spoken? It's suffocating." Changjing sighed. "Young prince, when have you ever seen an adult unwilling to speak, yet have others pry it out of them?" Lu Jiuqin ceased his jumping and shot a glare at Changjing. "It's just you who indulges him. Look at how arrogant he is. I'll tell you now, there will come a day when your master weeps." Changjing did not believe him, but refrained from retorting. Chapter 50. Scald Miss. The Lord is taking Chunyu to Ningfu courtyard. Zijou whispered softly into Luo Ran's ear. Luo Ran nodded, inquiring, "How is Chunyu? Is she well?" Zijou pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Luo Ran cast a doubtful glance at her and prepared to rise. Just as she stood, a young maid passing by inadvertently tilted the teapot in her hands, causing a cascade of scalding tea to surge toward them. "Miss, be careful." 2 exclamations rang out in unison. Instinctively, Zijou embraced Luo Ran and turned her body. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she did not feel the anticipated sting on her back, assuming it was due to her thick clothing. She turned to discover a woman clutching her reddened hand, trembling all over, while the teapot had been flung aside. Luo Ran hurriedly pushed Zijou away and grasped the young woman's hand, exclaiming, "Zijou, fetch a basin." With Chunyu absent, Zijou was her only companion. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ran swiftly instructed, "Never mind, have someone else find a doctor, but take that teapot with you." Turning to the woman who had shielded her from the scalding liquid, she asked, "Sister, can you still walk?" Yuan Shuyi, enduring the searing pain in her hand, nodded with her eyes closed. Luo Ran supported her arm, urging, "Do not fear, sister. Bear with it." Surrounding individuals began to rise, offering their inquiries. Luo Ran, observing the tightly packed crowd, implored, "Please, everyone make way." The throng finally parted, allowing Luo Ran to escort Yuan Shuyi to the nearby lakeside, instructing Zijou to fetch a basin of water. Though the March Lake was not frozen, its waters were decidedly frigid. Luo Ran submerged a handkerchief in the teapot, soaked it thoroughly, and then applied it to Yuan Shuyi's hand, asking, "Sister, how do you feel? Is it any better?" The cold lake water alleviated the burn, diminishing the pain considerably. Just as Yuan Shuyi was about to express her gratitude, Luo Ran shook her head, saying, "You risked yourself to save me. It is I who should be thankful." While speaking, her hands were in constant motion. Zizhu handed her a damp cloth, and Luo Ran replaced the previous one, repeating the process until Yuan Shuyi's hand appeared less inflamed. The onlookers began to commend her efforts. However, an ill-timed voice pierced through the moment. "Humph, do you even understand? Women fear the cold. This lake water is so frigid. Do you intend to save her or harm her?" Luo Ran lifted her gaze, tracing the voice to find Fu Mingzhu standing at the forefront of the crowd, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Reflecting on the chilling lake water, Luo Ran recalled how Fong and Fu Mingzhu had tormented her in her previous life, frequently spilling tea while she served and delaying calling for a doctor. It was only by chance that an old physician had once noticed her persistent burn and shared this remedy. Disregarding Fu Mingzhu, Luo Ran focused solely on Yuan Shuyi's hand, relieved that, thanks to her timely intervention, there were no blisters forming. The doctor arrived promptly, and Luo Ran instructed that Yuan Shuyi be taken to a guest room. Li Shi once again invited everyone to sit, casting an exasperated glance at Luo Ran as she remarked, "Luo Ran, it is not that your second aunt speaks ill of you, but you're already grown. I leave for just a moment, and you create such a significant mess." Luo Ran stood silently, her gaze fixed calmly on Li Shi. Li Shi, in a deliberate attempt to embarrass Luo Ran before others, found her own confidence wavering in the face of Luo Ran's serene demeanor. Fortunately, a nearby lady intervened, suggesting that it was not entirely Luo Ran's fault, as it was merely the clumsiness of the teammate. Fu Mingzhu scoffed, asserting that a master should uphold decorum, just as a servant must. Li Shi shot a glare at Luo Ran, instructing her to check on Miss Yuan without delay. Suddenly, Luo Ran spoke up, startling Li Shi. However, she turned away, moving to stand beside Fu Mingzhu, gazing down at her with an imposing presence. After a moment, Fu Mingzhu, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, furrowed her brow and questioned Luo Ran's intent. "Luo Ran, mind your manners," Li Shi reprimanded, reaching out to grasp Luo Ran, only to have her deftly sidestep. Luo Ran then lifted a teapot, holding it precariously above Fu Mingzhu's head. "What do you intend to do?" Fu Mingzhu's voice quivered with fear. Li Qi, witnessing Luo Ran's intimidating glare, felt a chill, as if the scalding water might spill upon her at any moment. Luo Ran's eyelids fluttered slightly, her smile laced with irony. "So, Miss Fu is also susceptible to fear? If that is the case, do ensure your feet are properly placed, lest someone inadvertently steps on them and causes harm." With that, she set down the teapot, pouring half a cup of tea, which she then slid toward Fu Mingzhu. "I hope this cup can soothe your nerves, Miss Fu. May it serve as a reminder that should I ever gather evidence against you, it would not merely be a matter of hot tea." You have quite the audacity," Fu Mingzhu exclaimed, turning to Li Shi. "Is this how the Luo family treats their guests? I shall ensure my mother speaks to the Empress about this. What will you say?" Wang Shi, who had been silent nearby, approached with a smile, affectionately patting Luo Ran's head. Addressing Fu Mingzhu, she continued, "Everyone is aware that the Empress is the cousin of the Duchess, but we cannot trouble her with every minor grievance." Turning her attention to Li Shi, her tone grew icy. "Madame Luo, you have been quick to criticize my Ranner, without understanding the situation. Let's not forget that she has her grandmother and father to guide her, and our esteemed matriarch as well. Your unjust behavior could easily be misconstrued as an attempt to tarnish her reputation." The other ladies present exchanged knowing glances. Many had witnessed the earlier incident, recognizing that it was indeed the maid's carelessness that nearly resulted in harm to the young lady of the Luo family. Had it not been for Miss Yuan's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Even so, Luo Ran had maintained her composure and promptly addressed the situation. The physician had remarked that had the injury not been treated swiftly, Miss Yuan's hand could have been severely compromised. With this realization, the onlookers began to regard Li Shi with a newfound scrutiny. It is well known that when the esteemed champion Marquis did not bring his daughter back to the capital, the second lady of the house consistently assumed the role of the Marquise, attending various banquets across the residences. Now that the Marquis has returned with his biological daughter, Given his current favor with the emperor and his own impressive stature and handsome appearance, it is inevitable that he will take a new wife. At this juncture, it is certain that Lady Li is employing various tactics to suppress the first branch. The ladies present, being the heads of their respective households, are all well acquainted with the subtle machinations of the inner quarters and can discern the situation with little reflection. Lady Li's expression has turned quite sour. Chapter 51. Matters of convenience. Luo Ran paid no heed to the Li family and affectionately took Wang's hand. "Aunt, where have you just been? I was hoping to find you." Wang patted her hand and explained, "There were some matters at home that delayed my arrival." "What about my cousin?" Wang shook her head with a wry smile. "She made another mistake a few days ago and was punished by her uncle. She won't be able to come out until tomorrow. When I left, she was begging me to bring you back to keep her company." Luo Ran could easily envision her cousin's gloomy demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "Is my cousin preparing for the spring examination these days?" Wang nodded. "Indeed, he is. He barely sleeps for an hour each night." The warmth of their exchange was palpable as they conversed, leaving Fu Mingzhu sitting with reddened eyes. Yet no one dared to approach her for comfort. Just moments before, she had deliberately tripped a young maid, and surely many had witnessed it. Li, feeling embarrassed, could only awkwardly smile. Family matters, I apologize for the spectacle. Please continue." "Second, madam." A young maid with her hair just tied up hurriedly approached. Breathless, Li, already in a foul mood, furrowed her brow and snapped, "Why are you making such a ruckus? Such a lack of decorum from everyone." It was uncertain who she was scolding. The young maid, not having time to apologize, hurriedly said, "Madam, the old madam requests your presence." Li was puzzled, having just returned from the old madam's quarters. Seeing her still hesitating, the maid urged, "Madam, please hurry. The Marquis, the Duke of Jinyiwei, and the young heir are all present. The old madam's people have already gone to fetch the second miss." Upon hearing this, Li's spirits lifted. They must be discussing the marriage between the Fu and Luo families. Since the engagement was arranged by the two deceased elders, even if Luo Ran wished to withdraw, the young heir's wife still had to remain in the Luo family. With this thought, the grievances she felt moments earlier evaporated, and she cheerfully made her way to the residence. The young maid, following behind, was momentarily bewildered. She had just seen the Marquis and the old madam looking grim. So why was the second madam suddenly so cheerful? Meanwhile, after departing from her aunt, Luo Ran headed to the guest house to visit Yuan Shui. Upon her arrival, the doctor had just finished administering treatment and was bandaging her. "Sister Yuan, thank you." Luo Ran looked at the clumsily wrapped hand, her eyes welling with tears. From a young age, she had always been somewhat solitary. During her time in Jiangnan, she had only grown close to the daughters of the Song family and a couple of others. Since returning to the capital, aside from her cousins, she had scarcely made any friends, let alone someone who would risk their life to save her. Yuan Shui, initially unfazed, immediately grew anxious upon seeing the lovely yet fragile young girl cry. "Sister, please do not weep. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. If you don't believe me, ask the doctor. I shall recover in a few days." The doctor, an elderly gentleman in his 50s with a kindly demeanor, was well liked in many households. As he packed his medical kit, he smiled and said, "This young lady is correct. Thanks to your prompt actions, young miss, it will heal well without leaving unsightly scars. Moreover, it is commendable that at such a tender age, you remain calm in a crisis and even understood first aid. Truly remarkable indeed." Luo Ran did not heed the physician's praises. Her only concern was that Miss Yuan was well. "Madam Shun, if all is well, I shall take my leave," said the elderly doctor. The matriarch of the Shun family, being of advanced age, often required medical attention. Hence they were quite familiar with one another. "Thank you, doctor." Wang nodded. "Zizhu, please see the esteemed gentleman out." Zizhu led the doctor away. Wang then sat down, taking Yuan Shui's hand affectionately. "So, you are the esteemed Miss Yuan. Such a delicate appearance and a kind heart. It seems one cannot rely on hearsay." "What hearsay?" Luo Ran inquired curiously. Wang suddenly realized her slip of tongue and smacked her own face, exclaiming, "Oh, my mouth. I should be more mindful than you children." Yuan Shui, however, paid no mind and quickly replied, "Madam, There is no need for self-reproach. I am indifferent to what others say. Wang gently patted her shoulder, sighing, "Do not fret. Perhaps the heavens are merely slumbering, but they will surely awaken in due time." Yuan Shui chuckled, noticing the confusion on Luo Ran's face, and remarked, "In truth, it is nothing significant. I simply have had a streak of misfortune, which has inadvertently affected others." "Nonsense," Wang interjected. "Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? If there were any truth to the idea of bringing misfortune to one's husband, then they might as well marry you off to an enemy nation, forsaking those generals and soldiers." Her words elicited laughter from everyone present. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Ningfu courtyard was starkly different. Li entered joyfully, but before she could take in the sight of the kneeling figure, a teacup came hurtling towards her, striking her and causing her to see stars, nearly rendering her unconscious. She clutched her forehead, unable to suppress a cry of agony. "Silence! How dare you speak?" The matriarch scolded, her cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. Li, noticing the blood on her hands, was about to speak when her daughter crawled over, kneeling before her. "Mother, please speak to grandmother. Eldest sister does not wish to marry brother Xiang. I, swear, am willing to take her place." "Foolishness! Someone gag her. Put an end to this nonsense," the matriarch commanded, pointing angrily at those nearby. Just as Granny Du was about to interject, the matriarch's fierce gaze silenced her instantly. Luo Dun furrowed his brow, addressing his mother. "Mother, please calm down. Let us converse rationally." The matriarch pointed at Luo Rushua, exclaiming, "How can you expect me to remain calm when she engages in such disgraceful behavior? It is all due to your indulgence. She is utterly unaware of her own folly." Turning her disappointed gaze back to Luo Rushua, she clutched her chest in distress. "Swear, how have I raised you all these years? A young lady must cherish herself, for your sake and for the dignity of our entire marquisate. Yet here you are, daring to engage in such shameless acts before so many witnesses. Should word of this spread, how will your father and uncle maintain their standing in court? How will your siblings find spouses in the future? Have you even considered this?" Luo Rushua shook her head in tears, glancing at Fu Xing, who had kept his head bowed. "Grandmother, brother Xiang, and I share mutual affection and sincerity. Since eldest sister does not wish to marry into the Fu family, why should I not?" Li finally began to comprehend certain matters. During the ceremony of her daughter's coming of age, she noticed that the girl's brows and eyes bore a charm that could only be acquired through the deep affection of a man. However, amidst the throngs of people, she became preoccupied and soon forgot. Who would have thought? "You, how foolish!" Unable to restrain herself, Li gently tapped Luo Shue's forehead. Her intention was not to shame Luo Shue, but rather to impart the lesson she had repeated countless times. What a man cannot possess is the most valuable. One may occasionally offer a semblance of sweetness, but one must never fully surrender oneself before marriage. The old matron, upon observing the expression in Li's eyes, immediately discerned her parenting style and felt a wave of dizziness from indignation. Had it not been for her brother's earnest plea to marry his niece to her, she would have never consented to this union. Li was shallow-minded, narrow-hearted, and had little exposure to the world. Nevertheless, over the years, her oversight had managed to avoid major blunders, leading her to mistakenly believe she had matured. Yet, it turned out she was still as unyielding as clay that cannot be molded. Luoduan glanced at his wife and daughter, then at his silent elder brother sitting nearby. Before addressing Fu Yi, "Your Grace, today my daughter has erred, yet Xiao Xue is merely young and naive. Does the young master not understand this as well?" He cast a piercing gaze towards Fu Xiang, who stood quietly to the side. Chapter 52. Seeking assistance from Aunt Fu, Yi leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing gently upon it, and remarked indifferently, "The events have transpired. Discussing them further serves no purpose. According to Lord Luo's intentions, what course of action should we pursue?" He contemplated that since Luo Diyun was resolutely inclined to call off the engagement, it would be prudent to acquiesce to him for the time being, deferring future matters for later discussion. Upon hearing this, both Li and her daughter turned their hopeful gazes towards Luo Diyun. "Observing fu y esse amenable de minor." Luo Duan also felt a sense of relief. He adjusted his garments and stated, "Since both children are at fault, let us each make a concession. If Ranner wishes to withdraw from the engagement, then let Schwerer take her place." "I disagree." Luo Rushue's smile faltered abruptly as Fu Xiong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected loudly. Luo Duan's brow furrowed. What does the young master mean by that? Does he intend to deny his own actions? Unconsciously glancing at his father, Fu Xiong, upon receiving a warning look, closed his eyes and resolutely declared, "Miss Luo, I apologize. Today, I was intoxicated and acted inappropriately towards you. Please forgive me." Luo Rushue staggered slightly, seemingly unable to comprehend his words, and tremulously asked, "Xiong, what are you saying?" Fu Xiong opened his eyes, gazing at her devoid of emotion, and replied, "If you had not seduced me first, I would never have gone to the rockery, nor would any of this have transpired." "You lie." Luo Rushue cried out desperately. "Xiong, you are fabricating stories. Is this truly what you believe, or have you been coerced into saying this? Just moments ago, when it was only the two of us, you were not like this. It must be my uncle's threat. Yes, it surely is." Turning to Luo Diyun, she crawled towards him, grasping at his garment with a plea. "Uncle, Xiong does not love my elder sister, and my elder sister does not wish to marry him. Would you allow him to marry me instead? I implore you, Schwetter begs of you. Please let Xiong take me as his bride." Luo Diyun's brow knitted tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as if he would have taken action had Luo Rushue been a man. He shouted at Luo Duan, "Second brother, why do you remain idle? Remove this person. This is a disgrace. My lord, you cannot stand idly by while our daughter is so unjustly wronged." Likria, regaining her composure as she threw herself before Luo Duan, tears and snot mingling with the blood on her forehead. A truly pitiful sight that caused Luo Duan to turn his face away in distaste. Seeing her pleas were in vain, Li turned to the matriarch. "Mother, Schwerer has been raised by you. She is your most cherished granddaughter. Can you truly bear to witness her life being ruined?" The matriarch hesitated. Although she had previously intended for Luo Rushue to marry into the Shun family, it now seemed that even if Luo Rushue consented, Luo Diyun would not. Tentatively, she spoke. "Eldest you." "Humph." Luo Diyun kicked Luo Rushue aside, coldly asserting, "You may marry whomever you wish. In any case, my Ranner will not wed. Moreover, do not attempt to sully my Ranner's reputation. Should I discover any such attempts, I shall not hesitate to disregard familial ties." He made it abundantly clear that their affairs were of no concern to him. Upon hearing this, Li sighed in relief and quickly signaled Luo Duan with her eyes. Lord Wen cleared his throat. "In that case, Lord Luo." Fu Yi, with a gentle smile, interrupted him, saying, "Perhaps you did not fully grasp what Xiong just conveyed, so allow me to reiterate. As the saying goes, an unworthy wife is the source of misfortune for the family. My Fu family has always upheld a pristine reputation and will never permit disorderly women to enter our household. Concubines are also unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Li Shi instantly erupted. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my virtuous daughter is to be so carelessly sullied by you?" Fu Yi, unperturbed, adjusted his sleeves and replied, "Madame Luo, your words are misguided. While it is true that Xiong may have erred today, as the saying goes, it takes two to tango. If there were not someone deliberately tempting him, Xiong, with his character, would never have engaged in such frivolous behavior." In just a few sentences, he had branded Luo Rushue as a woman lacking in virtue and integrity, while labeling Fu Xiong merely as a frivolous young master who had momentarily faltered in his resolve. Having said enough, Fu Yi rose and cupped his hands toward Lord Luo, saying, "My lord, I apologize for the disturbances today. I shall prepare a modest offering of wine to express my contrition on another occasion. There are matters at my estate that require my attention, so I shall take my leave." Lord Luo cast a glance at him, sneering. "Do you think a mere handful of words can absolve you of your transgressions? What do you take me for, and what do you assume the champion marquis's residence to be?" Fu Yi was taken aback. "I have already consented to the dissolution of the engagement. What more do you desire?" Lord Luo scoffed. "Isn't it your obligation to withdraw the engagement? Your family's moral failings warrant it. What I am addressing now is the matter concerning Rushue." Though he held disdain for his younger brother's family, He felt an even greater aversion to the niece who harbored ambitions for her future uncle. Yet, he could not remain indifferent. For the sake of the Luo family's reputation, he must intervene. While tensions ran high at Ningfu Courtyard, Luo Ran remained blissfully unaware, or perhaps she had already anticipated the outcome and chose not to involve herself. When Yuan Shuyi saw that her injuries had been tended to, she prepared to take her leave. Luo Ran personally escorted her out of the estate, only to find her aunt, Wang Shi, pulling her aside with a furrowed brow. What on earth is happening? Where is your second aunt? With Li Shi absent, Lu Shi and Li Jinyiwei, the wife and daughter of Li Yuanliang, seemed to treat the place as their own home, behaving as if they were the mistresses and seizing numerous items for their own quarters. We do not mind such trivial possessions, but what if others witness this? It will be a laughingstock. Wang Shi expressed her dissatisfaction. Her concern was not for Li Shi or Lu Shi, but for the potential damage to Ranner's reputation. Luo Ran took Wang Shi's arm, attempting to soothe her. "Aunt, please do not be upset." She whispered a few words into her ear. Wang Shi's countenance shifted from red to pale, then darkened, and after a moment's struggle, she managed to utter, "Too much." Years of upbringing restrained her from speaking more harshly. Instead, she tenderly caressed Luo Ran's head, tears brimming in her eyes. "Well, this way they will have no excuse to prolong the engagement. It is only unfortunate for you. But do not fear. I shall help you find a suitable match. Not someone like this. She still could not bring herself to voice anything truly unkind. Luo Ran truly felt no sorrow. With the engagement rescinded, she would devise a way to expel the Li family, refusing to allow them to linger as they had in her previous life. After all, she still had the matter of her father's remarriage to consider, and with such unsavory characters around, what respectable family would agree to marry off their daughter? Reflecting on this, Luo Ran remarked, "Well, Aunt, as you can see, I am not upset at all, so you need not be angry over such trivial matters. It is hardly worth jeopardizing your own well-being." Upon witnessing her genuine composure, Wang felt reassured. "Indeed, it is not worth it. However, I must say, I had no idea that you and your father did not return to the capital. I have only encountered your second aunt and her daughter at other banquets, and I merely sensed some ulterior motives at the time. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. It seems your grandmother is rather misguided. If this continues, will the Marquis not become a laughingstock in the capital?" Luo Ran nodded. "You speak truly, Aunt. I was just about to discuss this matter with you." Wang inquired, "Oh, do share whatever it is. I shall certainly assist you in any way I can." Chapter 53. The reputation of a widow upon hearing her aunt's words. Luo Ran felt a warmth in her heart. While she rejoiced at the presence of such a loving relative, she was also filled with anger towards her past self. How could she have been so foolish as to sever ties with the Shun family, standing by as over 100 members perished? Suppressing her anguish, Luo Ran spoke, "Aunt, I wish to ask for your and grandmother's help in finding a suitable." The thought of arranging a marriage for her father made Luo Ran feel a tinge of embarrassment, even after living 2 lifetimes. Wang, her aunt, observed her face with curiosity. Finding a suitable what? Luo Ran bit her lip and confessed, "I want to find a wife for my father." "For your father? A wife?" Wang chuckled heartily. "Oh, dear child, why should this be a source of embarrassment? I thought you were asking me to find you a suitor." Luo Ran brushed off her aunt's teasing, but still expressed her concern. "Aunt, do you think grandmother will be displeased if she finds out?" Having laughed enough, Wang shook her head and, taking Luo Ran's hand, spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, she won't be. You have been away from the capital for so long that you may not fully grasp your grandmother's feelings. In the years following your mother's passing, your grandmother truly." As she reminisced, Wang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Luo Ran hurriedly poured a cup of tea for her aunt. "Aunt," Wang waved her hand dismissively and continued, "Your mother was always well-behaved and considerate, never once causing your grandmother distress. When your mother departed, your grandmother aged overnight, her hair turning white and her spirit waning. Although she improved somewhat later, during those years, no one dared to mention your mother in the household. Every time her name came up, your grandmother would fall gravely ill. Otherwise, the Shun family would never have allowed your father to take you away. Later, when you moved to Jiangnan, Your grandmother fell ill again due to her longing for you. It wasn't until you grew older and could write letters that she found solace. Throughout those years, she and your uncle consistently urged your father to remarry. To speak candidly, at that time, we even wish your father cared less for your mother, so he could take another wife and have more children. Sometimes, I thought that even if a stepmother or your father treated you poorly, the Shin family would have ample reason to reclaim you. And, unable to contain herself any longer, Luo ran through herself into Wang's embrace, weeping softly. In her previous life, she knew her grandmother and uncle held her dear, but it was merely a general longing. She had never been particularly close to them. After her reputation had been tarnished, she isolated herself in the courtyard and later imprisoned herself in the Fu family's back residence, never considering the feelings of the Shen family. Now, hearing their sentiments, she realized how deeply they loved her and how much her previous actions must have hurt them. After a considerable time, Luo Ran gradually ceased her tears, and Wang, patting her back and wiping away the tears from her eyes, smiled gently. Those are all matters of the past. Why do I keep bringing them up? Let's talk about your father instead. Kneeling beside her aunt, Luo Ran wrapped her arms tightly around her waist and nodded. Wang continued, you are now grown. Even if the secondary wife were to enter the household, with the presence of the Shun family, she would not dare to harm you. Moreover, considering the current chaotic state of the Ho residence, it is high time for a proper matriarch, and it is commendable that you, at such a tender age, are able to contemplate this. Luo Ran nodded in agreement. I am also concerned for my father, who has shouldered the dual roles of both father and mother for so many years, ensuring that I have never faced any hardship. Now that we have returned to the capital, although I have reclaimed my father's personal estate and my mother's dowry, I will not allow anyone to tarnish the title of the Champion Marquis, which my father fought valiantly to earn. Madame Wang concurred. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Suddenly recalling something, she placed a hand on Luo Ran's shoulder and inquired, what do you think of that Miss Yuan we just saw? Luo Ran furrowed her brow. Sister Yuan? Madame Wang joyfully slapped her thigh. Yes. How could I have forgotten her? You may not be aware, as you have just returned to the capital, but the Yuan family is a lineage of scholars with a reputation for integrity. Miss Yuan herself is well-educated, graceful, and possesses a pleasing appearance. The more Madame Wang spoke, the more excited she became, feeling that there could be no more suitable match. However, Luo Ran hesitated. But isn't she said to bring misfortune to her husband? She encouraged my father to remarry for his own good, yet I cannot allow that to bring harm upon him. Upon hearing Luo Ran's concerns, Madame Wang chuckled heartily. You, at such a young age, are surprisingly superstitious. Luo Ran blushed. She had not believed in such things, but her own rebirth was indeed a living testament to the supernatural. Unaware of Luo Ran's thoughts, Madame Wang sighed. Speaking of which, she is indeed a pitiable soul. Curious, Luo Ran asked, why do you say that, aunt? Madame Wang then began to elaborate. It turned out that the Yuan family had been a lineage of scholars for 3 generations, known for their integrity and uprightness. In the generation of Yuan Shui's father, the left minister Yuan Hiyu, he was even more renowned for his incorruptibility. Orphaned at an early age, he ascended in his career through sheer determination and never took a concubine, remaining devoted solely to his wife. Tragically, during the birth of their second child, his wife succumbed to complications. From then on, Yuan Hiyu was left to raise his 2 young children alone. Relating to her own circumstances, Luo Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Madame Wang seemed to sense her thoughts and shook her head with a wry smile. You are far more fortunate than she. Although your father may appear coarse, he is meticulous and deeply cares for you. Just look at how he has raised you with such tenderness, indicative of the considerable effort he has invested. Unlike Lord Yuan, scholars tend to be rigid in their principles, often inflexible even in the face of adversity, which is why he earned the emperor's trust to serve as left minister. Lord Yuan devoted his life to study, and it was only after his wife passed that he realized he was utterly clueless about managing household affairs, leaving his 6-year-old daughter to shoulder the burden. At this point, Madame Wang couldn't help but lament, a mere 6-year-old girl, caring for a newborn brother while also tending to her father's daily needs, all the while having to guard against wicked servants. One can only imagine the hardships she endured. Yet, she managed to persevere. Luo Ran furrowed her brow in contemplation. How could such a capable young lady be labeled as one who brings misfortune to her husband? Wang remarked. Speaking of which, she truly suffers from a cruel fate. There's an old adage that states 5 types of women should not be married, and one of them is a daughter of a deceased wife. At this point, Wang's thoughts drifted to Luo Ran, who also fit the description of a daughter without a mother. Previously, they had felt fortunate that old Master Luo arranged a marriage for Luo Ran before his passing. But now, with the engagement in jeopardy, what would become of her future? Suddenly, Wang contemplated. If all else fails, let Ran marry into the Shun family. With this thought, her heart felt lighter. She continued. Miss Yuan was betrothed shortly after her coming-of-age ceremony. Her fiancé was a scholar. Although his family was somewhat impoverished, he was a good man. Unfortunately, merely a few months into their engagement, the scholar fell gravely ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Subsequently, several matchmakers introduced potential suitors. Yet misfortune followed. One broke his leg after a fall, another was struck by a falling object while walking. Over time, rumors began to circulate about her being a husband killer. Luo Ran began to grasp the implications. Was her aunt suggesting that someone was acting with malice? Chapter 54. Have I not always been a beast? Upon contemplating the unfortunate reputation of such a virtuous maiden, Wang felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Who could truly know? Yuan Heyu, as an upright censor, possessed a commendable integrity, yet lacked the flexibility to navigate the complexities of court life. According to your uncle, he has offended many during his years in the court. If this is indeed the case, Luo Ran found some solace in it. After all, Yuan Heyu's diligence had earned him the emperor's favor. With her father's current standing, there was no need for a marriage alliance. Moreover, based on the tragic fate of the Shun family in her previous life, forming cliques may not prove beneficial. Very well. Dear aunt, when I return, I shall speak to my father. If he consents, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a matchmaker to inquire, Luo Ran said. Wang paused, then laughed heartily. You truly take after your grandmother, speaking so candidly and placing such faith in your aunt. You shall not seek further counsel? Luo Ran tilted her head. If I cannot trust my aunt, who else can I trust? Wang clapped her thigh. Excellent. Since you place your trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. Rest assured, the ladies of this capital may lack certain skills, but when it comes to uncovering the affairs of others, they excel beyond measure. I guarantee they will ascertain every detail, ensuring your father does not bring home a troublesome wife. As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance towards the main courtyard. Luo Ran understood her aunt's implication, but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Luo Diyun was on the verge of losing his temper due to the antics of the Luo Duan family. His intention was clear. Since Fu Xiong and Luo Rushue had already engaged in a conjugal relationship, the Fu family must marry Luo Rushue, albeit with a simplified ceremony. It must be a formal marriage. Although Fu Yi and Fu Xing initially disagreed, under Luo Diyun's relentless pressure, Fu Yi began to waver. Just then, Luo Rushue unexpectedly withdrew her consent, defiantly pointing at Fu Xiong, declaring, Fine, since you profess such indifference towards me, I, Luo Rushue, have no desire to be associated with the Fu family. The Luo Duan couple also erupted in anger, vowing never to accept a secondary position. Luo Diyun, infuriated, tossed his sleeves and stormed off, leaving the matter unresolved. Fu Yi and his son, unfazed, sauntered away, leaving the Luo Duan family in a state of bewilderment. They looked at the old matriarch with uncertainty. Mother, what shall we do now? The matriarch, enraged, felt an urge to chastise her son and daughter-in-law, pointing at Luo Rushue. Your uncle has made great efforts to persuade the Fu family to marry you. Why have you now changed your mind? Luo Rushue collapsed beside the matriarch, clinging to her leg in tears. Grandmother, you heard him. He repeatedly claims he does not like me and accuses me of seducing him. If I agree to marry into the Fu family now, what will the entire capital think of me? The matriarch felt a wave of dizziness, nearly fainting. If you're so concerned about others' opinions, why did you not consider this sooner? Li, lacking awareness, echoed her daughter's sentiments instead of offering counsel. Indeed, mother. If they wish to marry Schwer, they must come in grand fashion. What does your brother mean by simplifying everything? Should Schwer be treated as unworthy? With a defiant pout, she remarked at that time, the wife of the Duke of Jinyiwei stated that it was only after Ranner took the initiative to admit her mistakes that they agreed to the withdrawal of the engagement. My elder brother was furious over it. Why is it different when it comes to Schwer? Isn't this akin to bending one's elbow outward? How is it that a daughter is considered dear, yet a niece is not regarded as kin? Lord Ran also found his wife's words to be reasonable and replied, indeed. Mother, since the Fu family wishes to marry Schwer, they must first express their intentions. They must apologize in person, and the 6 rites must not be neglected. The old matriarch trembled, pointing this way and that. Yet after a long pause, she finally declared, fine, I shall no longer concern myself with this. You all can manage it yourselves. She turned and took Swallow's hand, returning to her quarters. Madame Li stepped forward to support her daughter, saying, Schwer, do not fear. After all, you're already the fiancé of the heir. Can he truly escape? We shall await his apology. Luo Ran nodded, reassuringly stating, Mother, you need not worry. Brother Xing genuinely cares for me. Today, he must be restrained by the Duke of Jinyiwei and my uncle, which is why he dares not acknowledge it. Madame Li replied, Yes, I believe you. Our Schwer is so wonderful. How can anyone not be fond of you? At the Duke of Jinyiwei's residence, Changjing knocked softly on the study door, saying, My lord, the Duke has returned from the Luo family and is on his way here. Inside the study, Fu Jinan sat in a round chair behind his writing desk, legs slightly apart, hands resting on the armrests, deep in thought as he gazed downward. Only upon hearing Changjing's voice did he regain his composure, straightening up and responding mildly, understood. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the Duke of Jinyiwei entered the courtyard, his expression appearing considerably better than during his last visit. Changjing stepped forward to pay his respects. I have seen the Duke. Fu Yi did not acknowledge him. Continuing his stride forward, Is your master present? Changjing raised an eyebrow. The Duke rarely visited, and when he did, he always inquired about that beast. Today, such unexpected courtesy left Changjing momentarily speechless. Fu Yi, displeased, remarked, What is this? Is this how your master instructs you? When your master inquires, you do not know to respond? Changjing hastily replied, In answer to the Duke's question, My lord is present. Fu Yi halted, standing in the center of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, You may go and announce my arrival. Changjing found this curious, but did not hesitate this time. Stepping forward to knock on the door, My lord, the Duke has arrived. Come in. After a brief moment, there was movement from within. Fu Yi did not dwell on it, and stepped inside as Changjing closed the door. Changyan blinked in curiosity, while Changjing shrugged, indicating his lack of knowledge. Fu Jinan's study, much like his courtyard, was spacious and vacant. Upon entering, Fu Yi directly took a seat opposite the writing desk, sneering, Did you not know to rise and greet your father upon his arrival? Fu Jinan languidly leaned back in his chair, propping his forehead with one hand, his middle finger absent-mindedly scratching his thick eyebrows, and replied slowly, Have you finally acknowledged yourself as my father? Was I not always deemed a beast? Fu Yi raised his brows in annoyance, about to erupt, but recalling the purpose of his visit, he restrained himself and attempted to maintain a calm demeanor. Last time, I asked you to help your brother secure a modest position, yet you refused. Am I not permitted to be angry? Fu Jinan chuckled lightly. It was not merely the last time he was berated as a beast. For over 2 decades, he had endured such insults. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Are you seeking a position for yourself, or for that good-for-nothing? Or perhaps it is another one of your dutiful sons? Fu Yi felt the fire of irritation rising within him once more, yet upon observing the vexing expression across from him, he sighed deeply. Must we, as father and son, always engage in such discord? Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow, finally straightening in his seat. Very well, you may speak. Seemingly satisfied with this response, Fu Yi sighed again. Speaking earnestly, you are now 21. The emperor continuously insists that I refrain from meddling in your marital affairs. You have reached an age where such matters must be addressed. His silence on your betrothal has long been a source of concern for me. He placed a hand upon his chest, feigning a heart-wrenching expression. Fu Jinan smirked, Oh, If he says I should not, then who truly possesses authority over my life? You or him? You. You are audacious beyond measure, speaking such words. Fu Jinan remained unfazed. There are only the two of us in this room. Do you intend to report me to the emperor, dear father? He deliberately emphasized the last two words. Fu Yi's face paled. He was certain that conversing with this insufferable boy would surely shorten his life by a decade, though in truth, he never expected to live that long anyway. Noticing his father's silence, Fu Jinan issued a clear dismissal. If you have no further business, you may take your leave. I have matters to attend to. He began to rise. Stop right there. Fu Yi could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 55. Striving to persuade Father Fu Yi Dao, eschewing any further circumlocution. Stated in a definitive tone, I have arranged a marriage for you. The young lady possesses both commendable lineage and beauty, making her a suitable match for you. Once wed, you can settle down and lead a fulfilling life, and after my passing, it will serve as a proper resolution for your mother. Fu Jinan could not suppress a laugh. What? Are you too lazy to even discuss it? What if I refuse? Will you simply carry the bride into the manor? Fu Yi frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding with a chuckle. If you were to refuse, perhaps I would indeed resort to such measures. Once the marriage contract is signed, your dissent would be inconsequential. He appeared disinclined to utter another word, rising to leave, yet paused at the door to add, rest assured, no effort is required on your part. Merely make an appearance on the wedding day. If, after the marriage, you find her to be unpleasing, you may keep her at a distance. It shan't impede you. Fu Jinan shook his head at a loss for words. Fu Yi inquired, what do you mean by that? Do you dare defy your father's command? Fu Jinan approached him, towering over Fu Yi by half a head and slightly bent forward. In your eyes, do I truly resemble a beggar? Are you so quick to cast aside your useless son's unwanted trinket upon me? You. What do you mean? Fu Yi was taken aback. Fu Jinan smirked, raising his hand to pat Fu Yi's aged face, his tone brash and disrespectful. I may be a wastrel, but your son is no paragon either. If you possess any capability, why not seek out a worthy partner? To bed down with such wretchedness, do you not feel sullied? Fu Yi was unnerved by his penetrating gaze, rendered speechless for a moment. Yet Fu Jinan, losing his patience, pressed on. Will you depart on your own, or shall I summon others to carry you out? You. Fu Yi stammered, pointing at him with trembling hands. Fu Jinan casually waved his hand. Come back to me only when you ascertain whether you are indeed my father. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure that Fu Xing, that useless scion, is left without an heir. Fu Xiong was the very lifeblood of Fu Yi, and he dared not provoke this living specter of wrath, leaving in a flurry of fear and anger. Standing at the doorway, Fu Jinan scowled before uttering, Chongying, at your service, came the response. Investigate the affairs of Luo Diyun and his daughter. Begin from Luo Ran's birth, leaving no stone unturned. Chongying did not inquire further, responding simply, understood. Fu Jinan turned and retreated to his study. It appeared he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Previously, at the Luo residence, he had discerned the conversation between Fu Yi and Fu Xiang. He had assumed Fu Yi's relentless pursuit of Luo Diyun's daughter was merely to forge a connection with him. Yet, it now appeared to be a far more intricate web. If his intention was solely to leverage Luo Diyun's influence, once Luo Ran entered the Fu household, even if she were not revered like an ancestor, at the very least, she could not be disregarded. However, his earlier words suggested that as long as she crossed the threshold of the Fu family, her fate, whether life or death, was of little consequence, which sparked intrigue. Unbeknownst to Luo Ran, who was presently engaged in earnest discourse with her father, she was already the subject of someone's intentions. Luo Diyun's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded, My child, why must you bring this up again? What daughter busies herself with the matter of her father's remarriage? Luo Ran remained silent, standing before Luo Diyun, clutching a handkerchief in her hands, her eyes reddened, and her lips pressed tightly together, embodying a demeanor of profound grievance and restraint. Unlike before, Luo Diyun did not immediately approach to console her. Instead, he walked to his desk and began to write fervently on a piece of paper. However, before the duration of a modest tea break had elapsed, he found himself unable to persist any longer. He set down his brush, gazing at Luo Ran with a mixture of helplessness and tenderness. "Ah, you truly know how to manipulate your father." Luo Ran couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to link her arm with his, playfully nuzzling her cheek against his shoulder. "Because I know, in this world, there is no one who loves me more than you, dear father." Looking down at the crown of his daughter's head, Luo Diyun's eyes brimmed with affection, a stark contrast to the fierceness he had displayed earlier in Ningfu Courtyard. "You are aware that your father cherishes you dearly, unwilling to let you suffer even the slightest grievance. Yet you still wish for me to take a second wife? Do you not realize that a stepmother can be most cruel, especially towards the children left behind by the first wife?" Luo Diyun feigned a stern expression, uttering these chilling words. Yet Luo Ran remained unafraid, lifting her gaze to give him an admonishing look. "Father, how could you stoop to the level of those gossips? Uttering such scare tactics?" Luo Diyun found himself utterly powerless against his daughter. He could not bear to utter a harsh word. Instead, he opted for gentle persuasion. "Look at how old I am this year. What need have I for a wife? In a few years, when you are married, I shall journey to Jiangnan. Rest assured, as long as I remain of use, your in-laws will not dare to mistreat you. By the time you bear children, and I am unable to wield my sword, I will teach your children martial arts. It would be far better than hiring an outside master, would not?" Luo Ran felt a pang of sorrow, her vision beginning to blur. Was it not the case that in a past life, her father had similarly planned, disregarding all warnings, sustaining injuries while insisting on going to battle, only to be treacherously ambushed before he could ride gloriously on the battlefield? She fought back her tears, smiling brightly at her father. "Father, are you aware of the events that transpired in the courtyard today?" Regarding this matter, Luo Diyun had remained silent from the outset. He wished to spare his daughter the burden of such unpleasantness, even though he was well aware of the scandal involving Fu Xiang and Luo Rushu, in which his daughter played a role. But what did it matter? Had they not erred first, they would not have been discovered. He hesitated, then softly said, "Ranner, today you have suffered an injustice." Luo Ran shook her head with a smile. "Father, you misunderstand me. I am neither angry about my younger sister's actions, nor do I feel wronged. On the contrary, I must thank them for helping me extricate myself from that engagement. Just think, had I been kept in the dark and married into the Fu family, what dire consequences might have ensued." This was precisely what filled Luo Diyun with dread. He could hardly bear to imagine his delicate daughter trapped alone in a vast and oppressive household, unloved by her husband, and entangled with a cousin. Were he in that position, he would have been driven to annihilate the Fu family. Luo Ran then recounted the incident where someone had deliberately attempted to scald her with hot water, only to be reprimanded without discernment by her second aunt. Naturally, she embellished the part where Yuan Shui had come to her rescue, portraying it as a more perilous situation, presenting Yuan Shui as exceptionally brave and endearing. Lord Yun was oblivious to the matter concerning Yuan Shui. His attention was solely captured by the incident where his daughter nearly suffered a scalding from hot water and was publicly reprimanded. He hurriedly grasped Luo Ran's arm. Anxiety etched across his face as he inquired, "Were you hurt? Pray tell, why is it that upon returning to the capital, you are perpetually in harm's way?" Though his words bore a tone of reproach, it was evident that genuine concern lay beneath his irritation. Luo Ran shook her head, replying, "Father, I am fine. However, just because I'm unscathed this time does not guarantee that I will remain so in the future." Lord Yun's hand froze, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 56. Ascending the mountain for prayer, Luo Ran supported her father's arm as he settled into a seat, kneading the tension from his rigid shoulders while she spoke. "In truth, I am indifferent to my second aunt's public reprimand. Her intent is merely to assert her status before others. However, what concerns me is the reputation of the Ho residence. Perhaps you are unaware, but after grandmother summoned my second aunt to Ningfu Courtyard, Lu and her daughter have treated this place as their own personal treasure trove. Do you know what others say about our Luo family, father?" Luo Ran turned to meet her father's gaze earnestly, saying, as the saying goes, if a household is not kept in order, how can one expect to govern the world? No matter how much you endure or how many enemies you vanquish, if the inner quarters are unstable, how can you maintain your standing in court? I understand you care little for material possessions, and neither do I. Yet, we cannot allow their reckless behavior to go unchecked simply because of our indifference. Throughout history, countless calamities have stemmed from the inner chambers, ranging from the loss of offices and titles to confiscation of property, exile, or even the extermination of entire clans. Luo Diyun felt a jolt of realization. He had always believed that as long as he remained loyal and of use to the emperor, no great misfortune would befall him. However, after hearing Luo Ran's discourse on the affairs of the household, coupled with the situation regarding Luo Ru, he suddenly recognized that had Ranner's mother been present, or had there been a respectable woman in the inner quarters, many troubles might have been averted. Noticing a shift in her father's expression, Luo Ran continued, "Furthermore, father, you promised me last time. Have you forgotten?" Luo Diyun appeared sheepish. Indeed, he had agreed the last time Luo Ran was bullied by his younger siblings, but he had forgotten almost immediately. Pouting playfully, Luo Ran said, "See, I knew you were just placating me last time, and it turns out I was right." Luo Diyun hurriedly turned back to appease her, ultimately conceding, "All right, tell me what you wish me to do, and I shall comply with your every request." Luo Ran finally revealed a triumphant smile. "You said it, so no backing out." Luo Diyun affectionately ruffled her hair. "You little schemer, even managing to outwit your own father. But remember, when assessing others, keep your eyes wide open. If you cannot decide, consult your maternal grandmother. She has an uncanny ability to discern character." Luo Ran giggled behind her handkerchief. "Father, it seems you think I'm seeking a wife for you, when in truth, it is for myself." Luo Diyun shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "After all, this is indeed for you." Years later, when Luo Diyun found himself surrounded by grandchildren, he would often reflect on this day, grateful that he had heeded his daughter's advice. Luo Ran acted swiftly, sending a letter to Wang Shi that very evening. Upon receiving it, Wang Shi and the old matriarch Shun felt a pang of sympathy for Luo Ran. If Qing Yin were still alive, this child would not need to concern herself with finding a stepmother. Nevertheless, Wang Shi did not remain idle. She began to inquire into the affairs of the Yuan family. On the third day of the third month, the daughter's festival approached, but due to the incident involving Luo Ru, the Luo family, which had always been the most enthusiastic organizer in previous years, could only let the occasion pass without celebration. Even the Xian could not help but grumble. "Had I known we would be unable to go out in the capital, it would have been better to remain in Yanqing." Lu cast her a stern glance, cautioning, "Be careful these days. Who knows what madness your aunt might be up to?" Li Jinyiwei pouted and, with a touch of whimsy, clung to Lu, pleading, "Mother, I heard that tomorrow marks the anniversary of the late Madame Luo, and Luo Ran plans to visit Fahua Temple for incense offerings. I've never been to Fahua Temple. Could you speak to Grand Aunt about taking me along? Please, Mother." Meanwhile, Luo Ran, having communicated the night before, did not pay respects to the matriarch at dawn, rising early to prepare and departing the residence with her father. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, she was taken aback at the sight of a cluster of shadowy figures. Not only was she startled, but even Luo Diyun paused momentarily, inquiring of the leader, Li Yutong, "Why are you all up so early?" Li Yuanliang, of the same age as Luo Diyun, was actually a few days older. However, as Luo Diyun had already attained the title of Marquis at a young age, he insisted that the children refer to him as uncle out of respect and familial closeness. Li Yutong glanced at the figure behind him, who was wrapped tightly, and stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "Uncle, we are accompanying you and our cousin to offer incense for our aunt." Noticing Luo Diyun's discontented expression, he lowered his voice, adding, "I thought Grand Aunt had mentioned this to you." Luo Ran could not help but furrow her brow in response. Meanwhile, Li Jinyiwei, who had been dozing off in the carriage, grew impatient at the commotion and lifted the curtain, calling out, "Uncle." She then turned to Luo Ran, her tone tinged with irritation. "Cousin, why are you dawdling? The sun will rise soon. Hurry up so we can catch a quick nap before heading into the mountains." With that, she yawned. Luo Diyun was aware of his daughter's aversion to the Li family and glanced at her. Luo Ran, not wishing to waste time, figured that since they were all gathered at the entrance, they might as well proceed, and nodded to her father. Father, let us be on our way. She then climbed into the carriage with Yu Qing. Li Xinya, eyeing the elegant carriage ahead, had a sudden idea and jumped down, declaring, "Cousin, with just the two of us. Having two carriages seems wasteful. Let us share one. We can converse along the way, alleviating the solitude." Luo Ran turned back to her, firmly declining. "I'm afraid that's not possible, cousin. I need to recite scriptures for mother, and it would be inconvenient." With that, she signaled Yu Qing to lower the curtain. Li Xinyue pouted, wanted to voice her frustration, but refraining as Luo Din sat regally on his steed nearby. Upon her initial exit, she had immediately set her sights on the splendid carriage, large and stable, adorned with fragrant sachets at the corners that wafted a delightful aroma. She had even witnessed the maidservants placing a pristine white fox fur cushion and exquisite shoe brocade pillows inside, making it resemble a gilded nest. Without a second thought, she attempted to board, only to be halted by the coachman, Fu Bo, who asserted that it was specially reserved for the young lady, and no one else could use it freely. Returning to her own carriage, Li Xinyue fumed, muttering indignantly all the way. Were they so proud of? Just an unmothered child. Just wait until my aunt arrives. You will be begging for mercy. Li Yutong, however, paid no heed to his sister. His entire focus fixated on the horse-drawn carriage ahead. As the carriage progressed, a waft of enchanting fragrance enveloped him, as if it carried with it the delicate scent of a young maiden, stirring an irresistible yearning within his heart. Inside the carriage, Luo Ran's previous words to Li Xinyue were not mere formalities. With her eyes tightly shut and a long string of prayer beads in hand, she was kneeling in perfect posture on a mat, quietly reciting the Infinite Life Sutra. Having spent many years in Jiangnan, she had, each year, summoned the temple's monks to perform rites for her mother, and during the new moon and full moon, as well as the Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals, she would personally transcribe scriptures. Yet, no matter her efforts, she always felt an insurmountable distance from her mother. This year, having finally returned to the capital, her father intended to hold a grand memorial service. However, her experiences over the past month had shifted her perspective. She wished to wait until all settled before sharing with her mother, sparing her from worry on the other side. Having set out early, just as the sun began to rise, the group had already arrived at the foot of Fahua Temple. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter at the temple. According to Lu Diyun and Luo Ran, they intended to ascend the mountain personally as a gesture of sincerity. Li Xinyue gazed at the seemingly endless flight of steps before her, struck dumb. She had not realized that Fahua Temple was so elevated. Had she known, she would have refrained from coming. Luo Ran paid her no mind, having already donned the knee pads that had been prepared for her in advance. Zifu followed closely behind, bowing every 3 steps as they made their way up the mountain. With a pained expression, Li Xinyue discreetly tugged at her elder brother's sleeve, beseeching him with her eyes. Not only Li Xinyue, but even Li Yutong felt his legs weaken at the sight of the towering steps, and he steeled himself to speak. Uncle, Xinyue has not been feeling well these past few days, and I fear she may behave improperly before Aunt So. Only then did Lu Diyun recall that there were indeed 2 individuals with him. He did not concern himself with their sincerity and merely nodded. Yes, health is paramount. You should find a sedan chair over there. At the foot of the mountain, numerous sedan chairs were stationed, prepared for those delicate ladies who wish to avoid fatigue for just a few taels of silver. Thank you, Uncle, Li Xinyue exclaimed joyfully, not waiting for Li Yutong to respond. Lu Diyun replied with indifference, focusing intently on his daughter to ensure her safety. Once seated in the sedan chair, Li Xinyue sighed comfortably. Brother, do you think Luo Ran has a few screws loose? Why endure such hardship when she could simply ride in comfort? Li Yutan, also seated in the chair, glanced at the distant figure but remained silent. Mother, I am unfilial. It has taken me so many years to return to see you. Mother, are you well over there? Father's well, and I am well. With each step, Luo Ran silently recited these words in her heart, soon finding her forehead drenched in perspiration. Lu Diyun, watching from the side, felt a pang of sorrow and said, Ranner, If it becomes too much, tell father, and I shall carry you up. Lu Diyun too missed his deceased wife. Yet after so many years, that longing had been buried deep within him, and his daughter was now his everything. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Luo Ran's delicate face was flushed, yet her voice remained buoyant. Father, I am fine. I am happy to visit mother. By midday, the father and daughter finally reached the mountain summit. Wali Yutong had long been taken by his sister to play in the rear mountains, leaving only a servant behind. Without Li Jinyiwei beside her, Luo Ran felt more at ease as she and her father offered incense to her mother and requested the monks to chant scriptures. By the time they emerged, lunch had long passed. After partaking in a simple vegetarian meal, the father and daughter retreated to the meditation room, prepared in advance by the temple, to rest until they could return to the capital before sunset. Lying on the hard, rudimentary bed in the meditation room, Luo Ran placed her hands on her abdomen, silently contemplating, "Today I have exerted such effort. I wonder if it will affect the child." Lost in thought, she soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she heard a familiar voice in the courtyard. "Cousin." Upon hearing a familiar voice, Luo Ran quickly donned her attire and rushed outside, joyfully inquiring, "The spring examinations have concluded." A cough caught in her throat caused her face to flush. Shun Yuji chuckled as he approached her, gently patting her back and softly saying, "No need to rush. Take your time to speak." Responded to her earlier statement, he continued, "Yes, the exams are over. I surmised that you and your uncle would come today. Hence I came to visit your aunt and to escort you both." Luo Ran nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the stone table beneath the grand tree in the courtyard. Seated there were two individuals, her father and another person. "Since Miss Luo is feeling unwell, why not come over for some tea?" Seemingly aware of her stare, Fu Jinan did not raise his head but poured half a cup of tea from the nearby pot, gently pushing it forward before smiling at her. Luo Ran hastily averted her gaze, directing it instead towards her cousin. Shun Yuji cast a glance at Fu Jinan, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. He explained with a smile, "Fear not. This gentleman is the commander whom I fortuitously encountered on the road. This afternoon, as he exited the examination hall, he sent his servant back to relay the news while he rode up the mountain. Just as he was leaving the city, he happened upon Fu Jinan, who had just returned. Though Shun Yuji was not well acquainted with him, he had merely nodded in greeting and intended to pass. However, he was intercepted by Fu Jinan's guard. "Lord Fu, is there something you require?" Shun Yuji inquired, tightening the reins of his horse and glancing aside. Fu Jinan, flexing his fingers that had grown stiff from the prolonged grip, asked, "Shouldn't Master Shun be occupied with the examinations today? Why the urgency?" Shun Yuji understood that despite Fu Jinan being merely 3 years his senior, the man had taken countless lives. Yet devoid of fear, he merely smiled. Is it now a burden for Lord Fu to inquire about the trivial matter of a common citizen leaving the city? Fu Jinan was not angered, chuckling lightly. "For others, I would be indifferent. However, Master Shun is different. You are the sole heir of the Shun family. Moreover, I have heard that this year's top scholar is none other than Master Shun. The Emperor values talent, and, as subjects, we must alleviate his concern. Should anything happen to you, would not the great Jin lose a promising talent?" Shun Yuji lowered his gaze, shaking his head. "Lord Fu, you flatter me. I merely possess the ability to read a few books. I am unworthy of such esteem from you. The day is growing late, and I must return to the city shortly, so I shall not prolong our conversation. The Shun family, being of noble lineage, naturally looked down upon those like Fu Jinan, who relied on the Emperor's south favor and disregarded court laws and regulations. Fu Jinan, however, seemed reluctant to let the matter rest so easily. As the three of them stood on the bustling street, it gradually became more congested. With a sigh, Shun Yuji conceded, "Today marks the anniversary of my aunt's passing. I must hurry to the Fahua temple to light incense. I hope for your understanding, my lord." Fu Jinan, intrigued, asked, "Is it the wife of the champion marquis?" Shun Yuji met his gaze, affirming, "Indeed." Just when he thought he could depart, Fu Jinan unexpectedly turned his horse's head, glancing back at him and remarking, "As it happens, I have business to discuss with the abbot of Fahua Temple. Why not accompany me along the way?" After speaking, without waiting for Shun Yuji's consent. She tightly urged the horse's belly and galloped away. Shun Yuji, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow. However, upon arriving at the temple, they unfortunately found that the abbot was in seclusion, which brought them here. They had exchanged only a few words when Luo Ran awakened, leading to the earlier scene. At this moment, noticing the slight panic in her cousin's eyes, his suspicions deepened. Luo Diyun remained silent throughout. Previously, he had indeed wanted to express his gratitude regarding his daughter's affairs, yet he was reluctant to grow too close, constantly seeking opportunities to repay the favor, as he did not wish to entangle himself too much with the Fu family. "Do you fear that I might poison your tea, Miss Luo?" he inquired before raising the cup and drinking it down in one gulp. Luo Ran furrowed her brow slightly and politely bowed, saying, "Lord Fu, you overthink. I am simply not thirsty." She then turned and took Shinjuji's arm, leading him aside, asking about his examination and inquiring about the well-being of her maternal grandmother. Chapter 58. The two cousins appeared remarkably well-matched as they stood beneath a century-old Bodhi tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled patterns upon them, as if they were adorned with a gilded glow. The woman possessed an elegant figure and a striking profile, her gaze tenderly fixed upon the man before her, her lips seemingly shimmering with light. The man, with his refined demeanor and handsome features, listened intently to every word she uttered, occasionally nodding in response with a gentle smile gracing his lips. They truly seemed like a perfect pair. For reasons unknown, Fu Jinan suddenly found this scene somewhat glaring. He pressed his tongue against the corner of his mouth, averted his gaze, and filled the teacup before Luo Diyun to the brim, raising his own cup in a toast. "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. It has greatly facilitated the smooth handling of the recent case regarding the illicit sale of official salt in Jiangnan. The individuals involved have already been escorted to the capital." Luo Diyun, merely wishing to return a favor, offered a nonchalant nod in acknowledgement. "Congratulations, Master Fu, on yet another accomplishment." Fu Jinan smiled. "Rest assured, I shall advocate for your merits before the emperor." Luo Diyun shook his head. "There's no need for that. This is merely, my lord cannot possibly believe that such a favor can be repaid so easily." Fu Jinan interjected abruptly. Luo Diyun fixed his gaze upon him. Yet Fu Jinan merely lowered his head with a smile, remaining silent for a moment before raising his cup again. "By the way, I have yet to congratulate you, my lord, on finally severing ties with the Fu family. Are you perhaps considering a closer alliance with the Shun family?" As he spoke, he glanced toward the distant figures, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luo Diyun, oblivious to Fu Jinan's expression, watched his daughter's silhouette. Even the toughest of men harbor a softer side, and his daughter represented that tenderness in his heart. He could not help but say, "My daughter is still quite young. The previous engagement was a necessity. I wish to keep her with me for a few more years. As for the Shun family." He neither confirmed nor denied the matter. "Unsatisfactory," Fu Jinan gently remarked. Though Luo Diyun had not intended to marry off his daughter so hastily, nor had he considered the Shun family, the implication from someone associated with the Fu family felt unsettling. When it came to matters concerning his daughter, Luo Diyun was less inclined to engage in pleasantries. "If you have business, Master Fu, I shall not keep you any longer." Fu Jinan smiled. "It's nothing urgent. I merely wish to discuss some follow-up matters regarding the sale of official salt with you." Meanwhile, Luo Ran had exhausted her conversational repertoire. Yet the other party seemed unwilling to depart. Shun Yuji noticed her slightly furrowed brow and gently flicked her smooth forehead with his fingertip, smiling as he remarked, "Are you truly so afraid of him?" Luo Ran, oblivious to her cousin's scrutinizing gaze, pouted in frustration. "That kind of person? Just ask anyone in the capital. Who isn't afraid?" Shun Yuji chuckled but remained silent, his attention drawn to the figure in the distance, suddenly recalling Luo Diyun's leg injury. He had deliberately examined that road previously. Although the pit had been filled, the signs of tampering were evident. Today, however, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. As the hour grew late, Li Xingyue, having played and tired herself out, finally remembered it was time to return home. Li Yutong, with his legs feeling sore and swollen, exclaimed, little ancestor. If we do not return soon, my legs shall be rendered useless." Li Xinyue wrinkled her nose in response. "Brother, you ought to refrain from mingling with those maidens. You appear so feeble that even I seem stronger than you. Do not let it come to pass that when you wed a sister-in-law, you find yourself incapable." Li Yutong, who fancied himself a dashing scholar, would even carry a folding fan in the depths of winter. He lightly tapped his sister's head with it and retorted, "Young lady, cease your nonsensical chatter. What do you know?" Li Xinyue regarded him with a cold snort and raised her chin defiantly. "Do not think I am unaware. The reason you can tear yourself away from Xiangru to accompany me uphill is that you have your sights set on that wretched girl, Luo Ran." A sudden change swept over Li Yutong's countenance as he quickly covered her mouth, hissing, "You little rascal, do you wish to perish? If uncle hears this, neither you nor I will be spared, and even father shall be banished from the capital." Li Xinyue retaliated with scratching and biting, prompting Li Yutong to reluctantly release his grip, wincing in pain. "You wretched girl, are you some sort of cat or dog?" Li Xinyue shot him a disdainful glare. "With your useless demeanor, do not think that even that wretched girl would be interested in you. You are only worthy of someone like Luo Rushue, that unseemly creature." "What?" Li Yutong inquired through gritted teeth. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Li Xinyue hastily began to retreat downhill. "It is nothing. I merely spoke offhandedly." Li Yutong quickly closed the distance. "Nay, you must explain the meaning of that remark." Despite his persistent questioning, Li Xinyue remained resolutely silent. It was not that she was unwilling to speak, but rather that she feared the consequences of what she had inadvertently overheard. If her brother's loose tongue spread such gossip, their fates would be sealed. The sibling duo continued their playful bickering until they arrived at the Zen courtyard, whereupon they were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. Li Yutong was taken aback, his gaze instinctively drawn to Luo Ran, his eyes gleaming with desire. Shun Yuji subtly positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from view. Meanwhile, another man exuded a more daunting presence. With a mere glance, Li Yutong nearly fell to his knees. Li Xinyue, oblivious to Fu Jinan's presence, was entranced by Shun Yuji, her eyes wide with awe. She had never before encountered a man of such striking beauty. Back in Yanqing, her two brothers were considered quite handsome. Yet in the capital, especially during the banquet at the Marquis's residence, many young lords had attended, including that so-called heir. Although they were not without charm, upon learning of their entanglements with Luo Rushue, she lost all interest. However, the man before her was different. He stood tall, his features sculpted to perfection, eyes sparkling like stars, and his brows exuding an air of noble confidence and composure. Unlike the frigid demeanor of the man beside him, he radiated the warmth of a pure, sacred gem. "Cousin, who might this gentleman be?" Li Xinyue finally regained her composure, blushing as she turned her gaze to Shun Yuji. Though her question was directed at Luo Ran, Shun Yuji harbored a dislike for the frivolous young woman, but upon hearing them refer to each other as cousin and uncle, he surmised their relationships. He turned to Luo Ran and gently inquired, Ran, have you rested well? Once you are ready, let us descend the mountain with uncle." Luo Diyun addressed Fu Jinan. "Since you wish to discuss matters concerning Jiangnan, let us converse as we walk." "Very well," came the reply. Fu Jinan rose to his feet. Yet before departing the courtyard, he cast a lingering glance at the finger that had just brushed against Luo Ran's forehead, his expression somewhat dimmed. "So it turns out to be my cousin. Why did he not attend the banquet at our residence the other day?" Li Xinyue, upon hearing Shun Yuji address his uncle, surmised that he must belong to the Shun family. According to her father, the Shun family is quite prestigious in the capital. The patriarch once held the esteemed position of prime minister, and given the current circumstances, it seems likely that the next prime minister will also hail from Shun lineage, provided they do not falter gravely. Now at the age of 16, Li Xinyue eagerly awaits her father's appointment in the capital before seeking a suitable match. She gazed at Shun Yuji with fervent admiration, envisioning a future where he might become her husband, thus elevating her to the status of the prime minister's daughter-in-law. Not to mention, her husband possesses such remarkable qualities that she would undoubtedly be the envy of all in the capital. It must be said that Li Jinyiwei had even begun to fantasize about her own illustrious life in the capital. Shen Yuji merely replied with a dispassionate, "No time," before following Luo Ran out of the courtyard. As he passed by Li Yutong, he shot him a warning glance. Chapter 59. It was intentional in response to Shen Yuji's warning. Li Yutong shrugged nonchalantly, following Luo Ran on the other side, opening his folding fan and waving it slightly. "Cousin, you may not be aware, but the scenery at the back mountain of Fahua Temple is quite splendid. Regrettably, we are pressed for time today. I shall take you there another day for a proper exploration." Indeed, Li Jinyiwei chimed in. "Cousin, you are far too courteous. Just a moment ago, I told my brother I would accompany you to recite scriptures for our aunt, yet you insisted otherwise. Had I known that Brother Shin was here, my brother and I would have skipped the back mountain." Luo Ran smiled gently. Shen Yuji, standing nearby, interjected calmly. "Aunt prefers tranquility and abhors clamor." Luo Ran lowered her thick lashes, concealing the mirth in her eyes. The Li siblings were momentarily taken aback and obediently fell silent. As they descended the mountain, Li Jinyiwei, eager to converse with Shen Yuji, insisted on dismissing the two bearers who had carried her uphill, insisting on walking down with Luo Ran. "Cousin, I truly felt unwell on the way here. I am much improved now. Let us walk together, if only to show our respect for our aunt." However, Shen Yuji waved his hand, signaling several sedan chairs to halt in front of Luo Dijuan and his daughter. He assisted Luo Ran towards one of them, softly advising, "Be cautious, Ran." Turning back to Li Jinyiwei, he added, "Since Miss Li is sincere towards our aunt, we cannot decline. Please take care, Miss Li. We shall proceed ahead." Li Jinyiwei stood rooted to the spot, watching as the four sedan chairs descended before her eyes. Li Yutong, with his eyes closed, thumped his forehead in exasperation. "How did I end up with such a foolish sister? Now let us go down." It turned out that all sedan chairs from the foot of the mountain to the temple were expected to make a round trip by default, without special arrangements. One-way journeys were not an option. Shen Yuji had anticipated Luo Ran's filial piety and thus reserved 3 chairs, while the one for Fu Jinan was naturally intended for both ascent and descent. After his complaints, Li Yutong nudged his sister forward. "Enough dawdling. Hurry along. If the city gates close, you'll truly have cause to weep." Meanwhile, Luo Ran felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. For the gaze of that man was excessively brazen. Even in the presence of her father and cousin, he unabashedly lingered his gaze upon her midriff for an extended period. With no other option, Luo Ran turned her head away, feigning ignorance. Upon reaching the bottom of the mountain, a young servant suddenly approached. "My lord, I have an urgent matter to report." As Luo Ran stepped down from the sedan chair and was about to head towards the carriage, she heard her father say, Ran, first accompany your cousin to that pavilion to rest for a while. When Yutong and his sister come down, we shall return together." Reluctantly, Luo Ran made her way to the pavilion. She had assumed that he would take his leave, yet to her surprise, he followed her inside and sat beside her. "Is it that Miss Luo does not welcome this official?" Fu Jinan inquired, feigning innocence as he observed Luo Ran's tense expression. Luo Ran averted her gaze, shifting her body closer to her cousin. "The pavilion is not my family's. Feel free, Master Fu," she replied curtly. Shen Yuji sat beside Luo Ran, glancing at the person across from them before turning to Luo Ran just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, Fu Jinan leaned towards Luo Ran, asking in a voice pitched just right for him to hear, "Have you worn the corset?" Luo Ran's head buzzed momentarily, and in her fluster, she raised her hand to push him away. To her surprise, the esteemed commander of the Jinyiwei nearly stumbled to the ground in full view of everyone. Shen Yuji remained still for the moment, but his hand clenched tightly beneath the stone table, his gaze fixed on Fu Jinan. At that moment, Luo Dijuan returned, observing Fu Jinan, who had just risen, and inquired what happened. Fu Jinan smiled, looking at Luo Ran, and replied, "Nothing, just lost my balance." Luo Dijuan eyed the trio with suspicion, but when he turned to Shen Yuji, the latter had already masked his anger with a gentle smile, saying, "Commander, you really ought to be more careful." Fu Jinan nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothes, stating, "Since the Marquis has resolved my doubts, I shall not disturb you any further." Farewell. See you in the capital. The last phrase was directed at Luo Ran. After Fu Jin departed, Shun Yuji continued to watch Luo Ran intently until her discomfort became palpable, causing her to grow increasingly agitated. Luo Dian also noticed the awkwardness between them and asked, Yuji, have you upset Ran? No, father, it was I who displeased my cousin. She quickly responded, casting a pleading glance at Shin Yuji. Ah, you're aware then? Shin Yuji scoffed lightly. Luo Ran had never encountered such a cousin before, and her heart raced with anxiety. Fortunately, at that moment, the Li siblings descended. Li Jinyiwei leaned heavily on her elder brother, and upon seeing Luo Ran, she was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, Uncle, cousin, you haven't left. Luo Dian replied, We came together. We couldn't possibly leave you behind. Now, hurry and get in the carriage. Li Yutong, exhausted and seeing that the commander was absent, wasted no time. Without waiting for Li Jinyiwei to move, he climbed into the carriage and bowed to Luo Ran, saying, I apologize for the trouble, cousin. Please allow Jinyiwei to share your carriage, for I am utterly spent. He had originally ridden to impress Luo Ran, but now, utterly fatigued, he could not concern himself with pride. Luo Ran nodded slightly, and fearing her change of heart, Li Jinyiwei hurriedly entered the carriage. Perhaps truly worn out, Li Jinyiwei fell asleep as soon as she settled in, bringing a moment of peace. Shin Yuji glanced at the slumbering Li Jinyiwei, his brow furrowed, and asked, Shall I go find another carriage from the temple? Luo Ran averted her gaze uncomfortably and replied, Cousin need not worry. There is still ample space. It is getting late. We should hasten our return. Shin Yuji scrutinized her for a moment before stating solemnly, You must find a way to tell your uncle that you shall be staying at the Shun residence for a few days. Cousin, Luo Ran called out, unable to suppress her voice. Yet Shun Yuji had already turned to mount his horse, no longer looking at her. Thus, the group began their journey homeward. As the carriage curtain fell, Luo Ran's shoulders slumped in resignation. Yu Qing cast a glance at the heavily breathing Li Jinyiwei, feeling a twinge of fear. Miss, is it possible that young master? Luo Ran closed her eyes and nodded gently. By the time the carriage arrived at the Champion Marquis's residence, the sky had darkened. Luo Diyun observed Shin Yuji, who still stood by the carriage, and inquired, Yuji, would you care to come in for a cup of tea? Shin Yuji bowed respectfully, replying, No, thank you, uncle. It is quite late, and I wouldn't want to intrude. I shall visit again another day. Luo Diyun held great affection for his wife's nephew. Not only was he handsome and well-educated, but he also displayed remarkable decorum, embodying the ideal son-in-law in Luo Diyun's eyes. However, given that his daughter had recently ended a betrothal, he did not wish to impose any difficulties upon her. He thought that, as long as she was happy, even if her suitor came from a less distinguished background, it was of little consequence, provided he treated her with genuine kindness. Very well then, I shall not keep you. Once your high school results are released, I shall certainly seek out your father for a celebratory drink, Luo Diyun declared. Shin Yuji responded with a smile. Indeed. I shall not disappoint you, uncle. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Such ambition. Luo Diyun laughed heartily. At that moment, Li Jinyiwei finally regained her composure, rubbing her eyes and stretching. At last, we have arrived home. I thought I might perish from exhaustion. Cousin, why do you not disembark? Luo Ran glanced at her cousin's darkened expression outside the carriage and whispered, I have matters to attend to. You may go ahead. Chapter 60 Cousin, I apologize. Li Jinyiwei was unaware that Shun Yuji had not yet departed. Upon alighting from the carriage and noticing his presence, her face flushed instantly. Thank you, young Master Shun, for escorting me home. You must have had a tiring journey as well. Would you care to come in for some tea? Shun Yuji disregarded her invitation, peering through the lifted curtain into the carriage. Luo Ran, unable to feign ignorance any longer, mustered the courage to speak. Father, today marks the anniversary of Mother's passing. I believe grandmother must be feeling quite distressed. I wish to visit her. Luo Diyu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I had overlooked that. You should go with Yuji. I shall speak to your grandmother on your behalf. Very well. Father, please rest early, Luo Ran replied. Brother-in-law, we shall take our leave. Shin Yuji bid farewell to Luo Diyun before mounting his horse once more. As their figures faded from sight, Li Jinyiwei remained rooted in place, grinning foolishly. Hey, silly girl. Let us go home. Li Yutong playfully tapped her on the head. Li Yutong, Li Jinyiwei exclaimed, clutching her head as she caught sight of Luo Ran's slightly furrowed brow. She hastily bowed and dashed back to the estate. Mother, mother, I'm back, she called out upon entering the courtyard. Lu Shi and her mother-in-law were conversing indoors when they heard her voice. They laughed. It seems you had quite an enjoyable outing today. Tian Shi nodded in agreement. How was Fahua Temple? We should all go together another day and pray for Yuan Liang's further ascent. Indeed, Lu Shi replied, her spirits lifted at the thought of her husband's potential promotions. Li Jinyiwei stamped her foot in impatience. Oh, please, do not concern yourself with father just yet. I have something to share. What is it? Lu Shi inquired. With a blush, Li Jinyiwei shyly announced, Grandmother, mother, I have found a splendid suitor for you, Lu Shi. Tian Shi. Meanwhile, upon entering the Shun residence, Luo Ran heard Shun Yuji coldly instructing his maid, prepare the courtyard for my cousin. Also, as grandmother is of advanced age and retires early, ensure no one speaks out of turn. Tomorrow morning, cousin will pay her respects. Understood? Yes, I understand. The headmaid by Ji replied promptly and hurried off to relay his orders. If one were to identify who the servants of the Shun household feared most, it would not be the venerable matriarch, nor the esteemed patriarch, but rather this seemingly gentle young master standing before them. Though Luo Ran repeatedly reassured herself that her cousin meant her no harm, her body could not suppress the tremor of anxiety. Shin Yuji turned to cast a calm glance at her. Are you frightened now? It is too late for that. With that, he strode toward the adjoining courtyard, leaving Luo Ran no choice but to follow. Bai Ji's efficiency was remarkable. In no time, the courtyard was tidied up. Shin Yuji surveyed the area with satisfaction and nodded. Take a look and see if anything else is needed. Informed by Ji, Luo Ran could hardly focus on such matters. Her mind elsewhere. She waved dismissively. It's fine. It's already quite splendid. Shun Yuji, caressing the dust-free furniture in the main room, remarked slowly. This courtyard has been prepared for you by grandmother for 15 years. Each year, as new additions were made to Shiqing's courtyard, grandmother would ensure a corresponding improvement here. She often remarked that young girls tend to have similar preferences. Luo Ran's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, Cousin, I am so sorry. I should not have stayed away from grandmother for so long. Shin Yuji shook his head. Do not blame yourself. Your uncle has been busy, and we all understand the royal decree that forbids returning to the capital without permission. You left the capital when you were merely a few months old, and thus you are not close to either the Luo or Shun families. I comprehend that. However, dear Ran, do you know that 10 years ago, grandmother nearly passed away due to a grave illness? Luo Ran covered her lips with her hands, shaking her head in tears. She didn't know. No one told her. Shun Yuji continued in a calm tone. Neither grandmother nor father allowed anyone to inform you. During those days, grandmother could not eat or drink. It was father who sat by her bedside day and night, holding her hand and repeatedly saying, Mother, I know you miss Qingyin and wish to see her. Can you bear to leave behind your son and grandchildren? What about Ran? She has been without a mother since childhood. How will she fare in her marriage if her in-laws mistreat her? And you have never heard her call you grandmother in person. Can you truly accept that? Luo Ran slumped in her chair, reduced to tears. Shin Yuji showed no sign of stopping. He too was young at that time and had only dared to hide behind the door, secretly watching his father and grandmother. Strangely enough, he continued. After father spoke to grandmother several times in that manner, she miraculously awoke. Upon waking, she consumed an entire bowl of porridge, and I still vividly recall her determined expression. She declared, I must live well to hear Ran call me grandmother, to witness her marriage, and to see her bear children. Luo Ran covered her face with her hands. Curling into a ball, Cousin, I am so sorry, so sorry. Shun Yuji sighed, intending to remain steadfast, yet he could not help but approach her. Gently stroking the top of her head, Ran, if you are well, the Shun family will regard it as if nothing has occurred, observing you from afar. But if you are not well, the Shun family will always be your home. Do you understand? Luo Ran nodded through her tears. Shin Yuji shook his head, his voice suddenly sharp. You do not understand. If you truly comprehended, You would not be entangled with such a person. Do you know who Fu Jinan is? In his eyes, there is no distinction between good and evil, no loyalty or treachery. He is the emperor's true executioner. I understand you have your burdens, but you can share them with your uncle or the Shun family, rather than relying solely on reckless bravery that leads you to a point of no return. As the flames of his anger subsided, Shun Yuji gradually regained his composure. He lifted Luo Ran's chin, tenderly wiping her tears away. Speaking softly as one would to a child, Ran, tell your cousin how you came to know him. Under his soothing presence, her emotions finally calmed. This matter had weighed heavily upon her, suffocating her day and night. Countless nights, she had to tread carefully when going to the courtyard, fearing that someone might inadvertently discover her secret. Now that someone had finally noticed, she felt a sense of relief. After a brief hesitation, she began recounting the events of that Lantern Festival night. Subsequently, even Luo Ran herself found it strange that what she could not share with her father was revealed so easily in her cousin's few words. Perhaps it was the gentle timbre of her cousin's voice that caused her to instinctively lower her guard. After she finished speaking, Shun Yuji half-squatted before her, his head bowed in silence for an extended moment. Based on his assumptions, Luo Ran had only returned to the capital a few months prior, and had likely had only a handful of encounters with that person. Little did he know, Shun Yuji's expression darkened to an alarming degree. He painfully shut his eyes, his teeth chattering in distress. Luo Ran, terrified by her cousin's demeanor, grasped his arm and babbled incoherently in an attempt to console him. Cousin, please don't worry. I'm fine, truly, just look at me. I'm perfectly all right. Please don't be angry, if you could. Ultimately, tears began to flow unbidden, for she was genuinely frightened by this version of Shun Yuji. Chapter 61. A journey to Jiangnan. Shun Yuji opened his crimson eyes, yearning to gently caress Luo Ran's head. Yet, his hand trembled uncontrollably, and he managed to utter, Ran, you are merely 15 years old. She's the only bloodline left by our aunt. He faintly recalled how, during her pregnancy, his aunt had taken his small hand and placed it on her rounded belly, tenderly saying, Yuji, would you like me to give you a little brother or sister? If it's a brother, when you grow up, you can have him as your little follower to tease whenever no one is around. But if it's a sister, you mustn't bully her, for she is delicate and deserves love, just like Shiqing. You must protect your little sister well. But alas, the entire Shun family, the entire Marquis of Championess residence, had been tasked with safeguarding this fragile girl. Luo Ran had never feared that her father and grandmother would scorn her as others had. Rather, she dreaded the sorrow etched on her cousin's face. The more they worried, the greater her own torment became. Striving to muster a semblance of a smile, she attempted to appear well. Cousin, do not fret. I have long thought this through. Once the engagement with the Fu family is annulled and my father remarries, I shall find an excuse to stay at the estate for a while. I refuse to believe there is no way to rid myself of him. Initially, her resentment towards the child within her had been profound, but as days passed, her feelings had deepened, making it increasingly difficult to voice such thoughts. Shun Yuji, oblivious to her hesitation, said with concern, Silly girl. Do you think you can conceal something of this magnitude for long? Once your condition becomes evident, it will be impossible to hide, and should you seek medicine, a misstep could cost you your life. Luo Ran had contemplated these matters, yet apart from this, she could conceive of no viable alternatives. The man was too formidable, and there were countless eyes watching her within the residence. She dared not act recklessly. Gradually, Shun Yuji regained his composure, suddenly rising to his feet. This matter must remain a secret from everyone, including your uncle and grandmother. However, your idea of going to the estate requires careful deliberation. First, it is implausible for you to vanish for months without anyone noticing. Second, since that man is intent on obstructing you, the entire capital is teeming with the eyes of the Imperial Guards. Any attempt to act will be fraught with difficulty. Luo Ran's complexion turned ashen. Then, what shall we do? Shun Yuji pondered for a moment before suggesting, we must devise a plan to go to Jiangnan. Go to Jiangnan? Luo Ran gasped, no, that is not feasible. Why not? Shun Yuji inquired. Lowering her gaze and biting her lip, she whispered, I am afraid. What she did not say was that she felt uneasy. She feared that if she left, her father and the Shun family's past misfortunes would be repeated. Her rebirth had already altered many things from her previous life. She could not abandon them and venture forth alone. Shin Yuji smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not worry. It is not about truly going to Jiangnan, but rather feigning a journey there." "Feigning?" Luo Ran asked, puzzled. "Indeed," Shin Yuji affirmed, "but while the concept seems simple, executing it requires utmost caution. Allow me to contemplate this further. Now, it is late. You should retire for the night. Should you require anything, have Yu Qing inform me." Luo Ran nodded gratefully, saying, "Cousin, thank you." Shin Yuji sighed helplessly and gently ruffled her hair. "Silly child, there's no need for formality with your cousin." The following day, upon awakening, the elderly matriarch Shin eagerly requested to summon Luo Ran upon hearing of her arrival. Even Shun Shiqing, who had been confined for half a month as punishment by Shinbolu, was granted an early reprieve. As soon as she emerged, Shun Shiqing dashed towards Luo Ran like a bird released from its cage, exclaiming, Ran, I miss you so much." However, before she could even brush against the hem of Luo Ran's dress, she was yanked aside by her collar. Rubbing her sore neck, Shun Shiqing shouted, "Brother, are you still my brother? Are you trying to choke me to death?" While others remained oblivious, Luo Ran understood Shun Yuji's intentions and quietly lowered her head. Shun Yuji realized that his reaction had been overly intense and casually explained, "I fear your poor vision might cause you to bump into grandmother. She's aged and cannot endure your antics." His words not only alleviated Luo Ran's embarrassment, but also elicited hearty laughter from those present. The matriarch Shun, holding Luo Ran close, beckoned to Shiqing, embracing both with a cheerful demeanor. "Rest assured, Yuji, grandmother is in good health. Not only will I witness your marriage and children, but I also wish to see Shiqing and Ran wed, surrounded by a multitude of great-grandchildren and grandchildren." Reflecting on her cousin's words from the previous night, Luo Ran's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung tightly to the matriarch's waist, whispering, "All right, we will all heed grandmother's wishes." Shun Shiqing winked at Luo Ran, saying, "Then you should be the one to bear great-grandchildren for grandmother first. I haven't had enough fun yet, and certainly do not wish to marry and bear children so soon." Lady Wang playfully slapped Shun Shiqing's arm, chiding, "It seems you have not been sufficiently punished by your father, prattling nonsense all day. If you cannot set a good example for yourself, at least do not lead Ran astray." Luo Ran forced a bitter smile. Shin Yuji observed silently and, after breakfast, claimed he had matters to attend to outside. Lady Wang then broached the subject of the Yuan family with Luo Ran, stating, "I cannot inquire directly, but in a few days, the Yongding Marquis will host a banquet. I assume the Yuan family will attend. I will take this opportunity to gather some information before seeking a matchmaker." Luo Ran nodded. "Yes, I will follow Aunt's lead. It's best that you decide." Lady Wang reassured her, "Do not worry. I believe this matter is nearing resolution. I have inquired, and the Yuan family has not had any suitors recently. Oh, and regarding the matter of finding a nanny that you asked your grandmother to assist with," Luo Ran recalled this, as her grandmother had informed her that a suitable candidate had been found and invited her to visit the Shan residence to finalize the arrangement. However, she had been preoccupied and had not made the trip. "Is she currently at the residence?" Luo Ran inquired. Lady Wang looked at her in surprise. "Did you not discuss this with your cousin?" Luo Ran responded, "Discuss what?" Lady Wang explained, "Earlier today your cousin came to me, stating that the nanny was unsuitable without elaborating further, only mentioning that he had someone more appropriate in mind. I assumed you had informed him about this." Luo Ran pondered for a moment and suddenly comprehended her cousin's intentions, smacking her forehead. "How forgetful of me. Aunt, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience I caused you. Yesterday, I merely mentioned to my cousin that I would prefer someone with a gentler disposition. I recall our grandmother stating that this nanny had come from the palace, implying that her standards would undoubtedly be exceptionally high. However, dear aunt," Luo Ran clung to Wang's arm, playfully pouting, "learning all these rules seems so exhausting. What if the nanny constantly scrutinizes my actions, forbidding this and that, insisting that everything must adhere to the strict protocols of a noble lady? Wouldn't that be utterly dreadful? I have no intention of becoming a consort, Wouldn't it be a waste of time to learn all that? Wang, upon hearing her reasoning, was both amused and exasperated. She gently tapped Luo Ran's forehead and said, "Oh, you truly have taken after your cousin. You dare to speak so freely, dismissing the very notion of being a consort. You must refrain from such reckless words in the future. One might overhear and find it amusing. Yet, you do have a point. While this nanny is indeed commendable, she possesses an air of severity that is rather stifling. Even I find myself standing up straighter in her presence." "Huh? Even you are intimidated. Then just how fearsome must she be?" No, I am terrified. Aunt, save me." Luo Ran exaggerated her expression, prompting a hearty laugh from Wang. Chapter 62. Lord Fu's Misdeeds and the Young Man's Fear of Ghosts. "Very well, my dear aunt. If you agree, then it shall be so," Wang said, embracing her with affection. Although Wang managed the household with meticulous order and instilled a certain fear in the servants, she was exceedingly indulgent towards her children. Fortunately, Yuji had grown up alongside his grandfather and father, remaining untainted by the typical vices of young nobles. As for Shun Shiqing, she had been spoiled to the point of becoming overly lively and willful. However, little Luo Ran was different. She appeared delicate and gentle, evoking an instinctive desire to cradle and cherish her. The mere thought of the old matron enforcing rules upon her in the future caused Wang's heart to ache. Initially, she had thought the matron quite amiable, but her opinion had since changed. Luo Ran then remarked, "Aunt, your efforts are truly in vain." Wang chuckled. "What of it? Our household is not lacking in provisions. We shall save them for your cousin's marriage in the future." After this exchange, both shared a knowing smile. Outside the Meridian Gate of the Imperial City, the ministers who had just concluded their audience filed out through the Eastern Gate. Shun Yuji stood a short distance away, greeting the passing officials with warmth and courtesy. Yet, when a pair of white-soled red-crowned boots came into view, he remained still. Fu Jinan, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast his gaze downward and remarked with a smile, "Just now, His Majesty praised you in court, saying that your strategies are unparalleled. Young Master Shun, it seems I must extend my congratulations." Only then did Shun Yuji slowly lift his head. Unlike Fu Jinan's sharp, phoenix-like eyes, Shun's peach blossom eyes sparkled with a carefree charm. "Ah, it is Lord Fu," he acknowledged, though he stood an inch shorter than Fu, whose imposing presence commanded respect from all. Shun exuded an aura of serene elegance that matched Fu's formidable reputation. "Indeed, it seems we have quite the affinity recently." Fu Jinan feigned contemplation, nodding in agreement. However, Shun Yuji furrowed his brow, expressing a hint of distress, but it appears that having an affinity with Lord Fu is not necessarily a good thing. Leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice, he continued, "Lord Fu is known for his numerous misdeeds and countless slaughters. I fear the ghosts he may attract." Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow, tilting his head to regard him. "Young Master Shun, being well-versed in literature, have you not heard the saying, those who do not commit wrongful acts need not fear the knocking of ghosts at their door?" Shun Yuji shook his head. "That statement is erroneous. Some malevolent spirits do not discern between good and evil. They prey upon the weak and vulnerable. What would Lord Fu do should he encounter such a spirit?" With a light chuckle, Fu Jinan replied, "As for me, I am rather peculiar. Be it a person or a ghost, if I find it intriguing, I must devour it to find peace." Shun Yuji concealed his smile, stating, "Very well. Let us see if Lord Fu indeed possesses such a hearty appetite. What are you two discussing? Yuji, what brings you here?" Luo Diyun and Shun Bolu emerged together, both speaking simultaneously upon spotting the two. "Uncle, father," Shun Yuji greeted respectfully, then added, "I have matters to discuss with you, and I happened to encounter Lord Fu." So we exchanged a few words. Fu Jinan also interjected, "Indeed, I was just mentioning that Lord Shun is to host a celebratory banquet soon." Shun Bolu glanced at his son and then at Fu Jinan, nodding slightly without uttering a word. "Since this is the case, I shall not intrude upon your gathering." Fu Jinan clasped his fists slightly and turned to leave. Shun Bolu paid his respects to his departing figure, while Luo Diyun cast a skeptical look toward Shun Yuji. Luo Diyun had accompanied the Shun family to the Shun residence. "What is the matter that you summoned me for?" he inquired. Jinyiwei pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncle, father, I wish to take Ran to Jiangnan. What? What? Both exclaimed in unison. Jinyiwei chuckled lightly. There is no need for such astonishment. Rather than saying I am taking Ran, it would be more accurate to say that she is accompanying me. As the ancients say, reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. This year's spring examination is slightly delayed compared to previous years, but I suspect the palace examination will occur around April, coinciding with the warming weather. I would like to visit Jiangnan. Ran mentioned that her aunt still has some belongings to retrieve. Since, uncle, you will not be dispatched by the emperor in the coming years, I believe it is best to bring everything back to the capital. Furthermore, he hesitated for a moment. Although Ran appears unaffected on the surface, I am aware that the recent broken engagement and the matters concerning the Luo family weigh heavily on her heart. It would be a good opportunity to take her mind off things. She is familiar with that place and can guide me. Had Jinyiwei only mentioned the first two reasons, Luo Ran would have firmly opposed the idea. However, the latter reason left him in contemplation. They had only returned to the capital a few months prior, and their daughter had encountered a series of unfortunate events, enduring so many grievances, all stemming from family. As a man, he felt anger at times when reflecting on it, let alone his delicate daughter. Shinbolu, however, had no objections. He understood that his son had always been decisive and had never caused him concern. I believe it would be beneficial for Ran to take a trip. After all, she has just ended an engagement, and there is no rush to establish another in the next 2 years. Indeed, I too wish to keep Ran with us for a few more years, Luo Ran sighed. But does she herself wish for this? Jinyiwei smiled. If Ran disagreed, I would not dare to approach you. Very well. Let us tentatively settle on this. You shall depart in May and return in July or August, Luo Ran decided. Jinyiwei lowered his eyelids, calculating the days, and remarked, there is no need to fixate on a strict timeline. If the weather turns hot, we can delay our return by a few months. Haha, are you afraid that once the palace examination concludes, the emperor will summon you to court? Luo Ran laughed heartily. Jinyiwei rubbed his nose, a look of being seen through crossing his face. Luo Ran had other matters to attend to, so he paid his respects to the old matriarch of the Shun family and exchanged a few words with his daughter before taking his leave. Shinbolu glanced at his son and said softly, come with me. Shen Shiqing leaned in and whispered, elder brother, you two have made mistakes? Just now, their father's expression was unmistakably that of someone preparing to punish after a misdeed. Shen Ran, puzzled, asked why does cousin say that? Uncle was not angry at all. Shen Shiqing shook her head, clicking her tongue, and placed a hand on Shen Ran's shoulder. You do not understand your uncle. The calmer his expression, the greater the severity of the situation. Jinyiwei gently brushed aside her hand resting on Luo Ran's shoulder and remarked, be careful. You might harm Ran. And do you think I am like you? Always causing trouble. Luo Ran displayed a countenance more sorrowful than tears. She realized that she must speak with her cousin soon. If he continued in this manner, their secret would be discovered sooner than anticipated. Jinyiwei then turned towards his father's study. Father, you summoned me? Upon entering, he stood formally before the desk. After finishing a letter, Shun Bolai finally spoke. Now, enlighten me. What compelled you to venture to Jiangnan? Do not attempt to deceive me with the same tactics you used on Luo Ran. Unfazed, Jinyiwei turned and dampened a handkerchief, extending it towards his father. Chapter 63. Relatives out of reach, Shun Bowling took the handkerchief and meticulously wiped away the ink stains that had inadvertently marked his hands. He inquired, what is it that concerns you, Renyan? Jinyiwei, aware that his father was not easily deceived, proceeded to present the carefully constructed explanation he had prepared earlier. Father, do you recall the matter I mentioned regarding the Crown Prince? Shin Bowling paused momentarily, tossing the handkerchief back, and fell silent, his head bowed. Recently, his son had come across alarming news suggesting that someone might be plotting against the Crown Prince. Following this lead, he had investigated further, but initially found nothing significant, save for a collection of poems he had composed during leisurely moments with the Grand Chancellor that had been appropriated by someone with ulterior motives. Scholars, after all, occasionally find themselves entangled in their own thoughts. Shen Bowling understood how to alleviate his own tensions. When unable to do so, he would compose a couple of poems to pass the time, ensuring they were promptly disposed of afterward. Ironically, a few years prior, when he had first instructed the Crown Prince, he had theorized about the current state of official salt trade, concluding with a poem. He had not anticipated that during the recent investigations by the Jinyiwei into the illegal salt trade, one of his verses would resurface. Fortunately, he had discovered this early and managed to handle it discreetly. Otherwise, while it would not have led to grave issues, it could have been exploited by those with malicious intent, causing significant trouble. Yet, he was perplexed as to how this incident related to Ranyan's trip to Jiangnan. Shen Yuji discerned his father's apprehension and replied, "The very poem you composed is precisely what Ranyan informed me about." She mentioned that during a banquet hosted by the salt transport official in Jiangnan, a young lady casually referenced it, and upon further inquiry, she discovered it was your work. Thus, I wish to journey to Jiangnan to uncover who has allowed your and the Crown Prince's poems to circulate. However, should I go alone, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, which is why I requested Ranyan to accompany me. Is that so? Although Shen Bowling was taken aback, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Shen Yuji maintained his composure. Indeed. How else would I know that the salt transport official possesses your poem? The truth of how he came by this knowledge was unnecessary to share with his father. His father, a man of integrity, would certainly disapprove of his less than honorable methods. Yet sometimes, it is these subtle influences that can salvage a family. His father could remain upright, while he would handle the rest. Have my father and uncle truly consented? Luo Ran asked with surprise. Shen Yuji blinked. If I cannot manage such a trivial matter, how can I possibly protect you? However, regarding the bonsai I owe you, it may take some time to procure. Luo Ran waved her hand dismissively. As long as you find it, I do not mind whether you gift it to me or not. Both cousins understood each other perfectly without the need for further clarification. Yet Luo Ran felt a twinge of confusion. Did you not promise me you would not go to Jiangnan? What has prompted this change of heart? Shen Yuji lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. Why are you as slow-witted as Shiqing? No wonder they say. The remaining words caught in his throat, and he shook his head with a wry smile. I apologize, cousin. It was not my intention. Luo Ran laughed lightly, not taking offense. Since I have not concealed anything from you, I naturally do not mind. Also, could you refrain from being so overt? What if aunt and grandmother discover it? Shinyu nodded. All right. I shall be more mindful in the future. Luo Ran inquired. What about the situation in Jiangnan? Shinyu reassured her. Do not worry. You will not actually go to Jiangnan. It is merely a matter of evading someone's gaze. Since she had decided to travel to Jiangnan in May, Luo Ran returned to prepare accordingly, for the Li family was still residing at the Marquis's residence. She did not wish for her aunt to have painstakingly arranged this marriage proposal for her father to be disrupted by certain individuals. That evening, Luo Diyun came to personally escort Luo Ran home after his shift. Along the way, Luo Ran peered through the carriage curtains at her father, who wore a rather displeased expression on his face. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Father, please do not heed my cousin's nonsense. I am not in a foul mood. Luo Diyun affectionately patted her head, smiling but remaining silent. He understood that his daughter was attempting to comfort him, and the thought of a grown man needing his daughter to worry for him made him feel somewhat embarrassed, strengthening his resolve to seek a new wife. Upon returning home, they naturally went to pay their respects to their grandmother. However, as they entered the courtyard of Ningfu Courtyard, they were greeted by a cacophony of lively female voices emanating from within. Luo Diyun halted his steps and remarked to Luo Ran, "You go in first. I will visit your grandmother shortly. Remember to return early to rest." Luo Ran nodded. "Very well, father, do not stay out too late." Just as Luo Diyun was about to turn away, he spotted Granny Du emerging with a broad smile. "Marquis, miss, you have returned. The old lady was just speaking of you." Ever since the previous incident, Luo Diyun had harbored a dislike for Granny Du, and he merely acknowledged her with a curt reply before continuing on his way. As he reached the courtyard entrance, he nearly collided with an approaching figure. A startled cry escaped as the figure lunged towards Luo Diyun. Luo Ran could not help but exclaim, "Father!" In an instant, Luo Diyun pivoted and swiftly stepped in front of Luo Ran, embracing her and retreating several paces before coming to a halt. Without even glancing at the individual who had fallen to the ground, he anxiously inquired, Ran, are you hurt? Luo Ran chuckled softly and shook her head. Father, I was worried about you. She was standing so far away that even if the person had intended to splash her with hot tea, her father would have shielded her. He was unharmed. Upon hearing that she was fine, Luo Diyun felt relieved, and both father and daughter turned their attention towards the entrance. Granny Du, evidently startled by Luo Diyun's agile movements, quickly rushed over, shouting, Miss, are you all right? Oh dear, someone come quickly. Hearing the commotion, Lu Shi suddenly emerged from the house, covering her mouth in shock. Cousin, how could you be so careless? Thank goodness the Marquis was here, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. Quickly, come and thank the Marquis. Her words implied she had been present during the incident. Luo Ran glanced at the figure being helped up by Granny Du and smiled faintly. In her past life, there had been a similar person, Lu Shi's distant cousin, who had come to rely on the Li family and had taken up residence at the Marquis's estate. Little did they know, this young lady had set her sights on her father upon her arrival. Their grandmother, noting that Lu Shi was quite presentable, contemplated the possibility of taking her as a concubine for her eldest son, considering that if a son were born, it would not be impossible for her to be elevated to the primary wife. However, at that time, the Li family had already devised a plan to adopt Luo Hongjun into the main branch, and how could she possibly accept the idea of her father taking a concubine? Thus, she employed every means to thwart the arrangement. Little did she know that, in the course of her vigilance, Miss Lu unexpectedly became entangled with her second uncle, and they were caught in the act. This led to a tremendous uproar from the Li family, while the Lu family found themselves utterly humiliated, prompting the Li family to finally relocate from the. Yet, this event transpired several months later. Within 2 months, she was married off. In this lifetime, Miss Lu arrived rather prematurely, likely due to her father's disapproval of adopting Luo Hongjun and having heard of her father's intentions to remarry, which must have caused great alarm for Li. Chapter 64. My lord, he is quite remarkable at the tender age of 18. Lu Mei, though not breathtakingly beautiful, possessed delicate features that exuded an air of refined elegance akin to that of a modest maiden. Such a woman naturally elicits a man's compassion. Upon hearing Lu's words, Lu Mei slowly rose, her cheeks flushed, and approached to offer a respectful greeting. This humble girl pays her respects to the Lord. Just now, accidentally. Before she could finish her sentence, her face had turned a deep crimson. Observing this, Lu chuckled behind her handkerchief and remarked, Elder brother, this is my maternal cousin. It seems you are indeed fated, having come to her aid upon your first encounter. Madame Li, Lord Luo Dajuan interjected sharply, do not speak frivolously. Lu, undeterred, continued, how can this be frivolous? Elder brother has indeed performed a noble deed. If you had not assisted my cousin just now, she would surely be in a far worse state. Luo Dajuan let out a cold laugh, surveying the people in the courtyard, and inquired, who among you witnessed this lord assisting her? The maids and servants quickly shook their heads, asserting they had seen nothing. Lu's smile faltered, disbelief flickering across her face as she turned to Lu Mei and Granny Du. The former had already lowered her head, her face aglow with embarrassment, while the latter gently shook her head. Lu swiftly grasped the situation, silently cursing their ineptitude. She then turned back to Luo Dajuan, smiling amiably. Oh dear, it seems I mistook my cousin for another. How silly of me. Madame Li, Luo Dajuan interrupted once more. The capital is not like Yanqing. Beneath the emperor's gaze, if you cannot manage your words, you will inevitably bring calamity upon the Li family. After offering a few comforting words to Luo Ran, he strode away. His remarks stemmed from lingering resentment towards the second branch of the family, leading him to look down upon the Li household as well. Lu, feeling humiliated by the reprimand, vented her frustration on Lu Mei. Useless. You cannot even serve tea properly. What else can you do? Realizing Luo Ran still stood nearby, she forced a smile at her. Ranner. However, as she began to speak, Luo Ran turned and entered the house. Frustrated, Lu found herself at a loss for words, her anger simmering as she pinched Lu Mei's arm to release her pent-up irritation. "What are you still doing here? Do you expect someone to invite you inside?" With that, she turned and followed Luo Ran into the house. Granny Du observed the tearful Lu Mei and softly consoled her. "Do not be disheartened, dear cousin. The matter means well." Intentionally, she added, "Our Lord is simply that kind of person. He values integrity and does not tolerate nonsense. Hence, he has kept only the most respectable company throughout the years. Such a demeanor may seem intimidating, but one truly appreciates its merits in daily life." Lu Mei continued to cast her gaze downward, murmuring, "The Lord is not frightening." Her voice was so faint that Granny Du could not hear her. "What did you say?" Lu Mei twisted her handkerchief, her face still flushed, and repeated, "The Lord, he is quite remarkable." That's the spirit." Granny Du beamed, her face lighting up with joy. "You are quite perceptive. Now do hurry inside." Within the room, Luo Ran quietly took her seat after exchanging pleasantries. Upon Lu Mei's entrance, Li's eyes shifted thoughtfully, having clearly heard the commotion outside. With a smile, she addressed Luo Ran. "My dear Ran, you may not yet be acquainted with this lady. She is your aunt's cousin from her maternal side. You should address her as aunt." Luo Ran remained motionless at Li's words. Lu Mei, however, nodded in acknowledgement and called out, "Ran." "Indeed." Luo Ran replied nonchalantly, "Miss Lu, please take a seat." By referring to her as Miss Lu rather than aunt, Lu Mei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, making her even more uneasy. Just as Luo Rushiue was about to speak, her mother silenced her with a glance, directing her attention to their grandmother. The elderly matriarch, with her eyes cast down, appeared oblivious to the conversation unfolding below and continued to engage in light banter with the matron Tian. In recent days, Luo Ran had begun to comprehend her grandmother's temperament. Although her affections seemed somewhat skewed, they were not irreparably lost. At the very least, she did not wish to alienate her father or see the Luo family fall into ruin. To the old lady, Tian was her widowed sister-in-law, and Li Yuanliang was her nephew. It was only natural to look after her maternal kin within her means. However, this did not imply that she would tolerate anyone trampling upon the dignity of the Luo family. Though Luo Ran was not favored by her grandmother, she was still the legitimate daughter of a marquis, her father a champion, and her maternal grandfather the prime minister. Such a lineage afforded her a degree of confidence, even in the presence of a county princess. Conversely, a mere destitute orphan had no standing to demand that Luo Ran bow to her as aunt. Tian, too, recognized that her sister-in-law was attempting to assert her authority before her. Nevertheless, she chose not to intervene, since arriving in the capital. Lu had not paid her respects even once, preferring to visit Ningfu courtyard instead. A lesson in humility seemed appropriate, with each person harboring their own thoughts. No one paid heed to Lu Mei's feelings. Thus, she quietly seated herself at the end, beside the 3-year-old Luo Hongxian, with his legitimate mother about to give birth, his sister attending to her, and his older brother at school. He had come with a nurse to pay his respects to their grandmother. Initially content to play by himself, he suddenly found himself under the gaze of an aunt who kept smiling at him. Being naturally timid, he scurried down from his chair and hurried over to Luo Ran, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Big sister, Sienna wishes to sit with you." It was not that he was particularly familiar with Luo Ran. Rather, he was the only child from the third household present, while his second sister was intimidating and the third sister consistently ignored him. Perhaps it was the influence of her own pregnancy, or perhaps the longing for a younger sibling, typically indifferent to children. She now found herself touched by the sight of the soft little boy. She gently patted Luo Hongxian's head and smiled. "Then you should ask the nurse to bring a chair for you." Upon hearing this, he clapped his chubby little hands in delight, exclaiming, "Big sister is so kind." Luo Ran chuckled softly. Though her third aunt possessed a rather fiery temperament, she treated this sole illegitimate son of the third household with relative kindness, as evidenced by Luo Hongxian's cherubic face and tidy attire. "Big sister seems to have a fondness for children," remarked Luo Rudy, who had remained silent until now. Luo Ran did not direct her gaze at her, yet she spoke to her. "Grandmother always teaches us siblings to care for one another. Does third sister not harbor affection for fourth brother?" She picked up a piece of pastry beside her and gently offered it to Luo Hongxian, softly reminding, "Fourth brother, do take your time eating." Holding the pastry in his small hands, Luo Hongxian nodded earnestly and replied in a childlike voice, "Sienna also likes big sister." Luo Ran smiled. Such a good boy. Neither of them acknowledged Luo Ruji. Meanwhile, Li Xinyue, unable to contain herself any longer, leaned in, affectionately ruffling Luo Hongxian's hair, and inquired, "Has cousin returned from the Xin family?" Chapter 65. How could Luo Ran be worthy of young Master Shun? Luo Hongxian also harbored a disinclination towards this cousin, yet he dared not evade her grasp. Instead, he fixed her with a glare before bowing his head to partake of the pastries. Luo Ran merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. Li Xinyue appeared even more enthusiastic, inching closer and stating, "I heard from my uncle last night that His Majesty praised young Master Shun in front of all the officials, declaring him the undeniable first in this examination." Luo Ran replied again. "Has your maternal family mentioned when they will host a banquet?" Li Xinyue continued her inquiries, finally lifting her gaze to meet Li Xinyue's. Luo Ran asked, "Why should they host a banquet?" Li Xinyue paused, then enlightened, "Oh, I see. They must be waiting until young Master Shun is named the top scholar to celebrate, right? Don't forget to send me an invitation. I have yet to meet a top scholar." Luo Ran fell silent thereafter. Luo Ruidi murmured something under her breath, though no one could decipher her words. After a while, they all stood to take their leave. As they stepped outside, the sound of firecrackers erupted in the street. Li Vinu Furuit Hadburoth. What occasion warrants firecrackers so early in the morning? Luo Ruidi intentionally remarked, "Could it be that the examination results have been announced?" Li Xinyue turned to Luo Ran with excitement. Luo Ran shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Moments later, Chun Yu rushed in exclaiming, Miss, the examination results are out. Young Master Biao has secured the top position." Although aware of the outcome, Luo Ran could not suppress her joy. Seeing Li Xinyue eager to converse, she hastened her steps, saying, "Quickly inform father, and have the gifts prepared for my cousin." Her voice trailed off as she exited. Luo Shui observed the flushed cheeks of Li Xinyue and remarked, "Elder sister, your cousin has succeeded. Why are you so delighted?" Li Xinyue, blushing, replied, "We are all relatives. Should I not be happy?" Once everyone had departed, the room was left with only the old matriarch, who then cast a cool glance at Granny Du, inquiring, "What transpired at the door this morning?" Granny Du's eyes flickered momentarily, and she chuckled nervously. "Oh, nothing much. Just that the young lady wished to brew you a pot of tea and nearly collided with the Marquis on her way out." The old matriarch scrutinized her for a moment, until beads of sweat began to form on Granny Du's forehead, before she shifted her gaze and suddenly asked, "How long have you served me?" Granny Du's heart raced, and she replied, in response to the matriarch, "It has been nearly 30 years. The old matriarch nodded. "Indeed, nearly 30 years. How many more 30-year spans do you think we shall have? If you wish to remain in my service, do not meddle in matters of the main house." Upon hearing this, Granny Du hastily knelt and lamented. "Old matriarch," the old matriarch waved her hand. "There is no need for such words. I am aware that over the years, the second branch has often supported you. Therefore, I have turned a blind eye to your actions, but I am not blind to the affairs of the master. Such matters do not concern you, a mere servant." Granny Du trembled uncontrollably, no longer daring to argue. Yes, the old servant acknowledges her fault. The old matriarch continued, "Since you recognize your mistake, return and reflect for a few days on how to conduct yourself moving forward. Leave the matters in your hands to Xiaofeng." Yes, the old servant obeys. Duke Momo cast a glance at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng lowered her gaze, gently supporting the old lady's arm, murmuring, "Please take your time, my lady." Meanwhile, Luo Ran, still on her way to her courtyard, spotted a slender figure standing not far away. Upon hearing the commotion, the figure turned around and smiled warmly, approaching her. "Ranner." Song Qingyu stepped forward, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. Luo Ran felt somewhat helpless, pondering how to clarify her thoughts to him. Having grown up together, they were not mere siblings, but shared a bond akin to that of kin. Throughout their lives, Luo Ran had always been aware of her betrothal, and Song Qingyu was equally cognizant. Thus, their interactions had been characterized by fraternal address. The customs in Jiangnan were not as strict as those in the capital, and in their youth, the differences between genders had been less scrutinized. As they matured, they consciously maintained a distance. In her previous life, aside from a fleeting thought after her misfortune, any lingering feelings had vanished upon her marriage into the Fu family. Therefore, whether he believed in her or not seemed to matter little to her. In this life, their first encounter rekindled memories of his words before her demise, igniting a flicker of hope within her, but she quickly extinguished such thoughts after a brief inquiry. Unbeknownst to Song Qingyu, who was unaware of her inner turmoil, he perceived that now she had broken off her engagement and he had graduated from high school, bringing them closer together. "Ranner, are you happy for me?" Song Qingyu asked softly. Luo Ran nodded, replying, "Congratulations, Song Gongzi, on your graduation." As they conversed, Luo Rushue noticed them instantly. Since that day, Fu Xiang had not contacted her for several days, including her attempts to send him messages, which went unanswered. Initially, Luo Rushue had deceived herself into believing that Fu Xiang refrained from expressing his feelings due to pressure from the Duke of Jinyiwei and her uncle. However, as time passed, with Luo Ran withdrawing her engagement and Fu Xiang continuing to avoid her, anxiety began to creep into her heart. Witnessing Luo Ran's engagement withdrawal and the presence of a successful cousin, followed by the arrival of a high school graduate childhood friend, stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. Coincidentally, as Li Jinyiwei and her sister passed by, she abruptly stopped the two, gesturing with her chin towards a distant figure. "Do you see that?" Following her gaze, they beheld two individuals beneath the shadows of the trees. The gentleman exuded a refined elegance, while the lady was breathtakingly beautiful with a graceful figure. A perfect match in every regard. Suddenly, Li Jinyiwei envisioned herself alongside young Master Shen, her imagination fueling her delight, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Luo Rushue cast a disdainful glance at her infatuated demeanor, deliberately stating, "Ah, how fortunate our elder sister is." Indeed, Li Jinyiwei, still lost in her fantasies of romantic encounters with young Master Shen, responded absently. Luo Rushue glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then whispered, "Did you know? Grandmother wishes to marry our elder sister to young Master Shen, the one who just achieved the top rank." Realization dawned on Li Jinyiwei, who gasped, "Isn't he your cousin?" Luo Rushue replied in astonishment, "Yes, they are cousins. A match made in heaven." Li Jinyiwei retorted indignantly, "How can Luo Ran, having broken off her engagement, possibly be worthy of young Master Shen?" Luo Rushue pouted dismissively, stating, "What is there to fear about breaking off an engagement? We aren't even married yet. Even if we were, if the Shen family and my uncle are agreeable, what can anyone do?" To Li Jinyiwei's ears, this transformed into a notion that Luo Diyun was coercing Shen Yuji into marrying Luo Ran, leveraging his status as a marquis. How could they act in such a manner? Was this not a blatant abuse of power? Li Jinyiwei's face flushed with indignation. Luo Rushue, feigning nonchalance, retorted, "Even if it is an abuse of power, what can you do about it? This is the capital, and my uncle enjoys the emperor's deep trust. Not only can we dismiss any claims of bullying, but we also fear no grander matters." She then glanced in Luo Ran's direction and remarked, "Look, my elder sister, despite having called off the engagement, does not seem the least bit ashamed. In fact, she has so many admirers." Li Jinyiwei turned her gaze back to Luo Ran, now viewing her entirely as an adversary. Who is that person beside her? Chapter 66. Rejection. Observing the unabashed jealousy in Li Jinyiwei's eyes, Luo Rushue offered a faint smile and feigned surprise, exclaiming, "You do not even know him?" Li Jinyiwei turned to her, "I have just arrived in the capital and have yet to venture out. How could I possibly know him?" Luo Rushue nodded with sympathy, saying, "That gentleman is Song Qingyu, my elder sister's childhood sweetheart. He secured second place in this imperial examination. Just look at the way he gazes at her, as if he were glued to her side." With a sigh, Luo Rushue lamented, "Ah, I previously mentioned how fortunate my elder sister is. Even after her engagement was annulled, she has a distinguished cousin and her childhood love. Marriage is never a cause for concern." After Luo Rushue departed, Li Xinyue stood in place for a long while, not stirring until Luo Ran left. Meanwhile, Luo Ran had made her position abundantly clear to Song Qingyu. She would never marry again, especially not him, and with that, she resolutely walked away. Song Qingyu stood there, utterly despondent. He had anticipated that once he had completed his studies, he would seek her hand in marriage, believing she would be overjoyed, calling him Qingyu Gij as she did in their youth. He never imagined that the once tender-hearted Ranner would utter such callous words. It was a bitter truth he struggled to digest. Master Song, lost in his profound sorrow, Song Qingyu did not hear the call. Master Song? Li Xinyue called again. Only then did Song Qingyu snap back to reality, noticing a stranger before him. He stepped back, bowing slightly. I am unaware of the lady's presence. I apologize for the intrusion. He turned to leave. Does Master Song not care for Cousin Ran? Though Li Xinyue had not overheard their conversation, the expression on Luo Ran's face as she departed and the dazed demeanor of Song Qingyu led her to deduce the situation with reasonable accuracy. Upon hearing her address Ran as cousin, he halted and replied coldly, though I do not know your identity. The ancients have said, the words of many can be fearsome. Since you refer to Ranner as cousin, you must be an intimate acquaintance. Those who are close ought to cherish and protect one another, rather than speak so indiscreetly as you have. We are in the Duke's residence, where discretion is paramount. Should your words reach the outside world, Ranner's reputation could suffer. Would that be your desire? His words ignited a desire within Li Xinyue to silence him. As she stomped her foot in frustration, I'm trying to help you. Why can you not appreciate my intentions? Song Qingyu scoffed. Then I must thank you for your good intentions. I kindly request that you refrain from meddling in matters that are not your concern. Farewell. With that, he turned away, leaving her fuming. Li Xinyue trembled, pointing at his retreating figure. What is he? Her maid, Xing'er, hurriedly advised, Miss, why become agitated with a mere scholar? We should instead consider how to prevent Master Shun from marrying the eldest daughter. Li Xinyue sneered. A discarded fiancée, and she dares to hope from Master Shun? Xing'e concourite, indeed. What does Luo Ran possess aside from a good father? In terms of talent and looks, she pales in comparison to you, miss. Is that so? Li Xinyue inquired, touching her face with delight. Absolutely not. Li Yutong struck Li Xinyue's head lightly with a fan. Elder brother, Li Xinyue exclaimed, shielding her head and glaring. Li Yutong glanced at Xing'er, who quickly shrank her neck and stepped aside. With a cold sneer, Li Yutong remarked, Sister, you ought to find a more astute maid. This fool has you so easily bewildered. Li Xinyue, exasperated, retorted, Whose side are you on? Li Yutong replied, Naturally, I am on your side. But one must not speak nonsense with eyes wide open. If you had the time for such frivolities, you would be better off contemplating how to win over that Master Shun. Do you have a plan? Li Xinyue's eyes sparkled. She recognized that aside from his scholarly pursuits, her brother was indeed quite reliable. With a mysterious smile, Li Yutong said, I can assist you, but you must first assist me. The 18th of March marked the 60th birthday of the Lady of Yongding Marquis. Lord Liyun earned his title through the sacrifice of his own life. While the title of Champion Marquis could only be inherited for 3 generations, if the descendants failed to excel, it would vanish from the ranks of the capital's elite. The Yongding Marquisate, however, was different. The Yu family's title was secured through generations of sacrifice, unassailable as long as they did not commit treason. Presently, the Yongding Marquis, Yu Zheng, was approaching his 60th year and had personally quelled disturbances 2 years prior. Regrettably, both of his sons perished on the battlefield years ago, leaving behind widows and orphans. Nevertheless, the Yu family did not decline. Instead, their descendants proved to be even more capable. For instance, the legitimate grandson of the Yongding Marquis, Yu Boyo, though barely of age, had spent 3 years serving under Lord Liyun and was appointed as a 3rd-rank guard in the Imperial Army upon returning to the capital at year-end. With this connection, when guests from the Luo family arrived, Yu Boyo personally stepped forward to greet them. My lord, he saluted. Lord Liyun familiarly squeezed his shoulder, praising, very good. You become sturdier. Yu Boyo grinned foolishly, observing the carriage behind him, likely containing the ladies, and lowered his head, saying, My lord, please enter. Then a matron approached. leading the elderly Lady Luo and her entourage into the inner courtyard. Luo Ran and Luo Rushue followed closely behind their grandmother, while Tianshi accompanied Li Jinyiwei and others, including the Lu family members. At the rear were Luo Rudi and two illegitimate daughters of the Li family. When Yu Boyo greeted Lord Liyun earlier, they had secretly observed from within the carriage. Now, seeing that there were no outsiders, Li Jinyiwei discreetly nudged Luo Rushue with her arm and whispered, "Who was that person just now? Why was he so dark?" Luo Rushue stifled a laugh, her gaze drifting toward Luo Ran. "You ought to ask my elder sister. She knows him well." Li Jinyiwei, intrigued, inquired why. Luo Rushue merely smiled in silence. Luo Ran, with her thick lashes lowered, focused on the path ahead, her back straight and hands folded at her abdomen, exuding grace. Hearing the conversation, she did not shift her gaze but spoke when visiting another's residence. "Is it fitting to comment on the host's appearance? Is this how you learned, cousin?" Luo Rushue's expression stiffened for a moment, and she promptly straightened her back to continue walking. Beside her, Li Jinyiwei felt chastised and, though annoyed, refrained from retorting due to the circumstances. Madame Luo, walking ahead, caught the sounds from behind and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She turned to Mrs. Tian and said, "Sister-in-law, Ranner is correct. Yu Jie is no longer a child this year, and indeed ought to find a wet nurse. The capital is unlike Yanqing." Mrs. Tian's face flushed crimson as she sharply turned to glare at Li Jinyiwei, then forced a smile and agreed, "What the younger sister says is true. When the time comes, we will trouble you to help us find someone. We are quite unfamiliar with this place, having just arrived." "A mere wet nurse," Madame Luo replied. Chapter 67. Yin Hui. As the group continued their journey, the leading matron noticed that Tian's face was unfamiliar and recognized that the lady behind was the recently returned only daughter of the champion marquis. Since both were visiting for the first time, she occasionally took the opportunity to introduce the surrounding scenery. Although the Yu family currently lacked a large number of descendants, their legacy, built over generations, still remained. The estate occupied a vast area, featuring pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and flowing streams, exemplifying the quintessential architecture of Jiangnan Gardens. With a smile, the matron remarked to Luo Ran, "Having resided in Jiangnan for so long, you must find these sights quite familiar." Luo Ran nodded gently and replied, "At first glance, they may seem similar, yet upon closer inspection, they reveal their uniqueness. The layout of Jiangnan Gardens is free-spirited, delicate, and exquisite. In contrast, the Marquis's residence, while graceful, also exudes an air of grandeur, particularly in its symmetrical arrangement, which reflects the owner's expansive heart. The subtle details, however, remain elegantly understated. This combination does not appear jarring, but rather harmonizes beautifully." The young lady spoke at a measured pace, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, making her words a pleasure to hear. The matron nodded in appreciation, affirming, "Indeed, Miss, you possess a wealth of knowledge." She continued, "Our esteemed matriarch hails from Jiangnan, and the Marquis, in his kindness towards her, specifically instructed that the overall layout be preserved while incorporating the Jiangnan style, alleviating her homesickness." Luo Ran inclined her body in respect, stating, "The Marquis's deep affection for the matriarch is truly admirable." The matron, pleased by the young lady's poised demeanor and grace, ceased her commentary. Meanwhile, the matriarch and Tian exchanged glances before continuing on their path. Behind them, we shot a glare at Luo Ran, as if resenting her for overshadowing Luo Rushue. In contrast, Lu, with a slight smile, relished the discomfort of Li, knowing her daughter's true worth. Her silence was already a victory. After a while, they finally arrived at the main courtyard of the Yongding Marquis and his wife, where many guests had begun to gather. After exchanging greetings, Luo Ran led her sisters forward to pay their respects to Madame Zhuang, the Marquis's wife. Zhuang smiled warmly and beckoned. Turning to the elderly lady, Shun, beside her, "Is this the child left behind by Qingyin?" Shen Qingyin was Luo Ran's biological mother, once a renowned talent in the capital. Zhuang had once considered marrying her to her youngest son, only to be thwarted by Luo's grandfather. Mentioning her deceased daughter brought a hint of moisture to Lady Shen's eyes. Zhuang grasped her hand in comfort. Do not grieve. It has been so long. Try to let go. Look at me. I'm still here, surviving. Lady Shen quickly clasped Zhuang's hand in a gesture of mutual support, filled with remorse. Dear sister, please do not say that. Thankfully, the children have grown up. We have endured the trials together. Zhuang nodded in agreement, then took Luo Ran's hand, her eyes filled with affection. Oh my, what a lovely appearance. You are even more charming than Qingyin was at your age. I hear from Boyo that the idea for the Qian Hall was proposed by you first. You truly are a magnanimous child, reminiscent of your grandfather. In just a few sentences, she helped Luo Ran restore some of the reputation that had been tarnished due to the previous broken engagement. Although the engagement was initiated by the Luo family, the specific reasons for its dissolution were left unspoken out of consideration for the sentiments of both families. Consequently, speculation arose that the Fu family harbored dissatisfaction with Luo Ran. After all, a child raised in the absence of maternal guidance and under the sole influence of father would undoubtedly exhibit a lack of decorum and etiquette compared to those from more conventional households. Furthermore, the ambiguous stance of the Jinyiwei Duke's residence only fueled the belief that the engagement was broken due to Luo Ran's moral shortcomings. However, the words of Madame Zhuang soon illuminated the truth. What is Xian Hall? It is a sanctuary for the descendants of valiant soldiers who sacrificed for the great Jin, a refuge for homeless children. How could a woman with such magnanimity and benevolence possess any grave moral failings? Moreover, upon closer inspection, the young lady resembled the most exquisite blossom of spring, not only possessing beauty, but also exhibiting etiquette that rivaled that of any in the capital. The gaze of the onlookers towards the Fong mother and daughter began to shift. The notion regarding Xian Hall was merely an idea put forth by Ranner. The specifics were meticulously crafted by her father and the court officials, with the relentless dedication of brother Yu contributing significantly to the present achievements. Luo Ran remained composed and unperturbed, her voice imbued with the soft, supple tones characteristic of Jiangnan, untainted by vanity despite the praises bestowed by the elder matriarch. Instead, engaging in an intimate conversation befitting a familial bond. Good. Madame Zhuang exclaimed thrice, her affection evident. She gazed at the kind-faced elder Yu, recognizing that her well-being was at the forefront of his intentions. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her as she pondered how she had spent so many years cloistered in her courtyard, oblivious to the world and the genuine affection of those who cared for her. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a servant announced at the door, "Old madam, the eldest young master has arrived with the commander and Prince Qing to celebrate your birthday." Wang Jiu wished the old matriarch longevity, wishing her blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the pine and crane. Madame Zhuang, her face aglow with joy, replied, "You are all such wonderful children. Please rise." "Old madam, I have exerted considerable effort to procure this statue of Guanyin for you. Do take a look and see if you like it." Lu Jiuchun presented a foot-tall statue of Guanyin carved from white jade, the deity's expression kind and her smile warm. Madame Zhuang nodded repeatedly. "I like it, how could I not? Thank you, little prince, for your generosity." Lu Jiuchun waved dismissively. "Old madam, you are too kind. As long as you are pleased, my efforts are worthwhile." When it came to Fu Jinan, whose temperament had always been reserved, particularly since assuming the role of the commander of the Imperial Guard, he had become even more unpredictable, making it difficult for others to discern his true thoughts. Yet today, this formidable figure wore a faint smile that conveyed an unexpected warmth, albeit subtle, yet impossible to overlook. Chang Ying approached, bearing a plain dark red sandalwood box. "Old madam, this is a gift prepared by our master for you." Madame Zhuang was never one to concern herself with material gifts, but witnessing these children now grown brought her both joy and a twinge of sorrow, particularly for Fu Jin and memories of a decade ago resurfaced, of a 5 or 6-year-old child, ragged and barefoot, bloodied and kneeling at the gate of the Marquis's residence, pleading for help. Good. Zhuang, momentarily at a loss for words amidst her joy, gazed around. Lu Jiuchun cast a glance at Luo Ran. who was persistently bowing her head to conceal herself among the crowd of ladies. Suddenly, he felt reluctant to depart so soon and, with a smile, addressed the old lady. Might you not be curious about what Jinyiwei has sent? He hasn't even disclosed it to Bo Yao or myself. Jinyiwei, a name bestowed upon Fu Jinan, was one that only a select few could use in such an intimate manner. May spring return to bring clarity. May rivers flow clear and seas be tranquil. Luo Ran did not expect to discover such a warm nickname, and involuntarily glanced up, only to meet his gaze, prompting her to hurriedly avert her eyes once more. Fu Jinan, absent-mindedly twirling his fingers, continued in response to Lu Jiuchen's remarks. "Oh, it's nothing much, merely some commonplace items to alleviate the old lady's boredom during her leisure." What began as a casual comment from Lu Jiuchen piqued Fu Jinan's curiosity further, compelling him to encourage the matriarch to unveil the contents. Nearby, several elderly ladies of similar age and standing chuckled in agreement. Zhuang, with a resigned shake of her head, acquiesced. "Very well, since everyone is curious. I shall take a look." As she spoke, she glanced at Fu Jinan, who remained with his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Chapter 68 Handkerchief Friendship. Zhuang opened the wooden box made of sandalwood, revealing its contents, which caused those nearby to pause in astonishment and unconsciously turn their gazes toward Fu Jinan. Lu Jiuchen stepped forward for a glimpse, also taken aback, before bowing respect. "My apologies, esteemed matriarch." Zhuang was momentarily stunned, wiping away the tears from her eyes, her hands trembling as she reached for the items within the box. Yet her overwhelming excitement hindered her from retrieving them. Even Luo Ran couldn't suppress her curiosity, slightly rising on her toes to peer inside. Fu Jinan caught a glimpse of the delicate pink embroidered shoe peeking from beneath a peach-colored dress, and suddenly recalled that night 2 months prior, when he had held her dainty foot in his palm, softer and more refined than the finest jade. His gaze darkened involuntarily. Zhuang finally managed to extract the contents of the box, a rusted, half-destroyed dagger and a shattered crown, unrecognizable in its disrepair. This was the dagger my eldest cherished. Zhuang pressed her forehead against the broken crown, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, the Duke of Yongding arrived, accompanied by Luo Diyun and others. Observing the scene, the ladies and young women hastily retreated to the warm chamber behind screen, leaving only a few elder matriarchs in the room. Through the screen, Luo Ran vaguely saw the Duke of Yongding approach Zhuang, lifting the half-destroyed dagger, his silence lingering until he finally rasped, "Jinyiwei, where did you find this?" Fu Jinan had already concealed the tender emotions within, responding matter-of-factly. "It was discovered by chance at the border of Daiyuan. That is where Yu Xiaoming met his end." "Thank you." The Duke of Yongding felt a pang in his heart. His eldest son had died a tragic death, leaving no complete remains behind. These 2 items could be said to be the only tokens accompanying him to the end. Fu Jinan continued, "There is no need for gratitude, Your Grace." No further words were exchanged. Yu Jingyan understood that locating these 2 items must have required considerable effort. Had they been easily found, the Yu family would have retrieved them long ago rather than waiting for over a decade. He placed a hand on Fu Jinan's shoulder, eventually saying, "You're a good child," but sighed and shook his head, refraining from elaborating. Zhuang was supported by her 2 daughters-in-law to regain her composure, particularly Yu Xiaoming's wife, Mei, who fainted upon seeing her husband's relics, prompting everyone to rush to comfort her. The Duke of Yongding led the men to the front courtyard, leaving only the second lady of the Yu family and 2 young women to attend to the guests. Luo Ran joined the other young ladies in the garden. Upon exiting, the atmosphere had evidently lightened considerably. One young lady from an unknown household could not help but complain that Fu official truly lives up to his reputation for being unrefined. Who brings relics to a birthday celebration? It's such bad luck. As she spoke, she waved her handkerchief, as if trying to dispel the ill fortune. Another young lady quickly cautioned, "Shh, lower your voice. Do you wish for him to hear? Haven't you heard? Last time, a certain official merely drunkenly uttered a few words behind his back, and the next day, his tongue was mysteriously removed. The culprit has yet to be found." "Umph." The young lady, seemingly indifferent, let out a slight hum, but chose not to speak further, clearly still harboring some reservations. Luo Ran, not one to revel in bustling company, gradually lagged behind and decided to take refuge in a nearby pavilion. Below, a meandering brook flowed, its waters cascading down from an artificial hillock. Though it was March, the verdant bamboos and cypresses flanking the stream rendered the scene anything but desolate. Seated within the pavilion, an unexpected tranquility enveloped her. Even Yu Qing could not refrain from commenting. These young ladies, while outwardly espousing decorum, are ever so fond of gossip behind the scenes. Luo Ran offered a faint smile, responding, "It is but human nature. If they dislike our company, they need not engage with us, and there is no reason for anger." Yu Qing nodded, adding, "I merely feel sorrow for the old Madame Yu. Such a good person, yet she has faced the heartbreak of burying her children twice. An ordinary person would have long succumbed to despair." Luo Ran sighed, "Indeed, to parents, even a single strand of their child's hair is precious, who would concern themselves with omens of fortune or misfortune. If it were me, I would cherish even a bone of a beloved family member as a treasure." She was reminded of her father from her past life, how Luo Rushua, heavily pregnant, had claimed that she bore the flesh and blood of Fu Xiong, asserting that she was his most cherished one, none of which mattered to her. What truly weighed upon her was the memory of her father being left in pieces. Had someone then presented her with a pile of bones, claiming it to be her dearly beloved father, she would surely have been overwhelmed with gratitude. "You are indeed different from others." A girl's silhouette appeared in the pavilion, her eyes somewhat red, yet gleaming with a touch of joy as she gazed at Luo Ran. Luo Ran regarded the unfamiliar girl, rising to offer a respectful greeting. Just as she was about to speak, the girl approached and warmly grasped her hand. "Say, you must be Sister Luo, am I correct? I just went to assist my mother with the guests, and by the time I returned, you had already departed." Luo Ran tilted her head, observing her. The girl had exquisite features, her spirited eyes reminiscent of Uboyo, and combining that with her words, she sweetly said, "You must be Sister Wan?" Yuana nodded with delight. "So you do know me?" Luo Ran replied with a smile, "Brother Yu often speaks of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Sister Wan, you are indeed lovely." The Yu family was known for their generous and straightforward nature, and Yu Wanhe was no exception. She pouted playfully, "Let us not exaggerate. It's a miracle my brother doesn't speak ill of me behind my back, let alone praise me. However, he hasn't lied about one thing. You truly are gentle as water. No wonder he always advises me to be more composed." Luo Ran felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. "I rather wish to be as lively and radiant as Sister Wan." Yuana shook her head. "Oh, do not emulate me. I am constantly scolded by my mother and brother. I have longed to meet you since the end of last year, but with my grandmother's declining health, I did not visit any guests this year, and it is only now that I have this opportunity to see you. Hearing your few words just now confirmed what my brother has said. You are indeed different from others." Luo Ran, flattered by the praise, replied, "It is merely a matter of empathy." It was then that Yu Wanhe recalled that this young girl before her had lost her mother just 2 months after her birth, leaving her with no memory of her mother's visage. Though her father had also passed away, he had nonetheless accompanied her for many years, and after death, he received honors from the court, unlike her own situation. As she contemplated this, her heart swelled with compassion for Luo Ran, as if they were long-lost friends. Their bond deepening. "What secrets are you two whispering about?" Shen Shiqing burst in with fervor, seizing the cup of tea before Luo Ran and downing it in one gulp, then carelessly wiping her lips with her sleeve. Her maid, Bai Chui, stood frozen with a hand holding a handkerchief suspended in midair, caught between laughter and tears. "Miss, if Madame finds out, she will surely scold you," she remarked. Shen Shiqing waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, do hurry outside. I wish to speak with Wan He and my cousin without interruption." Bai Chui had no choice but to leave with a forlorn expression. Retreating to join the other maids beside Yu Wan He outside the pavilion. Yu Wan He and Shen Shiqing were of the same age, with Wan He being just a few days older. They had always addressed each other by their first names. "Shiqing, where have you been? Why did I not see you when you arrived?" Yu Wan He inquired. Shen Shiqing's eyes sparkled mischievously as she smirked, tilting her chin towards a distance. glancing at Luo Ran, and replied, I went to run an errand for someone. Chapter 69. Can I eat you? Help me? Luo Ran pointed at her own nose, perplexed as to what she had requested her cousin's assistance with. However, as she gazed in the indicated direction, a sudden realization dawned upon her. No wonder she had only seen her grandmother in the room earlier, while her aunt and cousin were conspicuously absent. It turned out they were indeed aiding her. The shadows of the trees danced gracefully as Wang and Yuan Shi stood on the opposite bank of the stream. Due to the low terrain and the pavilion's cover, their view was obscured, rendering them unable to see clearly. Suddenly, Luo Ran noticed Wang whispering something to Yuan Shi, who lowered her head, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. After a moment, she slowly nodded, prompting an immediate smile to blossom on Wang's face. Realizing the implication, Luo Ran discerned that her father's marriage proposal was likely to succeed. Gratefully, she took Shen Shiqing's hand and declared, Whatever my cousin desires, I shall certainly procure it for you. Shen Shiqing's lively eyes sparkled as she replied, I wish to accompany you and elder brother to Jiangnan. Luo Ran paused for a moment. If it truly meant going to Jiangnan, she would be more than willing to join her cousin. However, she found herself hesitating. Yu Wanhe, observing Luo Ran's dilemma while Shen Shiqing persisted, couldn't help but chuckle. What riddle are you two playing? I am utterly lost. With a mischievous grin, Shen Shiqing retorted, You need not comprehend. Just prepare to enjoy the wedding feast when the time comes. And it must be Luo Ran who personally sends you the invitation. Isn't that right, Luo Ran? Yu Wanhe was startled, mistakenly presuming they discussed Luo Ran's marriage. Yet, upon seeing Luo Ran's nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any shyness, she regarded the two with suspicion. Luo Ran rolled her eyes and shot a glare at Shen Shiqing, then linked arms with Yu Wanhe, saying, Sister Wan, do not heed my cousin's nonsense. However, I can certainly send you an invitation. Once the weather warms, let us venture to the countryside for a spring outing. Having been granted a second chance at life, she yearned to reclaim the joy she had lost in her previous existence. Yu Wanhe readily agreed. Very well, I shall look forward to it. Shen Shiqing pouted. I do not care. You promised me just now. You must speak to elder brother on my behalf. Luo Ran suddenly felt a headache approaching. As the trio continued their playful banter, a young maid rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, Miss, so this is where you are? The madam is looking for you. Yu Wanhe, puzzled, responded, Mother, did I not just come from her side? The maid shook her head, anxiously stating, It is the Princess Anjing and Miss Fu who have gotten into a quarrel. The madam requests you to intervene immediately. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanhe sprang to her feet. Shen Shiqing and Luo Ran chorused, You should go check on them. Yu Wanhe replied, Very well, I shall see what is amiss. You two carry on. She turned and hurried away. Once Yu Wanhe departed, Shen Shiqing resumed her persistent pleas to Luo Ran regarding their journey to Jiangnan. The two were engrossed in their joyous commotion, oblivious to the arrival of others, until Yu Qing deliberately cleared her throat loudly, prompting Luo Ran to regain her focus, only to find several individuals had entered the pavilion. Yu Boyo, a seasoned military man, bore a sun-kissed complexion that did not detract from his handsomeness. The Yu family members possessed thick brows and large eyes, exuding an air of integrity and sincerity. Shiqing, what mischief are you up to now? You mustn't bully Luo Ran. Yu Boyo was the first to speak, smiling as he did so. Yu Wanhe and Shen Shiqing had been close friends since childhood, and their families maintained a close relationship. Moreover, given that Yu Boyo was a subordinate of Lord Lauda, he was particularly familiar with Luo Ran, allowing for a more casual conversation. Shen Shiqing turned to glance at the two beside her, a slight frown creasing her brow, seemingly displeased that Yu Boyo had brought them along. Noticing her discontent, Yu Boyo scratched his head, feeling somewhat coerced. Lu Jiuqin chuckled lightly, inquiring, Is it that Miss Shen does not welcome us? Shen Shiqing lowered her gaze to smooth her garments, responding in a nonchalant manner. How could I dare? The implication was unmistakable. At that moment, Luo Ran also rose to greet the group with a respectful bow, saying, This humble girl pays her respects to His Highness, the young prince, and to Master Fu. Shen Shiqing reluctantly stepped forward to bow as well. Fu Jinan acknowledged her, seemingly indifferent to the two, as he casually sought out a stone bench to sit upon, stretching his long legs lazily, inadvertently blocking Luo Ran in the innermost part of the pavilion. Behind Luo Ran was a small stream, and with the figure of this man obstructing half of her way, she found herself with barely enough space to maneuver, the corridor to her right being just wide enough for a single person. Following suit, Lu Jiuchen sat down beside Fu Jinan, and Yu Boyo had no choice but to join them, gesturing for Shun Shiqing to take a seat on his left. Observing the back of the man before her, Luo Ran contemplated her escape. However, she could either brush closely against his back or traverse over his legs, both options proving impossible as she stubbornly stood her ground. Fu Jinan let out a barely perceptible sigh, saying, "Please sit down. With so many of us here, can we truly consume you?" Luo Ran nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Aside from the beauty behind her, the only other option for seating was his lap. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Fu Jinan deliberately chuckled, patting his own thigh with a teasing remark. "If you wish to sit here, you are welcome to." Luo Ran's face flushed crimson, casting him a furtive glare before she settled down against the pillar, her back straightened. Yet, the more she attempted to maintain her composure, the more casually Fu Jinan seemed to behave, leaning slightly towards Lu Jiuchen while speaking, giving the impression that a significant part of him was leaning against Luo Ran. She dared not even breathe too deeply, fearful of inadvertently absorbing his imposing aura. Seeing Luo Ran finally seated, Shun Shiqing took her place beside Yu Boyo, her eyes darting curiously towards him, as if to inquire, "How did you end up mingling with these two devils?" Yu Boyo wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately pouring a cup of tea and sliding it towards her, asking, "What were you discussing just now?" Shun Shiqing lifted the cup casually, responding, "Oh, it's nothing. My elder brother plans to take Ran to cousin." Luo Ran abruptly interrupted. Shun Shiqing looked up at her, and the other three turned their attention towards her as well. With a faint blush on her cheeks and a hint of awkwardness in her tone, Luo Ran urged, "You all should try this tea. Sister once specifically had it brought over for us. It's quite delightful." "Oh, is that so? Then I must indulge." Lu Jiuchen lifted the teacup to taste, but after a second sip, his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. "What is the matter?" Yu Boyo inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. "Today marks a gathering at the residence. Could it be that some of the servants have become quite flustered?" Lifting the cup of tea, I took a sip and curiously glanced at Luo Ran. Shun Shiqing had been too engrossed in her playful antics to indulge in the tea. Observing the reactions from the two, she took a sip herself and remarked, "Isn't this just ordinary pu'er? Why do you both wear such expressions?" Luo Ran quickly exchanged a covert wink with her cousin and replied, "Ordinary? This tea feels anything but ordinary to me. I find it delightful." Receiving her cue, Shun Shiqing nodded in agreement. "Oh, indeed, not ordinary at all. I have never tasted such exquisite pu'er before." Lu Jiuchen and Yu Boyo exchanged glances, both looking towards the individual who was savoring the tea with utmost seriousness, the very person who had orchestrated its arrival. Chapter 70. Not good for your health. Fu Jinan merely lowered his head to savor his tea, remaining silent, which rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Haha. Lu Jiuchen could not help but chuckle a couple of times. Surely, you two are not that sensitive. If this were spread, one might think the Emperor is mistreating the Marquis and Lord Shun. He nudged the person beside him, who was still bowing their head, gently shaking the teacup in their hand, and continued, "You should tell your royal uncle that there is no need to mention Lord Shun. The Crown Prince sends him an abundance of fine tea every year. The Marquis is a distinguished contributor to our great gene. How can it be that his residence lacks even such common pu'er tea?" Luo Ran quickly interjected, "Your Highness has misunderstood. I consume green tea more frequently in Jiangnan, so upon tasting pu'er, I find it rather agreeable." Lu Jiuchen elongated his tone, about to say more when he suddenly noticed Fu Jinan turn his head, staring at Luo Ran for a brief moment before stating, "You cannot drink tea, especially pu'er. It is detrimental to your health." Cough, cough, cough. Shun Shiqing nearly spat out her tea, choking incessantly. Meanwhile, the unwitting instigator continued to instruct the maid outside. "Go inquire if the kitchen has any warm milk. Bring a bowl for Miss Luo. It It's chilly, and milk is good for the body. The last sentence was directed at Luo Ran. Luo Ran furrowed her brow, glaring at him in indignation. Fu Jinan appeared both helpless and indulgent as he said, "Be good, listen to me." Bang! Shen Shiqing could no longer contain herself. She waved away the hand of Yuboyo that was patting her back, stating, "Your Highness, brother Yu, I apologize, but my mother and grandmother are waiting for us. We must take our leave." She then turned to Fu Jinan and added, "I would appreciate it if you could step aside. You are blocking my cousin's way." Fu Jinan's expression turned cold, while Yuboyo, somewhat concerned, gently called out, "Shiqing." Ignoring him, Shen Shiqing continued to fix her gaze on Fu Jinan. He chuckled lightly and turned to her, asking meaningfully, "Am I obstructing your path?" Luo Ran rose, her dark lashes casting a shadow over her eyes, concealing her emotions. She slightly bowed and said softly, "Thank you, Master Fu, for your kind consideration." Fu Jinan remained silent, merely observing her. The young lady's skin was exquisite. Just the sight of her forehead, fair and tender, made one yearn to take a bite. Neither spoke. Luo Ran maintained a respectful posture. Yuboyo intended to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Lu Jiuchen. After a brief pause, Fu Jinan suddenly retracted his long leg, allowing a gap of about a foot between him and the pavilion post, stating, "Miss Luo, please." Luo Ran glanced at the space and replied, "Thank you, Master Fu." She then gently sidestepped, attempting to manage her skirt as she passed. Unbeknownst to her, whether by intent or accident, just as she was about to leave, he turned, and his knee inadvertently brushed against her thigh. Though separated by layers of clothing, it still made her shiver slightly. Fortunately, Shen Shiqing was busy supporting her from the front, allowing the two to finally depart. Yuboyo observed the retreating figures of the two young maidens with a tinge of reluctance, and remarked, "Brother Fu, my sister Ran has always been timid. If she has erred in any way, I hope you will be forgiving." Fu Jinan cast a glance at him and smiled. "I almost forgot. Hengji has been in Jiangnan for 4 or 5 years, hasn't he?" Hengji, the courtesy name of Yuboyo, nodded with a smile in response. "Indeed. During my time in Jiangnan, I owe much to the esteemed champion Marquis. Otherwise, my journey back to the capital would not have been so smooth." Fu Jinan nodded and suddenly said, "Hengji is not a child anymore. Has the Duke of Yongding arranged a betrothal for you?" Yuboyo paused momentarily and, with a wry smile, replied, "I have only just returned. There is no way it would happen so quickly." Fu Jinan's lips curled slightly as he said, "If Hengji has intentions, it would be wise to have the Duke propose to the Shen family soon. Otherwise, I fear you may regret it when it is too late." Hearing this, Yuboyo felt a surge of anxiety. For years, he had harbored affection for that lively and adorable young girl and wished to marry her sooner. However, being in Jiangnan, he could not bear to have her leave her home at such a tender age, which is why he had delayed until now. Just as he was about to inquire further, he overheard Lu Jiuchen leisurely remarking, "I have heard that the emperor intends to select candidates for the palace this autumn. Given that the crown prince is not so young anymore. Lord Shun is also half a mentor to the crown prince. Boyo, you must act swiftly." Yuboyo quickly stood and bowed, expressing his gratitude to both. Upon exiting the pavilion, Fu Jinan lightly brushed his lips with his tongue and instructed, "Changing, find out where Shun Yuji intends to take her." He was not oblivious to Shen Shiqing's insinuation earlier. If someone intended to take her away right under his nose, he would need to see whether he was amenable to that. Lu Jiuchen shook his head with a TSK. "Oh dear, is someone feeling anxious?" Fu Jinan zmirked. "The one who ought to be anxious is not me." Leaving the pavilion, Luo Ran felt anything but relieved. Instead, her heart was filled with unease. Based on Fu Jinan's demeanor during their previous encounters, he seemed utterly unconcerned about their relationship being discovered, and there was a subtle implication that he wanted others to know. It was akin to that day at the foot of Fahua Temple, where he had deliberately displayed affection to let his cousin be aware. Today was no different. Shen Shiqing had been watching her ever since she emerged, as if intent on scrutinizing her. Furthermore, that little maid had mentioned that Princess Anjing had a confrontation with Miss Fu. What could have transpired? Luo Ran uncomfortably avoided her cousin's gaze, striving to change the topic. However, Shen Shiqing was not easily sidetracked, crossing her arms and leaning against the tree. Ran, you will not evade this today. If you do not clarify your relationship with that Lord Fu, I shall inform our grandmother. Luo Ran, caught between laughter and tears, clung to her cousin's arm and pleaded. Cousin, I have only just returned to the capital a few months ago. How could I possibly have any connection with him? I have scarcely exchanged a few words with him. Shen Shiqing looked at her with suspicion. Then why did he just act so? She hesitated, wanted to say affectionately, but refraining for the sake of her cousin's reputation. Luo Ran, pretending to ponder, suddenly tightened her grip on her arm and asked, Cousin, do you think he could be seeking revenge on me? Shen Shiqing straightened up and inquired, Why would that be? Luo Ran blinked her eyes and said, Consider this. I have severed ties with the Fu family. Although they have not openly expressed their discontent, they must surely feel a loss of face behind closed doors. Otherwise, how could Fu Mingzhu have dared to throw hot tea at me during Luo Rushiwe's coming-of-age ceremony? As for Fu Jinan, being the eldest son of the Fu family, even if rumors suggest a strained relationship with the Duke of Jinyiwei, it remains a private matter. In public, they must maintain their dignity, especially individuals of their stature. Speaking of the incident at the coming-of-age ceremony, Shen Shiqing couldn't help but feel remorse. It's all my father's fault. If he hadn't punished me by forbidding me to go out, would Fu Mingzhu have dared to bully you so? Yes, you are absolutely right. They are not of the same ilk. They are all utterly shameless. The more she spoke, the more indignant Shen Shiqing became, ultimately dragging Luo Ran away in a huff. Luo Ran nearly stumbled from the force, hurriedly asking, Cousin, where are you taking me? Chapter 71. The marriage proposal. As Shen Shiqing walked, she explained, You may not be aware of Princess Anjing. She is the younger sister of that young Prince Qing, the niece of the current emperor. Recently, she has been attending to the ailing empress in the palace. However, she is quite different from her brother. Aside from her slightly fiery temperament, she poses no significant issues. Fu Mingzhu is most fearful of her. We have yet to avenge our previous grievances. If not now, then when? How could I have overlooked this? Had I left earlier, I would have avoided encountering those individuals. Shen Shiqing lamented not having followed Yu Wanha's departure. Luo Ran smiled wryly. Cousin, does this not amount to overpowering the weak? Aren't we blatantly taking advantage of Princess Anjing? Shen Shiqing turned to her, regarding her with a bemused expression. Are you truly that naive? This cannot possibly be deemed overpowering the weak. You will understand shortly. There are plenty of pretentious simpletons in the capital like Fu Mingzhu. Furthermore, how can we be said to be taking advantage? We are clearly assisting her. Luo Ran was at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. Content as long as Shen Shiqing did not press her regarding that individual. However, upon their arrival, the gathering had already dispersed. In a nearby pavilion, young ladies were still engaged in composing poetry, contrasting sharply with the silence surrounding them. Shen Shiqing approached a girl of about 14 or 15 years, with round eyes and a plump face, and loudly inquired, Lu Yuan, I heard you just had a scuffle with Fu Mingzhu. How'd it go? Were you at a disadvantage? The girl named Lu Yuan glared up at her. Shen Shiqing, can't you speak properly? When have you ever seen this princess unable to handle that insufferable girl? Shen Shiqing released Luo Ran's hand and leaned in closer to Lu Yuan, scrutinizing her. Just as Lu Yuan raised her hand to push her away, Shen Shiqing deftly evaded, grinning. If you won, why are you sitting here? Why not join them? She gestured towards the pavilion. Lu Yuan pouted. All that talk of spring and autumn, love and flowers, it's utterly dull. Why don't you go if you're so curious? Shen Shiqing then pulled Luo Ran over, saying, This is my cousin. We just encountered your brother over there and exchanged a few words, which caused us to miss the spectacle. Lu Yuan glanced at Luo Ran, about to turn away, but then did a double take, staring at her in astonishment. Luo Ran, confused, curtsied. This humble girl has met the princess. Lu Yuan waved her hand dismissively and, lowering her voice, asked Shen Shiqing, Do you harbor a grudge against your cousin? Though she spoke softly, it seemed intended for Luo Ran's ears. Shen Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. Why do you ask? Lu Yuan appraised Luo Ran from head to toe, her eyes filled with sympathy. You dare to bring such a beautiful girl before my brother? It can only mean you have a grudge. who in the capital is unaware of Prince Qing's notorious flirtations. It is said that he seeks to acquire anything deemed beautiful. Shen Shiqing contemplated the earlier scene and glanced at her charming cousin, nodding in agreement. She speaks the truth. From now on, I must remain by your side whenever we venture out. Luo Ran could only smile helplessly. Lu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, Ran? Could it be that you are the renowned Luo Ran? Luo Ran looked at her with curiosity. Shen Shiqing, standing by, interjected, Indeed, she is my cousin Luo Ran. Isn't she lovely? She spoke with considerable pride. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan scrutinized Luo Ran from head to toe, then shook her head, clucking her tongue. She is indeed beautiful. But what a pity. A pity for what? Must you always speak in half sentences? Shen Shiqing echoed the question that Luo Ran also wished to ask. Lu Yuan continued to shake her head, muttering about the pity. Luo Ran smiled gently. Did the princess know me before? Lu Yuan shook her head, then nodded. Shen Shiqing, growing impatient, urged, Stop just shaking your head and nodding. We are asking you a question. Lu Yuan responded to Luo Ran's earlier inquiry. I did not know you before, but soon the entire capital will recognize you. Shen Shiqing pinched her. You little rascal. How come you become so inarticulate after just a few days? Speak plainly. What is going on? Lu Yuan quickly dodged, rubbing her arm, and said, Yesterday, the wife of the Duke of Jinyiwei entered the palace to seek an audience with my grandmother, requesting her to bestow a marriage upon my brother Jinan. Bestow a marriage? Shen Shiqing frowned. What does this have to do with Ran? Luo Ran's heart raced, and as if on cue, Lu Yuan continued. Because the marriage is to be bestowed upon my brother Jinan and this sister Ran. What? Shen Shiqing exclaimed in shock. Luo Ran's body also swayed slightly. It took Shen Shiqing a moment to absorb this revelation. She then hurriedly reassured the pale-faced Luo Ran, gripping Lu Yuan's arm tightly. What did the Empress Dowager say? Though Lu Yuan's arm ached from her grip, she could not disregard the frightened expressions on the faces of her cousins and endured. My grandmother has not yet agreed. She mentioned that she had just called off the engagement with her younger brother and would not bestow a marriage to an elder brother, as such a practice is not customary in Dajin. With a sigh of relief, Luo Ran finally caught her breath, yet she felt a chilling sensation creeping down her spine. Those two simple words had already drenched her clothes in sweat. Shen Shiqing also exhaled, complaining, Can you not articulate your thoughts in one go? Must you induce a heart attack? Lu Yuan, rubbing her arm in annoyance, replied, Who knew you would be so terrified? Shen Shiqing shot her a glare. Go ask around. Who wouldn't he be afraid of marrying that devil? Only then did she realize her blunder, quickly covering her mouth and casting wary glances around. Lu Yuan could not help but chuckle. Look at your cowardice. My brother Jinan may have a bit of a temper, but he is certainly better than that fool Fu Xiang, right? Shen Shiqing huffed. Let us not compare. Fu Xiang is merely a fool, but the person you mentioned is a demon. They are not the same. Luo Ran could not help but nod in agreement. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, upon hearing such news, she would have merely felt a twinge of worry. However, after her brief encounters with that person, she realized he was akin to a venomous snake. Whoever comes into contact with him is doomed. Lu Yuan had always maintained a good relationship with Shen Shiqing, though their interactions often involved playful teasing. She had indeed been somewhat intentional in her earlier provocation. However, upon seeing the beautiful sister before her, a wave of fear washed over her, accompanied by a hint of regret. She took Luo Ran's hand and said, I apologize, Sister Ran. I had no idea you were so afraid of Brother Jinan. I promise I won't say such things again. Lu Yuan, a year younger than Luo Ran, possessed a charming innocence, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkling with vivacity. As she playfully tugged at Luo Ran's hand, it was impossible for her to remain upset. Yet, a trace of concern lingered regarding the earlier conversation. It's all right, but it seemed Lu Yuan anticipated the question that was about to arise. Without a moment's hesitation, she added, However, Sister Ran, if you truly do not wish to marry Brother Jinan, it would be wise to make preparations early. Luo Ran's heart raced at this revelation. Chapter 72. Brother, why don't you marry Sister Ran? Lu Yuan, oblivious to Luo Ran's pale visage, continued. Although grandmother did not agree with the Duchess of Jinghua, she did not entirely refuse either, merely suggesting to discuss it later. In truth, she wishes to ascertain Brother Jinin's thoughts on the matter. Therefore, what I mean is, whether to marry or not, it is not up to the Duchess of Jinghua, nor does it rest with my grandmother. It is Brother Jinin's decision that truly matters. Shun Shiqing recalled the behavior of that person moments ago and remarked, "My cousin has just returned to the capital. While her beauty may surpass others, her talents surely do not match the renowned young ladies of the city. The commander likely would not fancy Ran, would he?" Her tone was noticeably lacking in conviction. "That may not be the case. Who does not appreciate beauty? Just look at my brother, and you shall understand," replied Luo Ran, her cheeks flushing at the thought of her flirtatious brother. Shun Shiqing comforted Luo Ran. Ran, do not heed the nonsense of the princess. The young Prince Qing can charm even the most ordinary beauty from the streets. Yet I have not heard of the commander showing interest in any particular lady. There are countless beautiful women in the capital. He surely would not favor you." Luo Ran smiled bitterly, aware that she was unlikely to garner his affection. Yet she could not deny the unpredictability of that person. Throughout the rest of the banquet, Luo Ran remained somewhat distracted, finally enduring until the gathering concluded and everyone returned to their residences. Yuana noticed Luo Ran's absent-mindedness and wished to offer comfort, but found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she said, "Shiqing, Ran, do not forget our promise to go for a spring outing in a few days." Upon hearing this, Luo Ran exclaimed, "When did you make such plans? Why was I not informed?" Shun Shiqing replied, "We haven't sent out the invitations yet. Just wait a bit, as if I could forget you." Luo Ran pouted and, linking her arm with Luo Ran's, whispered, "Sister Ran, do not worry too much. I shall inquire and let you know any news immediately." Luo Ran offered a grateful yet bittersweet smile. "Thank you, Your Highness." Luo Ran, slightly displeased, responded, "Do not call me Your Highness all the time. It sounds so distant. Both Shiqing and Wanha call me Yuan. You should also do the same." Luo Ran complied. "All right, Yuan, farewell." After parting, they each boarded their carriages. As Luo Ran turned back, she spotted her elder brother emerging from the Marquis's residence, waving. "Elder brother, are you returning home? Come with us." Just as Luo Ran, who had just settled into her carriage, heard the voice, she instinctively glanced back, only catching a glimpse of a dark garment before retreating into the carriage as if pursued. Luo Ran followed Fu Jinin's gaze and, with a playful twinkle in her eye, sweetly said, "Brother Jinin, come here. I have a secret to share." Fu Jinan, typically aloof towards other women, displayed a rare degree of patience with his sister, Lu Jiuchun. He stepped closer to the carriage and replied coolly, "What is it?" Luo Ran leaned halfway out of the carriage, glancing at the distant Luo family carriage, and whispered, "I just saw you secretly watching Sister Ran. Do you like her?" Fu Jinan raised an eyebrow and lightly flicked her forehead. "What do you know of liking, little girl?" Luo Ran pressed her forehead, pouting in annoyance. "Of course I know. It's just like how, although today is the first time I meet Sister Ran, I took a liking to her at first sight. We even agreed to go for an outing together in a few days." Fu Jinan lowered his gaze and replied nonchalantly, seemingly uninterested. Luo Ran glanced at her older brother beside her, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Brother, Jinan says he doesn't like Sister Ran, but I do. How about you marry Sister Ran and let her be my sister-in-law?" Lu Jiuqing nearly stumbled down the steps, feeling the icy glare from someone nearby. He hurriedly shoved his sister back into the carriage and, with a stern expression, admonished, "Young lady, how can you shout so loudly in public? Just wait until we get home. I will definitely tell Mother to teach you some manners." Unfazed, Luo Ran continued to grumble, "I don't care. I just like Sister Ran. If you don't marry her, I'll get second brother to marry her." The second brother she referred to was none other than the crown prince. Outside the carriage, Lu Jiuqing felt like bowing down to this little ancestor. He kicked the coachman and scolded, "What are you staring at? The princess is already in the carriage. Why aren't you driving? Be careful, or I'll have your skin." Fu Jinan observed his animated demeanor and leisurely stretched his wrist. "Jiuqing, it's been a while since we sparred. Let us go. Accompany me for a bit." With that, he mounted his horse and departed. Lu Jiuqing wanted to weep, but had no tears, hastily mounting his horse to chase after him, shouting, "Brother, sir, ancestor, can you please ignore that little girl's nonsense?" Inside the carriage, Lu Yuanyuan wore a mischievous smile, eager to share her discovery with Sister Ran. In the dimly lit chamber, only specks of sunlight filtered through above, mingling with fine dust to create beams of light. Lu Jiuqing sat on the ground, panting heavily, his hairpin askew and clothes slightly disheveled, his open collar revealing his heaving chest. No one knew that the renowned dandy prince of the capital possessed considerable martial skills. Meanwhile, Fu Jinan merely had a few beads of sweat on his forehead, his breath slightly hurried. He was lost in thought, his head bowed as he flexed his wrist. Once Lu Jiuqing regained his composure, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "I say, what madness is this? You can't possibly be falling for that girl, can you? It was just one night together. Surely the esteemed commander of the Jinyiwei wouldn't be so devoted, right?" "Ha ha!" Lu Jiuqing laughed so hard he could hardly straighten up. Fu Jinan lifted his eyelids to glance at him, saying, "I'm merely curious why that old fellow Fu insists on marrying her." Lu Jiuqing ceased his laughter, frowning in contemplation, then clumsily got to his feet, draping an arm over Fu Jinan's shoulder, whispering, "Do you think Luo Ran could be Fu Yi's illegitimate daughter?" Fu Jinan regarded him for a moment, his thin lips moving as he quietly uttered a single word, "Scram." Ah. Lu Jiuqing, noting the look in his eyes, promptly removed his arm and took 2 steps back, ensuring his safety before grinning. Impossible. If that were true, wouldn't Shi and that fool Fu Xing be siblings? Fu Jinan ignored him and turned to walk into the shadows, her voice drifting back. "I have just captured a significant spy from Dawan. I would appreciate it if the young prince could assist in the interrogation." "Hey!" Lu Jiuqing's heart jolted, and he hurriedly pursued her, but alas, it was too late. The heavy iron door had already slammed shut. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, ultimately resigning himself to walk in another direction. Meanwhile, Luo Ran returned to the residence, her heart still restless. After much contemplation, she summoned Chunyu and, after imparting a few instructions, felt somewhat relieved. Chapter 73. Miss Luo truly knows how to play, as the visit to the Yongding Marquis' residence had left the matriarch quite fatigued. The customary greetings were excused for the day. After dining, Luo Ran retired early for the night. The following morning, she awoke feeling somewhat rejuvenated. After her morning rituals, Jinyiwei entered with a bundle, announcing, "Miss, everything is prepared." Luo Ran nodded. "Place it down for now. We shall load it onto the carriage shortly. Today, you and Zizhu will accompany me. You, Qing, remain at home to tend to the courtyard." Qing responded affirmatively. "Yes, miss, you may rest assured." After breakfast, they proceeded to Ningfu Courtyard. They arrived just in time, as the matriarch had also just finished her meal. Luo Rushiwei was accompanying her in conversation when she noticed Luo Ran's entrance. Momentarily startled, she averted her gaze, pretending not to see. Luo Ran paid it no mind, greeting them before taking a seat nearby. Before long, others began to arrive. Li Shi suddenly remarked, "Ranner, I hear you had a delightful conversation with Prince Qing yesterday." Upon hearing this, the entire room turned their attention to her. A subtle smile graced Luo Ran's lips. Thinking to herself how this second aunt never missed an opportunity to cast shadows on her character, she raised her head and inquired with a smile, "From whom did you hear this?" Li Shi glanced at the matriarch, noting her lowered eyelids and apparent displeasure, and her tone became more cheerful. "With so many people at the Yongding Marquis' residence yesterday, surely numerous witnesses saw it. Do you still wish to deny it, Ranner?" Unable to contain herself, Luo Ran let out a soft laugh. Li Shi, slightly displeased, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Luo Ran tilted her head, her smile innocent and disarming. "I find it amusing that my second aunt, at such an age, still chooses to believe in hearsay." Just as Li Shi was about to respond, Luo Ran continued, "Surely the messenger to you must have mentioned that not only did I meet Prince Qing, but we also lingered in the pavilion for a cup of tea." Li Shi covered her mouth with a chuckle, turning to the matriarch. "Mother, see, this time the daughter-in-law has not spoken falsely, has she?" Luo Rushue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Luo Ran, her expression one of grievance, since sister is familiar with Prince Qing. Why did you merely stand by and watch as I was bullied by Princess Anjing? Does my suffering bring you joy, sister? Luo Ran turned her gaze to the matriarch, who slowly responded, Ranner, you are the esteemed daughter of our marquis household. Your every action reflects upon the Luo family. You must set a good example for your younger siblings, do not. Grandmother, Luo Ran interjected, have I committed any act that tarnishes our family's reputation? Li Shi scoffed. Did you not just admit to clandestine interactions with Prince Qing? Everyone knows who he is. How can you be so reckless with your reputation? What will become of your sister's prospects for marriage? Luo Ran was almost amused by the absurdity. Aunt, on what basis do you make such claims? I do not know who Prince Qing is, but I suggest you ensure you understand the matter clearly before making such statements. Then she rose and knelt before the matriarch, saying, Grandmother, I did indeed encounter the young Prince Qing yesterday, but we are not acquainted and exchanged not a single word. As for the pavilion, I arrived there first with my cousin and sister Wan. Later, sister Wan was called away, and coincidentally, brother Yu, Prince Qing, and Lord Fu passed by and entered the pavilion for a cup of tea. My cousin and I then departed. If you doubt my words, you may inquire. Many witnessed the event. Furthermore, regarding my second sister's claim that Princess Anjin bullied her, I heard that it was Fu Mingzhu who first spoke disrespectfully to the princess. Rather than dissuading her, my second sister fanned the flames, which led to the quarrel between the princess and Miss Fu. You speak nonsense, Luo Rushue cried sharply. Luo Ran replied innocently, I merely heard this. As for its veracity, let my second sister and second aunt discern it themselves. Additionally, when second aunt mentioned the importance of reputation, it reminded me of the events during my second sister's coming-of-age ceremony. I wonder if second aunt and my second sister still recall? Li and Luo Rushue turned pale, and the matriarch's expression turned cold. Luo Ran feigned ignorance and stood, saying, By the way, grandmother, today I promised father I would go to the market to find him a pen, so I shall not trouble you further. The matriarch cast a cold glance at Li and said, Very well, you may go. The sooner you return, the better. Luo Ran curtsied and turned to leave, only to hear Luo Rushue's aggrieved voice behind her. She paid it no mind. Once in the carriage, Jinyiwei opened the carefully prepared bundle, revealing a set of men's garments. A rich sapphire blue brocade embroidered with ink-gray cranes, elegant and ethereal. Beside it lay a jade hairpin of a deep green hue, unadorned except for a simple cloud motif carved along its tail, understated yet extraordinary. There were also a belt, a jade pendant, black boots, and even a folding fan. Luo Ran couldn't help but smile. You prepared quite thoroughly. Of course, Jinyiwei replied. I arranged it according to the latest styles in the capital. Luo Ran nodded. Very well. Help me change. Yes. Jinyiwei adjusted the curtain and swiftly got to work. Before long, a dashing young gentleman with a jade-like visage appeared before her. Jinyiwei clasped her hands to her face, eyes wide with admiration. Miss, you are simply stunning. If you go out like this, the young ladies on the street will surely swarm to you. Luo Ran was pleased with her appearance. Her spirits lifted, and she playfully opened the fan and teased Jinyiwei. Fair maiden, might you be available for marriage? Jinyiwei shook her head vigorously. No, no. Please take me as your servant. Seeing you possess some charm, I shall reluctantly allow you to be my ink maiden. Luo Ran declared with a proud tilt of her exquisitely shaped chin, embodying the demeanor of a charming young lord. Jinyiwei nodded eagerly. I thank you for your gracious favor. The master and servant shared hearty laughter in the carriage. At the street corner, Changing stood awkwardly, turning to a stoic figure and saying, Sir, that is the carriage of the Marquis of Champion. Fu Jinan said nothing and turned to leave. Changying wiped the sweat from his forehead, silently contemplating. Miss Luo certainly knows how to indulge. The carriage once again entered Osmanthus Alley, coming to a halt before the entrance of Ichuan Pavilion. The morning of March retained a certain chill, and a woman, clad in revealing attire and draped in a fluffy shawl, stood yawning at the door, exuding a sense of ennui. Indeed, such establishments come alive at night. Few seek the charms of the flowers so early in the day. Therefore, when she noticed Luo Ran disembarking, The woman merely lazily lifted her eyelids for a fleeting glance, only to close them again upon recognizing a young gentleman who appeared barely of age. At that moment, Chunyu, disguised as a servant, steadied the young lady before stepping forward to address the woman leaning against the doorframe. "Hey, we have guests. Aren't you going to welcome them?" Chunyu intentionally adopted a coarse tone. The woman, hearing the voice, opened her eyes once more, scrutinized Chunyu, and then glanced at Luo Ran, before chuckling lightly against her handkerchief. "Oh, it seems we have two young gentlemen. My, such a fiery disposition so early in the morning." Chunyu retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Is Miss Tao Hong in?" The woman pouted. Not much of a lady, yet quite the temper. With that, she sashayed her serpentine waist towards Luo Ran, playfully fluttering her handkerchief before her eyes, and leaned in to whisper, "My dear, we are all ladies here like yourself. If you seek a young escort, you must venture to the other street. Of course, should you wish to experience something different, I could certainly offer you some guidance." Her flirtatious gaze lingered, despite her attempts to conceal the slight swell beneath her attire. Chapter 74. I am the unmarried wife of the young prince, disguised as a man. Luo Ran was not the least bit angered when her true identity was uncovered. Instead, she smiled and said, "Sister, you are too kind. I am here to seek someone." "Seek someone?" The woman immediately became wary. In their line of work, it was not uncommon for wives to come looking for their husbands. Yet those women were often fierce or filled with sorrow. Unlike this young girl who was smiling as if this place were a delightful haven. The woman felt a twinge of pity and advised, "Little girl, it seems you are not yet married. Take my advice and return home. This is not a place for you. Moreover, what man does not have multiple wives? They are merely trifling affairs, not to be taken seriously. Go back and be a good bride." Luo Ran offered no explanation and instead replied, "Sister, you are correct. I am the young prince's betrothed, and I have come at his behest to find him. I hope you will assist me in relaying this message." "The young prince's fiancé, I have not heard of such a thing." The woman scrutinized Luo Ran, noting her graceful demeanor and striking appearance, which indeed seemed fitting. Luo Ran's expression turned cold. "Whether you have heard of me is inconsequential. If you wish to keep your establishment, I advise you to be prudent." Just as the woman began to smile, her waist was suddenly pressed against by something hard. Zhu, also clad as a servant, maintained a stoic expression and said, "If you wish to live, heed our young Mrs. words." With a resigned sigh, the woman responded, "Very well, I shall convey your message." After taking a couple of steps forward, she turned back and smiled enigmatically at Luo Ran. "Little girl, you are the first to dare threaten the Entwined courtyard." Luo Ran's heart raced, suspecting she had made an accurate deduction. Such places likely had a master of considerable status. Remembering the Lantern Festival, she surmised that under certain circumstances, one would not choose just any venue. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuqin, lost in a blissful slumber, was abruptly awakened. Enraged, he grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at the door. "Get out!" Rolling over to expose his muscular back, he attempted to return to sleep. The woman outside waited a moment, and seeing no movement, knocked again. "Young prince, your betrothed has arrived." Lu Jiuqin groggily opened his eyes and asked, "Who? My betrothed?" Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the door swung open, and a slender figure entered. Peering through the sheer curtain, Lu Jiuqin took a second look and exclaimed, "Who the hell are you?" Luo Ran approached the center table and sat down, letting out a soft laugh. "They say young Prince Qing spends his nights in revelry with the beautiful Tao Hong. Yet here you are, keeping an empty room. Damn it." Lu Jiuqin could not help but curse, hastily wrapping himself tightly in the quilt. He glared at the woman at the door and shouted, "Who the hell let you bring her in?" Seeing the young prince's anxious and fearful demeanor, the woman assumed Luo Ran truly was his betrothed and hurriedly closed the door and fled. Lu Jiuqin stood in a daze, recovering his composure as he gazed at the figure on the ground, reproaching her in a somewhat exaggerated manner. "What are you, a young lady, doing in a place like this? Do you not care for your reputation?" Luo Ran, with her head lowered, toyed with the cup on the table, bitterly curling her lips. "In your view, does it seem I still possess a reputation worth salvaging?" Lu Jiuqin chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose in embarrassment, and replied, "You cannot say that. If you wish for Yin Hui to take responsibility, he may not necessarily refuse. Luo Ran lifted her gaze, fixating on the bed curtains. So you are indeed aware of everything? Lu Jiuqin was taken aback. So you are fishing for my words? Luo Ran responded, there is no need for that. I have come today to ask a favor of the young prince. Lu Jiuqin leaned back against the bed, wrapping himself securely in the covers. Speak. What is it? Luo Ran stated, I wish to see Fu Jinan. What? Lu Jiuqin sprang up, realizing the blanket was insufficiently large, and promptly sat back down, a look of disbelief on his face. You went through all this trouble just to see him? Before Luo Ran could respond, the door swung open, and Chong Ying stood outside, half-turned, gesturing for her to enter. Miss Luo, Lord Fu requests your presence. Luo Ran raised an eyebrow, standing to bow towards the bed. I beg your pardon for disturbing your dreams, young prince. It was rude of me, and I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. With that, she elegantly departed, leaving Lu Jiuqin dumbfounded on the bed. Chong Ying stole a glance at him, suppressing a laugh as he exited. Lu Jiuqin surveyed the now quiet room, momentarily convinced he had been dreaming, and slapped himself lightly. Ouch. Finally, he covered his face and muttered, Are they conspiring against me as a couple? This is bad. He smacked his forehead and quickly got up to dress. Meanwhile, Luo Ran was escorted to the innermost private room on the second floor. Stepping inside and surveying her surroundings, everything felt familiar. She promptly seated herself by the window, gazing at the man across from her, smiling sweetly. My lord. Just as she called out to him, Lu Jiuqin burst through the door, panting. Fu Jinan's gaze fell upon the two of them, and with an ambiguous tone, he remarked, A fiancé who is yet to cross the threshold. Lu Jiuqin's brow twitched, and he clasped his fists towards Luo Ran, pleading, My lady, do say something. Say what? Luo Ran blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Say something. What is it that you wish to explain to this esteemed being? How could I possibly know that you are my fiancé? But now you do know, don't you? Lu Jiuqin suddenly questioned whether the effects of last night's drinking still lingered in his mind. Deciding to embrace the chaos, he plopped down between the two. Very well. Today I shall see what you both intend to do. Fu Jinan's lips curled slightly, a smile playing upon them as he slowly began. Speak. What do you seek from me? In truth, Luo Ran's heart was not as calm as her exterior suggested. She was terrified. Yet this fear paled in comparison to the prospect of marrying into the Fu family. She endeavored to maintain an air of composure while seated opposite this man. I wish to refuse the Empress Dowager's proposal of marriage, Luo Ran stated candidly. Is this truly the matter at hand? Before Fu Jinan could utter a word, Lu Jiuqin interjected, You could have simply confided in me regarding this trivial issue. As for claiming it as mine, what if I were to express my disapproval? Fu Jinan suddenly remarked. Luo Ran's hand instinctively clenched beneath her sleeves. Her brows furrowed in indignation as she fixed her gaze upon him. Her features were already exquisite, her skin delicate. When adorned in feminine attire, she habitually cast her eyes downward, causing her strikingly beautiful eyes to be overlooked. Now, dressed in male garments, her raven black hair was elegantly gathered atop her head, secured by a jade hairpin of deep green, revealing her petite, rosy ears. This androgynous beauty was enough to incite a longing in any man to hold her close. Fu Jinan's fingers twitched slightly as memories of their time in the cave flooded back to him. Turning to Lu Jiuqin, he instructed, Please step outside. Chapter 75. Regret of the master. Lu Jiuqin pointed at his own nose, observing the expressions of the two, and sighed in relief. Now, that's more like it. What can a young couple sit down and discuss? Well then, I shan't disturb you any further. Just put today's tea expenses on my tab. As he closed the door, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before him, causing his heart to tighten. He quickly shook his head, forcing himself to dismiss the thought, and turned to seek out his beloved Chun Tao. Fu Jin reclined lazily in his chair, nonchalantly observing the somewhat flustered yet composed Luo Ran across from him. Do tell, why should I refuse the Empress's marriage proposal? Luo Ran took a deep breath and replied, I know you do not harbor feelings for me, and moreover, I was previously betrothed to your brother. Even with the Empress's blessing, It would tarnish your reputation. Before she could finish, Fu Jin let out a light scoff. Reputation? That has never been of concern to me. Find a better reason. Relieved that she had anticipated this, Luo Ran remained calm and slowly continued. In that case, I must propose a transaction with you, Sir Commander. Fu Jin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion that the seemingly delicate creature before him could show her claws. He adjusted his posture slightly and gestured for her to proceed. Go on. What transaction do you propose? Luo Ran mentally rehearsed her words before stating. I can help you earn a substantial sum of silver. What? Fu Jin nearly thought he had misheard her, unable to suppress a laugh. Do I appear to be in need of silver? Unfazed, Luo Ran replied. You may not lack silver, but would you refuse a reward from the emperor? Fu Jin found merit in her statement, nodding in agreement. Speak then. How do you intend for me to earn this silver? Though he expressed interest, his amused demeanor suggested he did not take her seriously, as if he were patiently entertaining a child. Luo Ran chose not to be perturbed by his attitude and continued. A few days ago, while I was in the mountains, I overheard some individuals discussing the discovery of a type of black stone on Yang Mountain, which can be written upon with graphite and is difficult to extinguish when ignited. If I am not mistaken, it is likely coal. If you can uncover it before others, the emperor will surely bestow generous rewards upon you. Coal is challenging to extract, but is essential for iron smelting and metallurgy. The reason Dajin has dominated the Central Plains for centuries is due to its abundant coal and iron resources. With ample coal and superior weaponry, they can effectively fend off foreign threats. Luo Ran's knowledge stemmed from a chance remark made by her father in her previous life. Of course, the discovery of this coal mine had also been made by the person before her, but that was to happen 2 months hence. She merely sought to prompt him to discover it earlier. Fu Jin was somewhat taken aback, choosing not to probe the inconsistencies in her words and assuming she had learned this from Luo Diyun. As for why Luo Diyun had not reported it to the court, he did not mind. He fell silent, leaving Luo Ran feeling uncertain. She worried that he might already be aware of the coal mine, merely waiting for the right moment to reveal it to the world. Fortunately, Fu Jin briefly pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall send someone to verify this matter. Now, let's discuss your affairs. Luo Ran was somewhat bewildered. Had she not just been speaking of her own matters? Observing her adorably dazed expression, Fu Jin's fingers twitched as he remarked, I have heard you intend to journey to Jiangnan with that young man, Shinyuji? Luo Ran furrowed her brow slightly. He is my cousin. Cousin indeed. Fu Jin rolled the term around on his tongue, recalling the palpable animosity that young man bore towards him, which hardly resembled that of a mere cousin. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this thought. He continued, What? Do you think that by fleeing to Jiangnan, I shall be powerless against you? Luo Ran pressed her lips together and regarded him. Fu Jin chuckled lightly. Has no one ever warned you that regarding a man with such a gaze is perilous? He leaned in slightly, halting just within a foot of her, lifting his hand to gently caress her cheek, which was indeed as smooth and delicate as he had imagined, invoking an irresistible desire to cherish it. He murmured, One cannot help but wish to possess you and tease you mercilessly. Luo Ran's face flushed crimson as she raised her hand to swat away his touch, exclaiming, Master Fu, please maintain your decorum. Fu Jin laughed softly again, reclining lazily back into his chair, observing her as a serpent might its prey, and slowly spoke. Luo Ran, if I were you, I would remain obediently in the capital. Should I ever be in a generous mood, perhaps I could assist you in disposing of the little one in your belly. However, should you provoke my displeasure, I cannot guarantee what I may do. Luo Ran's fingers dug fiercely into her palm beneath her sleeve, and after a prolonged moment of restraint, she finally trembled and asked in a quavering voice, What exactly do you desire? Fu Jin raised an eyebrow, feigning contemplation before shaking his head regretfully. I do not know myself. Initially, I offered to exchange your father's naval strategies for your cooperation, yet you declined. Now, even if you were to procure it, I would find it of little value. Thus, it would be wise for you to heed my words henceforth. Otherwise, you may find it too late should I change my mind. Upon exiting Ichuan courtyard, a brisk breeze swept by, and Luo Ran suddenly realized her garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Chunyu, holding a cloak, was about to drape it over her when she caught sight of a tall figure approaching from behind, bearing a wooden, purple-embroidered cloak adorned with auspicious floral patterns, which he swiftly placed upon Luo Ran's shoulders. The man was strikingly handsome, towering over the young gentleman beside him, who was a full head shorter. They exchanged glances. Fu Jinan smiled serenely, his long fingers deftly tying a graceful knot in the cloak's ties, finally nodding in approval. "This color suits you splendidly." At this moment, the street began to fill with passers-by, who, upon seeing the large red sign above Entwined courtyard, gasped in astonishment. Some audacious individuals even shouted to those nearby, "Since when did Entwined courtyard also feature young male courtesans?" The man beside him laughed heartily. "Quickly return to your duties. Even if there were young courtesans, just look at that innocent visage. Hardly someone you could aspire to." The other man, seemingly indignant, retorted with a stubborn neck, "They are all young courtesans. Why should others have the opportunity when I cannot?" The man beside her remarked, "Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're as black as coal, while that young master looks so fresh you could almost squeeze water from him. Can you withstand the presence of someone so refined?" Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his hands together and chuckled incessantly. Luo Ran felt a surge of indignation, her eyes misting with unshed tears. Yet, the large hand of the person before her seemed to gently fasten the strap, while in reality, two fingers remained motionless upon her neck, creating a palpable mix of intimacy and danger. After what felt like an eternity, Fu Jinan finally displayed a moment of kindness by releasing his grip and taking a step back, admiring the cloak draped over her shoulders. "You're not to remove it," he declared, emphasizing the name of the embroidery house, Jinyiwei. His finger lightly traced the edge of her slightly reddened eye, sending a shiver down her spine as he sighed. "I find myself regretting this decision." What he regretted remained unspoken, and Luo Ran had no desire to uncover it. Once she boarded the carriage and confirmed the man's departure, she collapsed into a heap within the vehicle. Chapter 76. Miss May. Although the spring rain was somewhat intimidating, it was fortunate that she had not been inside the house, nor had she been in close proximity to that person. With a renewed spirit, she massaged Luo Ran's trembling legs, and neither of them uttered a word. With her eyes closed, Luo Ran reflected on the events of recent days, realizing that they diverged increasingly from her expectations. She was not worried about him discovering the matters of the Jinyiwei. Rather, her greatest concern lay in his capricious temperament. Upon returning to the residence just before noon, Luo Ran recalled that she had instructed the kitchen to prepare ginseng soup for her father in the morning. She sent someone to fetch it while she retreated to her quarters to bathe and change. After her bath, Luo Ran felt considerably more at ease, the sensation of being licked by a venomous snake having diminished significantly. Each encounter with that person yielded no benefit, and it seemed prudent to maintain a distance in the future. Yet, one matter perplexed her. Why did Lady Fong, the wife of the Duke of Jinyiwei, bring up the subject of marriage to the Empress? Was it merely to cause him embarrassment? After all, in her previous life, she knew that Lady Fong regarded Fu Jinan as a thorn in her side. Even though her son had become the heir, and later, after the Duke's death, Fu Xiong ascended to the title, Lady Fong still sought every possible means to eliminate him, though she consistently failed. Unable to resolve her confusion, she decided to set it aside for the moment. Just then, Zifu returned from the kitchen carrying the ginseng soup, and Luo Ran inquired, "Do you know if my father is in the residence?" Zifu replied, "I just inquired, and the Marquis returned not long ago. He hasn't had lunch yet." Luo Ran said, "In that case, please have the kitchen send my portion to my father. Today, I shall dine with him." Zifu complied, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Miss, when I went to the kitchen to fetch the ginseng soup, I happened to encounter Miss May." The Miss May mentioned by Zifu referred to Lu Mei, the cousin of Lu Shi. Since no one knew how to address her, everyone simply called her Miss May to differentiate her from the other young ladies. With the experience of her past life, Luo Ran was well aware of the intentions of her second aunt's family, so she instructed her attendants to pay close attention to Lu Mei's every move. Hearing Zifu's words, she sensed that there was more to be divulged. Sure enough, Zifu continued, "Miss May inquired about what I was carrying in the food box. I only mentioned it was the ginseng soup you were drinking and said nothing more. Luo Ran responded. Well done. Once prepared, Luo Ran took Yuqing and Zifu to Qianghua Courtyard, the residence where her parents had lived after their marriage, located on the eastern side of the Marquis' estate. Upon her arrival, she noticed her father standing beneath the large locust tree, gazing upward. Hearing her approach, he turned with a look of delight and waved. Ran, come here quickly. Do you see the locust blossoms? Are they about to bloom? Luo Ran instructed Yuqing to take the food box inside and walked up to her father, looking up as well. She laughed. Father, it is only late March. We still have nearly a month before they bloom. What you saw just now were the leaves. Luo Diyun shook his head. No. I can tell the difference between leaves and flower buds. Your mother once said that locust blossoms bloom in June and July, and even into autumn. Thus, it is not impossible for them to bloom early. The locust tree was planted by my father and mother when they first wed, and it has now grown older than she herself. Luo Ran gazed at her father's profile and softly inquired, Father, do you miss mother? The smile on Luo Diyun's face gradually faded. With a sigh, Luo Ran observed her father don a smile once more, though it bore a weightier tone than before. Ran, earlier today, your uncle spoke to me about the Yuan family. Luo Diyun's large hand stroked his daughter's delicate hairpin, recalling that his late wife's hair was also dark and smooth, a trait inherited by their daughter. Luo Ran grasped her father's hand and pondered before saying, Father, do not be afraid. Miss Yuan is a wonderful person. You will surely like her. A bittersweet smile flitted across Luo Diyun's lips. Child, do you think I am but a child to be coaxed? Nevertheless, at my age, I have long since abandoned such notions. As long as she behaves herself and manages the household well, sparing my Ran from undue toil, I shall be content. Luo Ran found herself at a loss for words to comfort her father, merely hoping that Yuan Shuyi would win his favor. Luo Diyun continued, Do not concern yourself with this matter. Consider it something you are unaware of. I shall discuss it with your grandmother. Luo Ran nodded. Very well, Father. I have specially prepared ginseng soup for you. Shall we dine together at noon? Luo Diyun's spirits lifted. Of course, that would be delightful. I have been so busy lately that I scarcely recall the last time I spent time with you, my dear Ran. In a few days, when the weather is fair, I shall take you out for a stroll. Since your return to the capital, you have scarcely ventured outside. Agreed. It is settled then. You must not renege on this promise. Luo Ran tilted her head playfully. Luo Diyun laughed heartily. You clever little sprite, when have I ever deceived you? The father and daughter exchanged jovial banter, while Lu Mei stood at the doorway, her eyes filled with envy. Mishmei, Luo Diyun's servant, Qingshan, who had just emerged with dishes, spotted Lu Mei at the entrance and called out loudly. Today, Lu Mei wore a cherry pink dress complemented by a pale yellow short jacket, though the fabric was merely ordinary satin and the style outdated. Her delicate features, however, lent her an air of charm, making her appear more like a young woman from a modest family, simple yet imbued with a unique warmth. Having long frequented the court, Luo Diyun had encountered all manner of people, yet he instantly discerned Lu Mei's intentions from the shyness reflected in her averted gaze. The smile that once graced his face vanished, replaced by a voice tinged with cold detachment. What brings you here? If Lu Mei had initially been captivated by Luo Diyun's noble stature and commanding presence, witnessing his tender side had deepened her infatuation. She slightly bowed, revealing her fair neck, and spoke softly. I heard that the young lady is here, and, knowing she has not been well lately, I have brought some delicacies from my hometown that may aid digestion and enhance appetite. It must be said that Lu Mei possessed a measure of intelligence. Had she directly approached Luo Diyun with offerings, she would have likely been turned away by Qingshan before even entering the courtyard. However, the situation is different now. She has come to deliver something to the young lady, and even the gatekeeper did not dare to stop her. Father, Luo Ran whispered, noticing her father's hesitation. Luo Diyun offered a reassuring nod, then lifted his gaze to Lu Mei and said, Your kindness is duly appreciated by Ranner, but as for the food, you may take it back. Although it was a refusal, his tone was significantly gentler than before. Lu Mei did not press the matter further. She bowed respectfully, handed the food box to the gatekeeper, and, adhering to propriety, did not take a step forward, saying, "The young lady may have a look at it later. If she wishes to eat, she may do so, and if not, that is perfectly fine. I shall not intrude upon the meal of the Marquis and the young lady." With that, she turned and departed without a trace of reluctance. Chapter 77. I oppose this marriage. As Su Yuan stepped out, Lu Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her young maid, Pomegranate, remarked, "Miss, why did you not stay a little longer?" The Lord's demeanor seemed to soften. Perhaps he would have invited you to dine with him. Lu Mei replied indifferently, "Did you not observe the eldest young lady's expression? She harbors no affection for me. The Lord values her highly. Naturally, he would not wish to displease her on my account." Pomegranate pouted and muttered, "If only the eldest young lady would not retract her engagement. By this time next year, she would be married and have no time to concern herself with matters of the..." Lu Mei remained silent. Pomegranate continued, "Miss, do you think the madam will scold you for returning so soon? Last time, when you did not accompany everyone to the capital due to ill health, the madam was quite displeased. Afterward, she chastised you for not being of any use, claiming you had not even met the Lord yet. Although they attempted to bring you soup, they were turned away by the gatekeeper before they could reach the courtyard. Today, they happened to encounter the eldest young lady at the Lord's place, which provided a chance to exchange a few words. Yet, it was only a couple of sentences. And now you are returning. Won't you still face reprimand?" Lu Mei smiled gently. "It matters not. Her scolding is but empty words, and we shall feign ignorance. Some matters cannot be rushed. Haste often leads to misfortune." Pomegranate nodded in agreement. "That is true. But miss, why does the eldest young lady not like you? You are truly wonderful, beautiful, and kind-hearted. What sort of woman does the Lord seek at his age?" Lu Mei lowered her gaze. "The eldest young lady hails from a noble background. She naturally looks down upon someone of my humble origins. Now, let's not speak of this further. We must be cautious not to attract attention. Let us return swiftly." Meanwhile, Luo Ran observed the food box in the servant's hand. Her little face nearly contorted in displeasure. Luo Diyun, watching her from the side, chuckled and gently rubbed her brow. "Come now, do not frown so. You will turn into a little old lady. Rest assured, your father does not favor her." With that, Luo Diyun turned and entered the room, washing his hands before beckoning her to join him at the table. "Come, stop standing there and dine with me." Luo Ran cast another glance at the food box and, pointing at the servant who had just delivered it, said stubbornly, "You fetched it. You should be the one to consume it." She then followed him into the room, allowing Yuqing to assist her in washing her hands while keeping an eye on her father. Luo Diyun raised an eyebrow. "Why do you regard your father with such scrutiny?" Luo Ran took a seat. "I am discerning whether what you say comes from the heart." Luo Diyun shook his head with a wry smile. "When have I ever deceived you? Upon reflection, let ease your mind. Your father is not so foolish. Allowing her to stay was merely a consideration in case you found the food appealing. Just look at yourself. It has not been long since your return, and you have already grown so thin." This thought made Luo Diyun's heart ache. Despite being a man, he was attentive to his daughter's feelings. He had noticed her troubled demeanor of late, yet he had only attributed it to the family's burdens and felt a pang of guilt. Luo Ran touched her face and retorted defiantly, "Am I? I do not feel any thinner. Perhaps you are mistaken, father." Lord Yin cast a helpless glance at her and remarked, "Your father's eyes still serve their purpose. My dear child, I never observed such weighty thoughts from you in Jiangnan. I believe you to be quite carefree. Who would have thought that such a trivial matter could lead you to such distress?" He personally ladled a spoonful of ginseng soup before Luo Ran. "You ought to consume more of this soup." Luo Ran smiled, lifted the bowl, and took a sip, responding cheerfully, "I am not unable to eat due to matters at home. I am intentionally slimming down." Lord Yin furrowed his brows. "Intentionally?" "Yes, haven't you noticed, father? In the capital, slenderness is regarded as beauty. A girl like me is considered rather plump." "Nonsense." Lord Yin scolded sharply, grasping her delicate wrist, seemingly hesitant to exert force. "Look at you, what have you become? Is being skin and bones truly attractive?" Luo Ran's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer and whispered, "Father, who do you think is more beautiful, me or my second sister?" Lord Yin appeared to ponder seriously for a moment, lowering his voice to mimic hers. You're more beautiful. Really? Luo Ran's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Yun cast her a sidelong glance, of course. Your skin is fairer than Shue's. Your eyes larger than hers. And most importantly, she is too thin, like a frail twig. Whereas you, my dear Ran, are vibrant and charming. Father you. Luo Ran laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Lord Yun joined in her laughter, his eyes brimming with affection for his daughter. That evening, Lord Yun visited Ningfu courtyard. As for how he communicated with the old matriarch, Luo Ran remained unaware. She only knew that within a couple of days, a matchmaker had come to their door. Perhaps Lord Yun had spoken to the matriarch beforehand, for she simply instructed Luo Rushiwei and the others to depart, allowing Luo Ran to remain. The visitor was the venerable Lady Meng from the general's mansion of Southern Town. In her 50s, she appeared a decade younger than the matriarch. Her spirit vibrant and her complexion rosy, smiling even before she spoke. Dear sister, I have come today to extend my congratulations. It is truly a bother for you to make this trip. I feel rather guilty about it. The matriarch responded warmly. Having promised her eldest son, she would naturally not slight the matchmaker. Moreover, the Meng family held a position in the capital far beyond that of their modest marquisate. The Meng family, like the Yu family of Yongding Marquis, had been loyal for generations, with many descendants sacrificing their lives for the great Jin. Fortunately, they thrived in numbers, and Lady Meng was known for her kindness and high moral standing. Common families would find it difficult to engage her services for matchmaking. The matriarch understood that Lady Meng's willingness to make this visit was likely out of respect for the Shun family, as Lady Shun and Lady Meng had been close friends before their marriages and had maintained their friendship over the years. Lady Meng, with her straightforward demeanor, wasted no time in conveying her purpose. After a few brief exchanges, she concluded, Sister, if you find this agreeable, I shall convey your response to the Yuan family, and we shall proceed with the customary arrangements. Without waiting for the elder lady's nod, Li rose abruptly, exclaiming loudly, I oppose this marriage. Both Lady Meng and Luo Ran turned their gazes toward Li. Realizing her reaction was overly fervent, Li awkwardly chuckled twice before expressing her concern. Mother, I have heard unsettling rumors regarding Miss Yuan. Lady Meng smiled gently. Such tales are merely the result of hearsay. If there truly existed individuals fated to bring misfortune, countless lives would not be lost on the battlefield. Aware that the Meng family's youngest son had perished in combat, the elder lady shot a glare at Li, about to offer words of comfort, when Luo Ran interjected with a smile, Your words, dear elder lady, resonate with my aunt's thoughts. Chapter 78. Schemes resurface Madame Meng had, from the very beginning, noticed Luo Ran. However, as the elder lady did not introduce her, she assumed the girl was merely from the second branch of the family. Over the years, Madame Meng had seldom ventured out, and thus her acquaintance with young ladies was limited. Yet, upon observing this girl, so poised at such a tender age, with her clear gaze, she felt an involuntary fondness. Upon hearing her refer to her as aunt, a light dawned upon her, and with a smile, she remarked, Is this the child left behind by Qingyin? Madame Luo nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Ranner, come forth and pay your respects to Madame Meng. Luo Ran rose and, with utmost propriety, performed a bow. I, the younger Luo Ran, extend my greetings to the esteemed elder. Good. Truly a fine child, Madame Meng said, grasping Luo Ran's hand with a hint of nostalgia. Time flies. Qing-Yin's child has grown so much. As she spoke, she removed a green jade bracelet of 18 beads from her wrist and, without allowing for any refusal, slipped it onto Luo Ran's hand. Take this, dear child. It has been blessed by a master and will ensure your safety and smooth passage through life. Luo Ran hurriedly declined. Such a precious item, I cannot accept, madam. Madame Meng raised her hand to interrupt. You shall take it, for I have worn this bracelet for many years. Your mother adored it when she was alive. Yet at that time, I could not bear to part with it. Today, it serendipitously fulfills her wish. With that, Luo Ran found it difficult to persist in her refusal and bowed in gratitude. This interruption had caused everyone to forget the words of Madame Li, and the conversation shifted back to the familial matters at hand. Madame Li, feeling anxious, turned her attention to Luo Ran, grasping her hand with an ostensibly benevolent demeanor. Hania, you are still young and may not comprehend certain matters. But do you truly wish to witness your father meet an untimely end? Upon hearing such a term, Luo Ran felt a pang in her heart, yet she maintained a smile as she replied, Second aunt, you worry unnecessarily. In comparison to mere rumors, the human heart is far more fearsome. Moreover, if we speak of resilience, I believe none in this household surpasses my father. He has fought for over a decade, vanquishing countless foes. If we were to entertain such notions, should we not consider moving out of the estate to escape together? Well spoken. Although Madame Meng had been engaged in conversation with Madame Luo, her ears were attuned to the exchange. She wished to discern the nature of her old friend's granddaughter and to gauge the Luo family's stance. If it were solely Luo Diyun who consented to the match, while his daughter opposed it, the already challenging prospect of Miss Yuan marrying into their family would be further complicated. However, it seemed there was no cause for concern. Hania speaks wisely. In a family of martial generals, we ought to uphold such fortitude. If we remain perpetually apprehensive, what role do we serve? We might as well return to the countryside and farm. Luo Diyun was a man of integrity, though martial families may not exude the polished demeanor of civil officials. As long as he was earnest, there was no fear for the couple's future together. Coupled with a sensible daughter, Miss Yuan's life ahead would likely be much more favorable. Upon reflection, it appears that the venerable matriarch of the Meng family initially visited out of respect for the old madam of the Shen family, yet now seems genuinely inclined to facilitate this marriage. A few pointed remarks from the Meng matriarch left Mrs. Li somewhat displeased, but as the old matriarch said nothing further, Mrs. Li dared not press the matter. Thus, the arrangement was settled, and the Meng matriarch returned to convey her message, while Luo Ran retreated to her own quarters. Mrs. Li continued to express her grievances to the old matriarch, yet the latter had no authority to change the situation, so she dismissed her. With no resolution in sight, Mrs. Li hastily sought out her sister-in-law. Upon entering, she impatiently inquired, Sister-in-law, what is the situation with your cousin? Is this feasible or not? If not, I may need to seek another. Lucia was currently engaged in arranging the jewelry she had acquired recently with Li Jinyiwei, and upon seeing Mrs. Li, Li Jinyiwei quickly concealed the jewelry box beneath the welcoming pillow on the couch. Mrs. Li scoffed, Sister-in-law, if you have the time for this, you would be better off considering how to secure a good match for Jinyiwei, with a suitable family who would care about such trifles of jewelry. In response to Mrs. Li's remarks, Lucia was not in a hurry to hide the jewelry, but instead chuckled, there is no rush for Jinyiwei's marriage. Your elder brother has only recently arrived in the capital. We must first ascertain a suitable family before proceeding. We cannot be like some individuals who rush headlong into matters, only to become the subject of ridicule. Lucia's words implicitly referred to Luo Rushiwei. It turned out that during this time, Luo Rushiwei believed that Fu Shiheng's reluctance to marry her was due to Luo Diyun's wishes, hence she had intentionally kept him at a distance. However, as days passed without a word from the Fu family, Luo Rushiwei began to feel anxious. Although only a few were aware of the matter, Fu Shiheng's affection for her was not a secret. Moreover, she had previously hinted that Luo Ran's withdrawal from the engagement was because she sensed she was not favored by the Fu family. Luo Rushiwei had sent several letters to Fu Xiong, all of which went unanswered, even during the last encounter at the Yongding Marquis's residence. She had purposely engaged in a quarrel with Lu Yuan alongside Fu Mingzhu, hoping to draw Fu Xing out. With her intentions unmet, Luo Rushiwei had expressed her displeasure several times in the courtyard, and nearly everyone in the household was aware of the second young lady's recent ill temper, with many choosing to avoid her quarters. Mrs. Li frowned, reluctant to discuss her daughter's affairs, and continued, let us not dwell on the trivial. Do you not realize that the matchmaker has just visited? If you do not devise a plan soon, the bride will be entering the household in a few days. Once the new mistress arrives, not only will your ability to remain here be in question, but I, as the second wife, may also have to step aside. Lucia was taken aback. So soon? I had not heard any mention of the Marquis seeking a wife. Why the sudden urgency upon their arrival? Mrs. Li shot her a glare, It is merely a case of taking a concubine. Do you think this will take much longer? Li Jinyiwei, observing the exchange, suggested, Mother, aunt. Rather than marrying our aunt to the Marquis, why not have my elder brother wed Luo Ran? After all, she has already withdrawn from her engagement and is left without suitors. Once married, she would be bound to follow my brother's wishes, thus gaining whatever she desires. The more Li Jinyiwei contemplated, the more she found the idea feasible. Lu's eyes brightened with the thought. If her son truly marries Luo Ran, would he not become the son-in-law of the Marquis? In that case, it would not merely be a matter of a house or a shop. It would even be conceivable for him to secure a position as an official in the capital. However, Li could not contain her disdain for the fanciful dreams of the mother and daughter, remarking coldly, "You should not indulge in such daydreams." Not only would the Marquis likely disapprove, but the old matriarch would certainly object as well. Just look at Yu Tang. How old is he now? And he has yet to achieve the status of Jinshi. The implication was clear. Not only would the legitimate daughter of the Marquis be unattainable, but even the illegitimate daughter from her own branch would be deemed unsuitable for marriage. She still harbored hopes of utilizing that illegitimate daughter to pave a path for her son. Feeling slighted, Lu expressed her displeasure, saying, "Then, dear sister, what do you truly mean? Just a few days ago, my cousin was sent away from the East Courtyard. If you possess any solutions, do share your insights instead of merely casting disparaging remarks." Li chose not to dwell on the sarcasm, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Very well, listen to my counsel." Chapter 79. An unexpected encounter at the city gate. Just as Luo Ran had bid farewell to old Madame Meng, she spotted a maid from the Jinyiwei Duke's residence approaching. She recognized her from her past life, as this maid had once engaged in a scuffle with Chun Yu, leaving a lasting impression on her. The sight of her evoked memories of Chun Yu's disfigured face. Noticing her gaze, Chun Yu instinctively touched her face and inquired, "Miss, is there something on my face?" Luo Ran shook her head and suddenly advised, "Chun Yu, take good care of your face this time. Do not allow anyone to harm it again." Although Chun Yu was somewhat perplexed, she understood that her mistress meant well, and thus nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, miss, I will not only protect my own face, but also safeguard yours." Luo Ran smiled. The maid then greeted, "Greetings, Miss Luo. May I ask if the second miss is in?" Luo Ran raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xing Er beside her. If the second miss were not present, would she have sent her personal maid to fetch you? However, unwilling to engage in a dispute with a mere maid, she turned to leave when the maid spoke up suddenly. "Miss Luo, our miss has said that if you agree to cease your interactions with Princess and Zheng, she can invite you to the upcoming Peach Blossom Banquet. You may not be aware, but the peach blossoms of our Jinyiwei Duke's residence are the finest in the entire capital." The mention of the Jinyiwei Duke's peach blossoms made Luo Ran somewhat hesitant. She lowered her gaze and replied coolly, "What a pity I lack such fortune. Also, please convey to your miss that during the time of hosting a banquet, she should not neglect to discipline her ill-mannered servants. Today, I have been accommodating. Had it been another, you might not have returned unscathed." With that, she turned away without casting another glance at the maid's pale face. Yet, before she and Chun Yu could enter the courtyard, another maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Miss, someone from the Prince of Qing's residence is here." As she spoke, a matron in her 30s, adorned in a woman's hairstyle, approached with a radiant smile and curtsied. "I offer my respects to Mississippi. I come on the orders of Princess and Zheng to deliver an invitation to Miss Luo. The princess invites you to join her for a spring outing in the western suburbs. She will come to escort you there." Luo Ran was taken aback, unable to comprehend the motives behind Lu Yuan's actions. Previously, at the Yongding Marquis' residence, it had been agreed that she would issue the invitations, so why the sudden change? The matron seemed to sense her confusion and, unhurriedly smiling, explained, "The princess mentioned that you are close, and it matters little who delivers the invitation. She merely wished to take the initiative this time, fearing it might be inconvenient for Miss Luo. Rest assured, she will await your invitation next time." After saying this, the matron deliberately glanced towards the west. Luo Ran instantly understood, smiling as she accepted the invitation. She invited the matron to stay for tea, but the matron politely declined, citing other matters. Luo Ran then instructed Yu Qing to see her off and prepared a heavy purse as a parting gift. Upon returning to her room, Chun Yu looked at the invitation, puzzled. Miss, what were you smiling about just now? Luo Ran shook her head helplessly. Realizing that Lu Yuan was competing with Fu Mingzhu, you host a peach blossom banquet. I shall invite everyone for spring outing. As for the invitation itself, Luo Ran felt a twinge of gratitude. She had been contemplating this matter for days. If she were to extend an invitation, she would surely need to include several of her sisters from the residence, as well as the Li Xinyu sisters. Without bringing along any distractions, there would have undoubtedly been an uproar later. Now, the princess has merely issued a single invitation, thus alleviating her need to concoct excuses. On the appointed day, as Luo Ran prepared and stepped outside, she was met with the sight of a throng gathered before the gates of the manor. Li Xinyu, upon seeing her, hurried over and grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Cousin, why are you so slow? We've all been waiting for you." Noticing the look of confusion on her face, Luo Rushue stepped forward with a smile and explained, "I forgot to mention to my elder sister that Mingzhu said the peach blossoms in the western suburbs are splendid. So we've changed our venue. As for our cousin, it was previously agreed upon by our elder brother. It merely happens to be along the way." Li Xinyu chimed in, "Indeed, elder brother said that since he has been in the capital for so long, he hasn't taken us out for a stroll yet. Seeing you busy, we did not wish to interrupt. Who would have thought we would finally converge today?" Luo Ran withdrew her hand, maintaining a distance, and said, "Then I shall not disrupt my elder sister and cousins any longer." Just then, the carriage from the Prince of Qing's residence arrived, and Luo Ran nodded slightly to everyone before being assisted by Yu Qing into the carriage. Once inside, Lu Yuanyuan leaned over, cast a glance outside, and declared triumphantly, "See, am I not clever?" Luo Ran nodded and inquired, "What do my elder sister and sister want?" Lu Yuanyuan replied, "Sister Qing has gone to fetch Sister Wan. We shall meet them outside the city." Perhaps due to the pleasant weather, there were many people leaving the city today. By the time their carriage arrived, a lengthy queue had already formed at the entrance. "Miss, there are many people ahead. It seems we may have to wait a while. Would you care for some tea?" Yu Qing suggested, peering through the crack in the carriage curtain. Just as Luo Ran was about to nod in agreement, Lu Yuanyuan flung aside the carriage curtain and energetically waved in a direction, calling out, "Brother Jinan, I'm over here." Her hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea she had just lifted, and before she could replace the curtain, the young man had already galloped over. Unaware of Luo Ran's expression, Lu Yuanyuan continued to revel in her fortune. Now we won tea have to wait in line. Before she could finish, Fu Jinan had reached the side of the carriage and, peering through the curtain, caught sight of a figure nestled in the corner. His expression darkening slightly, he asked Lu Yuanyuan, "What are you all planning to do?" Lu Yuanyuan, raising her bright face, smiled sweetly and replied, "Brother Jinan, today I have arranged to go outing with Sister Ran, Sister Wan, and Sister Qing to the Western Hills. However, there are too many people now. Could you assist us?" Sister Wan and the others must have already departed. Fu Jinan, appearing to have just returned from an assignment outside the capital, was clad in a striking crimson brocade uniform of the Imperial Guard, which accentuated his already chiseled features, his copper waist seal and python-patterned leather belt highlighting his athletic form. Recalling the information gathered by Changing, he glanced at the figure hidden in the corner of the carriage and smiled slightly. "Very well. Thank you, Brother Jinan." Lu Yuanyuan expressed her gratitude exuberantly, while provocatively glancing at the two carriages closely trailing behind them. She called out loudly, "Brother Jinan, let us be off quickly, lest we delay others." Fu Jinan turned the horse's head. "Follow me." Thus, Luo Rushue, Li Xinyu, and the others watched as the carriage of Princess Anjing, accompanied by the commanding officer, passed through the city gates unobstructed, while they were left to resign themselves to the queue. Meanwhile, Feng entered the palace early and, upon reaching Zhaoyang Palace, could hardly contain her urgency as she addressed the noble consort Lu. "Your Highness, you must devise a solution swiftly. That wretch adamantly opposes this union, even daring to threaten the Duke." Consort Lu lifted her eyelids and cast a languid glance in Feng's direction, her displeasure evident as she remarked, "You cannot even manage this trivial matter, yet you expect His Majesty to favor the Jinyiwei Duke's residence?" If you can jeopardize an arranged marriage, pray tell, what else can I possibly rely on you for? Fang's countenance betrayed her embarrassment as she murmured, "It is all that little hussy from the Luo family's fault for enticing Xiong otherwise." Consort Lu, visibly irritated, waved her hand dismissively. Enough. It is not as if he is incapable of handling a mere woman. To be caught in such a predicament is entirely his own failing. Were it not for Zhou's tender age, do you truly believe the Fu family would have a chance? Chapter 80. The Phoenix's Fate Despite Her Inner Grievances. Fang could not dare to express any dissatisfaction before the favored consort Lu, and could only force a smile and acquiesce. Yes, indeed, your highness speaks most accurately. Thus, I have come to seek your counsel, for I am truly at a loss. Fang's maternal grandmother and consort Lu's maternal grandmother were blood sisters, making them distant cousins. However, the Fang family had not borne notable offspring in recent years, relying solely on the fortunes brought by Fang's marriage into the duke's household and consort Lu's status. Consort Lu sighed and remarked, "I comprehend your predicament, but as you can see, the emperor places great importance on the crown prince, and the concubines of the harem are not permitted to meddle in governance. Even if I wish to assist you, I find myself powerless." With a shift in tone, she continued, "How about this? You return for now and allow me some time to ponder. Meanwhile, you must devise a strategy on your end. Ultimately, during the year-end selection, we cannot allow the choice of the crown princess to fall into the hands of the Luo family." Fang nodded in agreement, but could not resist asking, "Your Highness, do you truly believe the words of Master Hongji from years past?" Consort Lu scoffed, her eyes glinting with ferocity, regardless of their veracity. "We cannot afford to take such risks. Should Luo Diyun align himself with the crown prince, and with the Shun family backing him, Chuan has no chance of success. Hence, we must eliminate these obstacles one by one." Fang replied, "Yes, I understand." After Luo Ran and Lu Yuanzhu exited the city, they quickly joined Shen Shiqing and Yuanhe, who had been waiting in a pavilion by the roadside. Both women were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the person beside the carriage. Yuanhe was the first to regain her composure, bowing respectfully, "Brother Fu." Shen Shiqing also offered a greeting before standing protectively beside Luo Ran, eyeing him warily. Fu Jinan paid them no mind and turned to Lu Yuanzhu, saying, "Aren't we leaving? More people will arrive shortly. Oh, let us go, let us go. We must depart at once." Lu Yuanzhu took one of Yuanhe's arms and the other of Shen Shiqing's, subtly explaining the presence of the commanding officer. The carriage finally resumed its journey, and Luo Ran could not shake the feeling that whenever she sat on the left, he would ride alongside on that side. And when she shifted to the right, he somehow appeared there as well. At long last, upon reaching Shishan, Luo Ran felt a wave of relief. Lu Yuanzhu and Shen Shiqing, both lively spirits, could hardly wait to disembark and fly kites, while Yuanhe directed the maids and servants to choose a spacious hillside to unload the provisions from the carriage. "Sister Wan, let me help you." Just as Luo Ran was about to assist, a large hand blocked her path. She bit her lip defiantly and gazed at him. Seeing this, Yuanhe stepped forward but was halted by Fu Jinan's voice. "Wanhe, you may continue with your tasks. I have matters to discuss with Miss Luo." "Brother Fu." Yuanhe hesitated. "What? Are you afraid I might harm her?" Though spoken in jest, Yuanhe discerned a hint of displeasure in Fu Jinan's eyes. To spare her any discomfort, Luo Ran interjected, "Sister Wan, please attend to your duties. I shall join you shortly." With an expressionless glance at a certain individual, she turned and walked to the shade of a stout tree, its robust trunk entirely shielding her from view. Yuanhe had no choice but to continue directing the maids in their tasks, her gaze subtly lingering in this direction. She could not fathom how the gentle and soft-spoken girl had attracted such attention from someone like him. Although due to her grandfather's influence, Brother Fu treated her with a measure of courtesy. It was merely a slight elevation above indifference. Thus, she had refrained from speaking up earlier, silently praying that no trouble would arise. Meanwhile, Fu Jinan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing towards the tree, his back to the hillside. Gazing down at the girl, whose chin barely reached his own, he fixated on her rosy lips, suddenly reminded of their encounter in the cave. where the lingering sweetness and softness seemed to dance upon his tongue. Luo Ran, noticing the intensity of his gaze, took a cautious step back, raising her hand to cover half of her face, revealing only her expressive eyes, her tone tinged with impatience. "What exactly do you want to say? Hurry up." The more anxious she became, the more leisurely he appeared, even taking the time to gently brush aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen across her forehead. However, as soon as his fingers made contact with her cheek, Luo Ran instinctively recoiled, her expression hardening. "If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave." She turned to depart, only to have her arm seized. Fu Jinan shook his head, an air of reluctant fondness in his demeanor. "You're not very big, yet your temper is rather grand. Has no one informed you that the first to lose is always the one who cannot contain their impatience?" Luo Ran wished to avoid entangling herself in this matter, yearning to leave quickly. She withdrew her arm, inhaling deeply to compose herself, and said, "Fine. If you have something to say, speak." The softness and warmth of her presence still lingered on his fingertips as Fu Jinan concealed his hand within his sleeve, suddenly inquiring, "Have you met Master Hongji?" Luo Ran, seemingly not catching the name, echoed, "Who? Master Hongji. Did you not see him during your last visit to Fahua Temple?" Fu Jinan prompted. Luo Ran rifled through her memories, vaguely recalling that Master Hongji was a renowned monk of the great Jin dynasty. But she had only gone to the temple to pay respects for her mother and had not encountered him. She shook her head. "I did not see him." She countered, "Did you not say the master was in seclusion during your visit?" Fu Jinan remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her, recalling the information Long Ying had discovered, which stated that this young girl had been foretold by the master at her birth, reborn through fire, destined to be a phoenix. He pondered whether that old fellow, insisted on her marrying into the Fu family because of this, or what the true motivations were behind the betrothal arranged long ago between the late Duke Jing and Luo's grandfather. In any case, should this information come to light, she would find herself facing two fates, the palace or death. Luo Ran could not decipher the emotions swirling in his gaze, feeling as though she might be drawn in deeper if she continued to look. She averted her eyes and asked, "Is Lord Fu finished with his inquiries? May I leave?" Fu Jinan nodded. Luo Ran was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his acquiescence. Yet she did not hesitate, swiftly turning to depart as if fearing he might change his mind. Observed the little girl's eager demeanor and couldn't he help but chuckle. Was he truly so fearsome? For reasons unknown, he called out to her once more, "Stop." Luo Ran furrowed her brow, realizing that things were not so simple. She turned slightly, her vigilance apparent as she inquired, "Is there anything else?" The words danced on his lips, but ultimately, Fu Jinan spoke. "Return and inform Lord Luo that at the end of the year, the emperor will hold a selection, during which a consort will be chosen for the crown prince. Should he wish to keep the Luo family from becoming entangled, it will be prudent to arrange a marriage for you soon." "What?" Startled, Luo Ran's mouth fell slightly agape, her glistening lips reflecting her pearly teeth, revealing a hint of rosy hue within. Fu Jinan, not one to suppress his nature, hesitated no longer and advanced closer. In an unforeseen moment, a sudden intrusion occurred, and Luo Ran instinctively resisted. Not only was she a delicate maiden, but even if faced with dozens or even hundreds of assassins, Fu Jinan had previously managed to extricate himself with ease. Yet, he was unwilling to harm her. Seizing a moment to catch his breath, he murmured, "When he is nearby, if you fear her seeing, then behave." Indeed, once the words left his mouth, the little girl in his embrace finally quieted, though her body remained somewhat tense. Today, Fu Jinan exhibited remarkable patience, tracing the contours of her brows, her delicate lips, and the fair curve of her neck, his hand gradually descending. Chapter 81. The contest. Luo Ran nearly doubted the integrity of her own hearing. Unable to comprehend the connection between the emperor's selection of consorts and the crown prince's search for a bride with her own predicament. Before she could voice her confusion, the individual before her surged forward as if possessed by madness. In that moment, Luo Ran found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to push his face away or to restrain his hands. Yet her strength was insufficient, burdened by numerous concerns, and gradually she felt her resolve waning. As a chill enveloped her chest, she despaired and closed her eyes. Perhaps it was the external circumstances that kept Fu Jinan from overstepping his bounds. However, there were times when being tantalized by something just out of reach was more excruciating than being denied entirely. He gazed at her exquisitely pale collarbone, so luminous it nearly blinded him, took a deep breath to calm himself, adjusted her clothing, and gently pressed his lips to the corner of her mouth. "Remember what I just said?" he instructed. Upon gaining her freedom, Luo Ran instinctively stepped back, her eyes brimming with tears as she declared, "I shall never marry in this lifetime." With that, she turned on her heel and left without looking back. Upon returning to her original place, Yuana noticed the flush on her cheeks and inquired with concern, "Is it warm for you, Ran? Come sit here." She guided her to a cushion that had been prepared in advance. Luo Ran endeavored to quell the tumult of emotions within her, fearful of revealing any signs of distress, and averted her gaze to the distance where Lu Yuanyuan and Shun Shiqing were joyfully flying kites. Perhaps the warmth of the March breeze gradually helped her forget her earlier discontent. Now, her eyes sparkled with verdant hues as she became infected by the cheerful laughter of Lu Yuanyuan and Shun Shiqing. Unconsciously, she rose, took Yuana's hand, and exclaimed with delight, "Sister Wan, let us also fly kites." As Fu Mingzhu and Luo Rushue's group arrived, they found the four already engrossed in the activity of kite flying, their spirits high. However, Luo Rushue's mind was elsewhere. It had been over 20 days since her coming-of-age ceremony, and despite her relentless efforts, the young lord had yet to grant her an audience. Thus, she had implored Fu Mingzhu to orchestrate this so-called peach blossom banquet in hopes of finally seeing him. Surveying her surroundings and finding no familiar figure, she turned to Fu Mingzhu and asked, "Didn't you say the young lord would be out early today? Why do we not see him?" Fu Mingzhu's attention was fixated on the group on the hillside. After being humiliated by Luo Ran at the Champion Marquis's residence and subsequently embroiled in a quarrel with Lu Yuanyuan at the Yongding Marquis's estate, the accumulation of grievances left her seething with anger. Seeing them so jubilant only exacerbated her mood, prompting her to retort somewhat sharply, "What did I say my brother was coming? I merely mentioned he wasn't tea at the manor this morning." In Fu Mingzhu's heart, Fu Xiang was her true elder brother. Fu Jinan hardly counted as a member of the Fu family. Luo Rushue's expression shifted, but she refrained from further comment, just as Li Jinyiwei and her sisters approached, clamoring to join in the kite-flying fun. Luo Rushue frowned and admonished, "If you wish to play, go do so elsewhere. Do not disturb us here." Li Jinyiwei bolta, recalling the day's plans, and boldly pulled her two half-sisters along, declaring, "Let us go horseback riding." Li Xinhua and Li Xinrong turned pale at the suggestion, each trying to dissuade her elder sister. "We have no experience in riding. What if we fall?" Li Xinrong nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Indeed, elder sister, let us venture over there to fly kites with cousin Ran and the others. Although that cousin does not usually display much warmth towards us, it is certainly preferable to the disdainful treatment we receive from Luo Rushue, who treats us as mere servants. Just now, in front of so many people, she dismissed us as if we were stray cats or dogs." Li Xinhua, harboring his own thoughts, felt a flicker of anger but chose not to dwell on it. Upon hearing his two half-sisters' words, he surprisingly nodded in affirmation. "All right, we cannot ride horses. But cousin Ran has been with our uncle in Jiangnan for many years and must be skilled in equestrianism and archery. Let's ask her to teach us." Initially, Luo Ran was aware of the gaze directed at her, but soon became engrossed in a playful competition with Lu Yuanyuan to see who could fly their kite higher. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. Stopping in her tracks, she turned to see the three sisters of the Li family approaching. Li Jinyiwei was the first to step forward, linking her arm with Luo Ran's and inquiring, "Cousin Ran, your uncle is exceptionally skilled. I presume he's taught you archery and riding? We have never ridden a horse. Would you kindly teach us?" Luo Ran withdrew her arm and replied coolly, "One must have a dedicated instructor to learn archery and riding. If not done properly, one could easily suffer severe injuries or worse." Upon hearing severe injuries, Li Xinhua and Li Xinrong were immediately frightened and exclaimed that they would not pursue it any longer. However, Li Xinyue's intentions were elsewhere, and she was not dissuaded. "Do not worry, cousin. I will have my elder brother accompany us to ensure our safety." Upon hearing that Li Yutong would be present, Luo Ran recalled his unabashed gaze and instinctively declined without a moment's thought. "Are you, Miss Luo, perhaps too afraid?" Just as Luo Ran was about to turn away, she noticed Fu Mingzhu arrogantly lifting her chin in a provocative manner, with Luo Rushue by her side. Luo Ran smiled and continued to walk away. "Luo Ran, stop right there. What do you mean by this? Are you too ashamed to speak after my brother called off the engagement?" Fu Mingzhu shouted. Luo Ran paused, turned back with a smile, and addressed the onlooking girls. "Miss Fu, you seem to have misremembered something. It was our Luo family that proposed the annulment. As for the reasons behind it, the Duke of Jinyiwei and the heir are well aware. If you are unafraid of embarrassment, feel free to declare it loudly for all to hear." At her words, all eyes turned towards Fu Mingzhu, who, regardless of age or gender, was intrigued by such gossip. Fu Mingzhu's face flushed from red to pale. She certainly understood the implications, which was why she had previously held a fondness for Luo Rushue, but now held her in contempt. She had assumed that such matters concerning the reputation of the Luo family would leave Luo Ran too intimidated to respond. Yet she was taken aback by Luo Ran's fearless demeanor. But Luo Ran's courage did not extend to Luo Rushue, who hurriedly intervened, saying, "Elder sister, we are all here to enjoy ourselves today. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters, shall we?" Luo Ran looked at her innocently. Did not the second sister just hear? "Who, indeed, is ruining the mood?" Luo Rushue chuckled softly and said, "Elder sister, Mingzhu's temperament is just like that. Can't you be a bit accommodating toward her?" Luo Ran, amused yet indignant, retorted, "What is she to me that I should yield to her?" Intentionally not lowering her voice, her words were clearly heard by Fu Mingzhu, who immediately turned her eyes and proclaimed loudly, "Luo Ran, do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, you will publicly apologize in front of all of Beijing. If I lose, I shall address you as Sister Ran from now on. How does that sound?" Luo Ran remained unperturbed, responding, "On what grounds should I compete with you? Is clearly your Fu family at fault, who would relish being called sister by you. The very sound is unpleasant." Hearing the commotion, Shun Shiqing and Lu Wanju hurried over, just in time to catch Fu Mingzhu's declaration. Shun Shiqing could not help but scoff. Li Xinyue quickly stepped forward to mediate, smiling as she said, "Let us not quarrel. I believe, dear Sister Ran, given the festive atmosphere today, a friendly competition would not be amiss. After all, as the champion's nephew, you cannot tarnish your uncle's reputation, can you?" Luo Ran paid no heed to her provocations. Her gaze drifted to a horse not far away, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. Observing this, Yuqing suddenly realized what the young lady intended to do, but before she could voice her concerns, she heard Luo Ran's bright voice declare, "All right, let's compete." Chapter 82. An unexpected incident within the carriage. Yuqing attended to Luo Ran as she changed her attire, her mind clouded with concern. "Miss, why did you agree to them? You were well aware of your condition." Fortunately, Luo Ran had prepared an additional set of riding clothes before their departure. The pomegranate red brocade garment enveloped her graceful figure, while her long, lustrous hair was elegantly tied up, accentuating her fair and radiant complexion. There was an air of delicate beauty about her, intermingled with a touch of spirited vigor. Yuqing gently fastened a wide, dark waist sash around her waist, incessantly inquiring, "Miss, is it too tight? Should I loosen a bit?" After 3 months, the corset's effect was not evident in her daily attire, but without her garments. The slight protrusion of her once flat abdomen was perceptible. Luo Ran took a deep breath and replied, "It's fine." She then instructed, "Regardless of what occurs later, pretend you know nothing. Have Zifu assist me onto the carriage and ensure no one approaches. Then proceed to the estate. There, my cousin has arranged for a nurse." Tears welled up in Yuqing's eyes, her desire to persuade her evident, but upon meeting Laurent's resolute gaze, she could only nod in acquiescence. Luo Ran offered a gentle smile, attempting to reassure her, "Do not fear. I have brought a menstrual belt. As long as we are cautious, it won't be apparent for a while." Once we reach the estate, everything will be well. Indeed, this was a notion Luo Ran had conceived spontaneously. Since evasion was not an option, why not act beneath his very nose? She merely needed to be careful while riding, ensuring no one discerned her intentions. Outside, Lu Jiuqing lay on the grass with his hands behind his head, a blade of grass clinging to the corner of his mouth. His legs casually crossed as he cast a sidelong glance at the individual resting under a tree with closed eyes. I must say, Commander, what brings you such leisure today to invite me for a spring outing? Fu Jinan, one leg stretched out and the other bent, rested his right hand on his knee, oblivious to the world as he contemplated with his eyes shut. Upon hearing Lu Jiuqing's remark, he replied, "Do you not enjoy the sight of young ladies? Is the hillside not brimming with eligible maidens for your viewing pleasure?" Lu Jiuqing grimaced. "Tisk, these young ladies are as stiff as wooden stakes. None can compare to my peach blossom girl. Speaking of which, it's a pity you didn't get to sample her charms last time." Fu Jinan merely scoffed in response. Remaining silent, unfazed, Lu Jiuqing continued, "By the way, I've heard the Empress intends for the Crown Prince to marry Yuanhe. What are your thoughts?" Fu Jinan finally opened his eyes and cast a glance at him, replying, "The Marquis of Yongding would never consent to that." Lu Jiuqing nodded. "That is indeed true. However, had it not been for that betrothal, the Empress might have had her sights set on the Luo family, and even now, she likely harbors lingering thoughts. Born under a phoenix's fate." The phrase flickered in Fu Jinan's mind as he unconsciously glanced in the distance, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot the figure he sought. Just as he was about to call out to Changjing, Lu Jiuqing abruptly sat up, his eyes fixed on a certain direction, exclaiming in awe, "Beautiful, stunning, absolutely breathtaking." Following his gaze, Fu Jinan's previously languid eyes narrowed dangerously, a chill radiating from him, causing even Lu Jiuqing beside him to shiver involuntarily. In the distance, a vivid flash of crimson leapt gracefully into the air, the exquisite silk fabric trailing behind in a flowing arc. The figure landed securely upon the back of a chestnut steed, spine erect and waist slender. "Giddy up," came a melodious command. As ebony tresses danced in the wind, the horse emitted a triumphant neigh that echoed like thunder. Together, the rider and horse swiftly vanished from the spectator's sight. Fu Mingzhu and her companions quickly followed suit. As Lu Jiuqing turned his head, he barely caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette before the figure had already departed. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled at Changjing beside him. "It seems your master has met his match this time, though he remains oblivious to it." Changjing rubbed his nose, pleadingly responding, "Little prince, whether my master has truly faltered is beyond my knowledge. What I do know is that every time you mention Miss Tao Hong, I face punishment." "Ah, ha ha." Lu Jiuqing burst into laughter, then pointed into the distance. "Look, Changjing, your master has a rival now." Changjing glanced over, hastily leading his horse to follow. Indeed, the moment Luo Ran appeared, she captured the attention of half the hillside, particularly that of Fu Xiang. He hadn't intended to come, however. After receiving a letter from Luo Rushua that morning, he realized evading her was futile and decided it was time to confront his feelings. Little did he expect to be so captivated by such an enchanting figure. He had never fathomed how the collision of fragility and boldness, of serenity and passion, could be so profoundly stirring. Even after her silhouette disappeared from view, he remained entranced. "Brother Xiang, you're here." Luo Rushua spotted him immediately and, lifting her skirts, merrily ran over. Noticing his gaze, she smiled and said, "Brother Xiang, Mingzhu has gone a race with them." "Oh." Fu Xiang replied absent-mindedly. Then, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, "That woman in red is?" Luo Rushua's smile faltered slightly as she observed the infatuation in his eyes. "Brother Xiang, do you not recognize her? That is my elder sister." "Oh, ahem." Fu Xiang finally regained his composure, clearing his throat as he instinctively looked towards the direction where Fu Jinan had chased after the figure. Suddenly remembering, he said, "By the way, my father asked me to relay a message to my elder brother. I shall return shortly. Schwer, please wait here. We can discuss our matters later." With that, he seized the reins from the attendant and hastily made his way up the hillside. Luo Rushua twisted her handkerchief, a fleeting glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Jinyiwei had approached, gazing ahead as she softly remarked, "Cousin, do not be anxious. There will be more exciting scenes to come." Luo Ran turned to her, and after a moment, chuckled lightly. "It seems that cousin is well prepared." Li Vinyu touched head high, contemplating how her entire ensemble paled in comparison to the worth of a single hairpin adorning Luo Ran's head, and a wave of resentment surged within her. Surely, her aunt's intentions were known to her cousin. Yet, she pondered whether Luo Ran would rejoice or lament upon discovering she suddenly had a stepmother upon returning home. Luo Ran blinked and remarked, "Of course, the best scenario is when double happiness arrives." Jinyiwei cast a glance at her, and the two of them instinctively broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Luo Ran, after galloping away on her horse, turned a glance back at the closely following Yuanhe, silently uttering an apology in her heart. She then surveyed her surroundings. Not far ahead lay a dense thicket, and the slope was quite steep. Descending it would lead to a small stream. Should she tumble down the hill, she would ultimately land in the water. This did not frighten her, for she could swim. She merely hoped that the slope would be free of stones. The wind howled fiercely, caressing her cheeks without inflicting any pain, instead imparting a profound exhilaration from within. Gripping the reins tightly with one hand, she gently cradled her abdomen with the other and slowly closed her eyes. "Cousin, be careful." Liu Tong rode swiftly towards her, trailing just a horse's length behind, and upon seeing her slightly leaning body, he shouted out in alarm. Chapter 83. The punishment of Lord Fu. Upon hearing Liu Tong's voice, Luo Ran turned her head slightly, a cunning thought forming in her mind. She leaned her body slightly toward him, revealing a subtle smile, her lips moving silently as she called, "Cousin." Liu Tong was utterly taken aback. His hand instinctively reached out, but before he could touch the vivid red, he saw Luo Ran's expression suddenly shift. In terror, she shouted, "Liu Tong, what are you doing? Let go of me." Before Liu Tong could react, the red figure was abruptly thrown from the horse, akin to brilliant clouds at dusk, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. Yuanhe, hailing from a family of martial generals and the best rider among them, closely followed Luo Ran. She had witnessed Liu Tong's voice and actions, as well as Luo Ran's final scream. Just as she was about to tighten the reins, a gust of wind swept past her, and she saw the two colors of crimson and bright red merge as they rolled down the hillside. At that moment, Fu Xiong arrived, dismounting with the intention to pursue, only to be halted by an outstretched arm. "Chongying, what do you intend to do?" Perhaps unaware of his own agitation, Fu Shiheng's heart raced when he saw the figure tumble from the horse, and his voice trembled slightly. Chongying remained impassive, stating, "Your Highness, please be mindful of your position." Fu Xiong, infuriated, widened his eyes, pointing to his own nose and then to the unseen figure below. "My position? Does that mean he can act without consequence?" Chongying surveyed the surroundings and replied, "The commander is responsible for the safety of the capital. Naturally, he can oversee everyone's well-being. Of course, he also has the option to refrain from doing so." Shun Shiqing, the least skilled rider among them, rushed down the slope, having already lost sight of Luo Ran. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed Zifu. "Stop!" Yuanhe interjected. "Shiqing, Chongying, and Zifu have gone down. We know nothing of the situation below. Do not complicate matters." Lu Yuanyuan concurred, saying, "Yes, let us wait here." She noticed Jinan had gone down, but refrained from mentioning Luo Ran or Fu Jinan, not wanting to let so many people pursue them and potentially tarnish Luo Ran's reputation. Yet, not everyone heeded her wishes. Fu Mingzhu, covering her mouth, shrieked, "Sister Ran was just struggling with young Master Li. How is she now rolling down with my brother?" Shun Shiqing, initially worried, felt her anger swell further upon hearing her words, her eyes reddening as she retorted, "Fu Mingzhu, clarify your words. What did you see?" As Fu Mingzhu began to respond, she was met with Yuanhe stepping forward, casting a cold glance at her. "Miss Fu, I was closest to Sister Ran and saw everything clearly. It was that young Master Li who attempted to seize Sister Ran, and she fell from the horse while trying to evade him." Fu Mingzhu pouted. "Who doesn't know you are in cahoots? You will spin your narrative as you wish." Lu Yuanyuan scoffed. "You are aware we are in collusion?" Among all present, who is unaware of your family's sordid affairs. Sister Ran was merely writing due to your provocation. The broken engagement is a reflection of your family's moral failing, yet you cling to a young girl and refuse to let go. Now attempting to sully Sister Ran's name. Fu Mingzhu, do you think the world belongs to your family? That your words hold absolute authority? While Lu Yuanyuan dares to speak such words, Fu Mingzhu does not possess the courage to respond. Although Fu Mingzhu may oppose Luo Ran and dismiss Fu Jinan, she invariably finds herself outmatched by Lu Yuanyuan on most occasions. After all, the crown prince is the emperor's own brother, and Lu Yuanyuan is the emperor's niece and the empress dowager's granddaughter. What does Fu Mingzhu have besides a distant relative who serves as a concubine and a father who lacks the emperor's favor? Over the years, her unchecked behavior in the capital has been bolstered solely by the influence of her elder brother, Fu Jinan, whom she despises. After losing face, Fu Mingzhu attempted to salvage the situation, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Fu Xiang suddenly frowned and said, "Mingzhu, if you are tired, go rest in the carriage." If others could overlook this, it was particularly disheartening that even her own brother did not stand by her side, causing tears of grievance to well up in Fu Mingzhu's eyes. Luo Ran hurriedly stepped forward to console her. "Mingzhu, do not be disheartened. Xing brother did not mean to scold you. Come, let me accompany you to rest over there." "Humph." Lu Yuanyuan snorted disdainfully. "Miss Luo Air is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. Your own sister's life hangs in the balance, yet you do not even inquire about her well-being, but have the energy to concern yourself with other siblings. TSK. Those in the know understand your friendship with Miss Fu, while those unaware might think you are fixated on what others discard." "What others discard?" Fu Xiang found those words rather jarring and turned to cast an annoyed glance at the aggrieved expressions of Luo Ran and his sister, retorting, "This is none of your concern. If you cannot remain quiet, then go back to the carriage." It was as if he was indirectly chastising Lu Yuanyuan for her noise. Luo Jiuchen rode leisurely over, not even glancing down the hillside. He affectionately ruffled Lu Yuanyuan's hair, smiling at Fu Xiang. "Do not take offense, young master. Yuanyuan has been spoiled by our grandmother since childhood and speaks her mind without deceit. Even the emperor praises her for her sincerity." Alas! He shook his head helplessly. The two siblings, a frivolous young prince and a proud princess, clearly wield their influence, leaving others powerless to act. Meanwhile, Luo Ran remained oblivious to the happenings around her, and even if she were aware, she would not have had the capacity to care. In the instant she fell from her horse, she had prepared herself for an agonizing impact, yet the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, she landed in a firm and heated embrace. All she could see was a vivid crimson. The embroidered golden-scaled robe brushed painfully against her cheek. There was no time for contemplation as a wave of vertigo engulfed them, and they tumbled down the slope. With a muffled groan from the man above her, they finally came to a halt. Luo Ran took a moment to assess her condition. To her relief, her abdomen was free from the expected pain, and her body remained intact. She involuntarily sighed in relief. Fu Jinan, enduring a sharp pain in his thigh, had yet to speak when he heard the small woman beneath him let out a seemingly regretful sigh, igniting his anger. He scoffed. "What? Is it a pity that the child did not slip away?" His cold voice pierced the air, and Luo Ran finally regained her composure, unable to suppress a shiver. She lifted her gaze to meet his. Fu Jinan was evidently struggling to contain his fury. Luo Ran averted her gaze, refusing to look at him, her lips pressed tightly together. Noticing her silence, Fu Jinan deliberately leaned down closer. Ahem. The man's body was both firm and heavy, causing Luo Ran to feel a painful pressure on her softness, prompting her to cough involuntarily. "Speak," Fu Jinan insisted, once again pressing down towards her delicate form. Unable to contain herself any longer, Luo Ran glared at him with flushed cheeks. "Huh." Fu Jinan chuckled lightly, and, at that moment, Luo Ran found a handsome face magnifying before her eyes, instinctively shutting them. The pain in her body eased somewhat, yet a sharp sting suddenly radiated from her lips. Chapter 84. Dance together. Fu Jinan originally intended to punish her, but upon encountering that soft touch, his thoughts swiftly transformed. He had not been tempted while hidden behind the tree, but now that he finally seized the opportunity, he could not let it slip away. He pried open her delicate lips, fervently savoring the sweetness within. Gradually, his desire grew insatiable, enticing her to dance along with him. Luo Ran found herself pinned beneath him, her arms raised above her head and restrained, causing certain parts of her body to become more pronounced. As oxygen dwindled, her strength waned, and her mind began to cloud. In the eyes of her captor, this only heightened the allure. Beneath the lush green hillside, beside a babbling brook, two shades of red intertwined, resembling resplendent blooms flourishing in the wilderness. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Luo Ran's garment fell open, revealing a delicate peach-pink inner dress, exquisitely embroidered with the image of a magpie perched on a branch. Fu Jinin's hand slipped beneath the edge of the garment, relishing the beauty that lay within his grasp. His fingers wandered past the peaks, downwards, until they unexpectedly encountered a thick layer of soft fabric, momentarily leaving him stunned. Amidst gentle laughter, a single tear trickled down Luo Ran's fair cheek, disappearing into the grass. She gazed up at the man, his gaze still clouded with lingering desire, and could not help but chuckle. Fu Jinin frowned slightly. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Ran's wrist bore a ring of crimson marks, remnants from her earlier struggles against his hold. Unperturbed, she raised her arm to encircle Fu Jinin's neck, exhaling softly. "Why has the esteemed commander stopped?" She playfully blew a breath against his ear, while her other hand guided his large one to her abdomen, her voice dripping with seduction. "Please, do not cease. Or do you doubt your capabilities?" Fu Jinin regarded her with a cold stare, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Do you truly question my abilities?" Luo Ran smiled faintly. "In the past, perhaps you could. But now, who knows?" With that, she extended her delicate tongue to lightly caress his earlobe, her teeth gently grazing it. Luo Ran. Fu Jinin's body jolted, an uncontrollable surge of desire overwhelming him. He glared at the woman beneath him, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. "Who taught you this?" Luo Ran, though pained by his advances, dared not speak. Her heart raced. She understood that any resistance would only stoke the flames of his primal urges. Thus, she gambled on the pride of the man before her. Fortunately, she emerged victorious. Fu Jinin flipped her over, disregarding the blood still seeping from his thigh, and fixed his gaze upon her back as he demanded, "Unless you clarify who taught you, you shall not leave this place today." Luo Ran, with her back turned, paused momentarily at the sound of his voice, but then resumed arranging her attire. Only once she was fully dressed did she turn around, her smile radiant as she replied, "Was it not the esteemed commander himself who taught me? Shall I recount the memories from that night at Entwined courtyard?" It was uncertain which of her words had pleased Fu Jinin, but his anger vanished in an instant. With a light snort, he remarked, "I shall borrow your possessions." Without heeding her protests, he tore open her freshly arranged attire, extracting the embroidered magpie pouch from within, and secured it around his thigh, finally staunching the flow of blood. As Luo Ran felt a sudden chill in her chest, she was about to scold him when she realized he was injured. Internally cursing, she thought, "Serve him right. Don't pretend you didn't see." Fu Jinan, unfazed, glanced at the pink apron strings and chuckled softly. "It's been 2.5 months, yet your waist remains so slender." Upon hearing this, Luo Ran unconsciously glanced over and saw her small garment perfectly wrapped around the man's thigh. Blushing, she prepared to rise, only to hear him suddenly remark, "Stop thinking such scandalous thoughts. Do you really believe that court secret medicine is so ineffectual?" Luo Ran abruptly recalled that so-called obstructive pearl pill and shot him a fierce glare before standing up. Not far away, Chang'ing, seeing that the master was finally finished, released his grip on Zifu. Once freed, Zifu swiftly tore off the claw from her mouth and eyes and rushed over. Miss, are you all right?" She had just been silenced and blinded by Chang'ing, unable to see or make a sound, which had left her utterly frantic. Luo Ran moved slightly and replied, "I'm fine, perhaps just a sprained ankle. Please carry me." Luo Ran understood that her life had been irrevocably altered, and her initial worries had dissipated. This time, Fu Jinin did not stop her. He watched as she was carried away by Zifu before turning to walk in another direction. Chang Ying cast a glance, contemplated for a moment, and followed behind Luo Ran and her mate up the hillside. Upon seeing Zifu carrying Luo Ran, Yu Wanhe and Shun Shiqing hurried to greet them. "Ran, are you all right?" Shun Shiqing inquired. Luo Ran smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Just think I might have twisted my ankle, but it's not serious. As long as you are well," Yu Wanhe replied, then turned to look at Chang Ying. Chang Ying intentionally raised his voice. "Your Highness, the county princess, upon my arrival, Miss Zifu had already rescued Miss Luo." Lu Jiuchen raised an eyebrow slightly. "In that case, do not let us delay your duties. Please continue, and later seek the county princess at the Celebration Prince's residence to collect your reward." In just a few sentences, the matter of the commander rescuing someone was brushed aside. "Indeed, I shall express my gratitude to your Highness and the county princess. I have official business to attend to, so I shall not impose further." Chang Ying again cupped his fists in respect to Luo Ran before departing. Even if Fu Mingzhu and Luo Rushiwei felt a sense of injustice, they had no choice but to feign ignorance, given that the young prince and the Jinyiwei had spoken. Luo Rushiwei's eyes darted, and she suddenly said, "Elder sister, before you fell, were you grappling with your cousin?" Li Xinhua Akua. It must be that elder brother discovered that cousin was in danger and rushed to save her. Right, elder brother? Li Yutong nodded, saying, "We are all family. There is no need for cousin Ran to be polite." Luo Ran lowered her head, as if harboring some unspoken secret. Seeing this, Yu Wanhe patted Luo Ran's shoulder gently and whispered, "Do not be afraid." She then addressed Luo Rushiwei and the Li siblings. "I was right behind them and saw clearly that cousin Ran was riding perfectly well when this gentleman Li intentionally reached out to grasp her, and she had no chance to evade, which led to her falling." "That's not true." Li Xinhua stili raturta. Luo Ran lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It is not my cousin who decides what is true or false. Once I return to inform father, the truth will undoubtedly come to light." Faced with such a predicament, everyone lost their inclination to linger and hastily made their way back to the city. In the carriage, Luo Ran observed Yu Wanhe as she hesitated to speak on several occasions. With a gentle smile, Yu Wanhe leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Sister Ran, there is no need for self-reproach. Some relatives are burdensome and hard to shake off. It might be better to take this opportunity to cleanse one's self of such ties." Luo Ran chuckled self-deprecatingly. "So, Sister Wan is already aware. How foolish of me to think I was being clever." Yu Wanhe, feigning a stern expression, replied, "You mustn't be so reckless. They are merely distant relatives, and there are countless ways to deal with them. Is it worth risking your life over such matters? Promise you won't do this again." Luo Ran felt a mix of frustration and gratitude, fully aware that her intentions were for her own good. She nodded earnestly. "All right, I shall remember." Upon returning to the Marquis Champion's residence, Luo Rushiwei was the first to alight from the carriage, hastily retreating into the house without a backward glance. She needed to greet her mother to ensure that Li Yutong would not entangle their branch of the family in this mess. However, upon entering the old matriarch's courtyard, she was taken aback by the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, and she froze in place. "Mother, what is happening?" Chapter 85. The testimony of Lord changing a quarter of an hour prior. The elderly matron furrowed her brow as she observed Lu Mei, disheveled and kneeling on the ground, while casting a sidelong glance at her son, whose countenance was as dark as ink. She interjected, "De Yun, how can you behave so harshly towards a relative like Miss Lu?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lord Yun interrupted with a disdainful snort, retorting, "How could you presume to implicate me in this matter without inquiry, mother?" Taken aback, the matron turned her gaze towards Li Shi, who appeared equally perplexed. Just moments ago, she had been in the courtyard attending to the steward, when she was approached by her sister-in-law Lu Shi, who was in tears, clamoring to restore her cousin's honor. Assuming Lu Mei had succeeded in her endeavors, she had hastened to Ningfu courtyard, only to find Lu Mei in her current state, kneeling before the two brothers, who had fortuitously been at home due to the day's respite. Seeing the matron looking at her, Li Shi suppressed the upward curve of her lips, her expression laden with concern. "Elder brother, I understand that you look down upon Miss Lu due to her humble background, but she is nonetheless my sister-in-law's cousin. How can you so easily deny her? Sister. Lu Shi hesitated to voice her concern. Li Shi nodded reassuringly. Elder sister, there is no need for alarm. Regardless of the circumstances, no one would unjustly take away another's purity without acknowledgement, would they, elder brother? Lord De Yun chuckled, glancing at his younger brother, Lord De Wun, who had been keeping his head bowed. Smoothly adjusting the creases in his garments, he casually remarked, Sister-in-law, your reasoning is sound. What do you propose we do about this situation? Clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, Li Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Since you harbor no objections, this matter can indeed be resolved. While my cousin may not qualify as the official wife, she could still be accepted as a concubine. Turning to assist Lu Mei to her feet, she added cheerfully, there is no need to rush. Once you are with child, bringing new life into our family, the Marquis may very well elevate your status. Wouldn't you agree, elder brother? Lord De Yun raised an eyebrow, addressing Lord De Wun, ultimately. This decision is not solely mine to make. You must confer with your wife. If you both are in agreement, I shall not oppose. Li Shi questioned, what does this have to do with us? At last, Lord De Wun could no longer contain his exasperation, exclaiming, you foolish woman. Silence. Li Shi, unwilling to yield, retorted, Lord De Wun, who are you insulting? We are discussing matters concerning elder brother. Why the urgency? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for my cousin? Lu Shi, feeling the weight of the moment, awkwardly chuckled and tugged at Li Shi's sleeve. Younger sister, you misunderstand. Li Shi turned back. Misunderstand? Misunderstand what? At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly sprang to her feet, addressing Lord De Wun, second master. It is I who am at fault. She then dashed toward a nearby pillar, intending to collide with it. Quick to react, Lord De Wun rose and caught her just as she was about to collide, resulting in an embrace that left the onlookers with little doubt about the situation. Li Shi's vision darkened, and she nearly fainted, just as Luo Ran rushed into the room. Mother, what has happened to you? Observing her mother in a state of distress, pounding her chest and lamenting, I turned my gaze to the couple entwined together, and without uttering a word, I advanced and seized Lu Mei by her hair, pulling forcefully while hurling insults. You wretched woman! I shall not allow you to seduce my father, you vile creature. Lu Mei's hairpin was dislodged, and her face was marred, blood mingling with tears, rendering her utterly disheveled amidst the chaos that ensued in the room. When Luo Ran was carried in by Zifu, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Before she could utter a word, Luo De Yun stepped forward, his imposing figure somewhat at a loss. Yearning to embrace Luo Ran, yet hesitant to touch her. Ran, what has transpired? Zifu gently set her down, and Luo De Yun hurried to support her, while casting an annoyed glance at Luo Ran. At that moment, Luo Ran, filled with unspent fury towards her mother, fortuitously spotted the Li siblings arriving at the entrance and pointed at them, shouting, it was him. He attempted to take advantage of my elder sister while she was riding. My elder sister fell from her horse in an effort to evade him. Upon hearing that his daughter had fallen from her horse, Luo De Yun's face turned ashen with concern. Luo Ran hastily grasped her father's hand, soothingly whispering, Father, I am unharmed. Li Yutang fell to his knees, fervently defending himself. Aunt, uncle, I did not mean it. I merely wished to assist my cousin when I saw her about to fall. Li Xianyu chimed in. Exactly. My elder brother acted out of kindness. You simply fail to appreciate it and then turn against us. Luo Ran scoffed. Spare me your excuses. Who was it that told me to wait and witness the unfolding drama on West Mountain? Li Xianyu's complexion paled as she retorted. I was only trying to comfort you. Seeing young Master Fu's gaze upon my cousin stirred your discontent, and I merely intended to uplift your spirits. I never anticipated you would wrongfully accuse us. As she spoke, Li Xianyu produced a handkerchief, feigning tears. I know you have always looked down upon us for hailing from humble origins, but there is no need to cast such unfounded aspersions upon us. Lu Shi, grasping the situation, also began to weep. Aunt, if we are such an eyesore, we shall move away. Yu Tang has yet to marry. How can we uphold our dignity if this matter spreads? With a furtive glance at Luo Ran, She insinuated that Luo Ran's behavior was inappropriate and that she had deliberately enticed her son. Tian Shi, witnessing this, joined in the tears. Sister, your elder brother passed away too soon, leaving us vulnerable and subject to ridicule. When Luo Ran sensed that their theatrics were nearing conclusion, she spoke slowly. Grandmother, uncle, Aunt Li, with so many witnesses present, whether I am wronged or not can be easily discerned. No need for that. Chang Ying entered shortly thereafter, first bowing respectfully to Luo Deyun, which also seemed directed at Luo Ran. Upon turning to Luo Deyun, he paused momentarily, yet did not bow. Instead, he clasped his hands in greeting towards the matriarch. I am Chang Ying, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards. Honored to meet you, Lady Luo. Chang Ying was a familiar face to many within the household, having accompanied the esteemed commander during the incident involving the young lady on Lantern Festival. The matriarch, upon hearing Imperial Guards, could not suppress a tremor of trepidation, promptly responding, Lord Chang Ying, please rise. Have you come in search of the Marquis? Chang Ying shook his head and presented a letter to Lord Yun, saying, Today I accompanied the commander on a case outside the capital. Upon my return, I chanced upon Miss Luo falling from her horse, and the commander instructed me to investigate. He pointed to the letter and continued, My lord, within this document lies the truth I uncovered for your perusal. Furthermore, it contains the eyewitness testimony of the eldest daughter of the Yongding Marquis, along with accounts from Prince Qing and Princess Anjing. Should you have any inquiries, my lord, you may seek them out. After reading the letter, Lord Yun's expression darkened further. Thank you, Master Fu and Master Chang'ing. I shall pay my respects tomorrow. Chang'ing replied courteously, You are too kind, my lord. The Jinyiwei is responsible for the safety of the capital. These duties are merely part of our obligations. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Lord Yun nodded and instructed Qing Shan to accompany him. Before departing, Chang Ying cast a lingering glance at Luo Ran, who was lost in thought and did not notice. Lord Yun turned and flung the letter at Liu Tong's face. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence at hand, what more do you have to say? How dare you tamper with Miss Ran's horse? I see you are tired of living. As he spoke, he delivered a kick, sending Liu Tong flying a considerable distance, rendering him unconscious. The room erupted into chaos as the Tian and Lu families cried out in distress. Chapter 86.